Chapter 1. The Bitter Journey Through Snow and Wind. On a frigid night, amidst falling snow and a waning moon, a snow-white carriage creaked along the silver frost. An elderly man, clad in sheepskin, held the reins and occasionally exhaled warm breath, rubbing his dark, wrinkled palms together. Inside the carriage, a fire flickered, illuminating three figures, two men and a woman. One of the men possessed a fair complexion and remarkable features, engrossed in his studies. The other, with dark skin and dressed in white, toyed with a jade fan, frequently casting glances at the young woman. The maiden, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, had rosy lips and a delicate pink birthmark shaped like a plum blossom on her right cheek, which only enhanced her beauty, adding a unique charm. She was preparing tea, her snow-white fingers stirring, pouring, and replenishing the water with an effortless grace that seemed to resonate with the heart of the young scholar. This made the scholar's fingers, playing with the fan, dance with increasing lightness. The esteemed master Mei Changxue once said, "To give a man a fish is inferior to teaching him how to fish, but I beg to differ," the studious youth suddenly interjected. The young woman poured tea and slid the cup towards him. "What insights has Brother Su Wen gleaned this time?" she inquired. Su Wen replied, "Teaching a man to fish addresses the issue of long-term sustenance, whereas giving him fish resolves immediate hunger. Their impacts are distinct. How can they be compared on the same scale?" The young woman smiled gently, her gaze drifting to the dark-skinned youth. "What is Brother Song Xian's perspective on this matter?" The dark-skinned youth perked up immediately. "I believe Brother Su Wen is mistaken. Fish will eventually be consumed. What use is it to solve a momentary hunger? The issue of long-term survival is far more crucial." Su Wen countered, "But if one cannot even address immediate crises, what value is there in contemplating the long term? Without the ability to endure in the long run, the present is merely a fleeting moment," the dark youth asserted. The two continued their spirited debate, unable to reach a consensus. "Jinjia, what do you think?" Su Wen suddenly asked. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the carriage, and Lu Jinjia lifted the curtain, revealing a young man at the snowy crossroads. He appeared to be around 17 or 18, clad in tattered clothing, carrying a wooden stick to which two bundles were tied. Lu Jinjia blinked her beautiful eyes, gestured towards the young man outside, and smiled. "Brother Su Wen, Brother Song Xian, as students of Mei Changxue, we have been tasked by our master to inquire daily. Since we cannot settle this debate, why not seek validation from someone else?" Both men's gazes fell upon the young man outside. Song Xian cast a disdainful glance at the youth. He is dressed in rags and trudging along aimlessly on a snowy night without a place to take shelter. It is likely he is an ignorant beggar. What could he possibly validate? "I beg to differ. Look into his eyes," Su Wen remarked. The three turned their attention to the young man's eyes, and they were taken aback. His eyes were remarkably sharp. Those keen eyes suggest that although he is weary, his spirit remains undaunted. Moreover, he carries a bundle, which does not resemble that of a beggar, Su Wen observed. Song Xian frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Lu Jinjia. What of his bundles? They could have been scavenged along the way. "Brother Su Wen, your judgment seems rather one-sided." "Patience, my brother. If we inquire, we shall know," Lu Jinjia said, lifting a cup of hot tea and waving. "Young sir, it is cold outside. Would you care for a warm cup of tea?" The young man turned his head, and they were momentarily stunned again. His eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of a wolf's gaze under the night sky, cold and piercing. No one, especially not one who was scantily clad in the biting cold, could refuse a cup of warm tea, and the young man approached to take the cup. Lu Jinjia slightly withdrew her hand. "May I ask, are you a beggar?" Su Wen shook his head in exasperation. How can anyone pose such a question? The innocence of the little sister from Mei Changxue was indeed as rumored. "I am not," the young man answered succinctly, taking the teacup and drinking it in one go. He returned the cup, and Song Xian immediately seized it, tossing it out of the carriage. "Such filth! Who knows what sort of diseases it might carry?" Lu Jinjia displayed an apologetic expression, but the young man seemed unfazed, continuing to tread through the snow with his stick. Lu Jinjia remarked, "It appears that Brother Song Xian has lost the first round. Let us test the earlier question regarding teaching fishing versus giving fish." Song Xian frowned. "How shall we validate this?" Lu Jinjiao retrieved 3 items from beneath the table: a flatbread, a piece of meat, and 2 flintstones. The flatbread represents fish, while the meat and flint symbolize fishing. Su Wen chuckled. Sister Jinjia, you're truly sharp-witted. Brother Song Xian, what do you believe you will choose? Song Xian shrugged. Anyone with a semblance of sense would choose the latter. I wager he will select the flatbread, Su Wen proposed. Lu Jinjia lifted the carriage curtain again and beckoned. Young sir, please come here. The young man furrowed his brow and approached the carriage once more. Lu Jinjia held the flatbread in her left hand and the meat and flint in her right. The journey is long. We wish to offer you some provisions, but you may only choose one. Without hesitation, the young man tucked the flatbread into his clothing. His movements were swift, and Lu Jinjia caught a glimpse of a knife concealed beneath his garments. She blinked and scrutinized him again. What a foolish choice. What use is a flatbread? Can it possibly outweigh a piece of meat and a flint? After losing twice in front of the girl he admired, Song Xian could no longer contain his frustration. What an idiot! How can one flatbread be of any real use? The young man remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at Song Xian before continuing on his way. Seeing Song Xian's displeasure, Lu Jinjiao interjected, Brother Song, academic discourse does not hinge on superiority or inferiority. Even if such distinctions exist, they are fleeting. Our intention is to pursue excellence, not to become overly concerned with winning or losing. Song Xian retorted, if there are no distinctions, what significance does debate hold? Brother Su Wen, I concede this round. Let us engage in a third contest and wager what lies within this beggar's bundle. Su Wen pondered for a moment, shaking his head. If it were clothing, he would wear it to fend off the cold. If it were food, why would he rush to select the flatbread? I cannot deduce it. Song Xian smirked triumphantly. This place is a good 10 miles from Baizhi town, with no village ahead nor in behind. In such heavy snow, why is he here? I suspect he has likely stolen something of immense value from a nearby town, which explains his reckless journey through the storm. Lu Jinjiao blinked her beautiful eyes. Brother Song's reasoning is sound, yet to speculate without evidence seems rather hasty. Does it not? Whether it is or not, we shall soon find out. Song Xian lifted the carriage curtain, slipped through the small window with the grace of a snake, and landed deftly on the snow. Su Wen marveled. Each excels in their own domain. While I believe I can match Song Xian in knowledge, I cannot compete with his agility. Lu Jinjia smiled lightly. Sorcerers are mysterious and crafty, while martial artists are powerful and invincible. The former employs cunning methods, biding their time for greatness, while the latter hones their physique and strength. Though their paths differ, their destinations converge. Brother Song Xian had already reached the second tier of martial artists before entering. Moving as lightly as an antelope, with strength akin to an ox slipping through the window, is no feat for him. However, Brother Su need not feel disheartened as a sorcerer. You might yet find enlightenment and surpass Brother Song Xian. Su Wen shook his head. I fear that by then, I will have fallen even further behind. Hey kid, let me see what's in your bundle, Song Xian commanded, blocking the young man's path without courtesy. The young man ignored him and continued walking. Brother Song, if he is unwilling, let it be, Lu Jinjia urged. Not so. If it truly is stolen goods, as students of Mei Changxue, we have an obligation to report it. With that, Song Xian seized the stick, pulling forcefully. The stick fell, and the bundles unfurled, revealing 2 severed heads, one belonging to a burly man with a bushy beard, and the other to a seductive woman with a scarred face. All 3 were taken aback. The young man whirled around, his gaze fixed on Song Xian like a wolf ready to pounce. Should the old man strain to hold the reins, attempting to steady the startled horses. Animals are inherently sensitive to bloodlust, especially in the face of such sudden and terrifying malice. Song Xian felt his scalp tingle, a chill running down his spine as his face went stiff, unknowingly breaking into a cold sweat. The young man lowered his head, wrapping the heads again, shouldering the stick, and continued onward. The carriage halted in the snow as the 4 exchanged glances. Brother Song, I think it best we avoid provoking him, Lu Jinjia said, her face pale. With the beauty by his side, Song Xian felt a surge of fear, yet his cheeks flushed with heat uncomfortable with the situation. How could he, a second-tier martial artist, be so easily intimidated by a mere wild boy? "Stop right there," he shouted, drawing his long sword. The young man paid no heed, continuing his path. Song Xian gritted his teeth, sprinting forward like a swallow, his sword slicing through the air toward the young man's back. Lu Jinjia gasped, "Brother Song, we have yet to ascertain the truth. Do not harm him." Before her words could finish, Lu Jianjia's lovely face turned ashen, and Su Wan, lifting the curtain, wore an expression of sheer terror. The young man had turned his head without them noticing, and in his hand, a rusted knife had already pierced Song Xian's neck. Swiftly, decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Blood dripped from the rusty blade. The young man's expression remained eerily calm, his breathing steady, as if killing were a familiar act. He withdrew the knife, and Song Xian collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. "You dare to take a life? Do you not realize that we are all students of Mei Chonggong?" Su Wan exclaimed in horror. Among the 4 prestigious academies of the Great Xia dynasty, Mei Lanjuju, Mei Chonggong stands as a prominent institution. Only those of considerable wealth and influence within the court can gain admission to Mei Chonggong. Even a mere county magistrate would not dare to slight a student of Mei Chonggong. To kill someone from Mei Chonggong would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. The young man lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then suddenly gripped his knife tightly and slowly approached the carriage. Shilulilu. The horse, in a frenzy, reared up violently, agitated and restless. Lu Jinjia and Su Wan felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their necks. The intent to kill. A thick, unadulterated intent to kill. The young man suddenly sidestepped and plunged his blade into the horse's neck. The chestnut steed thrashed violently, snapping the reins as thick as 2 fingers, and bolted 100 meters before collapsing in the snow. The two immediately realized his intent to silence them. With the knife in hand, the young man advanced toward the carriage, his fierce eyes darting around, surveying his surroundings. He had taken many lives. Otherwise, he would not possess the presence of mind to observe his surroundings at such a moment. "Mei Chonggong, I understand now you cannot be allowed to live." With that, he lunged forward, aiming to strike Lu Jianjia's snow-white neck, which was protruding from the carriage window. In an instant, her beautiful head would fall into the snow. A few strands of hair silently drifted down to the snow, while the rusted blade hovered ominously above the young woman's delicate neck, emitting a buzzing sound. Her pupils reflected the young man, along with his terrifying, icy gaze. The young man furrowed his brow, for a withered hand had draped itself over his shoulder. It was the old man driving the carriage who had seized him. "Young lad, let it go." The young man turned to see the old man grinning, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, while tightly gripping the horsewhip in his hand. A tense silence lingered for 3 or 4 breaths before the young man sheathed his knife and turned to leave. The sound of crack echoed as he walked away. He trudged through the snow, facing the wind and snow, carrying a wooden stick. In the desolate snowfield lay a body of noble identity. Chapter 2. Gu Shi and the Abomination. Baizhi Town is a remote settlement on the outskirts of the Great Xia dynasty. The town is renowned for its exquisite porcelain, crafted from the unique white springs and soil of the region, yielding unparalleled ceramics. As fine as beautiful jade, smooth and delicate, akin to the skin of a fair maiden. It is thus named Marin porcelain. Opposite the official kiln producing Marin porcelain is the Bounty Hall, a place established by the Great Xia dynasty to reward the capture of evildoers. It is also a valuable venue for wandering swordsmen and knife-wielders to earn their keep. Inside the Bounty Hall, a young man in a green hat fiddled with several pieces of broken silver. His family had spent 30 taels of silver, finally securing him such a lucrative occupation. In just 3 short days, he had earned a full 3 taels of broken silver. If he continued like this, he could recoup his investment in a month and earn over 300 taels in a year. 300 taels would be enough to purchase a plot of land in the western part of the town, build a small courtyard with 2 rooms, and marry a decent wife. If he earned even more, he could redeem the lovely girl from Chui Xianglu and have an additional concubine. Thinking of this, The young man in the green hat couldn't help but tug at the small tuft of hair on his chin, his face beaming with delight. With a creak, the door opened, and a young man stepped out. With a clang, he placed 2 bundles from the bamboo pole onto the table and pointed at the 2 portraits behind the young man in the green hat. Jin Shan Huang Kuei, Dao Nu Luoing. The young man in the green hat unwrapped the bundles, and indeed, they contained 2 severed heads. He tore off the wanted posters to compare, then took the heads to the back room. Before long, he emerged with a tray containing silver coins. Altogether, 22 taels. The young man frowned and replied, "The male is worth 13 taels, the female 10 taels. It should be 23 taels in total." The young man in the green hat's expression darkened as he picked up a piece of broken silver. "Now it totals 21 taels." The young man stared at him, and the young man in the green hat averted his gaze, glancing sideways. The Bounty Hall was a government establishment. Few dared to act recklessly. Though he was not a government official, he was still, in some sense, working for the authorities. It wouldn't matter if this frail-looking youth were to be detained, nor would it matter for the burly man with a thick beard. They could be easily apprehended. After a moment of mutual silence, the young man indeed lowered his gaze, took the broken silver and small cloth bag from the table. The young man in the green hat revealed a smug smile. Those who roamed the world were indeed clever. "I only need 20 taels." The young man left behind a piece of broken silver, pocketing the rest. The young man in the green hat looked pleased occasionally. A discerning bounty hunter would understand the importance of ingratiating themselves with them. This was to ensure they could receive the easier, more lucrative tasks when new bounty orders were issued. This lad, though young, displayed a measure of intelligence. The young man in the green hat reached for the broken silver on the table. In that instant, chaos erupted. With a loud bang, a rusted knife pierced through the young man's hand, pinning it firmly to the table. Blood flowed, pooling on the table as the young man in the green hat screamed. "You! Ah!" A young man in a red hat hurriedly exited from the back, his expression changing upon seeing the youth, and he quickly said, "You haven't given the token yet." The tasks at the Bounty Hall were graded from top to bottom as heaven, earth, gold, silver, copper, iron, and wood, 7 levels corresponding to tasks of varying difficulty. "Damn it," the young man cursed under his breath, removing the token from around his neck and tossing it over. The glimmering silver token bore the inscription Wang Wu. The young man in the green hat turned pale upon seeing the token. A silver medal bounty hunter. Baitsi Town was remote in previous years. The most formidable had merely been copper medal bounty hunters. However, in recent years, 5 silver medal bounty hunters had emerged. Sun Xian, Zhang Hao, Lu Jian, Song Yi, and Wang Wu. The young man in the red hat hurriedly opened a ledger, recorded Wang Wu's name, and respectfully pushed the token back. "Master Wang, congratulations. Just one more task completed, and you will be able to accept gold-level bounty orders. At that time, we will circulate your portrait across all bounty halls in the Great Xia Dynasty, and wherever you go, there will be designated personnel to attend to you." The young man retrieved the token and turned to leave. "Wait, your knife." The young man in the red hat forced a smile, awkwardly gesturing towards the young man in the green hat. His hand remained pinned to the table, blood pooling on the ground, and his face was ashen. The young man suddenly chuckled. "Consider it a gift." With that, he strode out. The young man in the red hat wore a smile more akin to a grimace. A gift? A rusted knife, which no one would bother to pick up even if discarded by the roadside. Alas, how did you offend such a formidable person? The young man in the red hat sighed softly, reaching for the rusted knife. He is so young, who would know he is a silver medal bounty hunter? With a swift motion, the rusted knife was drawn, blood splattering upward towards the ceiling. In a flash, the blood suspended midair landed squarely on the blade's surface. The young man in the green hat stared in shock at the young man in the red hat. The young man in the red hat placed the rusted knife on the table and said, "People like us should simply earn an honest living without causing trouble. Why provoke those who value money over life? Moreover, if you want to extract a piece of flesh from them, you must possess the discernment. A biting dog does not bark if he says nothing, just give it to him. If he really were to say something, what then? Either he is a coward who can't even lift his pants, or he is not truly desperate. Either way, you can take advantage of him." Exiting the bounty hall, The young man followed the official road to a rusted signboard for a clinic located in the western part of the town. The sign bore 4 faded characters: Qi Si Huisheng. The young man pushed the door open to find a plump old woman seated inside, with a sign on the table displaying her name, Yin Wangxi. The old woman was as stout as a water barrel, her face marred by deep scars. Upon seeing the young man, she smiled and casually tossed a bottle onto the table. 3 pills. The young man tossed a cloth bag onto the table. 20 taels. The old woman froze. That won't do. She reached for the medicine bottle, but the young man swiftly grasped her wrist. I owe you for a few days. Let me borrow your life, I'll return it in a few days. Is that acceptable? She snorted angrily, wrenching her wrist free and pouring out a black pill from the bottle, then tossing the bottle back to him. It will last for 20 days. The young man's face turned ashen as he turned to leave. Yin Wangxi suddenly stood and pinched his backside forcefully. Furious, the young man turned, aiming 2 fingers at her eyes. Yin Wangxi calmly held up her palm, blocking his fingers effortlessly. She grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, her eyes crescent-shaped. Same deal as before. Whenever you run out of money, sleep with me for a night and I'll give you 3 pills for free. Get lost. The young man cursed angrily, clutching the last pill as he exited. Yin Wangxi shouted after him, Child, do come back when you have time. Navigating through the bustling marketplace, the young man arrived at the westernmost horse ranch in Baitsi town. In a corner of the horse ranch stood a thatched hut. He pushed open the door to find a young girl stirring porridge in a pot while standing on a small stool. Gushi, the girl exclaimed joyfully, running over. Her head was wrapped in a thick cloth, obscuring her brows, leaving only her pair of eyes visible. The young man smiled, ruffling her hair, and pulled 2 candies from his clothing. And I, what are we having today? Kanji. Is there pickled vegetables? Yes. The youth let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps the only delight in consuming kanji was that solitary bite of pickled vegetables. He stretched out his arms, reclining haphazardly on the thatch, casually tearing off the silver medal from his chest and tossing it into the corner. In that corner lay 4 identical medals, each engraved with the names Sun Xian, Zhang Hao, Lu Jian, and Song Yi. The youth sat cross-legged, centering his body. A gentle breeze surged from the youth's dantian, stirring his frame. Nai, while simmering the kanji, watched the youth and murmured to herself. All martial artists of the Great Xia enter the Tao of Heaven through martial prowess, vying for the chance to become immortal. Martial artists are categorized into 10 ranks. The 3rd nurtures vitality, the 4th cultivates true energy, and the 6th flows with the source of qi. Brother, after all these years, have you still not broken through your bottleneck? As Master said, to achieve a breakthrough, one must seize the opportunity. The youth opened his eyes to find that the girl had already placed the old iron pot on the ground, retrieved bowls and chopsticks, and a plate of pickled radishes. The pot contained a modest amount of millet and a few leafy greens. The girl ladled clear water into a bowl and spooned the scant rice into the youth's bowl. Gu Shi snatched the bowl of kanji from in front of her. Give it back. Nai hastily reached out to reclaim it. Gu Shi raised the bowl, declaring, I'm not hungry. That's unacceptable. You're still growing and need to go out and slay. You should be eating rice. I've already eaten. When did you eat? When I was killing. I don't believe you. Truly. After their meal, the youth cautiously unwrapped the cloth binding Nai's head. To his astonishment, she bore a 3rd eye above her brow. It was positioned askew, an eerie and bizarre sight. The eye blinked and suddenly turned crimson, causing Nai to cover her eyes and bow her head to the ground. Large beads of sweat cascaded down, one after another. Gu Shi produced a vial of pills and offered it to her. Nai swallowed one, and the red glow of her 3rd eye gradually faded, eventually closing slowly. She resembled someone who had just taken a hot bath, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat and falling asleep. Gu Shi moved to the corner and retrieved a silver short blade, lying down beside her. His surname was Gu when Master found him. He had a jade pendant inscribed with the character Gu around his neck and this silver dagger in his arms. Master, a gambler at heart, had long since pawned the pendant. Had he not died early, this dagger would surely have met the same fate. For as he often said, what use is anything from a home one cannot return to? Nai Zhuang was also a find of masters. Outside the courtyard of a wealthy family, a plump woman had hurled her away, cursing her as a bane, and tossed her by the riverbank. Master, drunk, happened upon the river while relieving himself and fortuitously brought her back. Thus, she was named Nai Zhuang. Master passed away 5 years ago, and Gu Shi had cared for Nai for 5 years. A small hand suddenly reached out, and Gu Shi turned his head. Nai had awakened. Are you pondering your origins again? Am not. Then why are you staring blankly at the dagger? This dagger is silver. If we pawn it tomorrow, we can have a sumptuous meal. Absolutely not. Don't you wish to eat meat? What's so delicious about meat? Can it compare to my pickled radishes? Gu Shi chuckled, wrapping his arms around her. The most delectable food in the world is surely the pickled radishes crafted by Nai, both salty and sour. Nai embraced him back, a smile gracing her face. Today I killed someone from the Meichang Gong, Gu Shi suddenly remarked. Nai's grip tightened after a moment of silence. She said, "Is it about to begin?" "Yes, I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. We may die. Everyone will die." The atmosphere turned palpably heavy. Gu Shi changed the subject. "You're 1 pill short for this month. Tomorrow we'll see if there are any profitable ventures in the city. Today I killed a horse. If I drag it back, you'll be able to eat meat. Get some rest, Nai." "Gu Shi, can we not escape? We have been fleeing for so long, I no longer wish to run. Can we die together? I don't know." Chapter 3. The Knife. In the affluent pawnshop, a lazy clerk named Li Jin yawned as he glanced at a shabby young boy, his expression turning disdainful. Such impoverished beggars were frequent patrons of the pawnshop, as their expertise lay in deception and thievery. Whether it be the hiding place of a young lady's jewels or the whereabouts of a gentleman's jade pendant, should they come to know, they would undoubtedly resort to all manner of cunning to steal it away, only to promptly bring it to the pawnshop for appraisal. To handle such items, the pawnshop required a discerning eye, for some owners were not to be trifled with by a mere small establishment. However, the affluent pawnshop was different. It was a property of the Gu family, one of the 4 great families. The Gu family, immensely wealthy, had once generously contributed gold and silver during the tumultuous wars of the Great Xia, replenishing food supplies and filling the national treasury. The emperor himself bestowed upon them the title wealth. In every city, county, and district of the Great Xia dynasty, there existed an affluent pawnshop, feared by all for their boldness in accepting and selling items of any origin. Even if the original owner were of royal lineage, they would still afford the affluent pawnshop a measure of respect, for no one wished to cross paths with such deep-pocketed patrons. "What knife?" Li Jin inquired languidly. The Jiu Shi extended a silver knife from his hand, and upon a mere glance, Li Jin was taken aback. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. The scabbard was intricately carved with a koi leaping over the dragon gate, with each minute scale of the fish rendered in exquisite detail. And even the multitude of tiny water droplets splashing around it appeared crystal clear and remarkably bright. Li Jin maintained a stoic expression as he took the small knife, his astonishment growing. Each droplet was, in fact, a tiny gem with an exquisite texture that felt warm to the touch. This was no ordinary item. The skill involved could only be described as divine, a rarity in the world. He steadied himself, his face paling as he weighed the silver knife, declaring, 10 taels, impossible. Why should such exquisite craftsmanship be valued at merely 10 taels? Don't assume I know nothing. Gu Shi immediately countered. Li Jin smiled indifferently and tossed the knife back to him, saying, "Take it." With that, he ceased to glance at him again. The Jiu Shi stood frozen, uncertain whether to leave or stay. He had pawned items before, and indeed quite a few. Typically, items worth 20 taels would fetch barely 1 tael at a pawnshop. Previously, he had always opted for smaller establishments, but this time he chose the largest one, that he believed small shops might close down easily, and upon his return, they may no longer exist, that a pawnshop of this stature would surely remain open. Once the storm had passed and he had saved some money, he could redeem the silver knife. That it was the only connection he had to his origins. Regardless of his parents' circumstances, they had left him a shard of hope. Yet now, even that hope seemed on the verge of vanishing. To pawn or not to pawn. If he chose not to, he would soon depart, but without seeking enough elixirs from the king of hell. How could he manage? "Shopkeeper, could you offer a bit more?" He pleaded. 11 taels, Li Jin stated expressionlessly. The Jiu Shi clenched his teeth. 11 taels was absolutely insufficient. 12 taels. Leave, Li Jin replied. Just 12 taels, point 11 taels. The two engaged in a heated argument. When suddenly, the door curtain lifted and the shopkeeper, C.S. Yang, stepped out. What is all this commotion about? Gu Shi quickly explained, Shopkeeper, I wish to pawn a knife, but your clerk has offered a price too low. If you could raise it a bit, I would proceed with the transaction. This item is truly exceptional. Just have a look. C.S. Yang felt a bit exasperated. Such complaints were routine, and no matter who came to pawn their belongings. They all lamented the low offers. However, C.S. Yang was adept at managing such matters. All he needed to do was feign interest in the item, then inform them that the highest offer was fixed. And most would ultimately agree. After all, who would willingly part with their belongings unless in dire need? Let me see, C.S. Yang said. Li Jin chuckled quietly to himself as C.S. Yang lifted the silver knife. Momentarily taken aback. The craftsmanship is quite impressive. He drew it out, glancing at it, and his expression shifted dramatically. What is the matter, shopkeeper? Gu Shi noticed something was amiss. Clenching his fist, he had encountered coercive shops before, and if they intended to push a deal, he would have to resort to violence. Let me examine it more closely. C.S. Yang turned to scrutinize the silver short knife. The blade's front was adorned with a carved koi, while the back showcased two magnificent wings, creating a stunning visual. As he traced the intricate design, a tempest of realization surged within him. Each of the four great families bore their own emblem. The Yun family wielded great halberds, the Song family wielded folding fans, the Liu family possessed ancient texts, and the Gu family was represented by the koi. Only the significant treasures of the four great families bore their distinct insignia. This silver knife was unmistakably a Gu family artifact. That insufferable clerk, how could he have offered a price without discerning its value? C.S. Yang turned to face the youth, momentarily stunned. The boy was fixated on him, his eyes piercingly bright and cold, akin to a beast eyeing its prey. C.S. Yang's heart raced, an inexplicable tension enveloping him, but he exhaled slowly, asking, What is your name? Why do you care what I am called? I am here to pawn an item. Pawning requires a name for future redemption. The Gu Shi hesitated for a moment before producing a silver bounty token, stating, Wang Wu. Upon seeing the gleaming name inscribed on the silver token, C.S. Yang was taken aback once more, and oh wonder the pressure emanating from the boy was so formidable. He was one of the newly emerged bounty hunters of Baitsi Town. How much do you intend to pawn it for? What amount do you propose? Gu Shi frowned, finding the shopkeeper's words thoughtless. How could such a person manage a shop? C.S. Yang glanced at Li Jin, who promptly declared, 11 taels. After a moment's contemplation, C.S. Yang replied, I can offer you 15 taels. That Gu Shi was taken aback, and after much hesitation, he sighed softly, 13 taels to AT this. Both C.S. Yang and Li Jin were left speechless. That IT was unheard of to offer less than the valuation. Was this boy truly in his right mind? Sensing C.S. Yang's willingness to negotiate, Gu Shi relaxed his fists and looking down said, This item holds great significance for me. Today marks the 13th day of the 12th month. A date I wish to remember forever. Li Jin's expression turned peculiar, and C.S. Yang could not help but observe the youth with renewed interest. The clientele of pawnshops varied widely, filled with countless beggars and wandering rogues. The former clung to their coins as if they were lifelines, while the latter, though less stingy than beggars, would never willingly part with their money. This youth's demeanor was anything but ordinary. Come, young hero. Please write down your address or where you can be found. Do not take offense. It is a new regulation of our establishment. Exiting the affluent pawnshop, Gu Shi felt dazed. The burden on his shoulders seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He had thought 13 taels referred to silver, but the shopkeeper had offered him gold. Good heavens, gold! Was the pawnshop owner out of his mind? Exchanging silver for gold. He needed to flee. This was the first thought that raced through Gu Shi's mind. Chapter 4 Life and Death. Our different county office as dawn broke. While the officers were still rubbing sleep from their eyes, the sound of drums echoed from outside the yamen. County Magistrate Song Guang yawned, lazily waving his hand. A man and a woman, accompanied by an elderly gentleman, entered the main hall. Song Guang cast a glance, noting the woman clad in snow fox fur and the man with a jade pendant at his waist. Both clearly affluent individuals of notable origin. Who enters the hall? What are your names and why the ruckus? Mei Changong Suwen. Song Guang shook his head, instantly awakening from his drowsiness, a smile replacing it as he approached the center of the hall. Ah, it is a student of Mei Changong. May I ask why Su Xianxing has beaten the drum? We encountered a young bandit yesterday who killed one of Mei Changong's companions that we request your assistance in capturing him. Song Guang was taken aback, nearly collapsing onto the ground. What? Killed someone from Mei Changong? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The body is outside. Song Guang hurriedly adjusted his hat and stepped outside the yamen, where indeed a cart bore the corpse, the gaping wound in its neck clearly visible. Beads of sweat began to form on Song Guang's forehead, and Wang Shui hurriedly approached. Song Guang immediately signaled him with a glance. I even drew a portrait of that individual. As Song Guang's legs weakened, he nearly collapsed. Trembling, he approached Su Wen and took the drawing. The image depicted a gaunt youth with exceptionally sharp eyes. Is this him? Su Wen exclaimed with joy. Wang Shui interjected. I've seen him. He's a notorious bandit from Yunkai City that I believe his name is Tai Jian. Yes, that's the one. That Wang Shui looked at Song Guang, stating, Sir, this person hails from Yunkai City. He does not fall under our jurisdiction. Song Guang furrowed his brow. That's so. Are you certain you did not misidentify him? Absolutely not. His name is indeed on the bounty list for Yunkai City. He is not from our Baitzi town, and thus does not concern us, that Su Wen insisted. He killed someone from Mei Changong. He must still be in Baitzi town, that if you send men to search the city now, we are bound to find him. Wang Shui chuckled. Su Xianxing, you just said a man who has killed someone from Mei Changong would never stay in Baitzi town overnight, that I dare say he has likely fled. Su Wen's expression darkened. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. With such a significant incident occurring, you would rather not take responsibility. Tio claim he is not in Baitzi town is merely an excuse not to search. Even if that individual belongs to your circle, you are still unwilling to seek him out, much less to actually find him. Song Guang lowered his gaze to his toes, offering no opposition, while Wang Shui raised his eyes to the heavens, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Humph. Su Wen waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Once a few had departed, Song Guang hastily gestured for the others to retreat. Upon reaching the courtyard, he seized a maid dressed in emerald green and urged, Hurry, Xiao Chui, tell the mistress to swiftly pack up the gold and silver valuables. Wang Shui, flustered, interjected, My lord, surely it cannot be that dire. Cannot be. Nonsense. Who knows who that unfortunate lad truly is? 3 years ago, a disciple of Mei Changong perished in Liaosu City, only to reveal himself as the son of General Yun Zhao. By heavens, that very night, the second son of the Yun family, Yun Jinbian, stormed into Liaosu City and slaughtered indiscriminately. All the vagabonds were mercilessly exterminated. Even the county magistrate and his entire family were butchered. The streets of Liaosu City ran red with blood. The uproar was tremendous. Yet in the end, the emperor merely issued a light-hearted decree of exile to the frontier. In truth, it was simply sending Yun Jinbian back to his father's camp. What if this deceased lad is also the offspring of some esteemed dignitary? I fear I may not even survive. Wang Shui, equally alarmed, hurriedly took his leave to gather his family to. Regrettably, County Magistrate Song Guang's suspicions were entirely accurate. Song Xian was the son of the Song family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Daxia dynasty. Although born out of wedlock, he had entered the clan's genealogy upon joining Mei Changong. The Song family's influence was immense. The elder patriarch, Song Fuwan, held the position of Minister of Personnel, serving as the emperor's right-hand man. The new patriarch, Song Kaiqing, was the vice minister of rites and had once taught at the Qingzhou Academy, nurturing countless talented individuals. Their eldest daughter, Song Qinyao, held the title of favored concubine, enjoying the emperor's favor. The second daughter, Song Shuorong, was the princess consort of the 6th prince. Song Xian was none other than the son of Song Kaiqing. Outside the county office, Su Wen retrieved a paper crane inscribed with ancient talismans from Song Xian. The characters on the crane were ancient Taoist symbols, also known as Dao patterns, a mysterious script left by ancient practitioners, imbued with profound mystical significance that Su Wen cut open Song Xian's finger, using his blood to paint the crane red, causing the inscriptions to glow with a brilliant golden light. Su Wen softly declared, I am Su Wen, a disciple of Mei Changong and a close friend of Song Xian. Song Xian has met with foul play, and the culprit remains in Baitzi town, that I implore the esteemed members of the Song family to send someone to apprehend him swiftly. With that, the paper crane detached from his grasp and ignited in midair. In mere moments, it was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the atmosphere. Having completed this task, Suwon felt a sense of relief. Surely, the Song family would send someone post-haste, ensuring the perpetrator would find it impossible to escape. Nearby, an old cart driver shook his head with disdain and chuckled. Liu Jinjia, curious, inquired, "Why do you laugh?" "I find humans to be diverse, and fates to differ," he replied. "What do you mean?" "Yesterday, the Song family acted ruthlessly. Had that young man perished, it would have been but a death. Perhaps he would even be branded a thief, that he carried a severed head, and if my guess is correct, he is likely a bounty hunter. Alas, now that someone from the Song family tree has died, it is highly probable that the surrounding area will be turned upside down. The young man will not only struggle to preserve his life, but may also endure unspeakable torment." Liu Jinjia furrowed her brow slightly, feeling uneasy that Suwon, spotting an inn in the distance, suggested, "Jinjia, let us procure some food and rest for a while. After such a significant incident, we must first clarify matters with the Song family." Liu Jinjia nodded slowly. The three of them led their horse-drawn cart to the entrance, where they encountered a young man and a girl. The girl crossed her arms, visibly irate, while the boy, scratching his head, appeared utterly at a loss. "Ninya, what would you like to eat? How about braised lion's head?" "Humph, I won't eat anything. You actually discarded the dagger. It's the only item connected to your past. It doesn't matter to me." "You don't wish to see your parents?" "I used to, but not anymore, Ji Shi. I'm not a greedy person, but you are still growing." Suddenly, both the girl and the boy froze in their tracks, as did Suwon. Liu Jinjia and the old man Suwon trembled as he raised his arm, exclaiming, "It's you!" Liu Jinjia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "What a coincidence! You have mistaken the person." The Ji Shi suddenly grasped Ninya's hand and turned to walk away. "Please lend your hand to help capture the culprit." Suwon suddenly bowed to the old man in respect. That Liu Jinjia was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting together. The boy halted, his gaze fixated on the dagger at Suwon's waist. A murderous intent radiated from his eyes. The horse dragging the corpse neighed in fright. That Liu Jinjia felt a chill run down her spine, recalling the near-fatal blow from the previous day, and hurriedly hid behind the old man. Old Liu grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and addressed Suwon, "Not me." The boy exhaled in relief and strode away with confidence. Observing the boy's swaggering departure, Suwon's expression turned frantic as he scanned his surroundings. Spotting two figures with swords at their sides and a bounty hall not far away, a sudden inspiration struck him. Without thinking, he raised the wooden plaque at his waist and shouted, "I am a disciple of Mei Chonggong. Is there any chivalrous soul willing to assist me in capturing this individual? I am prepared to offer 100 taels of gold." Suwon's voice abruptly cut off as the boy, like a wraith, lunged forward, covering his mouth and pinning him to the ground. The moment was fleeting, the action decisive. Suwon could not utter a sound. With a swift motion, the boy drew Suwon's dagger from his waist and aimed it straight for his throat. It was swift and merciless, akin to slaughtering sheep and cattle. Chapter 5. The Jianghu is a realm of bloodshed clang. A soft sound echoed as an iron shoe intercepted the descending dagger. It was a burly middle-aged man, arms crossed, clad in a pair of heavy iron shoes. At that moment, he stood on one leg, the other suspended beneath the long knife. His eyelids drooped, not casting a glance at Gu Shi, but rather fixated on Suwon, stating, 100 taels of gold. Are you jesting? Suwon shook his head vigorously. Good. The man uttered a single word, and with the force of the wind, his iron shoe shot towards Gu Shi's forehead. The long knife emitted a resounding clang as it bent under the impact. The Ji Shi was forced to retreat, while the man executed a series of powerful kicks, his iron shoes whistling through the air, shattering the ground beneath him with tremendous force. His leg technique was superb, each strike aimed at the boy's vital points, throat, ribs, neck, and groin, and no matter where he struck, the boy would either die or sustain severe injury. Furthermore, the man was full of vitality and showed no signs of fatigue. If this continued, the boy would surely be defeated. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers. That it's Liu Tiejiao of the Iron Shoe Gang. Why is he making a move? That kid has a vendetta against the young master. The young master has placed a bounty of 100 taels on him. What? 100 taels? Upon hearing the chatter, a short figure suddenly dashed out of the crowd, brandishing twin daggers as he lunged at Gu Shi. 100 taels of gold is mine. Haha. Lu Tiejiao abruptly turned and delivered a kick to the short man's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth as the daggers flew high into the air. Whoever dares to approach will meet their demise. Lu Tiejiao cast a cold glance around, uttering a few words, and the crowd fell silent, none daring to advance. That it was a grave taboo among Jianghu folk to infringe upon another's prey. Little Jinjia, let me pose a question to you. Whose chances of victory do you think are greater? The old man suddenly ruffled Lu Jinjia's hair, posing the query. Disciples of Mei Changong are well-rounded in both martial and scholarly pursuits. They must possess profound knowledge and sharp insight. That Lu Tiejiao is at least a third-tier martial master, and a seasoned fighter at that, striking with precision aimed at the boy's vital areas. Regardless of where he hits, the boy will suffer grievously. Moreover, he is full of energy and unyielding. If this continues, it is likely that the boy will be defeated. While Lu Jinjia spoke thus, her gaze lingered on the boy's eyes, sensing something amiss. His wolf-like gaze was far too keen for someone in peril. Little Jinjia, you are correct in your observations, but you have overlooked the most crucial point, the old man remarked. What is it? This lad has yet to make a move. How can you ascertain his strength? It's akin to a blade yet to strike. How can you know it lacks sharpness? Lu Jinjiao was momentarily taken aback. That moment, the boy suddenly cast aside the long knife, placing his hands behind his back. Standing tall like a golden rooster, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What is he doing? Is he going to face Lu Tiejiao head-on? Has he lost his mind? This lad must be dazed. Lu Tiejiao was the third-generation heir of the Iron Shoe Gang, renowned for his leg technique since childhood. How could he possibly lose to him? Lu Tiejiao was also clad in iron shoes. What use were the boy's ragged cloth shoes? The crowd murmured, while the old man merely smiled. Appearing to relish the unfolding drama, Lu Jinjiao widened her eyes, eager not to miss a pivotal moment. Lu Tiejiao, however, darkened his expression. Are you insulting me? The boy remained silent, as he seldom spoke. Very well, Lu Tiejiao sneered. Tearing off his outer garment to reveal a heavy iron vest, he cast the vest onto the ground, creating a thunderous sound that cracked the earth beneath him. Subsequently, he withdrew several lead plates from his waist, clattering them onto the ground. The crowd gasped. The sheer weight of these items was nearly 300 pounds. It turned out that Lu Tiejiao had yet to unleash his true might. If one were to bear such a weight, then the prowess of Lu Tiejiao must indeed be even greater. Agile as an antelope and strong as an ox, Lu Tiejiao should rank as a fourth-tier martial master. Even if this young lad refrains from making a move, he is unlikely to surpass a fifth-tier martial master. Suddenly breaking his silence, Suwen spoke up, feeling considerably reassured by Lu Tiejiao's strength. But as the saying goes, under heavy rewards, courageous men will emerge, and Lu Tiejiao is undoubtedly the best warrior to deal with this youth. The old man cast a cold glance at Suwen without uttering a word. Such offspring of noble families know nothing of the martial world, nor do they comprehend the profound arts. At that moment, Lu Tiejiao unleashed his attack. His legs kicked with such ferocity that the wind howled beside him, stirring up dust from the ground and causing the garments of onlookers to flutter violently. One could only imagine the sheer power contained within his legs. Hey! Lu Tiejiao kicked a stone, which flew past the youth with a resounding thud, embedding itself into the wooden door of a distant inn. Gasps of shock escaped the crowd. Such a flying stone could easily claim a life. Lu Tiejiao left a footprint 2 inches deep in the ground as he darted forward with the speed of lightning. Initially 5 zhang apart from Gu Shi, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, aiming straight for the youth's neck. The onlookers reacted with a mix of gasps, some shutting their eyes, while others widened theirs in disbelief. Lu Jinjia clenched her delicate fists, her gaze fixed intently upon the boy. That a gust of wind tousled the youth's hair, and suddenly, he smiled in the next instant. He leaned back and delivered a kick. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the youth sidestepped, sending Lu Tiejiao crashing into a nearby stall, where he lay on the ground, clutching his groin and wailing in agony. You little bastard, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. His face turned a deep shade of purple and black as he writhed on the ground. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief, while Lu Jinjia's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and amusement washing over her. Shameless, in a duel of martial masters, how can one resort to such underhanded tactics? Utterly disgraceful. Su Wen's face turned a mottled shade of red and green as he shouted in anger. Ha ha. The old man laughed heartily. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Wen, my boy, in terms of knowledge and background, this lad may not compare to you, but in the martial world, he surpasses you by leaps and bounds. In the realm of martial combat, the strong survive while the weak perish. Kicking in the groin, ambushing, poisoning. Any means that secures victory is a skill. If you can't even protect your own groin, you ought to reconsider your place in the martial world. For not every martial artist adheres to your notions of righteousness and morality. Ha ha clang. The abrupt sound cut through the laughter, drawing the crowd's attention and silencing their mirth. The youth had drawn a long sword from a nearby young aristocrat. And in a swift motion, he advanced to Ru Tiejiao's side, swiftly breaking his calf with a single kick to no. The voice fell silent, blood splattered, and heads rolled. The surroundings fell into a heavy silence as the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. Moments later, realization struck, and they broke into a cold sweat. Had he just killed a man? The youth suddenly turned, his piercing gaze sending a tremor through Su Wen. "Stop, you little brat!" The old man shouted urgently, reaching out with his hand. With a resounding clash, he knocked the bloodied sword away from the youth that Su Wen, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. "You fool! You've already killed a man from Mei Changong. If you kill another, even the king of hell can't save you." The old man was furious, especially as the youth disregarded his words and threw a punch directly at him. Chapter 6. The Fiery Steed. The prison warden, the old man, staggered slightly, raising his hand to intercept the blow, but was thrown off balance, nearly falling backward. This youth's punch felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Gu Shi, closely following, seized the opportunity to kick at the old man's waist while lunging forward with his blade aimed at Su Wen behind him. "Su Shixiang, be careful." A light shout rang out as the ground before Gu Shi erupted into a whirlwind of dust. Transforming into a shield that shielded him, that he swung his knife to cleave through, only to find nothingness before him. Frowning, he scanned his surroundings, his expression darkening. The old man and Su Wen were now behind him. In mere moments, he had been outmaneuvered. Ji Yushi turned his gaze to Lu Jianjia, who was sweating profusely, small stones scattered before her. Ji Yushi's expression turned icy as he uttered two words, "Feng Shi." Aside from martial masters, there existed Feng Shi, practitioners of a different path, focusing on formations, alchemy, and the manipulation of spirits, employing methods that were enigmatic and unpredictable. The young girl turned pale, hurriedly seeking refuge beside the old man. The old man, now devoid of his earlier contempt, stared at Gu Shi in shock, strength like 1,000 June, true energy flowing. "Boy, are you a 6th-tier martial master?" As these words escaped him, the crowd gasped in astonishment. And even Lu Jianjia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. 6th tier? How is that possible? Grandpa Yang, you must be mistaken. 6th tier. Surely not. The elder of the second-rate sect, Wen Shengzong, is only a 6th-tier martial master. And how old can this lad be? Moreover, last year, the Great Xia dynasty summoned various factions to evaluate the 10 strongest young martial masters, of whom those possessing the potential to become martial saints were also 6th tier. Does this imply that this youth stands on par with those prodigies? They were nurtured by grand sects with countless elixirs, rare treasures, and numerous master instructors. I suspect this old man is spouting nonsense. Martial masters rank from 1 to 10, with the 4th tier manifesting true energy, the 5th tier channeling energy, and the 6th tier allowing true energy to flow. Suddenly, a middle-aged man bearing a massive sword stepped forward, pointing at the ground. The crowd followed his gesture, and there, clearly etched, was a 6-inch deep footprint. The footprint was significantly smaller than Ru Tiejiao's, unmistakably belonging to the youth that Ru Tiejiao wore iron shoes, while the youth donned tattered cloth shoes, that if the iron shoes left no impression, how could this youth's foot leave such a mark? True energy flowing, strength like 1,000 June. Not only is he 6th tier, but he may have already reached the pinnacle. The middle-aged man continued, his voice resonating. The crowd exchanged glances, their breaths quickening. Ji Yushi glanced back, and they found themselves instinctively retreating. A 4th tier martial master could subdue an ox with bare hands. A 5th tier could wrestle a tiger, while a 6th tier could single-handedly slaughter a pack of wolves. This meant that this lean youth, standing alone, was equivalent to a dozen ferocious wolves. Suddenly, a peculiar sound drew their attention. and they turned to see an odd sight that Su Wen had been fixated upon by Gu Shi, and, in a moment of terror, had lost control of his bladder. Wetting himself, that Liu Jinjia's cheeks flushed deeper, unable to suppress a smirk at Su Wen's cowardice. The old man's expression turned grave as he drew his whip, preparing to speak, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, and he looked up towards the sky. Simultaneously, Gu Shi perked up, his ears twitching, that a neighing of horses echoed from afar, followed by a flash of fire on the horizon. Gu Shi swiftly hoisted Nian Yan onto his back, ready to flee Dado. How intriguing that a voice, laced with curiosity, boomed above the crowd. It was as if a single whisper resonated like thunder, causing pain to their eardrums. Then, a streak of golden light shot through the air, crashing down before Gu Shi and blocking his path. The ground erupted, a powerful gust of wind ruffling the garments of the onlookers as the dust settled. They beheld a massive golden banner, emblazoned with a 5-clawed black dragon, seemingly alive as it danced in the wind. The golden banner and black dragon, the prison warden, a martial master in the crowd exclaimed. Liu Jinjia's face brightened as she gazed upward. The flames in the sky had drawn near, revealing a group of galloping steeds, each ridden by a figure. They charged through the fire, as if the fire god were racing through the heavens. Exuding immense pressure, the fiery steed. Surely it is the prison army. Good heavens, how did they end up here? Gasps erupted from the crowd, and some powerful martial masters hurriedly concealed their presence, scattering in retreat. Gu Shi set Nian Yan down, hastily stuffing a bundle into her arms. Run. Nian Yan's eyes brimmed with tears. Gijai, hurry, Gu Shi bellowed. Nian Yan, tears streaming down her face, bit her lip and vanished into the crowd. Sprinting away. Seize her. She's an accomplice of the demon. Do not let her escape. Su Wen shouted, but before he could finish, the old man's expression shifted dramatically, that he drew a short knife from behind his whip and swung it fiercely toward Su Wen. With a deafening crash, the iron sword shattered against the short knife, scattering into fragments. The murderous intent swept through like a gale, and the wind's blade tore at the old man's skin. The Jiu Shi resembled a vengeful spirit, exuding an overwhelming aura. Su, if you continue to shout nonsense, even the king of hell cannot save you. The old man yelled, his arm trembling. This lad was not merely a fierce tiger. He was a veritable monster. Gu Shi seized the old man's wrist with his left hand, causing the old man's expression to darken as true energy surged within him, his elbow driving straight into Gu Shi's chest. Boom! A shockwave exploded between them as they both staggered back, while the youth kicked at the shards of the iron sword midair. The old man sidestepped, slapping the fragments away. Su Wen, clutching his bloodied thigh, howled in despair, but another shard shot forth, piercing through his leg. The old man glanced at his hand, a crimson line slowly appearing. His murky eyes sparkled with intensity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. True energy externalized? How is this possible? Grandpa Yang, be careful. Liu Jinjia suddenly cried out. The old man looked up, only to find the youth's fist barreling towards him. Even an old man who has roamed the martial world for many years could not help but be taken aback. Where on earth did this madman come from? Without uttering a word, he struck like a tempest, offering no respite, resembling a terrifying veteran who had traversed the world for decades. The elder's energy settled deep within, crossing his arms in preparation to receive the youth's punch. However, the young man suddenly stomped his foot, pivoted abruptly, and seized the slender, snow-white neck of Liu Jinjia's complexion turned pale, unable to utter a single word. The old man's expression darkened, a wave of energy erupting from him. Boy, you had better release the young lady. Otherwise, I will ensure you find no place to rest in death. A thunderous neighing of horses pierced the air, drowning out the old man's voice. 9 steeds, ablaze with flames, soared into the sky. At the forefront were 2 stallions, one black and one white, upon which sat 2 men. 1 donned white robes, wielding a long fan, his countenance handsome yet haughty. The other wore golden robes, with thick brows and large eyes, his beard like a spear, sitting cross-legged on his horse, a broad smile upon his face. The raucous scene fell abruptly silent, with not a soul daring to utter a sound. Even those who typically looked down on others in the martial realm were rendered eerily quiet. Many gazes discreetly fell upon the man in golden robes. While common folk might not recognize him, every martial artist knew who he was. Yun Jinbian, the second son of General Yun Zhao, the commander of all the Jinyu troops, infamous for having decimated all martial artists and wanderers in the entire Liusu city. Gu Shi, hiding behind Lu Jinjiao while grasping her neck, remained silent. For ever since that flash of fire appeared, the gaze of the man in golden robes had been fixated upon the girl. Jinjia, what are you doing here, and why have you been captured? His thick brows and large eyes radiated a cheerful warmth, akin to a friendly neighbor, instilling an unbidden sense of security that Liu Jinjia opened her mouth but could not find her voice. Yun Jinbian waved his hand dismissively towards Gu Shi, saying, "Loosen your grip. You might strangle her at this rate." His tone was remarkably casual, as if discussing matters with a brother. The Ji Yushi frowned, hesitating for a moment, yet surprisingly relaxed his hold. Liu Jinjia coughed violently, striving to break free, but Gu Shi's grip on her wrist was unyielding. The atmosphere turned eerily still as numerous martial artists beheld the black dragon gold banner, their faces paling as they quietly retreated. "None of you are permitted to leave." The man in white suddenly spoke, his voice booming like thunder, causing those martial artists who had intended to flee to halt in their tracks. Their expressions grim. The Jinyu troops would not allow anyone to depart. Who would dare defy them? The white-clad man surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon the corpse of Song Xian in the cart, his brow furrowing. "Which one of you is Su Wen?" On the ground, Su Wen jolted awake, scrambling to the feet of the man in white, exclaiming, "I am Su Wen. May I inquire who this esteemed gentleman is? Related to Song Shitty?" The white-clad man glanced at Su Wen's damp trousers, openly displaying his disdain. "I am Song Kaming, the second son of the Song family." "Are you the one who sent word to the Song family?" Su Wen was overjoyed, nodding profusely. The arrival of the second son of the Song family, Song Kaming, underscored the family's grave concern regarding the murder of their kin. Meanwhile, Lu Jinjia felt the grip on her wrist tighten slightly, clearly indicating that the youth behind her perceived a threat. Her heart momentarily calmed, and she thought, 6 years ago, Song Kaming achieved third place among the top 10 martial artists with his peak 6th grade martial artist strength. Now, 3 years later, bolstered by his family's immense influence and extensive experience, no one could fathom just how formidable he had become. Although you are a 6th grade martial artist, you could never be his match. It would be wiser to release me. Perhaps I can advocate for you that at the very least, I can attest that it was Song Xian who struck first against you, prompting your counterattack. The stronger he is, the quicker you shall perish, Gu Shi suddenly whispered, sending Lu Jinjia's mind into a frenzy. The stronger Song Xian, the quicker her demise? What on earth could that mean? Recalling the youth's previous merciless actions, Lu Jinjia suddenly comprehended what kind of person he was, that he was a wolf. Once he sensed danger, he would stop at nothing to eliminate it, and if he believed he could not contend with Song Kaming, he would undoubtedly kill her without hesitation first. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Lu Jinjia's pale forehead as she finally grasped the meaning behind her father's words about martial artists living on the edge. Akin to beasts, that is how he killed Song Xian. Su Wen pointed a finger at Gu Shi, proclaiming. The man in white raised an eyebrow, while Gu Shi met his gaze. The brilliance of his eyes momentarily stunned everyone present. What kind of eyes were those? They bore solitude, resolve, fearlessness, and indifference, like those of a lone wolf king, bright and penetrating, piercing the heart. At a single glance, Song Kaming frowned. This was a man seasoned by bloodshed. One could tell from his eyes that he had survived countless life and death encounters, having slain innumerable formidable foes. Such a person was not someone of Song Xian's caliber who could provoke in the martial world. Great families served as both the greatest support and the gravest danger. Once an irreconcilable grudge was formed, the opponent would stop at nothing to eliminate the threat. The 4 great families held sway over all. Yet even the son of the first martial general of the Great Xia, General Yun Zhao, could be slain. What was Song Xian in comparison? However, this young man had not acted sufficiently decisively. Otherwise, he would not have left behind someone like Su Wen as a loose end, compelling him to intervene for a lowly, illegitimate child. Song Kaming looked down at Gu Shi and said, "Choose death. I permit you to leave behind a complete corpse." The Gu Shi remained silent, tightening his grip on Lu Jinjia's neck. Lu Jinjia quickly interjected, "Song Shi Xiao. Although this young man killed Song Xian, I personally witnessed that it was Song Xian who first slandered him and struck first, prompting this young man to retaliate. At this statement, everyone fell silent, even Gu Shi's expression becoming peculiar, that a flicker of anger crossed Song Kaming's eyes, that Liu Jinjiao was a daughter of the Liu family, her status extraordinary. Her defense of this young man could only complicate matters further. This would only exacerbate what was already a troublesome situation. Miss Liu, this is a matter of my Song family. It would be prudent for you to refrain from becoming involved. Song Shixiang without trust. One cannot stand that I will speak only what I have witnessed. This young man's action in killing Song Shixiang was indeed wrong, but Song Shixiang slandered him, struck first, and bore murderous intent. I cannot remain silent. The young woman stood tall amidst the crowd, her bright eyes filled with determination, her resolute words causing Gu Shi to regard her with increased attention, that he thought her somewhat foolish for becoming embroiled in such matters for a stranger. What else could it be but folly? Very well, I have noted your words, Miss Liu. I will certainly ascertain the truth of this matter, ensuring that I neither favor my Song family's disciple, allowing this young man to suffer injustice, nor bias this young man, allowing my Song family's disciple to perish without cause. That Liu Jinjiao wished to speak further. But Song Kaming had already interjected, which righteous soul is willing to assist in capturing this young man and bringing him back to the Song family? As soon as the words left his mouth, many martial artists exchanged glances. Song Kaming would certainly not allow those who aided him to act without compensation. At this announcement, numerous bounty hunters stepped forward. For no one was willing to turn down money, especially in the martial world. This young man is a 6th-grade martial artist. None of us are his match, remarked a bronze-tier bounty hunter. How about this? Let us all join forces and share the spoils. Another bronze-tier bounty hunter chimed in. The Song family will not skimp on rewards. A few of us can split it, and working together will ensure this young man does not escape. A burly man, towering over 2 meters, added his voice to the discussion that as several figures debated. They gradually converged around Gu Shi. Suddenly, Gu Shi felt an overwhelming pressure and looked up to see Yun Jinbian. Seated cross-legged on his black steed, grinning with an unreadable expression as he gestured toward the Liu Jinjia he was holding. After a brief hesitation, Gu Shi released his grip. Liu Jinjia immediately dashed behind the elder. A mob of lowly scoundrels, ganging up on the few. A furious shout unexpectedly erupted from the crowd. The dozen or so bronze-tier bounty hunters turned to see the man with a massive sword who had previously pointed out Gu Shi's footprint. He moved with such agility that he seemed to glide, appearing behind the group of bounty hunters, with a series of resounding strikes. 5 or 6 of them were easily knocked to the ground. Seeking death, the burly man roared, swinging a fist the size of a clay pot, aimed directly at the sword-bearing man's head. With a thunderous crash, the force of the punch erupted above the sword-bearer's head, sending shockwaves that billowed through the crowd. Ah! The burly man cried out in agony, clutching his grotesquely twisted arm as he collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His face reflected sheer terror as he gazed at the sword-bearing man, tremblingly asking a 6th-grade martial artist, "Begone!" The man coldly uttered, the silver bounty token on his chest shimmering as the wind blew. The bronze-tier bounty hunters exchanged glances, hastily rising to their feet and retreating in a panic. A silver-tier bounty hunter. In all these years in Baitsi Town, there have only been 5 silver-tier bounty hunters. The silver medal may not fully convey his prowess, yet it undeniably signifies one undeniable fact. He has dispatched at least 100 4th-tier martial masters. Only by accumulating the defeat of 100 4th-tier martial masters, each bearing a bounty, can one ascend to the status of a silver bounty hunter. The silver bounty hunter, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Gu Shi, his eyes brimming with a fervent fighting spirit. "I am Jiang Chong," he declared, "and I have crossed blades with the 10th-ranked martial saint, Wu Feng. I in less than 30 exchanges. He vanquished me. The sensation of being utterly outmatched is one I shall never forget. Now that I have reached the 6th tier of martial mastery, encountering a prodigious talent like you stirs an irresistible urge within me to engage in combat." In the sky, several wardens atop the blazing steed exchanged glances, their faces breaking into grins. The strong are ever drawn to the stronger. That primal urge to challenge one another is the lifeblood and instinct of a martial master. One man drew forth a massive sword, his gaze sharpening like that of a great eagle locking onto its prey, that I seek not the rewards of the Song family. I merely desire to test my mettle against a genius such as yourself. Gu Shi shook his head, and Jiang Chong's expression darkened. Dare you look down upon me? I have no intention of taking your life. Chapter 8. Sword and fist. The youth's words cast a pall over many faces present. The wardens atop the blazing steed began to murmur amongst themselves. This lad is no ordinary individual, remarked an elderly man with a stooped back and a conical hat, stroking his beard thoughtfully. In the world of martial conflict, there are but two reasons to show mercy. 1. When the gap in strength is insurmountable, akin to a tiger toying with a lamb. Another man, whose eyes were obscured by a black cloth. Added, the second is when two cowards test each other, seeking opportunities, neither daring to unleash their full might. Intriguing, mused Yun Jinbian, stroking his chin, appearing to relish the spectacle. Upon witnessing his smile, the expressions of the wardens turned peculiar. The blindfolded swordsman remarked, Yun Jiang, are you not? Let us observe further. Yun Jinbian replied with an amused grin. His interest piqued, and the wardens around him shifted their gazes. That I end the arena, Jiang Chong, upon hearing Gu Shi's words. Momentarily flickered with emotion before suddenly breaking into a hearty laugh. I am even more eager to spar with you. He let out a low growl, a tempestuous wind emanating from him, causing his garments to flutter fiercely. The veins in his arms and face became pronounced, his feet seemingly sinking into the ground, resembling an unyielding stone lion crouched upon the earth. Liu Jinjia discerned the peculiarities and urgently inquired of the elder. Grandpa Yang, what is transpiring? What do his words signify? I am utterly perplexed. Elder Yang replied gravely, Jinjia, I misjudged. This lad may only be comparable to the top 10 martial saints of the great Xia. Liu Jinjia's eyes widened in shock. The top 10 martial saints were the products of immense resources and the diligent tutelage of numerous esteemed masters, each a paragon of strength beyond human limits. The top 10 martial saints, true to their name, not only surpassed their peers in realm, but also in their profound skills and combat prowess, reaching a terrifying apex. Though this youth was merely a 6th-tier martial master. Could he truly rival such monstrous figures? At that moment, Jiang Chong suddenly sprang into action. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself forward, leaving a blur in his wake, the terrifying force of his movement shattering the rocks beneath his feet. Indeed, a 6th-tier martial master, a true flow of vital energy. Elder Yang nodded, his expression solemn. Under the ceaseless flow of vital energy, a martial master could shatter rocks and bend cold iron. That vital energy surged. Their speed and power would experience a remarkable elevation, capable of crushing gold and severing jade with ease. Jiang Chong was no ordinary opponent. Even the simplest step he took could effortlessly flatten Liu Tiejiao along with his iron shoes. With a resounding crash, Jiang Chong lifted his great sword high, a wave of energy rising from the ground, sending dozens of onlookers staggering in every direction as if the very heavens were being upheaved at the moment the sword was raised. Even Elder Yang could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent display!" The shadow of the great sword loomed over the youth, akin to a towering mountain poised to crush him into a pulp. Stone Lion's town-sealing sword. Unleash, Jiang Chong bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. The immense vital energy surged into his arms and flowed into the great sword, and the spectators seemed to hear a roar akin to crashing waves against rocks. Or the furious roar of a lion intimidating all beasts that a tempestuous wind erupted from the great sword, winding around its blade. Elder Yang intently remarked, Sword Chi. This is a terrifying manifestation only achievable after the 7th tier. When vital energy extends beyond the body, transforming into deadly projectiles that can kill invisibly. Jiang Chong's sword intent had already brushed against the threshold of the 7th tier. Such formidable vital energy, combined with the weight of the massive sword, unleashed unimaginable power. All eyes were fixated on the youth, as they struggled to fathom how he would respond. Yet within Liu Jinjia's heart, an inexplicable tension gripped her. In the snowy night, the youth's wolf-like eyes had left an indelible impression on her. Was this boy truly destined to fall? As the massive sword descended, the youth suddenly looked up, and Liu Jinjia beheld his eyes, those same eyes from before. Like the dawn piercing through the night, bright and piercing, Cold, clear, resolute, yet devoid of fear. The youth's garments erupted in a violent explosion, revealing countless veins, each pulsating like venomous dragons. He bent his knees, gathered his arms. And as he moved, his meridians contracted and expanded rhythmically before he unleashed a powerful fist. Everything unfolded in a flash, fluid and seamless. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the youth's body, truly deafening. The several women who had been watching gasped, toppling over in unison, their bodies limp as they fainted. Elder Yang's countenance changed, drawing a sharp breath. The sounds of bodies being propelled backward, shattering wooden carts, and ultimately crashing through walls echoed through the air. Silence enveloped the surroundings, blood scattered across the ground alongside a half-broken greatsword. The youth gasped for breath, while Jiang Chong had vanished without a trace. The scene was eerily quiet. Even the wardens in the sky exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, Yun Jinbian grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. That Lu Jinjia covered her mouth, her pretty eyes wide with shock. That I in this silent world, she witnessed the youth's fist shatter the great sword, then heavily strike Jiang Chong. What terrifying power was this? It could obliterate everything. The youth stood bare-chested, the fierce wind whipping around him, revealing a grotesque scar on his chest, resembling a monstrous flower that enveloped half his body. A knife wound? A sword wound? Neither. That bizarre injury appeared as though a fist had brutally pierced through his chest. Beyond that, he bore countless sword and knife wounds, an uncountable array of injuries that as the crowd turned to investigate the sound. They saw Jiang Chong struggling to lift his head from the rubble, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, offering Gu Shi a bloodied smile. Jiang Chong admires you, he uttered before his head drooped. Lying amidst the debris, devoid of life, that Lu Jinjia's hand flew to her mouth. Her face as pale as snow. That a formidable 6th-tier martial master was thus slain with a single punch. Glancing at the youth, she saw him calm and collected, devoid of color, his eyes bright and alert. That he uttered not a word, nor did he laugh heartily. Yet in his silence, he resembled a bloodthirsty Azura. Lu Jinjia's apprehension grew as she gazed upon him, increasingly fearful, as if the entire world were drenched in blood and violence. Suddenly, an aged hand fell heavily upon Jinjia's shoulder, startling her awake. That a gentle breeze swept through, leaving her chilled to the bone, and she realized she was drenched in cold sweat. Little Jinjia, do not be fooled by the blood. The world of martial arts is thus. Either you perish, or he does. Yet amidst life and death, there exists much more. Did you recall his earlier words? He was urging Jiang Chong not to seek his own demise. That Lu Jinjia, somewhat confused, asked, then why did Jiang Chong still choose to fight him? There are 2 reasons. First, every individual harbors aspirations. Scholars yearn for sages, martial masters yearn for martial saints, and soldiers aspire to become generals. Each person possesses their own pursuit. Jiang Chong, being a man of the martial world, seeks the pinnacle of martial arts. Elder Yang sighed, tossing a bag of silver onto Jiang Chong's body, addressing the pale shopkeeper. Please ensure a proper burial. Consider the remainder compensation. Then Elder Yang continued, secondly, Jiang Chong is stuck at the 6th tier, seemingly having reached a bottleneck for many years. The greatest obstacle to his breakthrough is likely the defeat he suffered at the hands of the 10th-ranked martial saint, Wu Feng. Now he encounters this youth, whose talent and realm mirror that of another Wu Feng. That if he turns a blind eye to this, the demon of his heart will never cease, and he shall find it impossible to advance in this life. Lu Jinjia gazed at the youth in the arena, a tumult of emotions swelling within her. She could hardly fathom that on this snowy day she would encounter such a terrifyingly thin youth. Elder Yang, perceiving her thoughts, chuckled, Little Jinjia, the martial world is much like a tranquil lake, yet who knows what monsters lurk beneath its surface? Who is the infamous killer Shunju to you? A sudden roar erupted, drawing everyone's attention upward. The youth clad in a black dragon robe leaped down from the blazing steed. His expression was icy as he unsheathed a sword as dark as ink from his waist, casually waving it. With a swift sound, a shockwave sliced through the crowd, obliterating a nearby carriage into splinters. Sword Chi, a 7th-tier martial master. Someone gasped, drawing a sharp breath. To Ji Yu go. Let me go. A sudden sound erupted from the crowd. causing Gu Shi's expression to shift dramatically as he turned to look at an elderly man with long white hair and a flowing beard approached with strides that covered 10 paces at a time. Wielding a small whisk that, at that moment, elongated to several zhang, ensnaring the creature in a manner reminiscent of a rice dumpling. Chapter 9. Monsters Emerge from the Deep Mountains and Old Forests, Part 1. Su Wen was overjoyed, waving his hand and calling out, "Master Wang! Over here, Master Wang!" Lu Jinjiao noticed the old man's slight frown. The newcomer was a scholar from the Meichang Academy, bearing the surname Wang. It seemed the incident involving Song Xian's death had stirred quite a commotion, drawing not only the Song family, but also scholars from Meichang Academy. She glanced at Gu Shi in the midst of the crowd. The young man appeared as if he were a mouse caught by its tail. His body tense, fists clenched tightly, clearly agitated within. Unable to restrain herself, Lu Jinjia muttered, "Wrongs have their origin, debts have their owner. This young man is the one who committed the murder. What has that little girl to do with it? This Master Wang truly is infuriating. Release the creature." Gu Shi shouted forcefully, just as a silhouette darted to the old man's side. None other than General Yun Jinbian, whom they had encountered before. Upon seeing Yun Jinbian, Master Wang hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yun Jinbian, the son of the Yun family, was renowned throughout the great Xia dynasty, having led the Jinyu envoys in guarding the northern prison for many years, standing unyielding against the fears that even the martial world dreaded. His prowess truly marked him as a paragon of the younger generation. Yun Jinbian paid no heed to Master Wang's bow or greetings. He fixed his gaze on the creature ensnared by Master Wang's whisk and, after a moment, declared, "This child belongs to me." Master Wang was taken aback as Yun Jinbian's fingers sliced through the air like a blade, releasing a surge of true energy that severed the whisk. That moment, a middle-aged woman seated upon a fiery steed leaped into action, retrieving the girl and bringing her back to her mount. With just a glance at the creature, the woman's expression hardened. "That a fiend?" The faces of many Jinyu envoys shifted in alarm. The woman ripped away the cloth covering the creature's third eye, exposing it to the crowd. 3 eyes! How is that possible? By heavens, could that boy also be? The Jinyu envoys immediately turned their gazes towards Gu Shi, some even revealing murderous intent. Yun Jinbian waved his hand dismissively. "No, he is of the great Xia. Release the creature. If there is a conflict, let it be with me." Gu Shi shouted defiantly. Suddenly, a wave of sword energy shot towards him, leaving terrifying gashes in the ground. Not far away, a youth wielding a black sword spoke in a chilling tone. "I will ask you once more, what is your relationship with the infamous Shinduo Shunjuezo?" Shinduo Shinjuezo? Why does that name sound so familiar? Indeed, it seems I have heard it somewhere. Have you forgotten? 4 years ago, he topped the bounty list, shaking the entire martial world. That a bounty hunter suddenly interjected, and the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. That madman who slaughtered 1,000 men with his bare hands. Shunjuezo. The one who annihilated the entire Ti Lien sect. Aside from him, I can think of no one else. Yang Lao, who is Shunjuezo? Lu Jinjia inquired, tilting her head. Yang Lao replied, 4 or 5 years ago. There was a madman who caused countless bounty hunters and martial artists in the great Xia to shudder at his name. Originally a disciple of the second-rate Ti Lien sect, he became deranged after his cultivation went awry. But by chance obtained the ancient and lost supreme skill, the Bending Sky divine art, that he then descended into madness, ruthlessly slaughtering thousands of disciples of the Ti Lien sect, staining the mountains and rivers with blood. The bounty hall offered the highest reward for his head, yet countless bounty hunters fell beneath his fist that a few years ago he suddenly vanished. Could that young man just now have used the Bending Sky divine art? Recalling the terrifying punch the youth had delivered, Yang Lao suddenly realized. Yes, it is said that when Shunjuezo unleashed the Bending Sky divine art, his meridians would surge, and a single punch would thunder forth like a roaring tempest. Deafening and unstoppable, the youth wielding the black sword sneered, his aura brimming with murderous intent. "My name is Lin Lin. 6 years ago, I witnessed Shunjuezo slay my master with the Bending Sky divine art. I would never mistake it. The technique you just displayed was indeed the Bending Sky divine art." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. So, this lad is that villain's apprentice? Or perhaps a son? Who would impart such divine skills to an outsider? To hell with it, let's kill him. Immediately, many voiced their indignation. Lin Lin, holding the black sword, gestured for silence, while the crowd behind Gu Shi dispersed, recognizing the peril. As I was raised by my master, who treated me with immense kindness, 6 years ago, I vowed to avenge him. 3 years ago, I participated in the Great Xia selection of the 10 Supreme Martial Saints. Yet, as I defeated opponent after opponent, I came to realize that compared to these sheltered flowers, I was no match for Shen Juezo. Thus, I ventured into the most dangerous realm of the Great Xia, the Northern Prison. After a year of trials against numerous terrifying beasts, my cultivation surged to the realm of a 7th-rank martial artist. Following that, I began the search for Shen Juezo, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Today, I finally found you. Lin Lin raised his black sword, his eyes sharp, as an overwhelming murderous intent transformed into a tempest that swept through the surroundings, that if the 6th-rank martial artist represents the limits of mortals, then the 7th-rank martial artist has completely transcended humanity. With the ability to harm with mere aura, killing becomes effortless. What more do you have to say? Lin Lin's frigid voice seemed to pronounce Gu Shi's doom. All eyes turned to the slender youth, who trembled and gazed skyward. Is he afraid? Surely he is. The Jinyu envoys are like messengers risen from hell. A 7th-rank martial artist stands among the elite of the Great Xia, who would not tremble before such strength. Nian Nian, do not fear. The boy suddenly spoke, causing Lu Jianjia to shudder, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. What is he saying? Someone seeks to take his life, yet he worries for that girl? Lu Jianjia focused intently, and upon seeing the boy's bright eyes, she momentarily lost herself. His luminous eyes were filled with concern, fear, and tenderness, an ocean of affection written across his entire gaze, in stark contrast to the indifference he had shown moments before. He seemed like an entirely different person. Lin Lin's voice rang out suddenly, the black sword descending, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that tore the ground apart. The powerful wave surged towards the boy. Unstoppable in its momentum, he would not be foolish like Jiang Chong, waiting for Gu Shi to catch his breath and prepare to slay a man. One must strike when they least expect it. The 7th-rank martial artist's attack was straightforward, brutal, and as swift as lightning, impossible to withstand. The fearsome sword energy could shatter walls, even rend steel asunder. She, the girl on the fiery steed, gasped in alarm. Nian Nian, do not fear. I will not allow them to harm you, that if need be, I shall slay them all. The youth suddenly let out a desperate roar, akin to a tiger whose tail had been stepped upon. Awakening in fury, the next moment, a tempest surged skyward. He pivoted sharply, facing the sword energy head-on. Seeking death, Lin Lin sneered, the unstoppable wave of sword energy closing in, presenting only a path to demise. No, the voice that cried out was none other than Lu Jinjia. She watched in horror as Gu Shi raised his hand against the terrifying sword energy. Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback, and the Jinyu envoys on the fiery steed were equally stunned. What was this boy planning? Would he exchange injury for life? Only Yun Jinbian in the sky narrowed his eyes in alarm. In the next instant, the youth thrust out his palm, gripping down fiercely against the sword energy. Boom. A shockwave erupted from his hand, shattering the sword energy. What? How is this possible? Crushing the sword energy? Unbelievable. Who claimed this boy was merely 6th rank? He is evidently 7th rank. Yang Lao's voice rose sharply, completely losing composure. The 10 supreme martial saints of the Great Xia are formidable, but this boy is a monster. In that moment, as the sword energy was obliterated, Lin Lin's pupils constricted, his mind blank. In an instant, the youth was before him. You cannot besheed at that moment. The creature in the sky, Nian Nian, spoke out. Not good, Cold Moon. Lin Lin's reaction was swift. He pivoted his black sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that carved a crescent shape in the air. Just as Gu Shi's fist struck down upon the next moment, a thunderous crash rang out, leaving Lin Lin's ears ringing. The bending sky divine art. With a resounding explosion, the crescent shattered into fragments. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Lin drew in a breath of true energy, leaping back. Nian Nian revealed a proud smile, uttering a statement that left the crowd in shock. Because 4 years ago, Brother Gu single-handedly killed Shen Juezo. At that moment, Lin Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, for the young man before him did not pursue Instead, he remained stationary, forming a sword finger and mimicking the exact motion he had just executed. Not good. Yun Jinbian's expression changed as he leaped forward. Cold Moon, Deji Yushi uttered 2 words, and in the next instant, a wave of sword energy erupted from his fingertip, transforming into a crescent moon. The difference was that this crescent extended a full 6 feet outward, directly aimed at Lin Lin's neck. Chapter 10. Monsters emerge from the depths of the forest, Part 2, with a swift whoosh. A tremendous wave of energy sliced through the air, carving a 6-foot circle reminiscent of a full moon. The terrifying sword aura emitted a resounding hum that reverberated endlessly, leaving a vast arc-shaped mark upon the ground. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yun Jinbian had appeared beside Lin Lin, his body leaning back as the swirling sword energy severed a substantial portion of hair from his forehead. Meanwhile, Lin Lin slowly descended from a height of 20 feet. Boom! The sword energy erupted, shattering the roof of a distant and into a myriad of fragments. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the furious expression of the young man in the arena. Damn it! A loud exclamation shattered the stillness as Yun Jinbian touched the scalp that had been cut away, cursing in rage. Outside the crowd, Lin Lin rose from the ground, gazing at Gu Shi with a look of astonishment. Rendered speechless, if it were not for Yun Jinbian, he would have met the same fate as the 2 before him, lying lifeless on the ground. The scene fell utterly silent. No one dared to utter a word. Numerous figures stared at Gu Shi, their expressions transformed with overwhelming shock that a 7th-rank martial artist. Good heavens, the pinnacle of second-tier powers is merely 7th rank. This young man's prowess is already sufficient to establish his own sect in this remote land. The atmosphere remained hushed, with many onlookers clutching their chests, their hearts racing from the boy's consecutive displays of strength. Yun Jinbian slowly approached Gu Shi, who stood rigid and grave. With a grin, Yun Jinbian asked, "How old are you?" Gu Shi furrowed his brow in response. Yun Jinbian's eyes widened as he pointed towards the sky. "Don't you want to reclaim her?" With a dark expression, Gu Shi replied, "I would rather die than allow you to harm her. I have no intention of mistreating a mere girl. I shall ask you once more. How old are you?" 17, but the crowd erupted in an uproar. 17? Are you kidding me? Yun Jinbian could not suppress his expletive-laden outburst that a 17-year-old 7th-rank martial artist. Throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, such a prodigy has never existed. How old is the leader of the top 10 youths? At the very least, 19. I recall that when Yun Jiang was 17, he was only a 6th rank. Lu Jinjiao was momentarily taken aback, gazing in disbelief at Elder Yang, who stroked his beard and remarked, "The top 10 martial saints are all descendants of noble families, endowed with exceptional talent, nurtured from a young age with elixirs, and guided by renowned masters. Moreover, each has undergone intensive training, barely reaching the 6th rank. Yet this young man, alone and destitute, accompanied by a burden, has achieved the 7th rank." Elder Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and added, "A true monster. Furthermore, this lad is a seasoned rogue, ruthless and devoid of compassion. The number of lives he has claimed likely exceeds that of this old fellow buried in the earth. Monsters indeed emerge from the depths of the forest." Lu Jinjiao blinked her beautiful eyes, her emotions quite complex. It now seemed that senior brother Song Xian's demise was not in vain. Suddenly, a thought struck her. This young man, without familial support or esteemed teachers, had already reached such heights. What would he become with substantial backing? She looked up to see Yun Jinbian grinning, clearly sharing her thoughts. "What is your name?" "Gu Shi." "Your surname is Gu?" Yun Jinbian's expression shifted as he glanced at Gu Shi's slender fingers, which bore no remarkable traits. His eyes momentarily clouded with disappointment. "Why are you called Gu Shi?" Yun Jinbian inquired again. "Why are you called Yun Jinbian?" "Ha!" Yun Jinbian burst in a hearty laughter. The wardens of the North Prison shook their heads. Yun Jiang's demeanor indicated a newfound appreciation for talent. Otherwise, he would have already turned hostile. Indeed, Yun Jinbian abruptly ceased his laughter, raising his hand to retrieve a black dragon token from his waist. "Gu Shi, heed my command." Gu Shi stood frozen in place, while the wardens of the North Prison pulled on their reins and drew their weapons. Waves of true energy surged forth, akin to an overwhelming ocean, suffocating those present. That a man shrouded in black cloth shouted, with the black dragon token present, "It is as if His Majesty himself has arrived." Who dares to remain standing? A terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from the wardens, compelling the crowd to kneel in reverence. The wardens of the North Prison answered only to the edict of the great Xiao Emperor. Not even princes or generals could command them. Witnessing the Black Dragon token was akin to the Emperor's presence. Gu Shi frowned, remaining stiffly upright, refusing to kneel. In martial arts, momentum is paramount. If he were to kneel before Yun Jinbian, his aura would wane, leading to significant consequences in a confrontation. Yun Jinbian cast a glance at the young man, instantly comprehending his apprehension. This lad truly is something. If the wardens wished to kill him, they would have long since overwhelmed him, but he did not force the matter. Chuckling, Gu Shi has slain disciples of the Song family and students of Mei Changong, committing murder in broad daylight, defying the law. Such crimes warrant death. However, as the nation is in need of talent, considering your youth, your death sentence may be commuted to a lesser penalty. You shall be dispatched to the North Prison. Serving the wardens, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Yun Jinbian strode forward, embracing Gu Shi's neck. The Gu Shi trembled, his body rigid. Yun Jinbian patted Gu Shi's chest, saying, "Do not be alarmed. From now on, we are family. Did you think the wardens are officials? You are mistaken. We are all demons risen from hell. Out of the 10 wardens, 9 are ruthless villains. Otherwise, how could they guard the North Prison and battle against those savage beasts? Cowards have no chance of survival there." Lin Lin approached, staring fixedly at Gu Shi without uttering a word. Yun Jinbian laughed, patting his shoulder. "Young man, I've told you before, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. However, truly formidable monsters like this are rare. Losing to him is entirely reasonable, so do not take it to heart." But he then patted Gu Shi's chest again. "Do not mind it. This lad is also a madman, quick to resort to violence. You two should get along well. Did you really kill Shinjuezo?" Lin Lin suddenly spoke up. The Gu Shi nodded, pointing to his own chest. "He pierced through my chest." Lin Lin gazed at the horrifying scar on Gu Shi's chest, and after a moment, begrudgingly said, "For years ago, you killed him." "Indeed. Damn it." Lin Lin couldn't help but curse. 4 years ago. That was 2 years after his masteress murder. He was still shrouded in the shadow of Shinjuezo. Yet this lad had already taken Shinjuezo's life that year. Lin Lin sighed and turned away, stating without looking back, "You avenged my masteress grudge. From now on, you are my friend." The Gu Shi was taken aback. "Friend?" He seemed to have very few friends. Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted, drawing everyone's attention to Song Kaming, who stood frowning in white robes. Yun Jinbian chuckled, scratching his head. My apologies, Brother Song, did I end my moment of appreciating talent? I momentarily forgot your vendetta against the Song family. You see, I've already dispatched this lad to the North Prison. Can we consider this grudge settled?" Song Kaming frowned. "Brother Yun, a member of the Song family has perished." Yun Jinbian chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't he just a useless, illegitimate child? He had no significant ties to you. It's merely a matter of face. And I've already sent this lad away. You should let it go. I seldom find a good talent. Grant me this favor. Besides, you know that the North Prison is akin to the realm of Yama. 10 martial artists enter, and none return unscathed. This lad's fate in the North Prison is practically a death sentence. So let this grudge be as good as settled. And what if I refuse?" Song Kaming narrowed his eyes, suddenly speaking up. Yun Jinbian was momentarily taken aback, and the wardens of the North Prison cast cold glances at Song Kaming. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Yun Jinbian spread his hands, standing tall. "Song Kaming, I'm giving you face. So you should accept it. Your elder brother, Song Wensheng, wouldn't he dare speak to me this way, that if you provoke me, I won't grant you this favor. What can you do about it? After all, a disciple of Mei Changong has perished. We should investigate thoroughly." Suddenly, the previously silent Wang Fuzi spoke up. Yun Jinbian raised an eyebrow. Slap. A resounding slap struck Wang Fuzi's face, sending a few teeth flying as he spun through the air. Crashing into a building with a thunderous sound, an elderly hunchback appeared at the spot where Wang Fuzi once stood, lazily yawning. "I want you." Wang Fuzi crawled out of the ruins, roaring in rage. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt the weight of several gazes locking onto him. He looked up to find several wardens glaring at him with malevolent expressions, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. Biting back his pain, the elder atop a fiery steed took a couple of puffs from his pipe, exhaling smoke, and chuckled. The North Prison is truly a good place when encountering those who don't comprehend human speech. Just deliver a sword strike, simple and efficient. Why is it that in the territory of Great Xia, Yun Zhang's words hold no weight? How curious. Wang Fuzi's face turned pale with pain, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His cheeks flushed and his head bowed low, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Yun Jinbian revealed a flash of white teeth as he cast a glance at Song Kaming, who furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, a sudden cry of a phoenix resonated, followed by the arrival of a palm-sized golden phoenix soaring from the horizon. Chapter 11. The selection of candidates, the Phoenix Golden Letter. A missive from the Lu family. What has transpired? Elder Yang and Lu Jinjia rushed forward as the phoenix transformed into a golden envelope, delicately landing in Lu Jinjia's hand. The ancestral elder's breakthrough had failed, and the family disciples were to commence their trials in a month, with a 3-year deadline. Summoning all external guards to return to the clan, that Lu Jinjia's complexion turned ashen, and Elder Yang's expression grew grave. The failure of the Lu family's ancestral elder was no trivial matter. Moreover, the most concerning development was that the family trials had been advanced by 3 years. Suddenly, a second cry of the phoenix echoed through the sky, heralding another golden phoenix that transformed into an envelope, but this time it fell into Elder Yang's hands. Upon opening the letter, a single line of bold text read, "Assemble at the Death Tomb. Arrive within 3 days." Elder Yang's expression shifted dramatically. The Death Tomb was one of the foremost perilous forbidden grounds of the Daxia dynasty, and the family was directly gathering personnel there, evidently to vie for spiritual herbs. Could it be that the situation concerning the Lu family's ancestral elder was even more dire than anticipated? As Elder Yang hesitated, a third cry of the phoenix rang out from the heavens. The golden phoenix descended once more, delivering another missive that landed in Lu Jinjia's hand. The disciples' trials would commence tomorrow, with the duration altered to 1 year. At this, both Lu Jinjia and Elder Yang's faces paled completely. Elder Yang, Lu Jinjia looked at him, somewhat flustered. Elder Yang glanced at the sky and sighed. "Child, this turn of events has come too suddenly that I must depart for the Death Tomb within 3 days. I must set out immediately. Unfortunately, I fear I won't have time to elaborate on the details." Lu Jinjia's face showed signs of panic. "But I have no one to accompany me at the moment." Elder Yang spoke solemnly. "There are 2 things you must remember. First, do not trust anyone from the family until the conclusion of the trials, not even your own parents. Second, the disciples can select any 3 individuals to serve as guards, cultivating their own connections to aid in securing their status as heirs. This is akin to a game of chess. These 3 individuals are your rooks, knights, and cannons. You must not overlook this." Lu Jinjia nodded. Yet her heart was in turmoil. "Elder Yang, do you not have anyone to recommend? We originally planned to take 2 years to select candidates, and now it begins tomorrow. Where am I to find someone on such short notice? Moreover, I am unfamiliar with this place. I currently have no one to assist me. Even if you could accompany me to the Mei Chong Palace." Elder Yang too appeared troubled. At that moment, Yun Jinbian approached. Inquiring about the 3 letters, to Lu Jinjia's face lit up with joy. Indeed, Yun Jinbian's subordinates are the Jinyu envoys. Each one is a seasoned warrior, far more reliable than wandering sorcerers or bounty hunters. "Brother, for the family trials, can you find me a guard?" Lu Jinjia beseeched, her voice tinged with innocence. Yun Jinbian paused, then called out, "Who will volunteer to be Jinjia's guard?" The fiery steeds in the sky suddenly shifted direction, with the Jinyu envoys either turning their backs to Lu Jinjia or feigning ignorance. An elderly hunchbacked man picked his nose, clearly discontent. "Why should we care? We are not mere bounty hunters wandering the world. We have no interest in the rewards of the 4 great families," remarked a man with a black cloth covering his eyes, sneering softly. "The 4 great families are like deep waters. Entangling oneself with their power can lead to perilous consequences. Who knows, one might not even realize how they met their demise." Yun Jinbian's expression darkened. "Jinjia, choose freely. Whoever you select is your decision." Lu Jinjia sighed in relief, gazing intently at the hunchbacked elder, the swordsman, the middle-aged woman, and Lin Lin. Whoever she fixed her gaze upon would reveal their disdain without hesitation. That a few even raised their hands, making threatening gestures of slitting their throats. That Lu Jinjia bit her lip. feeling that none were truly suitable. Forcing someone unwilling into service would yield no fruitful results. Even with Yun Jinbian's authority, they likely would not be wholeheartedly committed. Cough, cough. Lin Lin suddenly cleared his throat, pointing to the ground. Following his gesture, Lu Jinjiao was taken aback, and Yun Jinbian's face darkened with fury. What nonsense are you pointing at? Lin Lin was pointing at Gu Shi, who turned his head abruptly to look at Lu Jinjiao. In an instant, two images flashed through Lu Jinjiao's mind. One was of Gu Shi with bright eyes on a snowy night. The other was the tender gaze he cast upon Yan Yan. These were two starkly contrasting gazes, yet they belonged to the same individual. That I won't protect anyone. Gu Shi stated to know he will. She is the best protector. For all these years, he has kept me safe from harm. Nian Yan suddenly shouted. The Jiu Shi raised his head, noticing Nian Yan in tears. Shi, I don't want you to go to the North Prison. I've heard about it. It's the most terrifying place in the Daxia Kingdom. A graveyard feared by all martial artists. Before she could finish, the girl broke down sobbing, while Gu Shi clenched his fists, bowing his head in silence. That Liu Jinjiao bit her lip and stammered, Brother, can he really do it? Yun Jinbian's expression turned peculiar as he frowned, and even Elder Yang beside him voiced his concerns. Child, in theory, this lad is seasoned, yet his methods are ruthless. He is not one to be trifled with. His strikes leave no survivors. He is like a savage wolf, untamed and wild. You may find it difficult to manage him. Liu Jinjiao bit her lip and approached Gu Shi. This was her first time standing directly in front of him. As she drew closer, hearing his uneven breaths, Lu Jinjiao inexplicably felt a sense of relief. After all, he was human too, and no matter how strong or formidable, he too possessed humanity and emotions. She pointed at Nian Yan and declared, If I can guarantee your safety, can you protect me for a year? Gu Shi was taken aback. Looking towards Yun Jinbian, Liu Jinjiao furrowed her brows and, almost as if possessed, extended her delicate, fair hand. Turning his face towards hers, locking her spirited, graceful gaze upon Gu Shi, and earnestly stated, What are you looking at? I am making a promise to you. I can guarantee your safety. Can you guarantee mine? The youth was momentarily stunned, not expecting this seemingly fragile girl, as delicate as a little rabbit, who he could easily snap the neck of, to suddenly exhibit such assertiveness. Respond. Lu Jinjiao commanded loudly that I can. Gu Shi replied firmly, As long as I can save Nian Yan, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Good. Lu Jinjiao exhaled in relief and dashed back to Yun Jinbian's side. Brother Yun Jinbian chuckled wryly. It is indeed possible, but are you certain? What is it? Your siblings are no pushovers. They are formidable in their own right, and he has a feud with the Song family. Although the Black Dragon Order prevents any overt actions from the Song family, they will undoubtedly scheme to eliminate him in secret. Are you not inviting trouble upon yourself? Lu Jinjiao replied bitterly, I have already considered this, but I have no other choice. Each of my siblings possesses remarkable abilities. If he is not here today, I am afraid I will leave the city in pieces tomorrow. Besides, those who should have allied with me have already done so, and even if he has no enmity with the Song family, they will undoubtedly target me. Conversely, with him present, discerning friend from foe will be a matter of mere observation. Better to face open conflict than to be struck from the shadows. Yun Jinbian sighed. The children of prominent families indeed had it rough. Elder Yang chuckled wryly, but Jinjia, can you truly subdue this lad? There have been instances in the past where guards have harmed their young masters. Lu Jinjia also glanced at Gu Shi with some trepidation. To be honest, she was uncertain. His expression remained unchanged even when he took a life. It was utterly terrifying. Fear not. Even if I were to choose someone else, I would still not know if they are a good person. Moreover, my father often says that a fierce horse is hard to tame, that if I cannot subdue him, and I meet my demise, it will simply be my own inadequacy. Dying at his hands is far better than perishing at the hands of my siblings. The Jiu Shi couldn't help but glance at Lu Jinjiao a few more times. This delicate flower of a girl, born of privilege, seemed to possess a certain backbone. Chapter 12. The true prodigy destined to overturn the world. Gu Shi, from this day forth, you shall be Jinjia's guard, ensuring her safety. What of Nian Yan? Gu Shi asked, his expression serious. Yun Jinbian responded, Isn't the third eye on her forehead often in pain? On every new moon, she suffers excruciating headaches, alternating between icy chills and fiery heat. living a fate worse than death. Ji Yushi's expression shifted slightly. How do you know this? Yun Jinbian rolled his eyes. Who else would know in Daxia? If my guess is correct, she, like you, has been abandoned. Gu Shi nodded in agreement. The third eye is a sign of barbarian lineage. Her frail physique indicates that she still possesses half of Daxia's bloodline. Daxia's people are no match for those fearsome barbarians. Her third eye has yet to truly awaken, continuously draining her vitality and leading to a premature demise. Unless she begins to cultivate, or a powerful being assists her, or unless she acquires special medicinal pills from the barbarians to sustain her. It is impossible for her to remain unscathed. The fact that she has survived to this point is already a miracle. That as the conversation unfolded, Yun Jinbian suddenly furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon Gu Shi, inquiring, after all these years, how has she managed to endure? Has no one ever sold you any elixirs? No, Gu Shi replied immediately. Despite Yun Jinbian's articulate reasoning, he remained skeptical of Gu Shi for many years. Yan Wangshi's medicine had consistently aided Yan Yan's survival. If he were to discover the existence of Yan Wangshi, who knows what might transpire? It was imperative that the identity of Yan Wangshi remain undisclosed to him. Yun Jinbian stared intently at Gu Shi. Yet Gu Shi was no novice in the martial world. Deceit was a fundamental skill for survival. Unable to discern any further truths, Yun Jinbian stated, just based on her bloodline. We would never allow her to perish a year from now. After escorting Jinjia to the northern prison, I shall ensure you meet her. Ji Yushi gazed upward at the enforcer of the northern prison. Yun Jinbian, wrapping his arm around Gu Shi's shoulders, chuckled. Do not look so forlorn. You could not possibly defeat him. That hunchback is a 9th-grade martial artist, and the blind one is a 10th grade. Lin Lin is merely the weakest among them. You stand no chance against me either. However, rest assured, in our youth, we were no match for you. You are destined to surpass us. That I am the course of protecting Jinjia this year. Countless martial artists will come seeking your life. Not to mention the formidable members of those great clans. That it is entirely possible that even a 10th-grade martial sage may intervene. Train diligently, and who knows, perhaps by next year when you arrive at the northern prison, you will be capable of vanquishing us all. Then, you shall be able to take that girl away, and no one will be able to impede you. Standing nearby, Lu Jinjia felt a cold sweat break out as she realized Gu Shi's gaze toward the sky harbored thoughts of annihilation. Moreover, why was Yun Jinbian encouraging him in this manner? To her astonishment, Gu Shi nodded seriously in agreement. That Lu Jinjia rolled her eyes and muttered, Men truly are a bunch of incomprehensible fools. Yun Jinbian adjusted Gu Shi's clothing, then led Lu Jinjia aside, presenting her with a ring. The Chinquan ring? What is its purpose? It contains various spiritual herbs and a substantial sum of money. That I have money, she protested. That it is not for you. It is for this lad. He is nothing but skin and bones, yet he has managed to cultivate to the level of a 7th-grade martial artist. Such a promising talent would be a pity to neglect. Oh, Lu Jinjia replied reluctantly, realizing that Yun Jinbian's concern was not for her family's trial, but for this unfamiliar youth. Is he really that remarkable? The trials of my family could prove fatal. Furthermore, I perceive this young man to be rather stubborn and overly zealous. You should guide him more. Such a fine talent should not be wasted. That Lu Jinjia grimaced, Brother, I cannot guarantee that do not fret. I have faith in you. As Lu Jinjia examined the ring in her hand, she asked, Do you have such confidence in him? Yun Jinbian nodded earnestly, a fervent gleam in his eyes. Jinjia, you do not realize how crucial talent is for a martial artist. The barbarian tribes are so fearsome precisely because of their unparalleled gifts. That in all these years, the great Xia has never produced a creature as formidable as this. After searching for so long, I have finally encountered him. I am convinced that while the barbarians possess terrifying abilities, the people of Great Xia must possess them as well. Yun Jinbian smiled broadly, exclaiming, By the heavens, a 7th-grade martial artist at 17 is indeed a treasure beyond measure. Ha, brother, you remain as precious of talent as ever, Lu Jinjia remarked. Yun Jinbian sighed. There is little choice. Far too many prodigies have perished in the northern prison. He patted Lu Jinjia's shoulder, saying, Jinjia, the path you choose for this young man will be far more arduous than you can imagine. Yet, if you can persevere, the position of head of the Lu family shall rightfully belong to you. Lu Jinjia forced a smile. I will do my utmost to endure. Aunt Lung, allow them to bid farewell. Lin Lin suddenly turned to the middle-aged woman, who approached Gu Shi. Nian Yin, I am sorry. I cannot protect you. Ji Yushi lowered his head, tears unexpectedly streaming down his face. This scene left Lu Jinjia, who stood nearby, utterly stunned. He can cry. What nonsense is this? Even a ferocious wolf can shed tears. Yet it seemed they might indeed be able to resolve the issues plaguing him. Ji Yushi raised his gaze, pointing at Yun Jinbian and declaring, he could easily take my life, yet he has chosen not to. There is no need for him to deceive us. Nian Yin nodded, tears flowing as she said, if you trust him, then I shall place my faith in him as well. Nian Yin, a year will pass swiftly, that I will grow stronger. Next time I meet him, I will be even mightier. If I cannot find you then, I will eliminate them all. Yes, Nian Yin, if they bully you, endure it. Make a note of who mistreats you, and when we meet again, I will deal with them accordingly. Understood. Nian Yin, Nian Yin broke down into sobs, her tears falling like rain. Ji Yushi, flustered, hurriedly attempted to wipe her tears. Nian Yin, what ails you? Please do not cry. Nian Yin grasped his hand and lamented, I fear that by the next meeting, you will no longer want me. That will not happen till we grew up together. You are my kin. How could I ever forsake you? Nian Yin shook her head, saying, no, it is not merely growing up together. It is you who raised me. I have always been your burden. You commit acts of violence for my sake, and many of your wounds are due to me. You are so exceptional. Surely, there will be beautiful maidens who will take a liking to you. Women who will cherish you. I am just a burdensome creature with 3 eyes. Those young ladies from affluent families are well-dressed, fair-skinned, eloquent, and courteous. Before long, you will forget all about me. Nian Yin's cries grew more sorrowful. Leaving Gu Shi in a frenzy, he raised 3 fingers, asserting, that will never happen. Nian Yin, I swear, if I ever abandon you, may my bones shatter into pieces, and may the heavens strike me with lightning. Nian Yin pressed a hand to Gu Shi's mouth, shaking her head, no, never let that day come. That if it does, I would rather die than allow you to perish. Enough, enough. That is quite enough. Aunt Lung waved her hand impatiently. It is merely a year apart. It is not as if it is a permanent farewell. Yun Jinbian leaped onto the back of Yen Lieju, addressing Song Kaming, Brother Song, let us be off that we have urgent matters to attend to. Do we not? Song Kaming frowned as he regarded Gu Shi, saying, Brother Yun, while it is one thing to take him back to the northern prison, do you comprehend the chaos that will ensue if you leave him outside? The entire martial world of Great Xia will be set ablaze. Yun Jinbian raised an eyebrow. Song Kaming enunciated each word. The entire martial community of Great Xia will tremble due to him alone. Those 10th-grade martial sages, the prodigies of various sects, and the scions of influential families will all learn that a 17-year-old 7th-grade martial artist has emerged. What was once a placid lake will be disrupted by a massive stone plummeting from the heavens. The martial world of Great Xia will be turned upside down because of him. Song Kaming sneered. Even if my Song family does not intervene, do you believe he can survive? Yun Jinbian smiled, his eyes ablaze with fervor. That I know, but that is the essence of true prodigies. They either face the world's upheaval or become the catalyst for it. Yun Jinbian tightened the reins, cracked the whip, and cast one last glance at the youth, murmuring, if you cannot navigate the martial world of Great Xia, then perhaps you ought not to come to the northern prison. That place lacks not for corpses. With a swift motion, Yen Lieju soared into the air, blazing with fire as it galloped away, while numerous enforcers pursued, flames like rivers coursing through the sky. In the azure expanse above, the thunderous voices of Yun Jinbian and the enforcers resonated. Young lad, we await you in the northern prison. Chapter 13. A Stone Cast into Turbulent Waters, Part 1. Yun Jinbian vanished into the distance, leaving behind Song Kaming, Su Wen, Elder Yang, and Lu Jinjia. Among others, young Master Song. What shall we do about Song Xian? Su Wen approached Song Kaming's steed with trepidation, daring not to meet Gu Shi's gaze. That wolf-like youth had far exceeded his expectations. Song Kaming frowned as he turned to Elder Yang, who responded with a grin. Now that Lu Jinjia had explicitly named Gu Shi as her protector, Elder Yang naturally pledged to safeguard the young man. Song Kaming removed a jade pendant from his waist and casually tossed it to the ground. Find a suitable place to bury him. Su Wen's expression stiffened. Bury him. Song Kaming's demeanor darkened. What, do you intend to drag the corpse to the Song family's doorstep? Su Wen hastily shook his head. No, of course not. Song Kaming scoffed, narrowing his eyes at Gu Shi. So, you're Gu Shi, are you? Today, I am granting Yun Jinbian a favor. Whether or not you survive from tomorrow onward rests solely upon your abilities. With that, he sighed, revealing his annoyance. All this nonsense is merely a distraction. He flicked the reins and rode away. Once Song Kaming departed, many onlookers quietly withdrew. Jiu Shi felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. As they scrutinized his appearance from various angles, he recognized this sensation. He had often felt it when hunting down those with bounties on their heads. Before long, the stares dissipated into the distance. Elder Yang put away his whip, sighing, "The winds of change are upon us." He cast a worried glance at Lu Jin. Lu Jinjia bit her lip, saying, "I understand how challenging this game is, but they are all older than I. Possessing formidable strength at To Win, I must take risks. They have a slew of formidable pieces, while I possess but one." Lu Jinjia fixed her gaze intensely on Gu Shi, who bent down to pick up the broken sword from the ground and walked toward Su Wen. A shiver ran down Lu Jinjia's spine, raising goosebumps across her body. You cannot kill me. Wang Fuzi, save me. Su Wen cried out, as the injured Wang Fuzi stumbled in front of him, grumbling, "Kid, do you really intend to kill a second disciple of Mei Changong?" Gu Shi paid no heed to Wang Fuzi, instead turning his head to glance at Old Yang. "Can you kill?" Old Yang's smile was more sorrowful than joyful. "Are you a reincarnation of the celestial executioner? Do you take pleasure in killing? Do you think it's possible?" Lu Jinjia frowned, declaring, "You cannot kill. When will it be possible?" Lu Jinjia hesitated, casting glances between Wang Fuzi and Su Wen, struggling to find her voice. Although Su Wen was her senior brother, their relationship was merely cordial, and she would inevitably seek to study at Mei Changong in the future. Yet she also did not wish to outright reject Gu Shi. The world of martial arts has its own code of conduct and style. Should she rashly intervene, it might provoke the other party's displeasure, leading to enmity that could prove troublesome. With her silence, Gu Shi tossed the broken sword aside and stated, "I have remembered your name and your visage. I will eventually kill you. Mark my words." "Why do you constantly think of killing?" Lu Jinjia retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. They had met Gu Shi only twice, and each encounter was marked by bloodshed. He was not much older than her, yet his murderous intent seemed heavier than that of an executioner. "Because this is how I survive. From the very beginning, it was never my intention to kill others. It was always others who sought to kill me first." Lu Jinjia trembled at his words. The deaths of Song Xian and Jiang Chong were both so tragic. Jiang Chong, in particular, seemed utterly innocent. Delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. "Did it snowing?" Lu Jinjia said, reaching out to catch the flakes, watching as they melted into droplets on her palm. "Whoever seeks my life, I shall return the favor. No exceptions. Even if it's the Heavenly King, if they desire my life, they must first reckon with my fists and blades." The cold wind billowed through Gu Shi's thin clothing as he stepped against the wind and snow, declaring, "If the world denies me life, I shall defy it with just a few simple steps." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Jinjia felt a pang of sorrow. "That I only lament that I did not fight to the death last night, to slay you all in the snowy field. Otherwise, these torments would not haunt me today." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an extraordinary clarity amidst the silent crowd. "Such mistakes shall not be made again. Under the cold night sky, devoid of stars, a remarkably bright, full moon hung above the Resurrection Medical Hall. Several candles flickered on the ground, casting a bizarre serpent pattern. Before Yin Wangshi stood a copper mirror taller than a person, and she twisted her ample form before it, her waist as thick as a water bucket. She was dancing, a graceful, yet peculiar dance. Her plump body twisted and leaped, her chubby toes supporting her spherical figure. Such a physique would typically lack grace in any dance. Yet inexplicably, her fleshy fingers and the rippling flesh on her face did not detract from the elegance of her performance. In the mirror, her reflection danced, and astonishingly, her form appeared to grow slender, her skin turning alabaster, and the wrinkles gradually fading away. She danced faster, her waist becoming increasingly slender, her beauty astonishing. Even her skin seemed to glow whiter. Suddenly, the candles on the ground surged, flames transforming into a riot of colors. Yin Wangshi finally ceased her dance, the overweight woman vanishing, replaced by a breathtaking beauty, glistening with sweat. She exhaled deeply, her loose garments falling away to reveal skin as white as jade. With a sigh, a serpent-shaped pattern appeared upon her stunning form, an animated creature that slithered across her skin. Furrowing her brows, she gazed at her exquisite reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself, Yun Jinbian must have sensed that the young master is about to awaken. Hence he took her away. Damn it, if it weren't for the young master's youth, there would be no need for such prolonged concealment. She opened her wardrobe, donning a vibrant green outfit, and lifted her long skirt to bind a short blade to her snow-white thigh. I have confidence in dealing with the other wardens, but can I handle Yun Jinbian? Rubbing her temples, she locked the door and stretched lazily beneath the moonlight. The moonlight was flawless, enhancing the beauty of her skin. It has been such a long time since I utilized this guise that I in a secluded alley beside the Inn. The shopkeeper scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before retrieving a palm-sized note from his bosom. It depicted Gu Shi's visage in vivid detail, even capturing his fearsome gaze with remarkable clarity. Flipping the note over, he found a few sparse numbers. Gu Shi, 17 years old, 7th grade martial artist. Confirming the information was accurate, he proceeded deeper into the alley, lifting a few tattered garments to uncover an iron cage. Inside the cage was a pigeon, but unlike any ordinary pigeon, this one sported wings of steel like silver, adorned with 3 exceptionally prominent and beautiful feathers atop its head. This was the renowned poison feather iron messenger pigeon of the Great Xia, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day, ceaseless until it reached its destination. After securing the note, he released the pigeon, murmuring to himself, such a person is far too dangerous to be left unchecked. Otherwise, the hard-won title of 10 distinguished martial saints would become a mere joke. Whether to recruit or eliminate, we shall see how the sect arranges it, he chuckled, the cold glimmer in his eyes fading as he draped a towel over his shoulder, cheerfully exiting the alley. Guests, please come, and the call echoed, and no one could discern whether he was a wandering swordsman or merely an innkeeper. In a resplendent room filled with golden light, several beautiful women, heavily made up, sat upon a high platform that a bead the size of a fingertip rolled across the center of the room, casting the image of Gu Shi. The youth bore exposed scars, his gaze piercing and cold. Giggle, a 17-year-old 7th grade martial artist. What an unprecedented young and the highest point. A stunning woman with snow-white hair smiled. Sister, are you intrigued? A nearby woman teased. The snow-haired lady seemed smitten. The snow-haired woman tossed a token, declaring, he has quite the catch. Just at the right age for marriage. Let us capture him. A slender woman shrugged, pouting, what if the girl refuses? That cannot be her decision. Besides, if she doesn't want him, we sisters shall take him for ourselves. Just make sure to bring him back. Chapter 14. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, Part 2. Under the bright moonlight, a black-clad youth and a white-clad youth lay sprawled on the ground. What do you think? A 17-year-old 7th grade martial artist, such a rarity in the Great Xia over the past few centuries. The black-clad youth suddenly spoke. The white-clad youth unfolded a drawing, gazing at it for a moment before sighing. His killing intent palpable. He is someone who cannot be trifled with. This was merely a drawing. It was hard to imagine how overwhelming the pressure would be in an actual confrontation. Moreover, he had already killed members of the Song family. The repercussions from them would surely be significant. Not just that, it won't be long before his name echoes throughout the Great Xia. Then, we, the so-called 10 distinguished martial saints, will have to cross paths with him. Indeed, after all, the powers behind us will not easily overlook such a figure. The black-clad youth flipped over and whistled loudly, summoning a massive crow that spread its wings. The white-clad youth was taken aback. Wu Feng, what are you doing? The black-clad youth grinned. I'm going to see what kind of monster has caught Yun Jiang's attention. The sound of flowing water filled the air. Then a naked man struggled to wash himself in a stream that barely reached his ankles, not to cleanse the dirt from his body, but to wash away the coagulated blood that clung to him. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in a cape and wearing a mask of the unchanging appeared behind him. Tiske, the notorious killer Shin Tu, lives up to his reputation. 17 silver medalists, all dispatched in a single day. That it was actually 13 hours and a quarter. That old man is more formidable than I imagined. The man pointed to a pile of severed heads not far away and turned back. his expression devoid of emotion. Who do we kill next? The figure tossed a drawing. A 17-year-old 7th-grade martial artist. Someone has offered a hefty price for this job. 3 life-prolonging pills if the deal goes through. Shin-Tu merely glanced at it before shaking his head. No deal. The figure was taken aback, speaking solemnly. Are you really going to abandon your sister? Don't forget about her. He is different from the others. The price must be higher. The figure chuckled, just as the leader said, How much do you want? 3 times. The leader will give you 5 times. Shin-Tu furrowed his brow, while the figure beside him questioned. It's just a drawing. How can you tell this lad is extraordinary? Have you heard about Yun Jiang's interest in him? That can't be right. The leader forbade me from telling you. His stance? The figure frowned and scrutinized the drawing. It looks ordinary. He assumed a combat posture. What can that reveal? At first glance, that may seem true, but only those who are accustomed to killing know that this is the most effective way to lull one's guard. Furthermore, the artist was quite fortunate. What do you mean? The path of impermanence, the murderous aura emanated from Wu Changdao, piercing through the paper, as he discerned that the person spying on him was no ordinary individual. His heart turned to thoughts of killing. Had it not been for the presence of others, that individual might have already met his demise, and this painting would never have existed. Shin-Tu stretched his arms and, with a smile, remarked to Wu Changdao, You truly have not killed enough. Wu Chang's expression soured as he retorted, What of a 7th-tier martial artist? Every individual possesses weaknesses. The fact that this painting was leaked indicates he is ultimately just a reckless youth. Beijing City, one of the wealthiest cities in the Great Xia dynasty, is often referred to as the second capital. The city is renowned for its abundant white crystal, an exceptional material for weapon forging. The extraction of white crystal is exceedingly difficult, and the forging process is extraordinarily complex, leading to the saying that an inch of crystal is worth an inch of gold. Thanks to this rare vein of ore, Beijing City has given rise to the immensely wealthy Bai family. At this moment, within the Bai family's hall, a stunning young woman, clad in opulence, incessantly shook the arm of a portly man. The man wiped the sweat from his brow with his stout fingers and said, My daughter, do not act impulsively. That a 17-year-old martial artist is a rare find indeed. However, our family is engaged in business. We cannot afford to entangle ourselves with those reckless individuals of the martial world. Furthermore, that lad killed someone from the Song family at the first opportunity. What a grave matter. Moreover, you have never even met him. How can you ascertain whether he is good or bad? What if he truly is a bloodthirsty madman? And, let me reiterate, our family is rather well off. Wouldn't it be better to seek a decent, honest son-in-law who will treat you well? Why must you pursue a martial artist, as though you were seeking trouble? The young woman blinked her enchanting eyes and replied, Father, that is precisely why I want you to find a way to bring him here for me to see in person. The man, now sweating profusely, wiped his brow again and said, My daughter, though I possess some wealth and a bit of cleverness, I am not omnipotent. Why would we invite such a killing machine? Would he be suitable as your husband and not merely as my bodyguard? Do you still need bodyguards? Master Wang nearly became one of the top 10 martial artists. With his current skills as a 7th-tier martial artist, who could possibly harm you? The young woman scoffed. Pfft. She rolled her eyes. A man in his 40s who is merely a 7th-tier martial artist has wasted over 30 years of his life. After speaking, the young woman resumed, shaking the man's arm. Father, please, grandmother said. For a woman, nothing is more important than choosing the right man. She secured my grandfather as her husband, transforming from a courtesan to the esteemed matriarch of the Bai family. The man covered the young woman's mouth with a pained smile. Dear niece, please refrain from calling her a courtesan. That term is a constant thorn in our sides. Then bring Gu Shi to Beijing City for me to see, or I will keep insisting. And you will too. The entire city will know? No, absolutely not. The man shook his head vigorously. Sigh, the young woman slumped in her chair, her expression despondent, her beautiful brows furrowing. Well then, I do not wish to trouble you. Father, but truly, have you not considered that the old emperor is 76 this year? The white crystal mine is still abundant, and without his protection, can our family sustain such a vast estate? As for the suitors from the Song, Lu, and Gu families, can we afford to offend any of them? Their proposals may appear benign, but once a proposal is made, others will dare not even approach us, though these young masters are well educated. capable in both literature and martial arts, and come from affluent backgrounds. Can I truly marry any of them? If I were to wed, would our claim over the white crystal mine remain secure? If they were to gain control over the mine, what would become of me? Alas. The young woman sniffled, her lovely eyes brimming with tears. Perhaps I should simply remain unmarried and let this mine fade away with my aging years. Once I lose my worth, no one will care for me, and I will allow those more capable to seize this inheritance. Why was I born into the Bai family? Why am I the only heir? Why can I not find a husband of great ability? Why does my father refuse to consider it? All right, enough lamenting. I will find a way to bring Gu Shi here for you to see. The man could no longer endure her pleas and waved his hands repeatedly. The young woman's eyes lit up, and she leapt to her feet. Her tears seemingly vanished. Father, you promised. No backing out. Seeing the portly man nod with a wry smile. The young woman finally sighed in relief and unfolded the painting to gaze at the young boy depicted. His eyes were cold and fierce, his demeanor resolute, akin to a soaring eagle, proud and solitary. Truly beautiful, she chuckled, then dashed out of the hall. Once the young woman departed, the portly man's expression grew grave, that a shadow suddenly emerged from the empty space behind him. Master, I require all information concerning Gu Shi. Every single detail. Chapter 15. The Precious Young Lady and the Abandoned Wanderer, Part 1. In the dead of night, within a thatched cottage. Just find any place to sit. Gu Shi casually gestured and moved to the side to skillfully start a fire. Without a fire, this drafty cottage could easily freeze a person to death. That Liu Jinjiao looked around curiously, running her hand over the thatched grass beneath her, marveling at the novelty of it. She had only read about such cottages in books, 3 small rooms, with spring breezes nurturing the grass sprouts. Now, experiencing it firsthand, she found it rather intriguing. Indeed, there are people who sleep in such a frigid cottage. As the fire crackled to life, Gu Shi laid down a somewhat worn blanket and some old clothes. Before long, the interior warmed up. That I'll cook some porridge, and no need. I brought food. That Liu Jinjiao waved her hand, and 2 plates of beef, some thin pancakes, and a jug of wine appeared before her. Gu Shi stared in astonishment for a moment. That Liu Jinjiao smiled. This is called a Qinkuan ring, created by an alchemist. That it possesses its own space and can preserve food quite well. That I've seen it before. Those who are being hunted often possess such items. But for me and Yin Yin, we seldom eat meat. That Liu Jinjiao paused. Taken aback, the Ji Yushi sat across from her, grabbing a pancake and starting to eat. He glanced at the beef on the plate several times, but hesitated to take a bite. That go ahead and eat. I have plenty, she urged. Yin Yin would surely like some meat. That Liu Jinjiao secretly rolled her eyes. This person seemed to think only of killing and that girl named Yin Yin, making communication utterly impossible. How strange it is that someone with such a terrifying talent exists. She mused. That it appeared that to truly earn his loyalty, she had to grow closer to him. Only through mutual understanding could their contractual relationship deepen. He resembled a fearsome wolf. Only by taming and befriending him could she utilize him to eliminate obstacles. My name is Liu Jinjia. You may call me Jinjia. I understand your concern for that girl named Yin Yin, but rest assured, those taken by the Jinyu envoy do not encounter any issues. Your current task is to protect me. As long as you keep me safe, I will ensure you see her. Liu Jinjia grew somewhat annoyed and arched her brows. Could you refrain from responding with all the time? Can you not say something else? For instance, what is your true strength? What kind of opponents can you handle? This way, I can have a clearer idea. Suddenly, Gu Shi lifted his head, his exceptionally bright eyes filled with a murderous intent. Liu Jinjia's expression changed, recalling the scenes of him killing twice. She stammered. Don't. Outside, footsteps echoed, gradually fading away. The Ji Yushi relaxed, pinching a piece of beef and chewing it, his head still lowered as he remarked, Your lightness skill is commendable. You have already brushed against the threshold of true Q. Liu Jinjia's face paled, a sense of dread creeping in. She had been completely unaware that someone was watching her. When did this happen? I don't know. Ever since the Jinyu envoy departed, numerous eyes have been on us. And even now, many are watching this thatched cottage. As he spoke, Gu Shi furrowed his brow. The strongest in Baitsi town is merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. These individuals must have come from outside, but we need to find a way to leave the city quickly. Liu Jinjia bit her lip, feeling a surge of fear. That moment. Gu Shi rummaged through some boxes and found a few tattered garments. Tossing them in front of her, that he then turned his back to her and said, changed that Lu Jinjia picked up the clothing and examined it. The garments were filthy, even emitting a sour odor. She questioned whether wearing them would lead to peculiar rashes or diseases. I want to wear this. How can you not wear it? We'll disguise ourselves tomorrow and try to blend in to see if we can slip out of the city, that Lu Jinjia bit her lip in distress. Could I just wear something clean? Or I could wash it. Or perhaps I could dress as someone else. A young master, a merchant, or... Gu Shi squatted before her, placing a firm hand on her shoulder. If you don't change, I'll change you myself, that Lu Jinjia gasped, crossing her arms in fright and staring at Gu Shi. His eyes sparkled brightly, shining with a wolf-like determination. Nian Nian cannot come to harm. So you must not die, that no matter what happens, I will ensure you survive, that if you refuse to wear it, I will strip you and dress you myself, that I... Lu Jinjia was utterly terrified, her almond-shaped eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. She pouted, trembling as she said, I'll wear it. The Jiu Shi turned his back to her. Lu Jinjia lowered her head and asked, "See, can you go outside?" It is not possible. In the past, Nian Ye was always exchanged this way. I don't pay attention. So what are you afraid of? Gu Shi's tone was tinged with irritation, as he found this young girl exceedingly bothersome. This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. And yet she has so many demands just to change her clothes. She is hardly comparable to a single strand of Nian Ye's hair. Such wealthy young ladies are always like this. Their rules as numerous as the stars in the sky. Then swear you won't look back. The Jiu Shi abruptly turned, fixing his gaze fiercely on Lu Jinjia. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, and his fierce expression made Lu Jinjia's heart race to her throat. She pouted, closed her eyes, and let tears flow, murmuring, "Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, and must first torment their spirit, wear out their muscles, and starve their body." The Jiu Shi turned his back on Lu Jin. As she wept, Lu Jinjia recited her lines while shedding her garments. Wu, a true man must endure what others cannot. Bear what others cannot bear. Wu. The rustling sounds mixed with her sobs echoed through the thatched cottage. The more Gu Shi listened, the more vexed he became. Why was changing clothes taking so long? In this duration, old Wang's oxen could have plowed 2 acres of land. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. All right, it's done. The Jiu Shi turned back, only to be taken aback once more by Lu Jinjia, although the girl was clad in tattered garments. The skin peeking from her collar and sleeves was as white as snow, hardly resembling a beggar. She appeared more like a fallen young lady of nobility. The Jiu Shi felt a surge of annoyance. He carelessly swept his hand across the table, dusting off some grime, then flipped over a large pot, smearing the bottom with soot, before stepping before Lu Jinjia. That a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Jinjia, and she crossed her arms nervously, stammering, "What are you going to do?" Without a word, Gu Shi reached out his hand. Lu Jinjia swung her fists at Gu Shi, but in the next moment, she found herself pinned beneath him on one knee. Just as her words hung in the air, Gu Shi's hand struck her face. Feeling the roughness of his palm against her tender cheek, Lu Jinjia's heart quaked, and she could no longer hold back. Bursting into tears. "What are you doing? Wu. Men and women should not touch each other." Wu. Gu Shi's hand groped her face haphazardly, grasping her wrist and even her neck. His palm nearly slipped into her collar, causing Lu Jinjia to scream in fright. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment before Gu Shi released her hand. Lu Jinjia hurriedly rose, and Gu Shi, in passing, seized a handful of her hair. Ouch! Lu Jinjia stumbled and fell to the ground. Her hair unraveling. The Jiu Shi then swept his hand across the floor, collecting more dust and messily rubbing it into her hair. Lu Jinjia's cries grew louder. "All right, this is about right." The Jiu Shi looked at the girl before him with satisfaction. Disheveled and dirty, her hair in disarray, she finally bore a semblance of a beggar. Yet there was still a hint of fragrance. Something was amiss. Perhaps he should find some horse urine or sheep dung to smear on her. Wu. Lu Jinjia finally let out a loud wail. She regretted it deeply. Had she known, she would have never chosen this scoundrel. Chapter 16. The Wealthy Young Lady and the Abandoned Child. Part 2. Lu Jinjia harbored an intense hatred for Gu Shi. Throughout her life, apart from her family, no man had ever touched her face, and no man had ever dared to tousle her hair so roughly, and no man had ever dared to pin her down like this. and never before had a man dared to smear such filthy substances on her face and hair. There were even instances when his hand nearly slipped beneath her clothes. Thankfully, he did not. She felt wronged, terrified, and for the first time, she was unable to voice such distressing emotions that in the past, whenever she cried, someone would come to comfort her. Even when she angered her father, he would feel pain to see her tears and would come to console her. Now, it seemed no one cared for her at all that Ji Yushi stood aside, feeling an indescribable irritation that he had seen many people cry. On the contrary, he had witnessed countless tears. There are two types of crying. The first is deceitful. Many of those he killed had begged him in tears, and if he softened, they would instantly spring back to life, revealing unexpected deadly moves. The second is genuine sorrow. When he was gravely injured, Nienya would also cry, deeply and sorrowfully. Outside, the cold wind howled, and inside, the sound of the young girl's sobs was particularly grating. "Stop crying," at Liu Jinjia, still weeping, froze in surprise. She had never expected this cold-blooded wolf to utter such words. Yet, despite her thoughts, she continued to sob. "Did I hurt you? I didn't mean to." That he must have indeed hurt her. Her body was too frail, like a rabbit that could be crushed with a mere touch. Woo-woo! Liu Jinjiao was no longer angry, but her crying intensified. She wanted to seize this opportunity to make Gu Shi realize that provoking her tears was a troublesome matter and that he should not treat her so roughly in the future. "Woo, who told you that your face is so tender, softer than tofu? I was already being gentle. Woo, your skin is so fair. You hardly look like a beggar. Woo, you smell so nice. You will surely be discovered." All right, stop talking." Liu Jinjiao lifted her head, her delicate face flushed as she glared at Gu Shi. "What nonsense are you saying? How can one speak of a girl's tender face, fair skin, and pleasant scent so shamelessly? What a lecher!" Gu Shi scratched his head in confusion, while Liu Jinjiao gritted her teeth, her face burning with embarrassment, leaving him utterly baffled. Liu Jinjiao felt it was nearly time. She let out a long sigh and said, "All right, let us discuss serious matters at Ji Yushi. You want me to disguise myself as a beggar and sneak out of the city, right? But you are underestimating the situation. Do you know how many enemies there are?" Gu Shi remained silent, looking at Liu Jinjia. She took a deep breath, her expression grave. "The family trial of the Liu clan determines the future head of the family that in previous years, aside from several other prominent families. There were even shadows of the royal family. This time, I am the youngest participant in the family trial, and since the schedule was moved up, I have hardly managed to rally any powerful forces. At least in Baitsi town, I do not even have a reliable ally. Moreover, you have killed someone from the Song family. Although there is supposedly protection from the Yun family, the Song family will undoubtedly seek revenge. The Liu family and the Song family will have nearly half of the officialdom as our enemies." Liu Jinjia pointed at Gu Shi, saying, "Then there is you. Do you understand what it means to be a 7th grade martial artist at the age of 17? My father says that in the martial world, people vie for fame and fortune. Those who have painstakingly nurtured the 10 martial artists, along with those seeking glory and profit, will view you as a thorn in their side, a bone in their throat. That at least half of the martial world will be stirred because of you, meaning half of the martial world. That I understand," Gu Shi replied as he rose and moved to the side. Leaning against the door as he closed his eyes and said, "We will be opposing half of the great X." Liu Jinjiao furrowed her brows tightly, about to speak, but then caught sight of Gu Shi's eyes. They were no longer bright and piercing. Instead, they resembled a bottomless cold pool, quiet, icy, and dark, as if even the light that fell upon them could be swallowed whole. No matter who the opponent is, no matter how many there are, I will survive, regardless of what happens. The room fell silent once more, with only the faint sound of wind seeping through the crack of the door. Time passed endlessly. The girl lifted her head, wishing to speak again, but the boy had already fallen into a deep slumber. Feeling uncomfortable in her clothing, Liu Jinjiao murmured softly, "Disguising myself as a beggar to sneak out of the city. Does he think all those in the martial world are fools? What a terrible idea! How could he be a person of the martial world?" The next day, chaos erupted in Baitsi town. Murder, run! The town was in an uproar. The guards stationed at the city were dozing when suddenly they heard the commotion erupting from within the town. Following the sound, every soldier gasped. Countless beggars, ruffians, and martial artists were running as if possessed, gathering together like a flood, rushing towards the city gates. What happened? The guards shouted in terror as the throngs of martial artists, homeless individuals, and beggars surged towards the city gates. The stalls along the road were trampled beyond recognition, and inns, medical halls, and apothecaries hastily shut their doors. Run! The town's prison army is killing people. A scream from within the crowd sent chills down the spines of the guards. The Great Xia's town prison army? How is that possible? Did they not leave just yesterday? A sudden loud crash shattered the silence, and the guards' pupils dilated in shock as they turned towards the source of the sound. From the back of the throng, a steed engulfed in flames reared up, and atop it sat a figure in black, wielding a bloodied, long knife. Kill. The figure in black let out a low growl, and the long knife shot through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Yun Jiang is going to massacre the city. Run! A martial artist exclaimed, his spirit shattered as he bolted, with the surrounding beggars and homeless individuals sprinting away in panic. Close the city gates, a guard shouted. We cannot close them. Open the gates, the city defense commander, Wang Jian, bellowed, and moments later, a multitude of martial artists, beggars, and vagrants surged towards the city gates like an overwhelming tide. The thunderous sound of their footsteps was deafening. As Wang Jian observed the throng pouring out like a torrent, it soon scattered like a stream. After a full half hour, the flowing crowd finally dwindled to nothing. Wang Jian turned to glance back. Noticing a plume of black smoke rising from the distance, his expression shifted, and he leaped down from the city tower, striding 10 paces at a time towards the source. There lay a horse, charred to a crisp. His brow furrowed deeply, but after a moment his expression softened into a smile that a sigh escaped his lips, prompting Song Guang to emerge from the shadows, wiping the sweat from his brow. Commander Wang is indeed astute. Had the gates not been blocked, this influx of people would have wreaked havoc upon the city. Wang Jian squinted, his tone laced with meaning. The destruction of the city is secondary. The primary concern is to rid ourselves of this hot potato, allowing the authorities to rest easy. Song Guang stared at Wang Jian, taken aback. Wang Jian, with a wry smile, continued, the Song family, the Liu family, and countless martial artists. If a conflict were to erupt within the city, it would be catastrophic. One person dead every 3 days. A group lost every 5. I fear the county magistrate's cap would not remain secure. Song Guang offered no counter, turning his gaze towards the city tower. The county magistrate lost a significant sum yesterday and immediately sealed the gates, issuing a manhunt for the criminals. No one is permitted to enter or exit at will. Wang Jian erupted into laughter. Outside the city, on a narrow path. Let me go. Liu Jinjia struggled fiercely, while Gu Shi halted and released her. Liu Jinjia immediately staggered to the side, retching uncontrollably. Heavens, is this even human? Running faster than a horse, covering 10 paces with each stride. The scenery on either side blurred past. Being carried like this, my insides feel like they're in turmoil. After a while, Liu Jinjia finally finished retching. She rinsed her mouth and glared at Gu Shi, who stood like a wooden post, her eyes wide with indignation. Gu Shi, if you're intent on leaving the city this way, why must I disguise myself as a beggar? You run so swiftly that neither looks nor gender can be discerned. What purpose does my filthy attire serve? Furthermore, next time, could you carry me instead of shouldering me? Your shoulder is going to ruin my insides. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing that he ignored her, Liu Jinjia couldn't help but move forward to kick Gu Shi. After a few steps, she noticed a figure seated in the snow ahead, a hunched old man. One eye blind, draped in a coat of snow-white wolf fur, sitting cross-legged in the snow. Upon seeing Liu Jinjia, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Liu Jinjia's heart raced, and she instinctively hid behind Gu Shi. After exiting the city gates, 3 paths lay before them. The northern road was flat and clear. The 2 of them would surely stand out on that route. The eastern path was plagued by bandits. With many lives lost, they likely would not traverse that way either. The western path led directly into the woods. Though perilous, it was merely fraught with wild beasts. Were I in your position, I would take that route as well. The old man rose, and Liu Jinjia's mouth fell open in astonishment. For beneath him, the white snow remained undisturbed, like a pristine blanket, leaving no trace. Not even a bird landing would fail to leave footprints. Yet he had not. With a flick of his wrist, 2 silver daggers appeared in his hands, each etched with an intricate character resembling Lu. Miss Sixth, the third young master, sends his regards that he says that in this bitter cold, a young lady such as yourself should not wander in the wilderness. Should you perish from the cold, no one would be the wiser. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man swung the daggers downwards. Lu Jinjiao watched as the snow beneath him split in two. True Qi, a martial artist of the 7th rank or above, with a soft thud, an invisible force collided, stirring the wind to touzle the youth's hair. The old man squinted, focusing on Gu Shi as he smiled and said, "A 17-year-old martial artist at the peak of the 7th rank is a rare sight indeed. The third young master wishes to befriend you." Lu Jinjia quickly turned her gaze to Gu Shi. His indifferent expression betrayed nothing that don't believe him, she urged. The old man chuckled confidently. What the young lady can accomplish, so too can the third young master. That girl, he can rescue her, even return her to you immediately. Impossible. Unless he willingly returns her, no one can retrieve her. Not even a prince or princess. Besides, my third brother is not closely acquainted with him. Lu Jinjia countered urgently, but the old man's smile grew, his calm demeanor sinking her heart. She realized she had been too hasty. His eloquence made his words all the more convincing. The old man smiled benignly. Aside from aiding you in retrieving that girl, the third young master also offers an immense fortune. He does not seek your servitude as a guard. Rather, he wishes to cultivate a friendship with you. At this declaration, Lu Jinjia's heart sank further. She recalled her father's words. Those who traverse the martial world value money above all, and the most despised are the guards of wealthy families. To them, serving as a guard is akin to being a dog. She had insisted on Gu Shi as her protector, yet the old man claimed her third brother wished to befriend him. The hierarchy was immediately apparent. Indeed, Gu Shi looked up at the old man, his expression wavering. What are the terms? The old man pointed at Lu Jinjia. Without hesitation, she turned to flee Dadayan the next moment. A thin hand shot out, forcefully pulling her back. That instant, Lu Jinjia's heart raced to her throat. Her mind flooded with images of Gu Shi compelling her to change clothes, conversing with her, and carrying her away from the turmoil of Baixi town. Though the scene was thrilling and terrifying, it provided her with a sense of security. Yet now, that fleeting comfort felt suffocating. His slender fingers gripped her mouth with a force akin to iron, leaving her unable to resist. Unable to utter a single word, the Jiushi tossed her before the old man, as if she were a mere object. Devoid of any tenderness, that Lu Jinjia scrambled to her feet. Biting her lip fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks, the old man bent low, his murky eyes filled with disdain. "Miss, you know too little of the martial world, far too little about its denizens," the old man stood, casting a glance at Gu Shi, whose eyes, devoid of emotion, mirrored those of seasoned warriors accustomed to bloodshed. "When shall I see Nian Yin?" "You will naturally meet her upon encountering the third young master." The old man replied, turning away and gesturing dismissively. "Kill her." As he strode a few steps, he chuckled condescendingly. "The martial world is but a vast quagmire. Those who enter will inevitably sink. The renowned figures within are as numerous as the stars. Whether 17 or 70, in the end, all follow the same creed. Self-interest above all. They will stop at nothing for their own gain, even to the point of fratricide or betrayal of their sect. This youth is no different. He is merely a tool of boundless potential, a mere 17 years of age. This thought, the old man could not help but laugh heartily. Just then, a chill crept up his spine, sending shivers through him. Instinctively, he felt a tightening in his chest, and his expression changed as he gripped his blade and prepared to turn. The next instant, he beheld the blue sky and white snow. Accompanied by the sight of his own headless body, with a thud, his head fell into the snow, disbelief etched across his face. Why? Before he could finish, life escaped him. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I trust you? Where did you spring from?" Gu Shi frowned, gripping a rusty blade. With a thud, the corpse collapsed, blood staining the snow a vivid red. Jiu Shi bent down to search the old man's garments. Lu Jinjia sat in the snow, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her chest. The sounds of movement behind her were deafening. After an indeterminate time, she rose and turned back, her expression a complex tapestry as she observed Gu Shi, who knelt in the blood-red snow, diligently rummaging through the dead man's clothes. It was terrifying. like a bloodthirsty wolf savoring its prey, that I thought you had truly agreed just now. Lu Jinjia struggled to keep her voice steady, yet a quiver betrayed her, laced with a hint of tears. Killing a 7th-rank martial artist is no easy task. It would be better to strike when he lets his guard down. Gu Shi turned to see the marks on Lu Jinjia's snow-white neck. This woman was indeed as delicate as a rabbit. A gentle touch left a mark. He reached out his hand, but Lu Jinjia instinctively took a step back, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed at him. You just took a life he sought to kill you. Hence I acted. Even so, that was a life. Were you lying on the ground, he would have said no such thing. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, followed by dozens of figures emerging from the woods. Surrounding the two, they were clad in white mourning garments, wielding long blades, and the leader, a youth with blood-red eyes, glared at Gu Shi with murderous intent. Lu Jinjia recognized their attire as identical to that worn by Lu Taiqiao. Indeed, the leading youth pointed his blade at Gu Shi, roaring, "Why did you kill my father? He was the one who sought to kill me." Upon hearing these words, the youth wept bitterly. You are a 7th-tier martial master. Your strength far surpasses his. He is merely momentarily bewitched. You could easily spare him. His anguish brought him to the brink of kneeling. While around him, the members of the Iron Foot gang bore eyes bloodshot with grief. Although the leader displayed bravado towards outsiders, he was notably protective of his disciples. The shame and deep-seated enmity of a 7th-tier martial master being slain in the streets by a mere youth was a profound disgrace for the Iron Foot gang. Lu Jinjia hung her head low, biting her lip tightly. She had come seeking vengeance for her father. This battle was unavoidable. Gu Shi drew forth 2 short blades, his gaze sharpening once more. Why should I spare him? Is it because I am strong? What if our strengths were reversed? Would he show me mercy? His weakness grants him the right to kill me. Is that the twisted rationale you espouse? Do you think your status as a 7th-tier martial master instills fear in us? The blood debt for a slain father is one that cannot coexist with the living. Today, I shall fight you. For the sake of our leader's vengeance. For our leader's vengeance. The youth unsheathed his sword and charged forth, followed by a dozen members of the Iron Foot gang. You fear my prowess, yet I fear not your numbers. Gu Shi plunged into the throng, his silver blades carving elegant and lethal arcs. Skillfully evading countless attacks while launching counterstrikes, did he move like a butterfly in a tempest, gliding through the gale and soaring amidst the downpour. Heads rolled incessantly, and the cries of battle diminished. Yet, none of the Iron Foot gang fled. At the moment of their decision, they had embraced the certainty of death. As their numbers dwindled, their madness intensified. Unable to triumph, they exchanged injury for injury, life for life. After several breaths, the ground lay blanketed in snow, drenched in blood, littered with corpses, leaving only the youth standing alone, that he held 2 bloodied short blades, standing resolute in the snow, his expression tranquil, though his breaths came heavily. Lu Jinjia stood close by, her countenance numb. The world of martial arts had always been present, always whispered about, but only today did she bear witness to its harsh reality. Life was as inconsequential as grass. This was the essence of the martial world. You have your principles, I have mine. Who is right? Who is wrong? Who lives? Who dies? Let the blades decide. With a soft crack, the short blade shattered, scattering countless fragments onto the snow. Lu Jinjia gazed at Gu Shi, who returned her look. The cold wind rustled their hair. Lu Jinjia could not suppress a few steps backward, and the youth in red lowered his head. The shattered blades in the snow stained crimson, akin to his fragmented existence. Is it not terrifying? Yet this is how I have survived. The youth spoke in a calm, indifferent tone, the chilling wind lifting his hair to reveal his slightly youthful visage. Suddenly, Lu Jinjia felt a pang in her heart. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage to Gu Shi. You care so deeply for Mian Mian because she is your only family. Am I correct? Mian Mian is home, my master said. Without a home, living and dying are indistinguishable. Your master speaks wisely. Everyone wishes for my demise, except for Mian Mian. From this day forth, I too shall not allow it. The youth stood still, while the girl had risen, unable to bear the sight of the blood-soaked ground. She hurriedly turned and said, Let us depart. The road ahead is long, and we cannot afford to linger. Chapter 18. The Malady and the Blade Master Boss. The entire martial world and half the officials have begun hunting that lad named Gu Shi. Can he truly withstand it? Yan Lieju moved about in a clearing, while several members of the Jinyu army sat together, munching and chatting. The blindfolded Qianjiang suddenly spoke up. The strikingly beautiful woman, with a cold gaze, remarked indifferently, "Then let him die. Those who cannot survive in the martial world have no place in BU. Shi will not perish. He will grow stronger, more formidable. When you next encounter him, you shall understand the meaning of fear." Mian Mian, amidst the crowd, immediately voiced her thoughts. The onlookers exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Lin Lin handed Mian Mian a leg of lamb, saying, "You might not comprehend the kind of existence we face. No matter how terrifying Gu Shi may be, he pales in comparison to those monsters." "Thank you." Mian Mian accepted the lamb leg, her expression earnest. "I may not know how fearsome the monsters you face are, but equally, you do not understand Shi." Yun Jinbian approached and sat opposite Mian Mian, grinning widely. "Then do share just how formidable he is." The cold-eyed woman rolled her eyes. "Yes, do indulge us." Yun Jinbian chuckled. "Do you truly believe that being a 7th-tier martial master allows one to roam freely in the martial world?" Qianjiang interjected. "Those major powers, those great clans. There are countless 7th and 8th-tier martial masters, not to mention the existence of 9th and 10th tiers." Lin Lin sighed. "Indeed, that if a 9th or 10th-tier master intervenes, no matter how powerful Gu Shi is, he will not survive beneath their hands." Yun Jinbian continued. "So why don't you enlighten us on just how remarkable Gu Shi is? Who knows, I might find a way to assist him. After all, I hold him in high regard." Mian Mian surveyed the crowd, and Lin Lin nodded. "If the boss wishes to protect someone, no one in the entire Great Xia would dare to act." Mian Mian took a deep breath. "How long does it take for a 6th-tier martial master to ascend to 7th tier?" The crowd fell silent. Lin Lin frowned, murmuring, "How long?" "It took me 3 years." Nearby, a hunchbacked elder chimed in, 5 years. 4 years, said the cold-eyed woman. 2.5 years, added Yun Jinbian. Mian Mian's gaze swept across the crowd, and she declared, 7 days, that a profound silence enveloped the room. The previously raucous crowd fell utterly quiet before erupting into thunderous laughter. Each person laughed heartily, even the hunchbacked elder chuckling while coughing. "You child, cough, cough. Even your boasting could use a touch of plausibility. Cough, cough. Ha ha." Lin Lin laughed. "Impossible. Even if you want the boss to protect Gu Shi, you need not spin such a ridiculous lie. Does this not imply that Gu Shi was still a 7th-tier martial master just 7 days prior to facing me? Nay, Shi was already a 7th-tier martial master 4 years ago." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The hunchbacked elder spoke gravely. "Nonsense. If that were the case, why has he not broken through in these 4 years? By your account, his talent is alarmingly exceptional. How could he possibly remain stagnant for 4 years?" Mian Mian lowered her head, her voice laden with sorrow. "Because I have been a burden to Shi. You are all martial masters and should know the vast amounts of medicinal herbs and food required for a martial master's cultivation. Shi has sold nearly everything of value to procure medicine, elixirs, rare treasures, and delectable food for me. He has never indulged himself. Even the thin porridge he consumes is akin to plain water. The little he eats daily is scarcely enough. Even less than a child." Mian Mian wiped her tears in anguish. "If it were not for me, she would surely be faring far better." The gravity of the situation dawned on the crowd, and the cold-eyed woman murmured, "For a martial master to generate true qi, an immense quantity of food is essential. Otherwise, they may fall into a malady of qi deficiency that a 6th-tier martial master requires sustenance comparable to that of 2 tigers daily. If this lad has only been subsisting on thin porridge, has he not been in a state of malady for the past 4 years? How is that even possible?" Mian Mian revealed a radiant smile, one that emerged from the depths of her heart. "But if you take me away from Shi, he will no longer have this burden. 1 year, a full year, and even I do not know just how powerful Shi will become." The crowd exchanged glances, their mirth evaporated. This young girl, could she truly be speaking the truth? Perhaps not, but what if she was? Not all in the martial world are as easily dealt with as the Ironfoot gang. In the warmth of the winter sun, 2 silhouettes obstructed Gu Shi and Lu Jinjia. 1 was a gaunt figure, with a frame so emaciated it resembled a scarecrow. The other towered over 2 meters. His physique remarkably robust, resembling a small mountain. Yet he bore but one eye. Both individuals were disabled, yet the majority of the sound and healthy martial practitioners would flee in fear upon hearing their names. The gaunt one was known as Wang Li, the Blade Master, a renowned bounty hunter registered with the Bounty Hall. Despite his physical deformities, he had already attained the 7th-tier realm, capable of simultaneously controlling 5 flying daggers. Those 5 daggers moved like 5 unpredictable venomous snakes. The other was named Yinshan. His most illustrious achievement was withstanding the full-force assault of 3 peak 6th-tier martial masters while still at the 6th tier himself. He had dragged those 3 6th-tier masters to their exhaustion and demise, earning him the moniker Turtle King. Jiu Shi and Lu Jinjia stood before them, yet the two men paid them no mind. Engrossed in their own conversation that a 17-year-old 7th-tier martial master is indeed rare, but ultimately, he is still a 7th-tier martial master. Yinshan remarked that he is too young. It seems somewhat difficult to strike. The Blade Master furrowed his brow. Yinshan shrugged, displaying a sense of helplessness. What can I say? The prize from the underworld is simply too enticing. Whether it be 1,000 taels of gold or top-tier martial arts, it is a temptation none can ignore. The Blade Master pondered. Then who will take action? You, of course, that I would only reduce him to pulp. At least you can leave a complete corpse. Are you certain? While I have slain numerous 7th-tier martial masters, I usually leave them in several pieces. That's certain. It is far better than a bloody mess where one cannot distinguish between face and backside. Yinshan nodded heavily. Meanwhile, Lu Jinjia felt a jolt in her spirit. These two conversed so casually, discussing the manner of her and Gu Shi's potential demise. Arrogance, audacity. She cast a furtive glance at Gu Shi. The youth neither struck nor fled, simply awaiting in silence that Lu Jinjia was perplexed once more, whether to escape or launch a surprise attack. Surely some action should be taken. Why did he remain still? At last, the two concluded their discussion, and Yinshan withdrew, leaving only the knife-wielder with a smile upon his face. Apologies for the delay, that no matter. I can wait. The youth's words caused the knife-wielder to narrow his eyes that he gestured to Lu Jinjia, indicating for her to step aside. Her mind raced, and she hastily interjected, Wait, are you not doing this for money? I can offer you 1,000 taels of gold. You need not take such risks. The knife-wielder opened his garment, and 5 flying daggers remarkably soared into the air, spiraling around him. Lu Jinjia bit her lip. Still unwilling to give up, that name your price. I can give it to you. I only seek a path to survival. That Jiu Shi seized her collar and tossed her into the snow nearby. Lu Jinjia rose from the snow, her eyes tinged with pink. She realized this was a world she could not penetrate. Their manner of communication and approach to action were utterly beyond her comprehension. That in the eyes of Gu Shi, the knife-wielder, and Yinshan, there existed only one another. They seemed to inhabit a realm exclusive to themselves, where only the living could emerge. The dead were destined to remain there forever, while she was but a mere blade of grass. You boy, from whom did you learn that profound technique? The knife-wielder inquired. From those I have slain, Gu Shi replied, his body sinking as he raised his fist. The knife-wielder paused, and the 5 flying daggers began to whirl violently at his side. Such talent! What a pity you lack a proper school. Ultimately, you remain unrefined, he sneered, as the ground erupted towards Gu Shi. Boom! As Gu Shi unleashed a punch, it seemed destined to land, yet the knife-wielder bizarrely twisted his body to evade. Release your energy. Within a certain range, it can allow you to capture your opponent's movements with greater speed. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Shi struck repeatedly, and each time the knife-wielder narrowly escaped. In mere moments, he had already approached Gu Shi. Lu Jinjia suddenly noticed that the 5 daggers, which had just been swirling around the knife-wielder, had vanished without a trace. The bending heaven divine technique was indeed a rare sight, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone. Yet it was meaningless if it could not strike. A deafening buzz suddenly erupted. Lu Jinjia's pupils constricted as she looked up to see 1 flying dagger, accompanied by a whirlwind, hurtling towards Gu Shi's crown with unstoppable force. Where were the remaining 4? Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds rang out as the snow behind and on either side of Gu Shi exploded, with 3 flying daggers, like 3 massive white pythons, surging from 3 directions. Seeing this, Lu Jinjia deduced the location of the last dagger. The knife-wielder revealed a cruel smile, leaping into the air as the final dagger shot forth like a whirlwind from beneath him. Yinshan closed his eyes, declaring, It is over. The terrifying onslaught from 5 directions offers no means of evasion or resistance. The only outcome is being shattered to pieces. Chapter 19. The Qilin Punch Bang. An explosion suddenly erupted before Gu Shi. It was his embroidered knife, shattered into countless fragments. The knife wielder displayed a look of confusion, while Yinshan's brow furrowed. A shattered knife. A martial artist should never damage their weapon in a life-and-death struggle. Not even a twig or a rag, unless they possess a means to turn the tide. At that moment, Lu Jinjia caught sight of Gu Shi's cold, piercing eyes. The black pupils reflected the knife wielder's form, alongside an intangible true energy and flying daggers. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of rusty knife fragments whirled around Gu Shi, producing a whistling sound. The knife wielder was momentarily stunned, but then his face turned as pale as a ghost, as if every drop of blood had been drained from him. Knife technique. Is this not your unique secret art? How can he wield it as well? Yinshan gasped in shock. A renowned martial artist's ultimate skill, while not necessarily unparalleled, was not something just anyone could execute. That if the opponent possessed the same technique, it likely indicated that they had seen through one's own methods. To face such an adversary was undoubtedly the most terrifying prospect. Realizing this, Yinshan's lips curled into a smile, anticipating the knife wielder's perilous battle. That I thought it would be difficult. The youth indifferently curled his fingers, sending 5 rusty knife fragments soaring towards the 5 flying daggers. The knife wielder flicked his fingers, redirecting the daggers like twisting serpents, yet the fragments pursued closely. Boom! 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 In the midst of 5 thunderous clashes, the 5 daggers collided with the fragments and shattered into pieces. The knife wielder stared in astonishment at the debris scattered on the ground. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed a surge of overwhelming true energy towards the fragments lying on the ground. Yet dozens of fragments took flight first. You are quite peculiar. Clearly, controlling more flying daggers would enhance your strength. Why not manipulate a few more? Gu Shi danced his fingers, and numerous fragments swirled around him like rain, slowly rotating. The fragments resembled blooming brown flowers, encircling the knife wielder and sealing off all possible avenues of escape. The knife wielder stared blankly at the diminutive youth. In the span of 3 breaths, it felt as though countless years had passed. In those years, he saw himself tirelessly honing his knife skills day after day. The knife wielder spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression one of despair and numbness. Ha ha ha. Yinshan's expression changed dramatically as he looked at the youth, retreating several steps, his demeanor gravely serious. The knife wielder's martial spirit had shattered. Why? Fear no. These renowned masters of the martial world flirt with death daily. Death is a taboo they confront every day. They fear it the least. Could it be that this boy learned the knife technique on the spot? Only in this way could it make sense. Oh heavens, how terrifying must his talent be! The knife wielder could not bear the thought that the ultimate technique he had diligently practiced for years could be learned and even surpassed by a 17-year-old youth in a mere glance. What despair could be greater than years of effort being eclipsed by another's moment of brilliance? Any martial artist, faced with such a scene, would find their martial spirit utterly shattered. Go. The youth waved his hand, and countless fragments whistled away. The knife wielder did not evade. Instead, he closed his eyes and let out a low, despairing sigh. I would rather die immediately. Blood erupted, the fragments fell, and torrents of fresh blood mingled with white frost danced through the air as the knife wielder collapsed into a pool of blood. Lifeless, Gu Shi deftly maneuvered his fingers, the rusty knife fragments soaring through the sky as if they were extensions of his own being. And he smiled, reveling in the playfulness of it all. In the vast expanse of snow, the youth stood laughing, the corpse on the ground instilling a chilling dread. Yinshan took a step back, glancing at the knife wielder's lifeless body. With each step back, he found himself momentarily stunned. Retreat. Should I retreat? He lifted his gaze to the youth not far away. The youth, fingers dancing, sent the blood-stained fragments flying about with an almost joyful demeanor. He appeared as a malevolent spirit lost in the mortal realm. Yinshan's eyes flickered for a moment before he gritted his teeth and forcefully tore off his outer garment, throwing it to the ground. Damn it! If I retreat now, how will I ever improve in the future? If I encounter you again, must I flee like a coward? He raised his hand, pointing at Gu Shi, and shouted, "Boy, I take back what I said earlier. It was I and the knife wielder who misjudged. Your strikes have made me realize that, even as a 7th-rank martial artist, you are a dragon or phoenix of the sky, while the knife wielder and I are merely fish and shrimp in a pond. There exists an insurmountable chasm between us." He stamped his foot heavily on the ground, true energy erupting and blowing away the thick snow beneath him. "But I have roamed the martial world for so many years. I will not be frightened into retreat by a mere brat. Do not think to disgust me with your dainty knife techniques. They cannot breach my defenses. Use your Bending Heaven Divine technique. I wish to see just how formidable the renowned Bending Heaven Divine technique truly is." The rusty knife fragments fell, and the youth assumed a punching stance, true energy surging forth, scattering the white snow beneath him. "Ha! What a thrill!" Yinshan laughed heartily, his body sinking as true energy surged forth, producing a resonant beastly roar. The profound beast true technique, the profound turtle guards the body. Yinshan raised his foot, shattering the ground as true energy enveloped his body, forming a massive turtle over 10 feet in size. With a thunderous crash, Yinshan's veins bulged, causing the ground beneath him to sink by several inches. Lu Jinjia bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on the scene before her. Both Yinshan and Jiang Chong were courting death. Such is the true nature of martial artists. Their obsession with becoming stronger transcends life and death. The profound turtle guard is an impenetrable defense formed from one's entire true energy. Impervious to knives, spears, swords, and halberds, an ordinary 7th-rank martial artist could never hope to match me. Yet the Bending Heaven Divine technique possesses the power to shatter stone and gold. Such a defense may not withstand your punch. I do not cling to life, but the divine technique of the profound beast sect cannot be shamed in my hands that I willingly ignite my Dantian to confront the Bending Heaven Divine technique. Huh! Yinshan roared, his veins bulging, his body turning a dark red, appearing monstrous and fearsome. With a muffled thud, a sound echoed from his Dantian as his meridians shattered, and torrents of blood erupted from his pores. "Ah!" Lu Jinjia screamed in fright, witnessing Yinshan transform into a blood-soaked figure. Immediately, an astonishing scene unfolded. The blood inexplicably merged with the vital energy, causing the transparent Xian turtle, situated a yard away from the rocky mountain, to swell dramatically, transforming into a hue of crimson. Countless barbs sprouted from its shell, embodying the mightiest defense and the fiercest offense. The Xian turtle true technique, the dragon turtle's protection. Yinshan's eyes widened as his aura surged to its zenith. In Lu Jinjia's heart, an indescribable sensation arose. At that moment, Yinshan had completely forgotten the concept of life and death, that if Gu Shi were to retreat now, in mere moments, he would succumb to his own demise. To gamble one's life for the sake of a fleeting victory, this is the essence of a martial artist. Come forth, let me witness the prowess of the crumbling Heaven Divine technique. A tremendous beastly roar reverberated through the mountains and forests, causing the trees to sway and the winds to howl. Lu Jinjia's eyes widened in disbelief. Not far away, Gu Shi's vital energy surged forth, and for the first time, this lean youth erupted with terrifying power. Powerful, ferocious, and barbaric, Qilin Punch. The vital energy coalesced into a 3-yard-tall Qilin, rearing its head and roaring in fury. The two formidable beasts stood in confrontation amidst the trees. A true martial artist embodies the ferocity of a beast. Here it comes. The Jiu Shi soared forward, delivering a punch that boomed like thunder, akin to the Qilin's roar, as if intending to shatter the very heavens and earth. Dragon Turtle's protection. Stand firm for me. The dragon turtle raised its head, roaring at the sky. The two figures collided violently within the phantoms of the beasts. Boom! The mountains trembled as the violent vital energy snapped dozens of trees in half. Lu Jinjia crouched on the ground, a wooden branch, a chess piece, and a fragrant pouch laid before her, all glowing and encasing her in protection. She opened her eyes to find Yinshan lying in a massive pit, his aura waning. The crumbling Heaven Divine technique truly is formidable. Cough, cough, but I managed to endure it. Ha ha! Yinshan laughed heartily, then tilted his head, dying with a smile. That Jiu Shi stood not far away, his garments tattered, blood trickling from his fist. That Lu Jinjia hurried over, Relieved to confirm Gu Shi was unharmed, he died with a smile. Indeed, few can withstand 70% of the crumbling Heaven Divine Technique's power. Liu Jinjia was momentarily stunned. 70%. The crumbling Heaven Divine Technique unleashes the full force of one's meridians to inflict harm, a terrifying skill that embodies the utmost yang and rigidity, harming both oneself and the enemy. After 70% power, every additional 10% doubles the might. Yet one's meridians suffer immense backlash. At full power, the crumbling Heaven Divine Technique could shatter one's meridians entirely, yet its force would be eightfold, capable of demolishing even a small mountain. Liu Jinjia's expression grew somewhat dazed. Indeed, the infamous Qianren Tushinju had slaughtered an entire sect. If it weren't for the savage and fearsome martial arts, how could he achieve such renown throughout the Jianghu? As she glanced back, Yan Shan's corpse remained smiling, yet her heart felt less admiration and more sorrow. The martial path knows no bounds. Beyond every genius lies another genius, and above every strong individual, there exists another stronger still. Some pursue their entire lives only to find their accomplishments are merely the beginning for others. This vast, boundless road of martial artistry has never truly held the essence of strength. Liu Jinjia turned to scrutinize Gu Shi. This youth, though young, resembled a mature and composed old wolf. He bore no joy in defeating his opponent, nor did he show signs of fatigue from a hard-fought battle. She sincerely expressed, "If only I possessed your abilities, I wouldn't struggle so." The Jiushi rummaged through Yan Shan's clothes, speaking without looking up. "If Nyang Yang could sit in a carriage and sip hot tea on a snowy day like you, I would gladly bestow this talent upon you." That Liu Jinjia stood frozen in place. The lean youth suddenly revealed a smile, having unearthed 2 taels of silver from the bloodied ground. The girl felt a tumult of emotions. How could such a powerful individual find himself in a beggar's plight? What, then, is the purpose of becoming stronger? What is the essence of cultivation? Gu Shi carefully stowed away the silver, turning back with a cheerful grin. "One day, I too shall be slain by someone even stronger." Liu Jinjia's heart skipped a beat. Before that day arrives, I must gather more money to buy medicine for Nyang Yang, to cure her illness, to allow her to wear beautiful clothes, to eat meat and drink tea, to live a life akin to yours, a life of a young lady. Snow fell heavily as the youth grasped the snow. Rubbing his hands, the crimson stains contrasting against the frost, he pressed on into the storm. Liu Jinjia followed closely behind, leaving long footprints on the vast earth, accompanied by her barely audible sighs. What of this exceptionally gifted young martial artist? Merely a soul desperately struggling to survive in this world. At Jiushi. What of you? Do you not have a particular aspiration to feast upon a table laden with meat? And what else? None. Chapter 20. Beneath the Raging Current. There lies a hidden tide at the Gu family pawnshop's southern branch. Xiaoxiang anxiously paced within the branch, clutching a silver short knife. Following his report on the knife's condition, it was swiftly relayed to the Gu family's southern branch. The Gu family's business spanned the entirety of the Great Xia, with the southern branch overseeing pawnshops across 120 prefectures. Even the shopkeepers of these 120 branches could only enter the southern branch upon receiving a summons. After reporting the short knife's condition, he was directly summoned to the southern branch, indicating the extraordinary origin of the knife retrieved from Baici town. Xiaoxiang drew out the short knife. Examining it closely, perhaps this was the treasure that would elevate him to greatness. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a handsome young man. The elderly man leaned on a snake-headed cane, and his dark robe was embroidered with white koi. Upon seeing him, Xiaoxiang was taken aback. This was the Gu family's esteemed guest elder, the renowned martial artist from a decade ago, the Poison Python. Shiman Feng. Looking at the youth beside him, Xiaoxiang was startled to discover that this young man was the third-ranked among the 10 martial saints, now the sole heir of the Gu family. Gu Gongzi. Years ago, the Gu family lost their only son and had publicly posted notices offering a reward for his return. Many came forth, but most were impostors. Eventually, it was said that they found this Gu Gongzi. Xiaoxiang hurriedly bowed in greeting. "I have met Gu Gongzi. It seems you are Xiaoxiang," Gu Gongzi replied. "No need for excessive formalities. That I heard you discovered a silver short knife, suspected to be of Gu family origin. Is that correct?" Gu Gongzi bent down to assist Xiaoxiang, wearing a warm and gentle smile. His features were striking, a blend of delicate beauty and rugged handsomeness, and when he smiled, he radiated a charm that transcended gender. Xiaoxiang was momentarily entranced, marveling inwardly at Gu Gongzi's extraordinary allure, and he eagerly nodded, hastily presenting the short knife. This is the knife in question. Before Gu Gongzi could reach for it, he lowered his gaze. His pupils suddenly constricting. Xiaoxiang felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling. Killing intent. Xiaoxiang froze, while Gu Gongzi grasped the short knife, examining it from top to bottom. After a moment, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Is it true? Shimin Feng inquired, to which Gu Gongzi nodded, extending the knife. Shimin Feng gently caressed the knife, his expression grave. After so many years of searching, I too believed he was dead. I never expected him to suddenly resurface. Gu Gongzi produced a snow-white jade pendant inscribed with the character Gu. Shimin Feng remarked, the pendant and the short knife were once together. Unfortunately, I only obtained the pendant back then. Not the knife. Now they are together, yet it changes nothing. A fake remains a fake, Gu Gongzi lamented. Xiaoxiang, standing nearby, suddenly appeared dazed as a realization struck him that he recalled rumors from a few years prior that the true Gu Gongzi had never been found. And the one the Gu family located was an impostor. Due to the Gu family's vast wealth and influence, many coveted their assets. The matriarch, anxious for her son, fell ill from longing, while the old patriarch, in search of his grandson, vanished without a trace, leaving the family in chaos and near ruin. Though this child was false, after years of companionship, he had become as dear as a biological son. So they simply accepted him to silence the rumors and inform various factions that the Gu family no longer sought their lost heir. Realizing this, Xiaoxiang's face turned pale. Could the rumors be true? If the rumors were genuine, then the short knife in his possession. You are quite astute, but those who are clever rarely meet a good end. Xiaoxiang looked up to find Gu Gongzi staring at him intently, his eyes resembling an abyss that threatened to swallow him whole. Xiaoxiang hastily lowered his gaze, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew his thoughts had been fully discerned by Gu Gongzi. With a clang, the silver short knife was tossed to the ground. Shimin Feng chuckled. If only fakes remain after the true ones vanish, then the fake becomes the true. Gu Gongzi took a seat nearby, taking a delicate sip of clear tea. You are not mistaken. The rumors are true. I am the impostor. I know nothing. I have heard nothing. Xiaoxiang cried out, kneeling as his clothes became drenched in cold sweat. Gu Gongzi remained silent. He still had a slim chance of survival. Should he reveal this earth-shattering secret, today would mark his end. Only the dead can guard secrets. He adopted a pseudonym, yet I have uncovered his true identity. He is Gu Shi, residing in a thatched cottage near the Horse Ranch in Baitzi Town. Indeed, he is the recently acclaimed 17-year-old 7th-grade martial artist in the martial world. Upon hearing this, young Master Gu's expression hardened, a shadow of gloom darkening his brow, while Shimin Feng beside him furrowed his own brows in concern. It is not the act of living that frightens me, but the weight of a formidable reputation. The Gu family is vast and powerful. No whisper or rustle in the martial realm escapes their notice. Should this news reach the ears of the head of the Gu family, it would spell trouble. Bang! Bang bang! Xiaoxiang suddenly bowed his head forcefully to the ground, the impact so severe that it drew blood. I am but a mere steward. I have never visited the Gu family branch, nor have I received any gifts or encountered anyone that I asked at all. Young Master Gu inquired calmly. The sound of Xiaoxiang's repeated kowtowing echoed in the air as he trembled. I know nothing more. I beseech young Master Gu to let me return, that I shall conceal my identity and never again associate with the Gu family. Young Master Gu frowned, a look of dilemma crossing his features. Yet you are still able to speak. Xiaoxiang paused momentarily, then suddenly gritted his teeth. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he extended his tongue and swiftly swung the knife. Blood spattered as he collapsed, his body convulsing. Moments later, he struggled to rise and managed to offer young Master Gu a smile. Young Master Gu stared at him in a daze, then glanced at the severed tongue on the ground, his brows knitting together. Even his frown is enchanting, reminiscent of a youthful maiden in her prime, captivating and irresistible. Even if you cannot speak, you can still write. Xiaoxiang widened his eyes, staring blankly at young Master Gu. You could also sever your right hand, yet your left hand could still write. If your left hand too is lost, you might use your foot. Have you never seen those street performers? Young Master Gu continued. You could even chop off both hands and feet. Yet even in such a state, you could still write with your mouth that a living person, should they truly wish to divulge a secret, would find countless ways to do so. Would you not agree? Young Master Gu's tone was light, his eloquence inducing a growing sense of despair in Xie Xiong. He spread his snow-white hands, smiling reassuringly. Fear not, I am meticulous in my endeavors. The individuals privy to this matter, no, all those connected to you, your parents, your wife and children, subordinates, even friends, I will ensure they join you in the afterlife. You shall not be alone. After all, I cannot guarantee whether you have disclosed this matter to anyone. Even the coachman may have seen this dagger. Wailing, Xie Xiong rose, tears streaming down his face as he recklessly lunged at young Master Gu. He sought to slay this living demon. Who has ever heard the cry of a mute? Filled with such chilling sorrow, young Master Gu raised his hand, his snow-white palm striking like a phantom serpent upon Xie Xiong's neck. With a gentle twist, Xie Xiong collapsed, devoid of any breath. Shimen Feng frowned. Declaring a seventh-grade martial artist poses a significant problem. Young Master Gu merely smiled, pushing open the door, that a gentle breeze tousled his hair as sunlight bathed his exquisite visage, revealing a confident and beautiful smile. It matters not. For now, I am young Master Gu of the Gu family. Chapter 21. The wind and snow, the ruined temple, the demon snow, a deluge of feather-like flakes, accompanied by a howling cold wind. On the snow-covered mountain path, a dim light flickered within a dilapidated temple. The frigid air whistled through the cracks in the door, windows rattling violently, while the flames inside danced erratically with the gusts. Lu Jinjia tightened her fur coat, extending her reddened, delicate hands toward the fire. Why has it suddenly grown so cold? Thankfully, we found this forsaken temple. Otherwise, we might have frozen to death. As she spoke, her gaze drifted past the flames to the young man nearby, who was roasting a deer leg while simmering bone broth. Despite his sheepskin coat, his forearms and lower legs were exposed. Merely looking at him sent a chill down her spine. Does he not feel cold? Here Ji Yushi offered a deer leg to Lu Jinjia, biting into another. She tasted it. The gamey flavor was overwhelming, and had it not been for the salt, it would have been nearly inedible. Nevertheless, she could only manage a few bites, opting instead to sip more of the bone broth, which felt wonderfully warming. The howling wind outside intensified, and the sounds creeping through the door resembled the wails of malevolent spirits. Lu Jinjia set down her bowl and looked back. Even the dark corners of the temple appeared bottomless, and she dared not gaze too long. She nervously adjusted her clothes, thinking, if I were alone, I truly do not know how I would endure this terrifying night. Slurp, slurp, the Gu Shi sipped his hot broth, the sound bringing a measure of comfort to the girl, coaxing a smile from her. What is it? Gu Shi asked, observing her curiously. You eat quite well. Martial artists have hearty appetites. Gu Shi replied, bemused. Was she truly the daughter of one of the four prominent families? How could she pose such a naive question? With a creak, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Jinjia turned to see a woman standing before the wooden door. Tattered clothing smeared with blood, cradling a small girl in her arms. She was astonishingly beautiful. Beneath her disheveled attire, her exposed skin radiated a soft glow, more luminous than the snow outside. Her elongated, alluring eyes seemed both deep and enchanting. The blood staining her lips made her breathtakingly stunning. Any man gazing upon her lips would be compelled to ponder how soft and sweet they must be. Slurp, slurp, the Gu Shi appeared oblivious, not even turning to look. Lu Jinjia rolled her eyes. This fellow was certainly no ordinary man, at least not at this moment. The woman bit her lower lip, turned, and closed the wooden door. Lu Jinjia flashed a smile at her, and the woman returned it before casting a lingering glance at Gu Shi, then retreating to a dark corner several paces from the firelight. You are injured? Lu Jinjia inquired, pointing at the woman's blood-stained trousers. The woman remained silent, merely nodding. Lu Jinjia glanced at the child in her arms, no more than 2 years old, with striking eyes that blinked in a mix of fear and curiosity. You may come over to eat some deer meat and drink hot broth. Lu Jinjia gestured toward the roasted deer leg. The woman hesitated, taken aback. Even if you do not eat, you must let the child have some meat and broth to warm her. After a moment's consideration, the woman set the child down and staggered toward them. That it is all right, you may come closer to the fire. It is too cold over there. The Lu Jinjia smiled kindly to know it is unnecessary. The woman spoke for the first time. Her voice extraordinarily melodious, akin to a celestial melody. She stealthily approached Lu Jinjia, reaching for the deer leg she had offered. Her fingers were elegant, slender, and pale. Even Lu Jinjia found herself stealing glances. The woman swallowed hard, gazing at Lu Jinjia's hand with an almost entranced expression. Her snow-white hand extended past the deer leg, reaching toward Lu Jinjia's wrist. Lu Jinjia froze. Do you believe I would shatter your skull and spill your brains? Gu Shi suddenly lifted his gaze. The woman's expression shifted, her hand retracting as she leapt to shield the child behind her, baring her teeth in a menacing snarl. The Jiu Shi. Lu Jinjia sensed something amiss. Withdrawing her hand and placing several stones before her, anxiously watching Gu Shi. Having spent these days together, she knew well that Gu Shi possessed ample experience traversing the world, though his strikes were ruthless. He had never erred. Without uttering another word, Gu Shi seized the deer leg and tossed it before the woman. Upon seeing the deer leg, the woman lunged forward, sinking her teeth into it. You may stay until the snow ceases. Eat your fill and then leave. Should you dare to act against us, I shall roast you and your child. The woman suddenly looked up. Lu Jinjia gasped in horror. The once beautiful woman's head had transformed into that of a furry fox. Baring her teeth, she revealed a ferocious countenance. Who dares threaten? Gu Shi abruptly turned, hurling the bowl of hot soup at the fox's head, shattering it to pieces. The fox spirit emitted a wail, caught off guard. Before being sent sprawling by a kick, the boy's fists rained down upon it mercilessly. The fox spirit cried out in anguish, yet the boy showed no signs of relenting. Finally, the fox spirit could endure no more, letting out a howl as its hands and feet morphed into beastly claws, sharp as daggers, glimmering ominously. The claws scraped across the ground, leaving 2-inch deep gashes. Be careful. Before Lu Jinjia could finish her warning, she saw Gu Shi lift his leg and pin the fox spirit's claw to the ground, then began to stomp down furiously. The sharp claws were crushed beneath his feet, the fox spirit's howls transforming into agonized shrieks. Echoing painfully within the dilapidated temple, Lu Jinjia was so frightened that goosebumps erupted all over her body. She covered her ears, too afraid to look. Time passed, and at last, the temple fell silent. The fox spirit curled up, one bloodied claw limp by its side. The young man clenched his fists, his vital energy swirling around him, causing his clothes to rustle. Should you dare to entertain any malicious thoughts again, I shall end you. The fox spirit emitted a mournful cry, curling into a ball, too frightened to move. Only then did Gu Shi return to Lu Jinjia's side, casually picking up the remaining deer leg and tossing it to the fox spirit. Once the wind and snow cease, be gone, Lu Jinjia observed as the young girl beside her transformed into a petite snow-white fox, shedding her garments and darting to the side of the fox spirit. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to grasp the boy's clothing tightly. To her astonishment, the diminutive fox possessed 2 tails that swayed gracefully as it ran, an enchanting yet uncanny sight. The dilapidated temple returned to its former tranquility. After a moment, the fox spirit remained motionless, while the little fox, driven by hunger, mustered the courage to seize a deer's leg and approach the fox spirit. Together, the 2 foxes nibbled delicately, and upon noticing that Gu Shi was unresponsive, they began to tear into the deer leg with fervor. Lu Jinjia's underlying tension finally eased considerably. She lifted her eyelids and furtively studied the boy beside her. His expression was calm, devoid of any fear or anger. Are you not a sorcerer? How is it that you cannot even discern a fox spirit? Gu Shi suddenly turned his head, prompting Lu Jinjia to swiftly avert her gaze. Sorcerers are categorized into 4 disciplines: formation, alchemy, spirit nurturing, and talisman drawing. I specialize in formations and am not well versed in the ways of demons and monsters. Yet you should still be able to detect demonic energy. Are you perhaps a lowly sorcerer? Or one of the most insignificant kind? Gu Shi furrowed his brow. Sorcerers are divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower, with significant disparities in strength within each tier. Unlike martial masters, sorcerers harness the power of heaven and earth to combat foes. Lower-tier sorcerers require extensive preparation time, rendering them quite weak. However, upon reaching the middle tier, given sufficient time, They could even vanquish a ninth-tier martial master. A transformation akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Yet sorcerers are exceedingly rare, their cultivation methods uniquely demanding, requiring them to comprehend the heavenly path and rely on an inexplicable sense for their practice. For instance, the esteemed sorcerer of the Great Xia dynasty, the chess sage Nangongya, was originally just a chess player who entered the path through the game, ultimately grasping the profound mysteries of the heavenly way and becoming an upper-tier sorcerer. It is said that the entire chess sage city is his formation. He once played against a strong adversary, moving a mountain and crushing 3 ninth-tier martial masters to death. Similarly, there is Song Wensheng, the eldest son of the Song family, who was once the top scholar of the imperial examination. Rumored to be the earthly manifestation of the literary star, it is said that he entered the path through literature. While studying, autumn orchids bloomed beneath his feet, and butterflies danced around him, with birds singing above his head. When he was enraged, demonic gods descended, wreaking havoc upon heaven and earth. That I have only just embarked on this path. Lu Jinjia said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, that I ask at the likes of you, who participates in your family's trials. Chapter 22. The snowy night confrontation with the wolf demon. Lu Jinjia tilted her head, resting it on her knees, and spoke with a touch of sorrow. To be honest, I am probably the weakest among them. That my fourth sister, Lu Ziping, has already become a middle-tier sorcerer 3 years ago. And my fifth sister, Lu Feiqiong, became a 6th-tier martial master last year. Not to mention my elder brother, second brother, and third brother. Each of them far surpasses me, that I fear no one will believe in my potential. And my relationship with my third brother is not good. That old man outside the city was sent by him to kill me. You truly are useless, Gu Shi remarked. That I know, Lu Jinjia pouted, gazing at Gu Shi with a sense of grievance. But can't you at least offer me some encouragement? The boy cast her a sidelong glance, closing his eyes. His expression seemed to convey, do you even deserve it? Lu Jinjia bit her lip, raising her hand to playfully punch Gu Shi from a distance before crossing her arms in a haughty manner. What are you doing? Gu Shi, having opened his eyes at an unknown moment, looked at her with a strange expression, but in nothing. Lu Jinjia said, somewhat guilty, lowering her head. The dilapidated temple fell silent once more, the sound of the wind accompanying the 2 foxes gnawing on the deer's leg. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Lu Jinjia found herself unable to sleep. After glancing at the 2 fox spirits, she cautiously shifted closer to Gu Shi, gently nudging his shoulder, and whispered, how did you figure it out? In the wild, how could such a beautiful woman appear? Besides, can't you smell the blood and the scent of the fox on them? Lu Jinjia closed her eyes and sniffed. I don't detect anything. Your nose is dull. Lu Jinjia felt somewhat speechless. Clearly, it was he, as a martial master, who was exceptional. Mountain spirits and monsters are considered great supplements for martial masters. It is said that some monsters, after prolonged cultivation, even possess inner cores. Why not kill them? Lu Jinjia made a gesture as if to slit a throat, asking wickedly, did I in her eyes? Gu Shi ought to be that kind of merciless person. Moreover, the fox spirit was clearly no match for him. Any martial master would seize such an opportunity without hesitation. Humans have their own rules, and mountain spirits and monsters have theirs. Just as humans have companions and friends, so too do mountain spirits and monsters. Fox spirits are among the more intelligent creatures within the demon realm, and they often maintain good relations with other monsters. That if I were to kill her, it would undoubtedly attract other spirits, leading to further complications. Additionally, Lu Jinjia suddenly recalled a passage from the Compendium of Strange Creatures, which documented that during heavy snow, Lu Songming had become lost in the mountains and inadvertently stumbled into the Fox Heart Pavilion. Amidst the swirling snow, he heard the sounds of reading and music emanating from within the pavilion, only to be terrified out of his wits upon approaching. That it turned out that those reading were not humans, but several foxes. Moreover, there were others playing musical instruments, brewing tea, and preparing soup. Could it be that these tales were indeed true? The young girl's beautiful eyes brimmed with longing, her snow-white complexion slightly flushed with excitement. Gu Shi deemed Lu Jinjia's thoughts to be rather peculiar. Extremely peculiar, but do not be misled into thinking that these mountain spirits and monsters, having acquired knowledge, are akin to humans. That I struck her earlier because she harbored murderous intent towards you. Lu Jinjia was taken aback. Mountain spirits and monsters are indeed nourishing for humans, but vice versa is equally true. You are tender and fair. In the eyes of those monsters, you are merely a delicacy. When she was injured and saw you, it was only natural for her to consider a desperate gamble. Then why did she fear you and not confront you? The chi and blood of martial masters are overwhelmingly powerful. When a fifth-tier martial master manifests true energy, the surging chi and blood resemble flames, serving as a formidable restraint against them. Yet, they are equally drawn to the robust flesh of martial masters. Gu Shi sneered at the fox spirit. It is likely that my constitution is weak, leading her to mistakenly identify me as a feeble martial master, intending to consume me, only to realize her error upon entering. Lu Jinjia nodded. Then what were you about to say earlier? You mentioned and also, and there is another possibility. With a resounding crash, the wooden door fell to the ground, revealing a towering black-furred figure standing at the entrance. Hiss! Lu Jinjia gasped in shock, her delicate face turning pale. That at the door stood a wolf demon, rising on its hind legs, its blood-red eyes glowing like bright lanterns in the dark, its lips curling back to reveal glistening teeth. Still dripping with blood, the fox spirit immediately stood, baring its teeth at the wolf demon. Lu Jinjia understood what Gu Shi was about to convey. He meant to say, and also, this fox spirit may have fled here to escape. The wolf demon cast a glance at the fox spirit before turning its attention to Gu Shi and Lu Jinjia. For the first time, Lu Jinjia locked eyes with a wolf demon. In those diamond-shaped pupils, there was no hint of emotion, only cruelty and bloodlust. That it was not looking at a living being but rather at a meal. The wolf demon suddenly curled its lips and gradually retreated. Taking a few steps back before leaping into the darkness, that Lu Jinjia breathed a sigh of relief. Was it your chi and blood that frightened it away? Thankfully, it left that it was not me. That Lu Jinjia was taken aback. Then how? Do you not know that wolves are pack animals? Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted from Gu Shi. Howl! The long wolf howl resonated clearly even amidst the howling wind and snow. What was more terrifying was the chorus of wolf howls that followed, the overlapping cries, causing even the fox demon to tremble. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes began to gleam. Their red glow scattered like stars, instilling a sense of dread. Gu Shi leaped to stand at the doorway, bracing himself against the temple entrance. Fists clenched. Be careful. Howl! A deep and authoritative howl echoed through the snowy night. As several dark figures surged in, the lean youth charged forward, delivering a flurry of punches that sent 5 or 6 gray wolves flying. Some collided with the walls, while others rolled back into the snow. 2 of them having their bones shattered. Howling and bleeding on the ground, the Gu Shi cast a quick glance back, expecting the girl who would normally be terrified to be in a state of panic. Yet she appeared surprisingly composed. She retrieved several crystal stones from her storage ring, fiddling with them while furrowing her brow in contemplation. Upon seeing Gu Shi look back, she suddenly spoke. Do not underestimate this. These are merely the wolves' probing attacks. The truly formidable ones are yet to come. Gu Shi felt a twinge of surprise. This woman was quite extraordinary. Howl! The deep, authoritative wolf howl resounded once more as several powerful presences emerged from the darkness. Several black wolves, towering 2 zhang in height, stood at the entrance, their fur reflecting the moonlight, casting a dim glow. Each hair stood straight like needles. Those wolves were merely ordinary beasts, but these wolves had transcended the realm of beasts and begun their own cultivation. Lu Jinjia held a volume of the Compendium of 10,000 Monsters, rapidly flipping through its pages. Their fur is like needles, akin to iron skin, and their claws are venomous. They must be second-tier demon wolves. Exercise utmost caution. As soon as the voice fell, the demon wolves surged forward one after another. Unlike the previous beasts, these demon wolves possessed intelligence. Their speed was astonishing as they lunged, but upon reaching Gu Shi, they suddenly halted simultaneously, spreading to the sides. 2 charged towards Lu Jinjia, while 2 leaped onto the main beam and propelled themselves. One aimed for the rooftop, and the other lunged directly at Gu Shi. 2 more flanked him, attempting to circle around. Meanwhile, a fierce wind swept through the entrance, and the wolf demon that had risen on 2 legs charged at Gu Shi with reckless abandon. The demon beasts were inherently powerful, and each step of the wolf demon left 3-inch deep prints in the ground. Chapter 23. Martial Master, Wolf Demon. Fox Spirit with a series of soft thuds, True energy enveloped by shattered blades simultaneously pierced through the bodies of the attacking wolf demons. Lu Jinjia was slightly taken aback, realizing that from the very beginning, Gu Shi had concealed the shattered blade fragments on the ground and he had refrained from deploying them, waiting for the unguarded moment of the wolf demons. At that instant, the standing wolf demon approached him, its claws glinting with icy light, aiming directly for Gu Shi's throat, yet its head hung low, its long mouth tightly closed as it closed in. That elongated mouth would open to reveal sharp fangs, poised to tear into the boy's abdomen, ripping him apart. Teeth and claws were their innate weapons to Ji Yushi. I shall assist you. Misty smoke formation. Lu Jinjia raised a hand, a dense smoke erupting from her fingertips and rushing towards the wolf demon's face. The wolf demon's vision was obscured, yet it did not falter in its movements. As a beast, its sense of smell was exceptionally keen. Even deprived of sight, it could lock onto its adversary, reversing the heavens. 3 stones behind Lu Jinjia shattered simultaneously, and the wolf demon, maintaining its clawing stance, redirected its focus towards the entrance. The Ji Yushi's pupils constricted suddenly. Howl! The wolf demon bit into thin air, its body erupting with blood. Ah! Lu Jinjia screamed in fright. Ji Yushi's hand pierced directly through the wolf demon, extracting its heart. You beasts had better comprehend whom you are provoking. The boy crushed the wolf heart in his grasp, pressing down on the demon's body with one hand while seizing its head with the other, yanking it off with a violent pull, tossing the remains out the door. The wolf pack outside fell eerily silent, retreating one by one. The cacophony of howls that had just resonated now reduced to utter stillness. That a fierce wind howled, and the interior of the decrepit temple was hauntingly quiet. Had it not been for the stench of wolf blood still clinging to Gu Shi, Lu Jinjia might have believed that everything that transpired was merely an illusion. She exhaled in relief. It seemed they had retreated, the commanding wolf king, endowed with intelligence not inferior to that of a human, had witnessed his terrifying prowess and opted to withdraw. Ji Yushi seized Lu Jinjia by her clothing, tossing her towards the fox spirit. Lu Jinjia jumped up in shock. What are you doing? The fox spirit was equally startled, not yet having the chance to react when Gu Shi appeared before it. He pointed at Lu Jinjia, but then at the little fox, indicating, if she lives, the fox lives. If she dies, the fox dies. Understand. For the first time, Lu Jinjia saw fear, hesitation, and unease reflected in the eyes of an animal. Are you saying those wolves will return? Lu Jinjia asked. Perhaps they won't come back, but if they do return, they won't easily leave. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud crashes echoed as a few black wolves leapt through the wooden windows on either side, charging directly at Lu Jinjia, the fox spirit, and the little fox. Their target was no longer mere prey. But revenged Ji Yushi did not glance at the 4 wolf demons, allowing them to pounce towards the fox spirit and the girl behind him. That he crouched down, forming a sword finger, with 3 resounding booms. The roof shattered, and 3 wolf demons standing on 2 legs fell down. That if you won't heed reason, then I shall eradicate all of you. Cold moon. That a dark moon traced Gu Shi's movements, and 3 wolf heads soared into the air, blood spraying like a fountain. Yet outside, the sound of even heavier footsteps approached. The one-armed fox spirit emitted a piercing howl, tearing apart one wolf demon while simultaneously clamping down on another's throat. However, the remaining 2 wolf demons leapt towards Lu Jinjia and the little fox from another direction. Just as Lu Jinjia prepared to unleash her grand formation, the fox spirit leapt atop her head, shielding them from the 2 wolf demons with its fluffy back. The 2 wolf demons showed no restraint, using their teeth and claws to tear away chunks of flesh and fur. The fox spirit roared, turning to face the 2 wolf demons, and in just 3 or 4 breaths, easily dispatched them. The little fox squeaked, yet one wolf demon after another continued to leap through the windows, with a resounding crash. The entire frame of the dilapidated temple, along with half a wall, was knocked down as a giant wolf, towering over 5 zhong, charged into Ji Yushi, a 6-rank wolf demon. Even a 6 rank is no match for me. Before Lu Jinjia's words could finish, the boy's fist struck the massive wolf's head. With a single blow, surging true energy swept forth like a tempest. The wolf demon emitted a low howl before crashing heavily to the ground. You did not spare me. Now I shall not spare you. Heaven-crushing divine decision, 70% of my strength. The boy kicked the wolf's head, sending the giant wolf hurtling backward, crashing through the remaining half of the temple wall at the entrance. The moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the world. The Liu Jinjia suddenly spotted the Wolf King in the distance. It stood upon a tree branch, one paw resting against the trunk, upright on its hind legs like a human. Those scarlet, luminous eyes pierced through the 50 zhang distance, landing upon the entire decrepit temple. That moment, the Wolf King suddenly shifted its gaze from Gu Shi to the girl. That Liu Jinjia's heart sank. Even from over 50 zhang away, she could distinctly feel the Wolf King's cruel and fierce gaze. She suddenly recalled the first time she had seen Gu Shi, and how his eyes mirrored those of the Wolf King, cold, proud, as if they could see through everything. Then the Wolf King smiled. Indeed, it was a smile. Its thick lips curled upward, revealing fangs that glinted with a chilling light. Dripping with drool, that Liu Jinjia felt a chill run down her spine. Howl! The Wolf King let out a long howl, and dozens of wolf demons surged forward, rushing into the temple. These wolf demons bypassed Gu Shi, even ignoring the fox spirit, instead madly pouncing towards Liu Jinjia. Startled, Liu Jinjia awoke to the reality. This Wolf King possessed extraordinary wisdom and courage. It discerned that these wolf demons had no chance against Gu Shi. The greatest flaw in the current situation lay in its protection of her within the decrepit temple. If she were to perish, then Gu Shi would have no reason to fight desperately. Liu Jinjia clenched her teeth. Suddenly, a shadow loomed above her. A furry giant landed outside her body. She looked up to see the fox spirit. Now significantly larger, its body over 5 zhang encompassing her, and the little fox beneath it. Liu Jinjia sensed another gaze upon her. She looked up to see Gu Shi standing in the snowy expanse. Glancing back, his cold gaze traversed the distance. Landing upon the fox spirit, he uttered not a single word. His icy stare, like the Wolf King's blood-red eyes, was chilling. Those eyes spoke volumes without words, and Liu Jinjia felt as if she could read a message. If she dies, so too does your offspring. That a warm current coursed through her heart, offering solace, even evoking tears. Boom! A distant explosion echoed, snow cascading like a waterfall, rising several zhang high. Liu Jinjia had never imagined that a single person's strength could be so overwhelming. A mere stomp sent the swirling snowflakes soaring like a vast curtain. Then, Gu Shi shot forth like an arrow, and she beheld him grasping the Wolf King by the neck, repeatedly crashing through several large trees. Chapter 24. The final words. The Wolf King was immensely powerful, far more fearsome than tigers or bears. Even iron blades could not pierce its skin, and the unyielding walls were no match for the bone beneath its flesh. The Wolf King's neck was thick, though its wolf fur, akin to iron needles, failed to penetrate Gu Shi's hand. Enveloped in true energy, it still absorbed a significant portion of his strength. Several trees were shattered with thunderous crashes, yet the wolf demon remained in scathed point. One of its claws shielded its rear, the sharp talons and formidable strength effortlessly breaking every tree in its path. While its other paw remained concealed behind, that it was cunning and composed. Even when grasped by the neck, it coldly contemplated the opportunity for a lethal strike. The innate sensitivity of beasts and their battle-hardened instincts only made it more terrifying after acquiring intelligence. Gu Shi, too, observed its gaze. The cruelty and bloodlust in its eyes did not instill any fear within him. Instead, the calmness reflected in the Wolf King's eyes weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, a furry tail whipped out from beneath the Wolf King, sweeping directly towards Gu Shi's face. The dense fur resembled steel needles. Such a swipe could easily strip the flesh from a person's face. Gu Shi raised his hand to shield his face, and in that fleeting moment, the Wolf King struck. The claw hidden behind it, like a bolt of black lightning, lunged directly toward Gu Shi's unguarded chest. This sharp talon could easily extract the beating heart from his frail body, perhaps even tear out a few ribs in the process. For the last time, a much stronger human warrior had been left with his heart and 3 bones ripped from him. It still recalled the searing and sweet blood that had splattered across its face. With the protection of the Xian turtle, boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the forest, and a terrifying wave of force sent the heavy snow swirling into the air. Drip, drip. 4 crimson claw marks marred Gu Shi's emaciated right arm, deep enough to reveal bone. Not far away, The Wolf King stood silently in the snow, as calm as a human. Its claws shimmered with a chilling light, entwined with a dark aura. When martial artists reach a certain level of training, they generate true energy. Similarly, once demons attain a certain realm, they emit demon energy. This wolf demon not only possessed intelligence but had also begun to cultivate its own energy. It licked the blood from its claws, and its eyes became even more blood-red. Suddenly, it began to sprint, racing around Gu Shi in the snow. That it did not run on all fours like a beast, but rather on two legs, akin to a human. It moved with such speed that in the darkness, only its elongated blood-red eyes were visible, resembling a crimson blade, constantly swirling and closing in. Swish, swish, swish. Its tail began to sweep through the snow, sending the already poor visibility of the night into further chaos. Fortunately, that pair of blood-red eyes remained. Yet, abruptly, the sole source of red light vanished. It closed its eyes, but the sounds of its relentless movement remained deafening. This was a wolf demon king of remarkable intellect and terrifying strength, one that understood humans all too well. What was supposed to be a battle between man and beast had now transformed into the hunt of the wolf demon king. Gu Shi, too, closed his eyes, not to seek the wolf king's location, but simply because, in such an environment, sight had lost its purpose. Conversely, if the cunning wolf king were to suddenly feign a movement, one's eyes would surely fall into its trap, becoming the very blade that claimed his life. Listening for sound? What good would that do? It was a wolf, not a human, who could discern whether it was leaping to bite or pouncing to claw, or perhaps sending minions to attack. It was not human. Its methods of assault were entirely different. The IT had seized the initiative, and the outcome could only lead to two possibilities. Either Gu Shi dies, or the Wolf King dies. The Gu Shi's sleeves exploded into tatters. Bang. The fabric of his shirt burst open from behind, revealing a back riddled with scars. His veins stood out prominently. Even the blood vessels on his face bulged. The best strategy for those in the martial world to achieve victory ultimately lay in surprise. Having failed to slay the Wolf King in one strike, he had already fallen into a disadvantage. With the Wolf King seizing the initiative, the element of surprise now belonged to the opponent. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Boom. Gu Shi's body suddenly erupted with a mist of blood, mingled with true energy. Bursting forth from every pore. 3 resounding explosions occurred in the blink of an eye, and the Wolf King sensed impending danger. With a thunderous crash, the thick blanket of snow on the ground shot up like a waterfall, cascading toward Gu Shi. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, shrouded in dark energy, concealed itself behind the snow. One of its talons aimed for Gu Shi's forehead, another targeted his chest, its sharp teeth poised to snap at his neck. And even its tail was as sharp as a black spear, aimed at his abdomen. The IT intended to pierce through his skull, extract his heart, sever his neck, and claim his very essence, with all its limbs as weapons. It could rend the human apart in an instant, reducing him to mere fragments. It was a wolf, the Wolf Demon King. In that split second, Gu Shi abruptly opened his eyes. The corners of the Wolf King's mouth curled into a smile. The flying snow had already reached Gu Shi, and its sharp gaze pierced through the blizzard to find him. But it was too late. The distance between them was merely 3 steps, and the human had yet to react. 3 steps, a unit of measurement for humans, was a distance at which all its attacks could be executed. One claw would pierce his skull, another would extract his heart and tear out his ribs. Its tail would impale his intestines, its teeth would tear through every vein in his neck, snapping it cleanly, allowing his head to roll upon the ground. Everything was predetermined. Even at that moment, it could make no alterations to its actions. Nor could the human, for they were far too close. The IT had seized every advantage. Just as it had done with every martial artist it had slain before, this human would also become its meal. Just as it revealed its smile, Gu Shi moved. The Wolf King saw him shift his body. Yes, in that fleeting instant, shorter than a breath, it saw him lean to the side. Then, darkness enveloped the Wolf King. The world spun around it, and it beheld the high-hanging moon, the vast, desolate snowfield, and the all-consuming black night. Next, it glimpsed a dilapidated temple in the distance, the pristine white snow on the mountains, and a few fallen trees. Finally, it saw a headless wolf corpse. The decapitated demon wolf ran across the snow, one paw on the ground, the other raised, its sharp tail resembling a piercing arrow. Though it had no head, it sprinted with remarkable speed, dashing several yards away in an instant. Thud! The Wolf King witnessed the headless wolf corpse erupting in a fountain of blood as it collapsed to the ground, and IT turned its gaze, barely managing to see what lay beneath it. On the empty snow, droplets of bright red fell steadily. IT heard the final whisper of its life. The divine art of the collapsing sky, exerting 80% of its power. Chapter 25. Man and Beast Techniques that Traverse the 8 Directions. Shifting, misty fog, swirling smoke, waters and earth, heavy with the weight of their essence, that Lu Jinjia stood before an 8-trigram formation, with several stones anchoring the edges. She retrieved various artifacts from her Qinquan ring and placed them on the ground. Black crystals, yellow bronze mirrors, and white clay figurines. Each time a new object was placed within the formation, it would illuminate, and she would swiftly point, sometimes releasing white smoke that would burst forth to strike the wolf demon's face, at times causing the wolf demon to suddenly change direction just as it was about to charge forward. Though her efforts were limited, merely enough to hinder, this seemingly insignificant impact was sufficient for the one-armed fox spirit to deliver lethal blows to those wolf demons. She was unaware of how much time had passed. The howls of wolves and the raging cold wind never ceased. The metallic scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, and her sweat-soaked clothes clung to her body, growing colder by the moment, while her vision began to clear. Finally, she could endure no longer. As the last clay figurine in the formation exploded, a nearby wolf demon veered off course, colliding with another wolf demon before she collapsed onto the formation. The last vestige of clarity in her mind warned her. She must not sleep, or else upon waking, she would find herself in a blood-red hell, facing the Grim Reaper. She forced her eyelids to remain open, but they felt impossibly heavy. Perhaps it was for the best. Without pain, she felt utterly exhausted. What was the point of living? Merely to invite more troubles. That in her blurred vision, she saw that fox spirit had also fallen to the ground, its head heavily striking the blood-soaked earth, its once white for now stained crimson. She sighed in relief. Now, she could rest peacefully, for there was no longer any hope that no one would blame her. She had done her utmost. But her strength had simply been insufficient. Her eyelids slowly closed. With a thunderous crash, something seemed to crash to the ground, but she no longer cared. Wake up! But a sudden agony surged through her head, as if something heavy had struck her, sharpening Lu Jinjia's blurry vision just enough. She saw an object rolling before her. Upon recognizing it, her hazy consciousness snapped into focus, like a bucket of icy water splashed upon one on the verge of slumber. Ah! Lu Jinjia sprang upright, clutching her chest, gasping violently, her face pale. Before her lay a bloodied wolf head, its scarlet eyes glaring, its lips curled back to reveal chilling teeth and foul-smelling drool. Squeak, squeak, squeak. She saw Gu Shi grasping one of the wolf demon's hind legs as though it were a dead dog, disregarding its frantic struggles, and then violently slamming it against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds continued, the sickening crunch of bones snapping amidst the cacophony. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Shi continued to smash, each blow harder than the last. Dust billowed throughout the dilapidated temple, the tremendous noise causing all the wolf demons to halt. Even the 2 enormous wolf demons outside paused, fear evident in their eyes. The howling wolf demon initially screamed in agony, but soon its cries faded into mere whimpers, eventually falling utterly silent. Boom! The wolf demon crashed heavily to the ground, causing Lu Jinjia's scalp to tingle and her back to chill for the first time. She found herself likening a wolf to mud. That wolf demon had indeed transformed into a mass of filth. Its bones were shattered, and beneath its fur lay a pool of blood. Hiss! The youth took a deep breath, then suddenly glared, unleashing a roar. Get lost! Ah! Lu Jinjia screamed in terror, her complexion paling as she clutched her head. She witnessed Gu Shi, at the same moment, kick the wolf demon's head away. The severed head rolled far into the snow, blood spraying everywhere. Cruel, terrifying. It was as fearsome as a hellish Azura that he didn't even blink. How could such a person exist in this world? No, could he even be considered human? He possessed no trace of humanity. Merely a beast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several wolf demons, tails tucked, turned and fled into the distance, and an increasing number of wolf demons began to rout that a few more intelligent ones paused briefly upon seeing the Wolf King's head, then turned to flee, unlike the defeated remnants. They ran while rallying others of their kind, in mere moments, the entire dilapidated temple fell silent. The cold wind howled, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. "Sit over there. The ground is damp. Be cautious of the cold." "No," Lu Jinjia cried out as the youth's palm halted just a short distance from her. She was trembling, her fragile body quaking uncontrollably. The youth glanced at his bloodied hand, then at the girl, whose hair was damp with sweat, strands sticking to her pale face. Her opulent earrings swaying, he looked down at the blood beneath his feet, and an unsettling thought arose within him. After all, they belonged to two different worlds, that he was a man of the rivers and lakes, struggling in blood and mud. She was a lady of affluence, resplendent and noble. The youth turned, lifting his foot. Stepping into the bloody ground, he gazed deeply at her, causing her to momentarily daze. Suddenly, Lu Jinjia felt as if she was on the verge of losing something. Reaching out her hand, the youth's thin, scarred body lay bare beneath the cold night, bloodied, snow settling on his head. "Do not let yourself perish." His voice was rare and devoid of prior gentleness, cold as their first meeting. He approached the fox spirit, the small fox wailing incessantly, licking the mud from its mother's mouth, striving to lift its mother's drooping head with its tiny form. Ji Yushi stepped forward and picked up the small fox. It struggled violently, both frightened and terrified, sinking its teeth into Gu Shi's hand. Witnessing this, Lu Jinjia's heart jolted. She had seen Gu Shi's brutality too deeply. How could such a small creature dare to act thus? Even the large fox spirit was taken aback, lifting its eyelids, wanting to open its mouth. Yet it was gravely injured, large patches of its fur torn away, bleeding profusely, its life nearing its end. Blood trickled from the small fox's mouth. Yet Gu Shi appeared unperturbed, allowing it to bite him. The fox spirit raised its eyelids to gaze at him, its diamond-shaped eyes locking onto the youth's bright gaze, quieting down, once more resting its head in the bloodied water. "You have done well," Gu Shi remarked. The fox spirit forced its lips to part. "May I request one thing of you?" Its voice remained enchanting, even filled with weakness and helplessness, still quickening one's heartbeat. "Can you help care for my child?" "Very well, that if you are uneasy, you may seek a sorcerer to sign a contract with your kind, be it a master-servant contract or a lesser spirit beast contract. As long as it survives, that I shall not sign." The youth's voice caused the fox spirit's head to sway slightly, while Lu Jinjia's eyes widened in disbelief. She hurried forward. "Gu Shi, do you not understand what a master-servant contract is? Or what a spirit-beast contract entails? To put it simply, my thought, it's life or death." Ji Yushi interrupted coolly with a smile. "I have traversed the rivers and lakes since I was 7. I am well aware of what sorcerers deal with." Lu Jinjia fell silent, sensing that Gu Shi suddenly seemed to detest her. In truth, she also harbored no fondness for him, especially after that day when he forced her to change clothes and touched her. Her disdain only deepened. Yet, knowing he disliked her made her inexplicably unhappy. Ji Yushi had entirely lost interest in this young lady. Caring little for her feelings, he turned to the fox spirit, saying, "When I feel I can no longer protect it, I will return it to the mountains. Whether it lives or dies thereafter depends on its own ability." "Why?" The fox spirit perked up, intently staring at the youth. Lu Jinjia too was secretly observing Gu Shi, curious about the reason. Cold-blooded, resolute, utterly devoid of hesitation. That was the Gu Shi she knew. Why would he agree to such a request and go to such lengths for the small fox? It defied reason. "You may not believe it." The youth placed the small fox down, gently prying its mouth open to extract the flesh nearly bitten off from its jaws. "Look at your mother. This is your last chance." The small fox seemed to comprehend, staring blankly at Gu Shi. He placed it in the fox spirit's embrace and walked away to a distant clearing, closing his eyes to meditate. The fox spirit gazed at him in a daze, while Lu Jinjia's beautiful eyes brimmed with incredulity. She saw tears fall from the fox spirit's eyes. She still did not understand, not in the slightest. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward. "Do you truly trust him?" The fox spirit looked at her and replied, "I do." "Why?" "Simply because he has no need to lie. Indeed, if he wished to do anything, the current you could not stop him. Because he is like us." The fox spirit stated that Liu Jinjiao was taken aback. Like us? In what way? How could it be the same? One is a beast, the other a human. One is a demon, the other a martial artist. Is Gu Shi perhaps a transformed demon? Or does he possess the blood of a demon? The fox spirit extended its tongue, licking the small fox's head, cleaning it one final time, that we are all solitary beasts. The fox spirit's words pierced the tender heart of the young girl, causing an inexplicable ache within. Chapter 26. Tenderness. The night grew deep. Throughout the long night, the fox spirit cleaned the small fox's body and finally held it close to sleep, that Liu Jinjiao found herself unable to slumber. Having endured a fierce battle, her entire body ached, and due to excessive use of the formation, her head throbbed painfully. Rest was paramount, yet the more she sought it, the more elusive it became. Her heart felt heavy, overwhelmingly so. Whenever she closed her eyes, the fox spirit's words echoed in her mind. We are all solitary beasts. Tossing and turning, she finally lay on the ground, gazing at Gu Shi, who also remained awake. Staring into the distant bright moon, lost in thought, that Liu Jinjiao observed his nose, his eyes, his brows, his face. How could he resemble a beast? He was undeniably human, vividly alive. Each time she thought of this, images of Gu Shi killing, of him slaying demons, flooded her mind, brutal, terrifying, savage. But that was unavoidable. He was human. Liu Jinjiao suddenly stood, walking up to Gu Shi. What is it? Gu Shi lifted his eyelids to regard her, having lost all interest in this pampered young lady who had never lifted a finger. Cowardly, timid, ill-hearted, a burden. That was who she was. That Liu Jinjiao crouched before Gu Shi. The biting cold wind could not obscure the faint fragrance that clung to her. Gu Shi was perplexed, unable to comprehend how she could be so dirty yet still exude such an undeniable scent. It was said that daughters of wealthy families might have a special fragrance bestowed upon them by a sorcerer at birth. Did she possess such a gift? The young girl pulled out 2 bottles of medicinal wine and a gold wound ointment, along with a piece of her inner skirt. Let me bandage your wounds. She reached for Gu Shi's arm. His arm trembled slightly at her touch. Her fingers were inexplicably soft, as smooth as porcelain. The girl paused, blinking as she regarded Gu Shi. No need. It is already scabbed. Not acceptable, the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide. Look at your wounds. There is still dirt and blood within those scabs that I in this frigid cold. What if they become infected? I am a 7th grade martial artist. The circulation of my vital energy renders such matters trivial. Besides, then kill me. What? Gu Shi was taken aback, casting her a peculiar look. She truly seemed to have lost her mind. Will you kill me or not? The girl questioned, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Are you out of your mind? Gu Shi's expression was one of incredulity. He was there to protect her. How could she ask such a foolish question? Liu Jinjiao rolled her eyes in frustration. She never imagined that, despite her scholarly background, she would be questioned in such a manner by a wild man. She seized Gu Shi's arm, pulling it to her chest, while her other hand grasped her inner skirt. That if you do not kill me, you must obey me. Her embrace radiated warmth, though they merely brushed against each other through clothing. The heat was unmistakably palpable in the frigid night. For reasons unknown, Gu Shi found himself wanting to withdraw his arm and in no need that Dio not move. As Liu Jinjiao anxiously clasped Gu Shi's arm, the youth indeed fell still. Not only his arm but his entire being ceased to stir. It was only then that Liu Jinjiao realized his icy arm lay against her ample bosom, causing her porcelain-like face to flush slightly as she hastily withdrew a bit of distance. How absurd! She mustn't indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Those of the Jianghu are known to be unrestrained. With a swift motion, she tore at her inner skirt, ripping it into several strips. To Liu Jinjiao's gaze fixed upon Gu Shi's arm, her heart constricting with dread. The injury was grievous. Flesh from half his arm had been sliced away, and a thin layer of scab had formed over the wound, the extent of blood loss unknown. There is dust and blood upon your wound. If I cleanse it, it will surely hurt, she stated earnestly to Liu Jinjiao lifted the medicinal liquor, gently pouring it over his arm as the liquid coursed over his skin. Her jade-like fingers brushed against him, sweeping away the grime and dirt. Gu Shi's heart tightened, a primal urge to flee surging within him. Never had he felt such anxiety, and he could not fathom why. This was a person he could easily break with a single hand. Yet he felt compelled to escape, while his limbs seemed to have lost all sensation, Unwilling to move, Lu Jinjia continued her gentle ministrations, occasionally blowing softly on the wound. Her brow furrowed as she noticed the blood surrounding the injury was distinctly darker, though not overtly visible, that I must peel away your scab to cleanse it. The wolf's claw may be poisoned, dung. With her slender nails, Lu Jinjia grasped the scab and gently tugged. The scab slowly parted, fresh blood oozing forth, prompting her to hastily wash it with the medicinal liquor. Suddenly, she felt Gu Shi's arm tremble violently. Turning her head, she saw him clenching his teeth, remaining silent. Her eyes welled with tears. He was clearly in pain. After 3 or 4 washes, dark blood indeed flowed down. I must extract the poisoned blood, she declared, biting her lower lip in "Oh need. I've already used my true energy to mitigate it. The poison in the wound is minimal." Despite his calm demeanor, Lu Jinjia sensed something amiss. His brief pause was likely due to pain, and he was reluctant for her to notice. At the very least, I must apply some medicinal powder to the wound. Very well. She peeled back the scab and slowly sprinkled the powder over the injury. The wound no longer bled, but beneath the trembling flesh, white bone was exposed. Lu Jinjia's heart jolted. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. How much pain must he endure? How could he withstand such suffering? After applying the medicine, she carefully bandaged Gu Shi's arm. He let out a long sigh, relieved that the ordeal had finally concluded. He could hardly bear the protracted nature of the process. It was not merely the pain. He had long since grown accustomed to it, even if each episode still left him trembling. Rather, it was the warmth and fragrance emanating from Lu Jinjia that kept his heart in a state of tumult. "It's over now," the youth began. But before he could finish, Lu Jinjia burst into tears. Clutching his head, Jiu Shi felt as though he had turned to stone. Unable to move, he recalled his master's words. Why do the heroes of the Jianghu always falter before beauty? Because they possess a tenderness that can melt steel blades. Why did you not tell me of your grievous injury? No wonder you recklessly fought that wolf demon. Are you already out of strength? She sobbed that in truth, it's not that severe. It's just an arm. The bone is exposed. She wailed that Jiu Shi suddenly found a calmness washing over him. The tension dissipated, replaced by a strange sense of reassurance. Akin to being beside the girl, named Nian Nian, yet somehow different, that Dio not weep, that he gently lowered Lu Jinjia's arms from his head, much as he would with Nian Nian. Wiping her tears, Lu Jinjia pouted. Her tear-laden visage utterly enchanting, Jiu Shi reached up to wipe away her snot, carelessly smearing it against the wall behind him. Lu Jinjia's cheeks flushed crimson as she sniffled. Jiu Shi embraced her, causing Lu Jinjia to startle. Her face ablaze with color. "Jiu Shi, we shouldn't." A wave of warmth enveloped her unexpectedly. "Is this your true energy?" "Yes, it should help you feel warmer." To Jiu Shi's sudden smile was a sight to behold. It was the first time Lu Jinjia had seen him so relaxed in her presence, as if he were before that girl named Yin. By the way, what were you about to say? Something about cannot? Gu Shi queried. Perplexed. Nothing. Lu Jinjia stammered, her gaze cast downward, her cheeks reddening further. She felt a sense of relief, yet inexplicably, a tinge of disappointment lingered. This fellow was far from the solitary beast she had imagined. He was simply a child yet to grow. Chapter 27. Foolishness and wisdom. Lu Jinjia dozed off, having cried herself to sleep against Gu Shi. Perhaps it was the warmth of his true energy, akin to a blazing furnace, or perhaps the burdens in her heart had lifted. When she next opened her eyes, dawn had arrived, and the warmth beside her caused her cheeks to redden. She had never before nestled so closely to a man. Awake. As the youth moved to rise, Lu Jinjia felt a pang of emptiness within her, exclaiming impulsively, "Don't move. My head hurts. Let me gather myself." Oh, that he indeed stilled, allowing her to lean against him, in the distance. A small fox lay in the embrace of the fox spirit, dozing in a haze, its thick fur providing warmth and comfort. Yet the fox spirit was covered in a light dusting of snow that showed no signs of melting. It had perished last night. Fortunately, it departed in peace, buoyed by your promise. That it died with lingering unease. That Lu Jinjia paused, then felt a sense of acceptance. Indeed, how could the fox mother, now imbued with intelligence, rest assured leaving her little one to navigate the world alone? Gazing at the small fox's 2 tails, Lu Jinjia mused, "Have you truly considered forming a contract with the little fox? Its two tails are a natural spirit entity, should there be a contract. As it advances or enhances its abilities, you would reap substantial benefits, especially in terms of fortune. If it were to seize the heavenly secrets in the future, it might even assist you in breaking through greater barriers. I even know of a special technique to exchange lives for the contracted entity. In short, do not speak of such matters in the presence of its mother's remains. That Liu Jinjia glanced at Gu Shi, who was looking at her in return. She understood. The memory of his mother was a wound he could not bear to revisit. Will you share your past with me? Liu Jinjia implored, her eyes full of yearning. The youth closed his eyes, remaining silent. That Liu Jinjia bit her lip and pressed on. Then could you tell me why you chose to assist this little fox? The fox spirit was undoubtedly powerful. Even gravely wounded, it had the means to escape from the pack of wolf demons, yet it perished here. Why? She pointed at the little fox. Because of it. Later, when the wolf demons attacked the temple, it had the chance to flee with the little fox, but chose to die here for you. That if I were to die, the wolf demons would still turn their wrath upon them, and they would remain unable to escape the slaughter. Moreover, if I died, it would surely believe you would not spare it. That is not true. Not true? The youth sighed deeply, suddenly rising, his bright, penetrating eyes seeming to peer into Liu Jinjia's very soul. He unexpectedly uttered a statement that left her astounded. Withdraw from the Liu family's trial. The girl stared blankly at him, utterly bewildered. Why? Is it because I am too weak? Yet we have endured so much. Even the silver medal bounty hunters and the wolf demons are no match for you. Are you unwilling to assist me? Liu Jinjia bit her lip tightly, completely at a loss for Gu Shi's reasoning. Why had he suddenly changed his tune? You are foolish. You will truly perish. Liu Jinjia's eyes widened in shock. Foolish. She had been praised for her exceptional intelligence since childhood, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, able to recite texts after reading them thrice. Even among her peers at the academy, she had never been outdone. Was she really foolish? Gu Shi crossed his arms, asserting that fox spirit can speak human language and understands human behavior. Its abilities are far beyond what that pack of wolf demons can contend with. Its initial purpose in entering the temple was to misdirect us, to have us deal with the wolf demons on its behalf. Later, it protected you to entwine itself with us inextricably, while it may have urged me to sign a contract with the little fox spirit to ensure its survival. To me, it seems an even greater scheme to bind me to the little fox spirit irrevocably. Liu Jinjia's complexion paled, a dreadful thought creeping into her mind. She looked disbelievingly at the deceased fox spirit. Could it be? Indeed, it was being pursued by a formidable sorcerer, Gu Shi stated resolutely. Once I sign a contract with the little fox spirit, all the sorcerer's efforts will be rendered futile. Have you considered the consequences of encountering the sorcerer who seeks to hunt it down? Mutual destruction. Liu Jinjia replied with difficulty. That correct, that no one could tolerate seeing their hard-earned prey being hunted down, especially those who traverse the Jianghu, sorcerers and martial artists alike. The youth turned away, his back to Liu Jinjia. The cold wind blowing in from the room left her heart feeling utterly frigid. The moment she entered the temple, she accepted the fate that neither she nor the child could survive. Yet, she was unwilling to simply perish. Upon witnessing our strength, she devised a scheme to pit us against the sorcerers pursuing her in a deadly clash. Liu Jinjia hung her head, clenching her fists, feeling acutely aware of her own naivety. Even the cunning and treachery of a mere fox spirit far surpassed her expectations. However, the youth's onslaught of harsh truths was far from over. I have indeed slain several silver-tier bounty hunters, but do you truly believe that all silver-tier hunters are merely a collection of inept fools? He questioned. Those I dispatched were simply arrogant, overly self-assured, and their fame far outweighed their actual prowess. They may have once been formidable, but their inflated reputations rendered them weak. That as long as these hollow figures continue to assault us, true masters will inevitably emerge. Those true warriors care only for their own skills, indifferent to reputation or public opinion. They are like venomous snakes and wild beasts lurking in the shadows. They may be silver, or even bronze or iron tier. Just like you, that if you think my ability to kill a few silver-tier bounty hunters is genuinely impressive, then you ought to abandon such a ludicrous notion at once. This belief will not only endanger you, but also put my life at risk. A woman's blade can just as easily pierce the heart of a battle-hardened general. No one is truly invincible. Each of the youth's words landed heavily upon the girl's heart, resonating deeply within her. In her mind, Gu Shi had already surpassed the realm of silver-tier hunters, having slain several. Yet he spoke the truth. He could conceal his strength, and so could others. Not everyone would boldly declare their prowess to the entire martial world. Even a seemingly frail woman could deliver a fatal blow with a dagger to the heart. Suddenly, she experienced a disconcerting realization. On that snowy day, while seated in the carriage discussing scholarly matters, they were the true fools, utterly ignorant of the world. The youth trudging through the snow was the genuine sage traversing the earth. How could she aspire to compete for a family heirloom when she could not even discern such simple deceptions, nor possess the mindset to regard others as equals? Her deficiency lay not in skill but in thought and awareness. The youth's merciless voice plunged the girl into despair. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and Gu Shi breathed a sigh of relief, hoping she would relent. She was far too inexperienced. He turned back, rooted in place. The girl raised her tear-streaked face, her red-rimmed eyes fixed intently upon him. "But I must participate in the Liu family's trial. Even if I do not obtain the title of heir, I must gain significant influence." "Absolutely. You'll die." Gu Shi furrowed his brow. "Then let me die." The girl wiped her tears away defiantly. "Help me." She bit her lip, reaching out to grasp Gu Shi's sleeve, as if clutching onto the only glimmer of hope she had in this trial of the Liu family. "Help me that I cannot match the cunning of others. You must teach me that I know I cannot rival their strength, but I will strive to improve. I will not withdraw, even if it costs me my life." The youth stared at her in astonishment, and she held his gaze. This was the first time she had looked into Gu Shi's eyes for such an extended period. "Very well. After all, I promised that individual." He suddenly averted his gaze. "Where are you going?" Liu Jinjia asked vacantly. Tio bury the Fox. Liu Jinjia watched as the youth stepped aside to pull the small fox from the embrace of the fox spirit and cast it aside before cradling the creature and exiting the room. Instinctively, Liu Jinjia touched her own cheek. She had locked eyes with a merciless, beast-like figure from the martial world for so long. She felt so brave. Compared to before, she seemed to have gained a great deal of courage. Chapter 28. The true dragon lies hidden and void amidst the swirling snow. Liu Jinjia simmered bone broth within a dilapidated cave. The bones belonged to a demon wolf, and the meat was likewise from the creature. Although Gu Shi had buried the fox spirit, he did not spare the wolf demons. For martial artists, demon beasts were a tremendous boon. The fire crackled within the cave, while the cold wind howled at the entrance. Gu Shi feasted on wolf legs, while the small fox gnawed on the wolf meat. Yet Liu Jinjia could not bring herself to eat. The meat of the wolf demons was tough and reeked. The salt long since depleted, rendering the flavor utterly unpalatable to her. However, Gu Shi devoured it voraciously, exhibiting an astonishing appetite that in just 2 days, he consumed 5 wolf demons, and that was while they were hastily on the move. After finishing the meat, Gu Shi wiped his hands and mouth with the falling snow. "I'll clean up." That Liu Jinjia adeptly took the bowls and chopsticks to wash. The small fox, having eaten its fill, jumped into Gu Shi's lap. The flames crackled merrily. "Do you have any books?" Liu Jinjia nodded. "That I brought records of oddities, compendium of demons, Benchao Gongmu, heavenly crafts, and only I Ching remains." I Ching. Then Liu Jinjia reached for the Qingquan ring, handing Gu Shi the thick volume of I Ching. "What do you intend to do?" "To study." Gu Shi opened the book, and the small fox placed one paw on the pages. Curiously sniffing, that he gently patted the fox's head and remarked, "The fox spirit is most attuned to human nature. Spending time with it in study may cultivate its understanding, and with good fortune, it may even attain divinity. That at the very least, it will gain wisdom and insight that I don't quite understand, since you know this little fox spirit is being hunted. Why do you still choose to keep it? The great fox spirit is already dead. Who knows if the sorcerers pursuing them seek the larger one or the smaller one, or perhaps both? If we release it, will they spare us? At least we can distance ourselves from the matter." Jiu Shi chuckled. "You are correct, but this little fox spirit is indeed a rare, spiritual entity that we might as well observe the capabilities of our adversaries before deciding whether to keep it." Liu Jinjia also smiled, thinking of the fortuitous encounter that had fallen into her lap, which she was reluctant to relinquish. After all, if one does not seize opportunities, what right do they have to navigate the martial world? As she watched him peruse I Ching, Liu Jinjia cast a few curious glances at Gu Shi, that the records of oddities detailed how Wang Yizhi, a national hero, grew up in poverty and once saved a snow marten during a snowstorm. Thereafter, the marten accompanied him every day as he studied. After becoming a top-tier sorcerer, the snow marten transformed and became his servant, possessing extraordinary beauty and unfathomable strength. Wang Yizhi had once been ambushed by dozens of ninth-tier assassins. The snow marten unleashed a mighty roar, defeating all of them single-handedly. Later, when Wang Yizhi ventured to the northern prison, the snow marten accompanied him, gaining great notoriety for slaying countless barbarian masters. Eventually, it was said that Wang Yizhi fell in battle, and the snow marten carried his body home, only to vanish thereafter. This scene before her bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yizhi's tale. Perhaps he too had once recounted such teachings to the snow marten. However, could Gu Shi truly comprehend I Ching? Lu Jinjia perked up her ears, listening attentively. Her curiosity piqued. Had he ever read? How could that be? He had nothing to his name, scarcely a handful of rice, let alone books. Books themselves were not particularly expensive, but to suggest he could understand them was simply implausible. I Ching was renowned as the greatest oddity of the Great Xia. Merely deciphering its contents could provide one with a lifetime of sustenance. Those who practiced divination and fortune-telling on the streets all utilized the reputation of I Ching. Such an extraordinary book had yet to be truly understood by anyone. The four prestigious academies, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, debated its teachings without ever reaching a consensus. It was not that no one had valid points. Rather, each individual had their own reasoning, and all were different. This book encapsulated the transformations of heaven and earth, divination, comprehension of the heavenly way, and cultural arts. To claim he understood I Ching? Absolutely impossible. It would be best if I explained it myself. Though I dare not assert my understanding, I have certainly delved deeper than he. This is I Ching, Gu Shi declared, pointing at the two characters on the cover. Speaking earnestly to the small Fox, Lu Jinjia couldn't help but smile quietly. Indeed, he was certain to be clueless. I Ching encompasses the transformations of the cosmos and the trajectories of celestial bodies. Lu Jinjia was momentarily taken aback. Her mouth agape as she gazed at Gu Shi. The principles and phenomena within the book were numerous, but one must understand that objective truths are devoid of right or wrong if one were to use these truths to determine superiority or infer a singular conclusion. It would be utterly impossible. Lu Jinjia furrowed her brow as she regarded Gu Shi. Did not this statement undermine their annual academic discussions? Was it not a bit too arrogant? Gu Shi rubbed the small fox's head, and the creature looked up at him in a daze. Wherever there is darkness, there is light. Darkness possesses its own truths, and light possesses its own. Your mother is light to you, but she is darkness to us. She acts in your interest, yet harms us in the process. Without a standpoint, there can be no right or wrong. Standpoints can shift, and so too can the notions of right and wrong. Lu Jinjia frowned, well aware of these superficial truths. Yet, it seemed that Gu Shi implied something far more profound. Studying I Ching was no different. It was impossible to extract the singular, highest truth hidden within its pages. The principles of truth do not distinguish between high and low, much like the concepts of good and evil that shift with one's perspective. Whether you listen now or read in the future, what truly matters is that you uncover within this book of changes the path that belongs to you, the path that suits you. The text undoubtedly contains other grand principles, but they are of no concern to you. What is paramount is your own path, the one you wish to traverse, the one that aligns with your essence. The little fox seemed to grasp this, yet also appeared perplexed, resting its head on the book. Nearby, Lu Jinjia furrowed her brow in contemplation. Gu Shi's words were simplistic, and perhaps the little fox did not fully comprehend. But she did. With a swift motion, Gu Shi flipped through the pages. The first hexagram, Qian, represents the heavens. The text states, "The movement of heaven is vigorous. A gentleman should continuously strive for self-improvement and be magnanimous in his demeanor, embodying benevolence in action." This statement possesses myriad interpretations. Some assert that it chronicles the changes of the Zhou dynasty. Qian represents the heavens, ever-changing like a dragon, while the earth is likened to a horse, symbolizing the necessity of being grounded. Others believe it conveys that a gentleman must emulate the heavens in his relentless pursuit of self-betterment and embrace the earth's profound virtue. Gu Shi smiled, his tone suddenly shifting. Tiomi. This phrase signifies, a gentleman, like the heavens, relentlessly strives for self-improvement. Regardless of the challenges faced, Lu Jianjie gazed at Gu Shi, momentarily entranced, though he did not emit a tangible aura. His presence was extraordinarily commanding. His voice was soft, yet he sat there like a bodhisattva, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred interruption. Suddenly, Lu Jianjie felt that her previous perceptions of this youth were fundamentally flawed. He had taken lives, wolves, demons, navigating the world alone, viewing it all as a test bestowed by the heavens. She had once utilized this very phrase to best an academically inferior senior, proclaiming that he lacked the spirit of self-improvement and the virtue of magnanimity, earning her the scorn of many towards its senior. But could Gu Shi truly be a gentleman? Did he possess virtue? His acts of violence painted a stark contrast to the essence of a gentleman. Yet, in that moment, Lu Jianjie's heart regarded this martial youth as a true gentleman, one who embodies the vigor of the heavens and the relentless spirit of self-improvement. Rubbing her temples, she murmured to herself. No wonder the teacher said that to read thousands of books is not enough without traveling thousands of miles. Who would have thought that after merely walking a few dozen li, the principles within the text seemed to have transformed? The teachings on paper and the truths of the world invariably diverge. Although I once feigned humility, I secretly considered myself a genius that in hindsight, I realized I was merely a foolish child engaging in empty rhetoric. Why berate yourself for no reason? Lu Jianjie's cheeks flushed as she realized Gu Shi and the little fox were both observing her. Clearly having heard her musings, her face reddened further as she retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Gu Shi scratched his head, utterly bemused by the sudden outburst of female ire. The little fox mimicked his gesture. Scratching its head in confusion, Lu Jianjie narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Gu Shi, and a dreadful thought struck her. Gu Shi, do you know what concealed depth appears as emptiness means? The youth was taken aback. Quickly diverting his gaze and resolutely replied, I do not. Lu Jianjie aghast at Gu Shi. You can't possibly be a practitioner of the way. Can you? Chapter 29. The practitioner, when Zillion didn't know, that cannot be. Lu Jianjie tightened her brow. Practitioners typically employ one of four methods: formation, alchemy, spirit nurturing, or talisman drawing. Firstly, Gu Shi would never engage in alchemy or ghost hunting, for he had merely devoured the flesh and blood of those wolf demons without extracting any essence like a true practitioner would. As for spirit nurturing, he likely did not possess that skill either. Otherwise, how could he confront wolf demons with brute force, adeptly exploiting the traits of various creatures and drawing fortune from the defeated? Such methods are fundamental to spirit nurturing practitioners, who must invariably have a formidable spirit or demon by their side. As for talisman drawing, that seemed even less plausible. One must carry specialized pigments and tools, neither of which Gu Shi possessed. Lastly, as for formations, he could easily fall prey to his own misdirection. How could he possibly set a formation? Could it be that I am overthinking this, pondering this? Lu Jianjie moved to sit beside Gu Shi. What are you doing? Gu Shi frowned, observing her, as a glint of cunning flashed in her gaze. She had discerned that he appeared quite apprehensive of her. Why was that? Was it due to gender? That couldn't be right. After all, he had assisted her in changing clothes without any sign of discomfort. I wish to hear you read, she stated. You want to hear me? You are a renowned scholar of the Meichong Palace, he replied. The teacher always said that each person holds a unique perspective. I too wish to learn your thoughts. The youth did not elaborate further and continued his reading of the Book of Changes. Articulating his interpretation, Lu Jianjie listened intently, not merely captivated by his unique approach, but also by the insight it provided into his character, that he was extreme and obsessive, viewing everything as a challenge. Solitary yet powerful, he bore no arrogance. As Lu Jianjie listened, a bittersweet sensation welled within her. This was undeniably a tome encompassing the celestial, terrestrial, and the profound truths of humanity. Why, then, did it seem to transform in Gu Shi's hands into a guide for solitary survival? All the principles appeared to convey that the myriad phenomena of the world are ever-changing, and only through self-improvement can one truly exist. This should not be the case. The great principles must not be so one-sided. As she listened, Lu Jianjie gradually drifted into slumber. The little fox, too, grew drowsy and lay atop the book. The Gu Shi set the book aside, intending to adjust Lu Jianjie's position. But upon looking down, he quickly turned away. A rare flush coloring his cheeks. After days of travel, The girl was exceedingly fatigued, and her sleeping posture was far from graceful. Clinging to his arm, she had not only drooled but also seemed to have loosened her clothing. Revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin, the Ji Yushi's heart raced. She is so fair, so fragrant, that he shook his head, attempting to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, she was already asleep. Perhaps just one more glance would suffice. Just one look. The youth slowly turned back, his heart leaping to his throat. And indeed, he beheld that expanse of alabaster. Then, he noticed the girl's bright and beautiful eyes. "What is it?" The youth froze, awkwardly unable to move a single finger. The girl followed his gaze to her chest, her fair face flushing a bright crimson. "You." "Quickly, go to sleep. Do not forget there may still be practitioners nearby." Gu Shi abruptly stood, turning his back to Lu Jianjia, his voice cold, yet calm. "But I will keep watch that know you." The youth stood, seemingly unaffected, yet inadvertently nudged the little fox, which had been dozing on the Book of Changes. Aside, the little fox leapt up, scampering over to nip at his pant leg, but he carelessly tossed it aside and approached the cave entrance. That Lu Jianjia stared blankly, her heart a mixture of embarrassment and an indescribable feeling. Is he truly such a person? After all, he is merely a 17-year-old lad. "Lecher," she muttered, pulling her clothes tighter, her fair face growing ever more flushed. The youth at the cave entrance had acute hearing. Despite his back being turned, his ears betrayed a slight reddening. The sun had risen, the moon still full. Such a celestial phenomenon was rare. The sunlight was exceptionally warm, the snow glimmering brightly, and even the winter wind blowing through the trees seemed to have grown milder. Lu Jianjia felt particularly cheerful, her hands clasped behind her back, energetically treading the snowy ground, leaving a trail of footprints. The little fox, too, was in high spirits, occasionally darting ahead to perch on a rock, waiting for her and Gu Shi, and then leaping onto a tree branch to gaze into the distance. "The Ji Yushi, we are nearing Qingsong City. Did I ask there anything you wish to buy?" The youth looked up. "A hearty meal that you've already consumed so much wolf meat. Do you still want more?" The girl rolled her eyes, predicting his insatiable appetite. "Do you think that meat is delectable?" The girl expressed her astonishment. "I believed you enjoyed it, that I simply do not favor eating tree roots, but I have brought ample provisions. Those are merely for emergencies." That Lu Jianjia scrutinized Gu Shi and remarked, "I always feel as though you lack something." "Allow me to buy you a proper weapon," the Ji Yushi sighed, shaking his head, his tone filled with disappointment. "That it is exceedingly difficult to find a suitable blade for me. I have close ties with the Gu family. I can acquire excellent weaponry from the Gu family's armory. Until now, no weapon has lasted more than a few exchanges in my hands. That must be because you are unwilling to spend money to buy a good one." Lu Jianjia appraised Gu Shi from head to toe. His previous garments had been torn by the wolf demons, and he now wore an equally tattered outfit. Not a single piece of his attire was clean or free from patches. "It seems upon our arrival in Qingsong City, I should take you to purchase some clothing. Your current appearance lacks any semblance of a skilled warrior." "What does a skilled warrior even look like?" "Of course they have a distinct presence, dressed in white like snow, wielding a sword like jade. While you appear as though you are fleeing from disaster. That can only happen once we arrive." Suddenly, Gu Shi's tone darkened as he stepped in front of Lu Jianjia, who immediately became alert, glancing around cautiously. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She spotted a fox carcass hanging from a nearby tree. That was that fox spirit. The little fox was anxiously pacing back and forth on the ground, constantly flailing about in the scent of human and wolf. The Ji Yushi coldly remarked, "What a keen nose you have. It truly baffles me whether you are the beast or I am." Not far away, behind a sturdy tree, emerged a wolf demon. It stood with its arms crossed, clad in long trousers, and bore two curved blades on its back, their edges serrated rather than sharp, with traces of mud still clinging to them. It spoke in human tongue, unmistakably a sixth-tier wolf demon. Lu Jianjia gasped softly, her expression grave. Demons are inherently powerful and perceptive, and typically, to hunt a sixth-tier wolf demon, the authorities would enlist the assistance of 3 seventh-tier martial masters. From the wolf demoness presence, one could infer that its master must possess formidable strength. That a sudden whinny echoed through the air, and a reddish-brown steed, its hooves striking against green, ethereal flames, hovered in midair. Upon it sat a youth clad in gray, his complexion extraordinarily pale. He coughed repeatedly, his sunken eyes betraying his frailty, and his bony hands gripped the reins tightly. After casting a few glances at the little fox on the ground, he lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp and malevolent, landing squarely on Gu Shi and Lu Jinjia. "I am Wen Ziliang. May I inquire why you meddle with my fox?" He coughed. "Your fox? Is it your wife or your mother?" Before Lu Jinjia could utter a word, Gu Shi had already raised his head. Speaking coldly, Lu Jinjia was taken aback. How could Gu Shi speak so disrespectfully? Suddenly, she recalled what he had said a few days prior and realized the tactic he was employing. This was a show of force that I end confrontations with formidable foes. If provoked, one may choose not to respond. However, once one engages, retreat becomes impossible, lest one's momentum wane and their energy falter. To Lu Jinjia. This notion of showing force seemed merely a verbal spar, for losing in a war of words would naturally disturb one's vitality. That be why not retaliating against the provocation. It implied a lack of intent to fight. "How amusing that you dare to speak to me, Wen Ziliang," he replied with a mocking tone. That Lu Jinjia, startled, interjected, "Wait, did you say Wen Ziliang? Are you not the sickly young master of the Qingzhou Academy?" "Do not call me the sickly young master," Wen Ziliang roared, glaring at Lu Jinjia in contrast, felt relieved. A smile broke across her face as she produced a jade pendant from her waist. Gu Shi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. "I am Lu Jinjia, a student of the Meichong Palace. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I implore you to forgive us, and I am willing to offer compensation." Silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the gentle mountain breeze and the little fox's frantic calls. Wen Ziliang, seated upon his horse, fixed his gaze upon the jade pendant, his expression shifting dramatically. Ultimately, he closed his eyes. "I too wish to let you go." Lu Jinjia felt her heart leap with joy, whispering to Gu Shi, "This is wonderful. Wen Ziliang seems willing to negotiate with us. You do not understand. He is a renowned scholar of the Qingzhou Academy. His mentor, the esteemed Master Wen Yin, is a top-tier sorcerer, and his prowess is widely recognized. That it would be best for us to avoid conflict with him. Yet I fear that your identity may not afford you such lenience. Rather, it may provoke his ire." "How could that be?" "The four major academies share a cordial rapport, and as a member of the Lu family, he should extend us some courtesy." At that moment, the entire forest began to tremble, and Wen Ziliang's furious voice resonated throughout. "But you have destroyed my life-saving herbs." His tone grew dangerously intense as Gu Shi bent down and tossed the little fox back into Lu Jinjia's arms. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and the earth shook as the trees in the forest began to spin like a compass. "A formation. The entire forest is his array." Lu Jinjia was taken aback. She had sensed nothing. Gu Shi leapt forward to confront the wolf demon, which came charging at him with its dual blades, howling fiercely. The wolf demon's twin swords, imbued with a sinister aura, sliced through the air like bolts of black lightning. Lu Jinjia could barely catch a glimpse of their afterimages, unable to discern the actual blades. The demon was highly skilled, its swordsmanship formidable. What was even more terrifying was that the wolf demon frequently lunged forward with its jaws, and its tail whipped about, occasionally striking out unexpectedly to catch Gu Shi off guard. For the first time, Lu Jinjia witnessed Gu Shi being forced to retreat repeatedly, dodging incessantly. Ultimately, he suffered from the disadvantage of being unarmed. As Gu Shi had remarked, even a woman's blade could slay a battle-hardened general. The difference between wielding a weapon and being without one was stark. That a whinny pierced the air again, and Lu Jinjia looked up to see the reddish-brown steed rearing, its hooves raised high. The surrounding trees illuminated, and the steed, along with Wen Ziliang, seemed to split into 10, creating multiple afterimages. What does it matter if you are a 7th-tier martial master? Even if you are an 8th tier, you shall perish beneath my array. Ethereal steed, trample them. The wolf demon cackled maliciously, its blades whirling and forcing Gu Shi back, before leaping back as the surrounding trees rotated, obscuring its figure. "Gu Shi, above you," Lu Jinjia shouted. When Gu Shi looked up, 10 ethereal steeds, their hooves striking against ghostly flames, descended from the sky. That a roar erupted as a colossal tortoise apparition manifested around Gu Shi, blocking all the ethereal steeds. Ethereal flames exploded in the air, casting an eerie blue hue around. Coughing echoed from all directions as a multitude of ethereal steeds appeared in the sky, diving towards Lu Jinjia. Wen Ziliang, do you dare to strike at me? She exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is you I intend to kill. Protect me with the Xian tortoise. A massive black tortoise emerged, shielding Lu Jinjia and the little fox from the flames. Such skill, but I wonder if you can withstand this blade, which pierces through all. The wolf demon leapt forth from behind the dense trees, its arms outstretched, as a torrent of dark energy erupted from its body. The ferocious energy surged outward, scattering all the snow on the ground. Resembling a black tide that threatened to engulf the entire forest in its wake, Lu Jinjia's complexion paled. She recognized this move. It was the signature technique of Zheng Haoran, the 7th-ranked true martial saint. When executed, it first releases all of 1's energy, creating a gale, and then uses this expelled energy to amplify the power of the attack to an unimaginable degree. The wolf demon combined its blades and swung its arms in unison. As it did so, the overwhelming demonic energy spiraled around its movements, resembling a colossal black blade churning a great lake, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Then, it leapt high, raising its dark blade as countless waves of demonic energy surged upwards. Cleaving the moon, Lu Jinjia's face drained of color. According to Elder Yang, Zheng Haoran could cleave a river with this strike. Whether this wolf demon's immense energy could achieve such a feat was uncertain. But Lu Jinjia knew that if this blow fell, the entire forest would be utterly annihilated. The ethereal steeds, undeterred by the danger, descended amidst the flames from both sides. There was no place to evade, no retreat to be made. Lu Jinjia's heart sank to the depths of despair. She beheld the young man amidst the ghostly flames, his eyes widened, bright pupils reflecting the ethereal blue flames, as if he too were ablaze with ghostly fire. Gu Shi! Now! Lu Jinjia found herself shouting out instinctively. Was she afraid of death? Absolutely not. She merely wished for him to survive. He could do this, for she had gleaned his great path from the Book of Changes, self-improvement. Harmony with heaven. In an empty expanse of sky, when Ziliang rode upon an ethereal steed, appearing as a victorious king, disdainfully looking down upon everything. Cough, 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 he chuckled. Although the gray wolf is a 6th tier, this strike has already reached the 7th tier. As a fellow 7th tier, he cannot possibly withstand this blow. With a pat on the ethereal steed beneath him, a cacophony erupted as the steed suddenly exploded, ethereal flames intertwining with demonic energy, merging into the wolf demon strike. The dark lake of demonic energy transformed into a sea of ghostly blue flames. The inferno surged violently, and the wolf demon, wielding a colossal fiery blade, became the harbinger of destruction. The blazing light illuminated Lu Jinjia's pale face, her white teeth biting into her lower lip as her palm brushed against her Qinquan ring, where a white jade ring fell into her grasp. It seems my family's trial comes to an end here. Chapter 31. Who is the mantis? And who is the cicada? The flames crackled and roared as Lung Jing stirred the porridge, while the blindfolded Xianzhang fed the horse, and the hunched elder Xian, as always, raised his gourd to drink, that if Gu Shi were to return to his peak, he would likely defeat me with just a fraction of his strength. Lin Lin suddenly posed a question to Nian Yan. Hearing the query, several people turned to look. Even the drowsy Yunjin Biao showed a keen interest in Nian Yan's response. Elder Xian pondered for a moment before replying. That lad appears to be in a sickly state. His energy not fully replenished, but he probably possesses about 70 to 80% of his peak strength. If we consider him at full capacity, he could likely win against you with 7 to 8 parts of his strength. 8 parts, Lung Jing interjected abruptly, coldly cutting through the air. 7 parts. The blindfolded Qianzhang smiled. Brother Qian, it seems you are somewhat underestimating me. Lin Lin retorted in dissatisfaction. Qianzhang chuckled softly and shook his head. Once energy is replenished, the increase in strength is monumental. The speed of a single horse pulling a cart may not differ much from that of 2 horses pulling the same cart. Yet the impetus of 2 horses far exceeds that of 1. Indeed, under the infusion of formidable true energy, the potency of the mysterious art would surge dramatically. Hasn't there been someone in the martial world who possessed dual dantians? That individual once garnered considerable fame, having defeated an 8th-rank opponent with a 7th-rank prowess. You have spent the longest time by Gu Shi's side. In your opinion, if he were to regain his peak strength, How much effort would it take for him to contend with Lin Lin? Yun Jinbian looked on with a mischievous grin, while the members of the Jinyu army exchanged knowing smiles over the past few days. Any matter concerning Gu Shi had stirred Yun Jiang into an unusual state of excitement. After all, he was a man of keen appreciation for talent. Moreover, in the near future, Gu Shi was to become his subordinate Jinyu envoy. Yet, he feared he might not live to see that day. Nia Mimi, with her 3 eyes on her forehead, scanned the crowd before slowly raising 2 fingers. What, you underestimate me far too much. Even Lin Lin, known for her gentle temperament, could not suppress her anger that I have competed alongside the 10th-rank martial saints. Though I have not truly battled with them, I am well aware of their capabilities, and I believe I am not far behind them. Lin Lin's face contorted with rage. Despite not having faced Gu Shi often, she could discern that the formidable skills he possessed were limited, and no matter how powerful he might be, it was impossible for him to defeat me with merely 20% of his strength. The crowd broke into smiles. It was indeed a rare sight to witness the usually composed Lin Lin so agitated. You little girl, you truly underestimate others," Lung Jing scoffed. Nia Mimi sprang to her feet, exclaiming, 20% is already showing you courtesy. What I meant to say is 2 moves. If Gu Gu were to regain his strength, I believe you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. You ignorant child, how laughable. Xen Lao revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Mockingly. Nia Mimi was enraged. It was one thing to belittle her, but to look down on Gu Gu was unacceptable. She crossed her arms defiantly, pointing at Lin Lin and declaring, "You say there have been dual Dantians in the martial world. Do you know that Gu Gu has cultivated more than 1 Dantian?" At this statement, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Even Yun Jinbian was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, 4 individuals encircled Nia Mimi. "You claim that Gu Shi possesses more than 1 Dantian?" Yun Jinbian inquired gravely, his expression darkening ominously. Nia Mimi immediately clenched her teeth, falling silent. "Rest assured, I will not harm him. You had best tell me the truth about what you said." Yun Jinbian inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm tone. Nia Mimi still bit her lip. "Speak," Yun Jiang threatened. "If I wished to kill him, he would have been dead long ago." Tears streamed down Nia Mimi's face as she said, "Though Gu Gu has not spoken of it, my third eye has seen it. He has indeed cultivated 4 Dantians, I am certain." The group sank to the ground, silence enveloping them. After an indeterminate period, Lin Lin managed to utter, "How did he achieve this? I don't know. Initially, he only had a small 2nd Dantian, which gradually expanded, leading to the emergence of a 3rd, and ultimately, for in total, Nia Mimi murmured, her head bowed. Yun Jinbian suddenly recalled the day Gu Shi had harbored murderous intent towards all Jinyu envoys. He realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. That it is common knowledge in the martial world that the Jinyu army is formidable. How could Gu Shi, having roamed the martial realm for so long, be unaware of this? If that were the case, how could he fail to recognize the emblem of the Mei Chonggong sect and accidentally slay a disciple of theirs? The more Yun Jinbian pondered, the more he felt that something was amiss. This individual, soon to become his pawn, seemed far more complex than he initially appeared. "This matter is troubling," Qian Jiang remarked, casting a glance at Yun Jinbian, both of them evidently on the same wavelength. They had both miscalculated. Yun Jinbian fixed his gaze on Nia Mimi and demanded, "What other secrets does Gu Shi possess?" Nia Mimi hesitated for a moment, biting her lower lip before finally confessing, "Gu Gu was once a Fengshe." With a clatter, Lung Jing's spoon fell into the fire. Is there truly a limit to martial arts? After reaching the 7th rank, is there genuinely no way to transcend that threshold, without resources, without rare heavenly materials? Without elixirs and without powerful individuals infusing true energy, is it indeed impossible to progress? The path of greatness should not be so trivial. Otherwise, how could the first 10th rank martial master have emerged in this world? How did the first martial deity ascend to such heights? In the midst of a vast lake, Gu Shi stood upon the mirror-like surface, his heart lake, or Dantian, the very place where a martial artist houses true energy. This expansive body of water represented his true energy, that he leaped with remarkable agility, soaring hundreds of feet and landing on the shore. Countless stones tumbled down into the depths, cascading from his side into the abyss. This was his other Dantian, nearly drained, leaving behind only a small pool of clear water. The aquatic vegetation lay withered, and the fish and shrimp perished. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where another immense lake awaited. This was the alternative path to strength he had discovered, devoid of rare heavenly materials or powerful clans. The second Danteon opened. The apocalyptic inferno unleashed by the Demon King had finally descended. When Ziliang revealed a chilling smile, "Cough, you deserve this. Who told you to slay the fox demon and sever my path?" Lu Jinjiao bit her lip hard, her fingers tightly clasping the trigger of her talisman. At this juncture, she found herself out of options. Shattering the talisman would mean withdrawing from this family trial. But what of that person? Never mind, at the very least, Gu Shi must not die. He should not perish. With a sudden determination, she opened her eyes wide and forcefully hurled her talisman to the ground, that a dragon's roar erupted from beneath the flames, echoing across the mountains and fields. The sound was resounding and deep, instilling awe and fear in all directions. The roar pierced through the wilderness, resonating across rivers and mountains, causing the wolf demon, armed with a blade, to tremble uncontrollably. "Dragon Tortoise, protect me!" Beneath the flames, a deep voice emerged. A colossal, translucent dragon tortoise materialized from the inferno. Its massive shell was adorned with sharp spines, each inscribed with peculiar patterns that shimmered with light. The tortoise extended its neck, sporting antlers, a humped back, rabbit-like eyes, and a serpentine neck that culminated in a dragon's head. The dragon's head appeared vividly alive, as if it were a living entity. With a tremendous crash, the flames fell upon the tortoise's back, shattering into fragments, while black demonic energy and ethereal blue flames surged forth, illuminating the entire forest, as well as when Ziliang's pallid face and the radiant hope on Lu Jinjia's delicate features. Chapter 32. Devouring Spirits Impossible. Could it be that you, like the 10th rank martial saints, possess the legacy of a powerful true energy? When Ziliang exclaimed in shock, witnessing the lifelike dragon tortoise not only block the wolf demon's strikes, but also extend its dragon head to inflict grievous wounds upon it. The sheer magnitude of this true energy had surpassed the limits of a 7th rank martial artist. Each of the 10th rank martial saints, selected by the Daxia, had inherited the true energy legacy from formidable sections. They could harness this energy not belonging to them, unleashing overwhelming strength that transcended their ranks. This suddenly renowned youth in the martial world must surely share a similar heritage. Damn it, despite all my calculations, I never anticipated he would possess such a legacy. How could a nameless wild child have someone forsake their cultivation to pass on their entire true energy to him? When Ziliang repeatedly formed hand seals, causing the surrounding trees to whirl rapidly as he retreated on his spectral steed. Not only when Ziliang, but even Lu Jinjiao was left dumbfounded. How could Gu Shi possess such boundless true energy? "Get down!" A soft voice seemed to resonate in her ear as she spotted the boy's bright gaze fixed upon her. Without hesitation, Lu Jinjiao dropped to the ground. The boy suddenly spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "True energy pervades all directions." When Ziliang's expression shifted dramatically as the heavily injured wolf demon lifted its head in disbelief. "How can you also? You taught me that if the wolf demon's true energy resembled a rushing river, then the boy's true energy at this moment was like waves crashing against the shore. The overwhelming true energy surged forth like a torrent, enveloping everything in its path." He swung his arms, mimicking the wolf demon's earlier movements, and the sea of true energy responded to his every gesture. At last, the movements of his arms shifted abruptly. "Master, flee!" the wolf demon cried, desperately charging toward Gu Shi. Qilin Punch. The immense true energy converged, transforming into a colossal qilin that soared 10 zhang into the air, hurtling straight towards Wen Ziliang. This punch was executed with astonishing speed, so swift that Wen Ziliang barely registered Gu Shi's arm movement before the gigantic qilin was already upon him. Mouth agape, dodge. Perhaps it was feasible against the fiery steed, but the spectral horse was merely the phantom of a horse, born from resentment. It could not possibly achieve such feats. The gigantic qilin engulfed the spectral steed before crashing violently against the pitch-black sky. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding area erupted with explosive sounds, as several trees adorned with peculiar patterns shattered in the forest. Warm sunlight and vast snowfields emerged in the midst of the crowd. Nay, the sound of a horse's whinny suddenly rang out. And when Ziliang found himself riding the spectral steed, appearing on the ground not far away, master from the sky, a figure plummeted. It was the wolf demon, drenched in blood, murmuring softly. With a crack, a wooden token, and when Ziliang's waist shattered into pieces. Substitution technique, Lu Jinjia gasped, realizing that the Fengshe when Ziliang had mastered the substitution technique, that as snowflakes danced. A figure dashed forth at breakneck speed, charging directly at Wen Ziliang. You wretched creature, you have caused me such losses. I will surely avenge this grievance. Cough, cough. Yet, when Ziliang still clutched a talisman in his hand, with a puff, the talisman ignited, and his form transformed into a swirl of yellow light, sinking into the earth. The youth stepped firmly onto the ground, but there was no trace of when Ziliang left. Without hesitation, he turned and unleashed a punch upon the spectral horse, sending it tumbling several dozen yards. Crashing against a sturdy tree, that Lu Jinjia rose, her expression somewhat grim. It was a ground-escaping talisman, a standard means of evasion for practitioners that he would undoubtedly seek revenge, and trouble would surely follow. Are you all right? Are you injured? Gu Shi suddenly dashed forward, delivering another punch to the spectral horse, which collapsed once more to the ground. The youth's fists fell like raindrops, and the spectral horse's form was pounded down from a height greater than a person to the size of his fist. Spirits and demons lack true substance. Utilizing true energy indeed allows for such feats. Vent your frustrations on it as you wish, but when Ziliang has abandoned it in his flight, that it would be better to keep it. Perhaps, Lu Jinjia's voice abruptly halted, her mouth agape. She witnessed Gu Shi grasping the fist-sized spectral horse and swallowing it whole. He forcefully stuffed it into his mouth, chewed vigorously a few times, and then swallowed with a gulp that Lu Jinjia was left astounded, her mind a blank slate. But he had performed countless acts beyond her comprehension, yet she never anticipated that he would consume the spectral horse. Strangely, unlike before, she felt no fear within her heart. Even Lu Jinjia found this unbelievable. She should have screamed in terror. Yet for reasons unknown, she trusted Gu Shi. Yes, she believed in him. There must be a reason. He had never erred before. After devouring the spectral horse, Gu Shi approached the wolf demon, which lay in a pool of blood. Gazing up at the youth, that Lu Jinjia stepped closer, covering her mouth and nose. How tragic. This wolf demon had been grievously injured by the dragon turtle and had subsequently withstood Gu Shi's Qilin punch, leaving its body flattened and its fur drenched in blood. The wolf demon suddenly chuckled. Tears welling up in its eyes, the DOU humans distrust us so completely. Lu Jinjia was taken aback, recalling the wolf demon's cries during Gu Shi's punch and its reckless charge towards him. It was loyal that I have fought alongside my master through countless battles, through life and death. The wolf demon closed its eyes entirely, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down its face that I do not understand where I have fallen short. Lu Jinjia's eyes reddened, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had never imagined that a wolf demon could possess such unwavering loyalty. You are a wolf, not a dog. The youth's sudden voice, indifferent and cold, caused the wolf demon to shudder, opening its eyes to gaze at him. His bright, piercing gaze reflected a resoluteness the wolf demon once knew. Indomitable, unyielding, defiant. Had it still been the wolf demon of yore, it might have perished valiantly, but it would never have been abandoned, for it was a wolf. Wolves are without masters. The demon wolf erupted into a haunting, desperate laughter, expending its final strength to mock its own demise. From the moment you chose to become a dog, your fate was sealed. The youth lifted his leg and decisively broke the wolf demon's neck. After completing this act, he unexpectedly sat down upon the ground. Lu Jinjia hurried over to support him, asking, "Are you all right? Burn the corpses of the fox spirit and the wolf demon. We must leave swiftly. Though the energy is formidable, it is also tremendously exhausting. If more come, we shall have no chance to escape." That Lu Jinjia shook her head, scrutinizing him. "What about the spectral horse? After all, you consumed that thing." "Yes, I need to find a place to refine it." Lu Jinjia shot him a reproachful glare, questioning why he had consumed such a thing, a manifestation of death, laden with resentment. There would surely be side effects that DOU possess some special method. No, Lu Jinjia was taken aback, staring at Gu Shi in disbelief. No. Then why did you eat it?" Gu Shi met her gaze. For me. Lu Jinjia was momentarily stunned that my true energy is depleted. Chapter 33. Gu Shi fell ill. The night had grown deep, and the cold had intensified. The fire crackled and popped as it burned. The Jiu Shi sat cross-legged not far away, visibly surrounded by swirling true energy. That Liu Jinjiao watched him, her mind filled with the images from their departure earlier that afternoon. For you, her delicate lips parted slightly as she unconsciously mimicked Gu Shi's tone when he spoke those words that a blush crept over her fair cheeks. For me, indeed. Yes, he had promised Yun Ge to protect her. Thus, it was only natural. Yet at that moment, his eyes had been so earnest. This fellow, honestly, if he said such things to another woman, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. That Liu Jinjiao's cheeks flushed as her lips involuntarily curved into a lovely smile. She would not. Ha! Gu Shi exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. Have you refined it? Liu Jinjiao inquired. Some resentment still lingers within. Liu Jinjiao's expression shifted. Is that serious? I do not know. She furrowed her brow, wanting to scold him. But as the words approached her lips, fear gripped her heart. That he was so fierce. Who would dare speak against him? What did you mean when you said for me? The girl gazed at her toes. Her cheeks flushed as she feigned indifference. That I possess a secret art known as the Wuwang Gong, which allows me to absorb external forces and rapidly restore a significant amount of true energy. Oh, the girl replied softly, a flicker of joy in her heart. Still worried for her, being more vigilant. A single person, no matter how capable, cannot attend to every detail. There will always be oversights. The Jiu Shi suddenly spoke earnestly. Liu Jinjiao replied absent-mindedly, failing to notice Gu Shi's flushed complexion and dazed eyes. You have not traversed the martial world, nor have you established your own power. Why participate in family trials? Is a life free from worry, filled with poetry and music, not preferable? Liu Jinjiao lowered her eyelids, biting her lip tightly. Did I do it for someone? For another? Who could that be? Your parents have long since relinquished their elder responsibilities, merely assisting in managing family affairs from the periphery, neither vying for power nor seeking influence. Who are you doing this for? Liu Jinjiao's disbelief prompted her to lift her head. The Jiu Shi swayed his head, speaking to himself. I truly do not comprehend you. Why do you insist on contending for family inheritance? You are merely a tool for familial alliances. That Liu Jinjiao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? Gu Shi tilted his head, collapsing to the ground, his eyes barely able to remain open. His breathing quickening. Liu Jinjiao sensed something was amiss and rushed forward. The youth's complexion had turned pale, his forehead beaded with sweat. She reached out to touch him, only to find his forehead burning hot. Wind chill. No, it must be because you consumed that spectral horse that you are in this state. Liu Jinjiao retrieved a vial of medicine, but hesitated to give it to him. Though I have brought medicine for wind chill, can you even take it in your condition? Gu Shi's mind had grown hazy. You're not doing this for that counterfeit, are you? You know he is fake. Liu Jinjiao froze. Counterfeit? For him? Is he referring to Gu Gongzi? How does he know that Gu Gongzi is fake? This is information only known to the four great families. How could he possibly know? The girl's heart raced with anxiety as she bit her lip, nervously probing. What do you mean by counterfeit? Of course, it is Gu. The girl's heart leaped to her throat, but the youth had already tilted his head. Gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word, she wished to continue her inquiry, but Gu Shi's condition had deteriorated severely. She could not afford to hesitate. She hastily took a pill and administered it to him. Outside, darkness enveloped the land. The cold wind howled like the roar of a malevolent spirit. The calls of birds in the mountains and the howls of beasts in the forest became particularly eerie in the night. Yet, Liu Jinjiao forgot her fear, lost in thought for a long while. Why did Gu Shi know about Gu Gongzi? There had indeed been rumors in the martial world, but she was certain of his tone. He knew Gu Gongzi was fake cold. The youth suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Liu Jinjiao retrieved her cotton coat from her chinquan ring and draped it over him, carefully wrapping his hands and feet. How about now? Is it better? She softly inquired, unaware of how gentle her voice had become. The Jiu Shi did not respond, but his breathing gradually steadied. Waiting is always a lengthy endeavor. The more one hopes for time to pass swiftly, the longer it seems to stretch. The fire in the cave had nearly burned down, prompting Liu Jinjiao to rise and add more wood. She glanced outside, only to find an impenetrable darkness. The dawn sun seemed particularly tardy today. Do not go, do not go. Gu Shi suddenly grasped her. Do not go. Do not go. You act like a child, Lu Jinjia reassured him, and only then did the youth settle down, gazing at Gu Shi's sleeping face. Lu Jinjia smiled faintly, in his usual demeanor. He was fierce and intimidating, yet in illness, he bore a different countenance. Feeling the rough texture beneath her fingers, her delicate face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Gu Shi's hands were large, with long fingers, yet devoid of flesh, appearing as mere skin stretched over bones. The scant flesh on his palms was overshadowed by the thick calluses, which covered not only his palms and fingers but also the outer sides of his hands. Lu Jinjia gently brushed her fingers over the thick calluses, which felt as hard as wood, even giving her a slightly painful sensation. Just by observing these hands, one could tell he had endured considerable hardship. Suddenly, Lu Jinjia noticed something amiss with the skin on the outer side of Gu Shi's thumb. At first glance, the color of his thumb matched that of the back of his hand. But upon closer inspection, there was a subtle difference in hue. Why was there a scar on the back of his thumb? Had he suffered a cut? No, the color indicated it was an injury from many years ago. Suggesting it had been severe, Lu Jinjia cradled his hand, examining it closely. Her proficiency in formation stemmed from her childhood passion for the arts, particularly painting. Formations closely resemble painting, which is why she chose this path. Having sketched countless portraits, her observational skills were exceptionally keen. The outer side of Gu Shi's thumb bore the marks of a serious injury, long healed, yet concealed beneath the thick calluses, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Nevertheless, Lu Jinjia was certain that a grave wound had once existed there. However, it was implausible for the outer side of a thumb to be severely injured. If it were a cut, it wouldn't present as a flat wound. Could it be his sixth finger? Lu Jinjia's expression changed, and she scrutinized the wound intently. The fluttering of her heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. Indeed, if there were a sixth finger and the bone had been severed, such a scar would certainly result. No, it was the only way such a scar could exist. Gu Shi's surname is Gu. Lu Jinjia abruptly rose to her feet, feeling her heartbeat quicken. His surname is Gu? He claimed to be 17, but if one calculated correctly, the true Gu Gongzi should be 16. Lu Jinjia bit her lip and scrutinized Gu Shi's face. His features did not align. His eyebrows, nose, and eyes bore no resemblance to those of her uncle and aunt. A fleeting shift of expression crossed her face. Such a lack of resemblance was indeed peculiar. It was almost too coincidental. Even a random stranger might share some similarities with her relatives, yet he bore none whatsoever. The young girl felt increasingly anxious. Yet he was a Fengshe. She had met him at the age of 7 when he was already a competent practitioner. The Jiu Shi was a martial master, and a remarkably gifted one at that, which added to the incongruity that Lu Jinjia recalled vividly a boy with pale skin and 6 fingers. Not a resemblance in the slightest. Yet, she could not entirely dismiss the possibility. Gritting her teeth, she reached for her Qinquan ring and retrieved 3 white jade boxes and a needle. She endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, grasping Gu Shi's hand as she gazed at his sleeping face. Her own expression a complex tapestry of hope, confusion, fear, and an indescribable sentiment that if you truly are him, your fate is sealed. With determination, she plunged the needle into Gu Shi's fingertip, extracting 3 drops of blood and carefully placing them into the 3 white jade boxes. Both the Gu family and the Yun family had produced martial gods. Their unique bloodlines would not yield erroneous results, that a shared examination would reveal the truth that Jiu Shi's breathing became steady as Lu Jinjia approached the cave entrance. Her thoughts swirling as she gazed into the distance. The path ahead in this trial was still long, yet her heart was in disarray. Wrapped in a cotton coat, Gu Shi slowly opened his eyes, meeting Lu Jinjia's gaze as he listened to her murmurs, tightening his fist. Reality often proves more intricate than tales, for the true world is filled with cicadas, mantises, yellow sparrows, as well as eagles, venomous snakes, and hunters. Who is he? And who is the counterfeit Gu Gongzi? Time will soon provide the answers. Lu Jinjia turned back, only to find Gu Shi had closed his eyes once more, sinking back into a tranquil slumber. Chapter 34. The King of Ghost Breeders. Snow falls on the green pines, white against the frosty air. A fitting description of Qingsong City. The city is surrounded by pines for 30 miles. Evergreen regardless of the harshest winters or sweltering summers, earning it the moniker of Green City. This year's unseasonal cold weather, aided by the pines, tempered the bone-chilling winds of the first month, which could freeze even a person solid. The bustling taverns and restaurants within the city raised the temperature considerably, with some youthful souls, brimming with vigor, heedlessly shedding their cotton coats for thin garments that accentuated their figures. That as Lu Jinjiao walked through the throngs on the lively streets. Her spirit soared to unprecedented heights, having encountered wolf demons and fox spirits in the deep mountains and battled the Fengshe when Ziliang. She had been on edge throughout her journey. The vibrant crowd, bustling with life, felt like a long-lost sight. With her hands clasped behind her back, Lu Jinjia glanced at the trinkets of street vendors and the performances of wandering entertainers, skipping about with exuberance. She turned back to see the little fox perched on Gu Shi's shoulder, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Yet, it was merely a fleeting interest. After all, the Fengshe of the Daxia dynasty were not exactly scarce. Suddenly, the little fox bristled, standing tall on Gu Shi's shoulder, its two tails erect, baring its teeth. That Lu Jinjia hurried to Gu Shi's side, a habit she had developed over time. When something fell amiss, she would draw closer to him. What happened? Gu Shi shook his head, pressing a hand on the little fox's head. Nothing to fear. With that, he straightened his posture and continued walking forward. The sound of jingling bells caught Lu Jinjia's attention, leading her to spot two figures. One was a woman in a red dress, holding a red paper umbrella, and the other was a boy in oversized clothes, sporting deep black circles under his eyes. The woman was strikingly pale. This was her first impression. Her pallor was so extreme it seemed unnatural, almost lifeless. Upon a second glance, her skin was not the rosy white of youth, but rather an eerie, bloodless hue, reminiscent of a corpse. Her face was adorned with rouge, yet the pinkish tint appeared odd against her extremely red lips, which were as vivid as the red of a crane's crest. Captivating to behold, her figure was enchanting, her steps graceful and alluring, as she approached with her red umbrella, inadvertently drawing Lu Jinjiao's gaze. The boy beside her, with the dark circles under his eyes, jingled the bells that hung from his waist, creating a soft chime. The crowd instinctively parted for them, allowing the two to navigate through the throng without a hint of congestion. That a Fengshe, and a ghost-breeding Fengshe. Lu Jinjia suddenly jolted to awareness, her heart leaping in her throat as she instinctively grasped Gu Shi's hand. Gu Shi's hand trembled slightly, yet he remained silent, one hand still resting on the little fox's head, while the other held Lu Jinjia's. As they approached the two figures, unlike the others, he did not yield. He walked straight ahead. Just as they were about to collide, the boy with the dark circles finally turned aside, granting them passage. The four brushed past one another. Wait. The woman suddenly spoke. All four halted in unison, turning back. As their gazes met, Lu Jinjia realized not only was the woman's skin excessively pale, but her eyes were also unnaturally dark, devoid of any light, resembling a stagnant pool of water. The woman smiled sweetly at Gu Shi. My dear sir, did you not see that there was someone in front of you? While the living went unnoticed, the dead were clearly visible. Her laughter echoed like a haunting melody, rising and falling as she raised her other hand to grasp the end of her red umbrella, revealing the name Hong Shao. The boy with dark circles seized the woman's wrist. Humph, the red-dressed woman said coldly. You're fortunate this time. That I thought you wanted to bury him again. The boy fixed a fierce glare at Gu Shi, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. That Gu Shi merely raised an eyebrow. Burying one more wouldn't make a difference. The atmosphere turned frigid as the boy's unwavering gaze bore into Gu Shi, while Lu Jinjia felt a chill run down her spine, suffocated by the palpable threat. The bells continued to jingle, producing a haunting sound. Strangely, despite standing amidst a throng, the four drew no attention from anyone around them. Let us go. The dark-eyed boy pulled the red-dressed woman away. Heading into the distance, Lu Jinjia finally exhaled, her heart relieved. That Gu Shi, can you stop making enemies everywhere? Do you realize who that was? I don't know, Gu Shi replied, moving toward the inn ahead. Lu Jinjia hurried after him. You don't know? That person is Wang Su, the king of ghost breeders. Never heard of him. Lu Jinjia placed her hands on her hips. Wang Su is quite a renowned figure among Fengshe. That female ghost is likely his fiancée, Yi. The corpse ghost Hong Shao, it is said that Wang Su's fiancée, Yi, was slaughtered along with her family, and she died with her eyes wide open. leading Wang Su to summon her spirit, transforming her into a corpse. You must understand that among the practitioners of ghost cultivation, their unique bond is exceedingly rare. They share a trust that is unparalleled, something ordinary ghost cultivators lack. In ghost cultivation, the harmony between the spirit and the human is of paramount importance, which enables their training to progress at an astonishing pace. Gushi twitched his nose. He could already detect the enticing aroma of steamed buns wafting from the inn. Lu Jinjia stretched out her arms to block him. You are utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Corpse spirits are the most terrifying entities among the undead. They possess not only the malevolent tactics of evil spirits, but also the corporeal form of humans. Some formidable corpse spirits can even wield the profound skills of martial masters. Wang Su and Hong Xiao have long roamed the martial world, their existence driven by the desire for vengeance for their blood-soaked grievances. Such individuals are akin to vicious wolves, feral beasts. The slightest dissatisfaction prompts them to strike, for they know no morality of good or evil. The Jiyushi gazed intently into Lu Jinjia's eyes. Her bright gaze sent a chill through her heart. Are you very frightened? Of course, who wouldn't be afraid of beasts and malevolent spirits? Yet, I am as well. Lu Jinjia was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, they are specifically coming for you. Coming for me? Gushi gently caressed the little fox's head and remarked, Do you truly believe this little creature is merely making a ruckus? It senses hostility, which is why it is so restless. Lu Jinjia's delicate face paled slightly. Upon reflection, the family trials had already commenced. And those powerful practitioners like Wang Su would never let her elder siblings escape unscathed. Jinjia, have you ever witnessed a human slaying a ghost? Lu Jinjia's complexion turned grim as she nodded. Yes, I have seen it. When I was a child, a practitioner commanded a malevolent spirit to do me harm, and I watched as the elders surrounded and slaughtered the evil spirit. That scene was truly spectacular. Terribly frightening, indeed. How did you feel at that time? Lu Jinjia's face turned ashen as she bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. It appears you are aware. Ghosts do not diminish in strength due to human bravery. Yet they grow more formidable in the face of human fear. When ghostly arts are unleashed, the greater the fear of the person, the more potent the incantation becomes. Lu Jinjia remained silent, biting her lip. Following that incident, she endured a harsh slap from her mother. Her mother had uttered similar words, even more severe, declaring that if it weren't for her own fear, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. To be honest, I truly do not comprehend what is so terrifying about that thing. The youth strode toward the inn. Some individuals in their very existence have long since become akin to ghosts. The sun shone brightly, and the crowd bustled. Yet his figure seemed utterly out of place. The Lu Jinjia stared blankly at the youth, his silhouette unconsciously merging in her mind with the shadow of their childhood encounter. Could it be him? Is it truly that person? Gushi had entered the inn, addressing the approaching innkeeper, requesting 2 dishes, 3 plates of pickles, and 3 bowls of plain congee. Lu Jinjia hurriedly pursued him, calling out, Bring your finest wine and meat. 1 serving each, no. 3 servings. Chapter 35. Why smash my meal in a corner of the Maisie Tavern in Chingsong City? A table overflowing with dishes was laid out. Fish-flavored shredded pork, braised lion's head, spicy chicken wings. A ragged youth, holding chopsticks, continuously swallowed saliva. The innkeeper beside him looked at the silver in his hand, his expression complex. Who would have imagined that a beggar dressed in rags and reeking could order so many dishes? Lu Jinjia beamed brightly, placing a lion's head in Gushi's bowl. Eat up, it's on me, enough to fill you. As she spoke, she patted her ample bosom, a look of pride on her face. Gushi stared dumbfounded at Lu Jinjia. What is it? I never realized you were so beautiful, like a young lady from a wealthy family. Lu Jinjia's cheeks flushed slightly, and as she glanced at the food, the sweetness in her heart immediately dissipated. You only compliment me because I'm treating you, and besides, I am indeed a young lady from a wealthy family. The Jiyushi picked up the lion's head, opened his mouth, then sighed and set it down. What's wrong? If only Nian Yin were here. She hasn't had meat in quite some time. Lu Jinjia pouted, aware that Nian Yin was his relative. Yet, she was the one paying for the meal. So why did he still mention someone else? Eat up. The lion's head won't block your mouth. Lu Jinjia shot him an exasperated glance and added another lion's head to Gushi's bowl. Gushi offered half of his lion's head to the little fox. and the two of them indulged in their feast. Liu Jinjia, initially very hungry, suddenly lost her appetite as the food approached her lips. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand, watching Gu Shi eat. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Oil dripped onto your clothes. Can you refrain from grabbing with your hands? Aren't chopsticks provided? Hey, just one more serving is fine. Are you really going to take the one the fox nibbled on? At that moment, several armed martial artists entered the tavern to Ji Yushi, chewing on a lion's head, mumbled indistinctly. Why not bypass Qingsong City? That would be safer. No, Liu Jinjia frowned, glancing around. She felt as if many were covertly watching them, uncertain if their identities had been exposed. Along this journey, I must not only contend with the overt and covert attacks from my siblings, but also rally some forces willing to assist me. The Liu family in Qingsong City is affluent and powerful. I must find a way to secure their support. An elderly man and a burly man carrying a gigantic sword entered through the door. Immediately, some martial artists recognized them, whispering among themselves, the bandit slayer Wang Han and the curved blade Yu Lian. Both are renowned bounty hunters in the martial world. Wang Han, whose family was slaughtered by bandits in his youth, honed his skills somewhere unknown and ascended to the rank of 7th-tier martial master. Since then, he has dedicated himself to exterminating bandits. Many bandits tremble at the mere mention of his name. Yu Lian, with a curved staff concealing a long blade, is an expert in swordplay, his techniques unpredictable. Upon their arrival, many martial artists instinctively place their hands on their weapons, growing vigilant. The two scanned the room and, upon spotting Gu Shi, approached his table directly. The elder produced a scroll from his bosom without any hesitation, his withered hands unfurling the painting, presenting it directly to Liu Jinjia. She could see clearly that the portrait depicted none other than Gu Shi himself. Yes, it is you. The burly Wang Han pressed his hand on the table, narrowing his eyes. Boom! With a deafening crash, the table splintered into pieces, food scattering all over the floor. The little fox jumped in fright, leaping onto Liu Jinjia's shoulder. The tremendous noise drew everyone's attention. Patrons stood and retreated, some timid souls even drawing their swords. This is the way of the martial world, creating a commotion to prompt unrelated individuals to withdraw. While simultaneously demonstrating one's formidable prowess as a means of testing, Ji Yushi lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his eyes, making it impossible to discern his expression. The burly man, with a fierce countenance, bared his teeth and growled, "You are Gu Shi, correct? Come with me, or your head will explode like this table." Gu Shi forcefully swallowed the last morsel of lion's head, gripping the chopsticks tightly. The tavern fell silent, yet an unprecedented tension surged within Liu Jinjia. The last time it had been this quiet was on that snowy night when Song Xian was murdered. True beasts always remain silent before the hunt. Gu Shi, remain calm. We still need to go to the Liu family. This is their territory. Killing someone upon arriving in Qingsong City would be a grave insult to the Liu family. It is merely a table of food. I can afford to lose it. Suddenly, Gu Shi uttered two words, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. The burly man abruptly drew his massive sword, unleashing a torrent of true energy. But it was too late. No one witnessed how Gu Shi made his move. All they saw was a bloodied chopstick piercing through the burly man's neck, the mighty sword he had raised never having the chance to fall before his formidable body collapsed into a pool of blood. What? The elder sprang back in alarm, simultaneously unleashing his cane, revealing a blade sweeping toward Liu Jinjia. Her complexion turned ashen. The elder's sudden attack had brought the razor-sharp blade to her front. The overwhelming force made her realize that in an instant, her body could be cleaved in two. Howl! A beastly roar erupted as a gigantic tortoise appeared outside Liu Jinjia, causing a thunderous blast as true energy surged, shattering the long blade. The Xian Beast Gate? How could this be? The elder's expression shifted dramatically. His hunched body suddenly moved like a rabbit, leaping out of the tavern and sprinting down the road. Who dares to cause trouble in Qingsong City? Outside the tavern, a valiant young woman clad in armor, flanked by two squads, arrived just in time to block the elder's path. "Get out of the way!" The elder swung his cane, true energy slicing toward the armored maiden. At this moment, the elder was utterly terrified. The opponent had killed Wang Han with a single chopstick in the blink of an eye, their movements remarkably swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Not only had they completely seen through Wang Han, But even after the kill, the murderous aura remained unabated. This is no ordinary 7th grade martial artist. He is clearly a malevolent specter seeking souls. "Miss, be cautious." The 2 guards rushed in front of the young lady, drawing their swords to fend off the attack. Blood gushed forth. Armor was torn asunder, and in an instant, both guards fell into a pool of crimson. The elderly man was compelled to halt his advance, standing before the young maiden. His wrinkled visage was a tapestry of terror and rage. Anyone would react thus when faced with obstruction in a desperate flight for survival. "Do not linger." The elder raised his fist high, aiming a brutal strike at the girl's head. "Miss." The guards around her drew their blades, but their movements were far too slow to match the elder's swift assault. Otherwise, he would not have reached her so swiftly. The young maiden's exquisite eyes widened in horror. Her delicate face drained of color, rendered ghostly pale. She could never have imagined that merely conducting an inspection in the city would lead her to confront a frenzied 7th grade martial artist. As she beheld the elder's ferocious countenance and the blinding sun behind him, she pondered if this was truly the final vision of her life, that a wave of regret washed over her. She should not have disobeyed her parents and ventured out into the world. "You could easily slay me, yet you choose to strike my meal instead." Suddenly, a youthful figure obscured the glaring sun. Brandishing a bench, his bright eyes radiating an unusual fury, the young maiden gaped in astonishment. With a resounding crash, the bench descended heavily upon the elder's skull, splintering wood scattering about, and he collapsed into the blood-soaked ground. Convulsing, the surrounding guards surged forward, encircling the maiden, while the young man leaped lightly to a nearby spot, still clutching the remaining half of the bench as he strode toward the inn. "Miss, are you unharmed? Miss, are you all right?" Voices of concern echoed around her. As the maiden's gaze pierced through the throng to the young man holding the half-bench, he halted his steps, growing increasingly incensed, in a fit of rage. He abruptly turned and hurled the remaining half-bench forward. The guards in front, caught off guard, gasped in shock as the bench, which had seemed distant just moments ago, now hurtled towards them, without a moment's hesitation. One guard cried out, "Protect the miss!" With a swift motion, he raised his arm, but the bench fortuitously slipped beneath his armpit and landed squarely on the elder's skull, who had just begun to rise. Blood sprayed forth, and the elder lay still, devoid of life. After a brief moment, a piercing scream escaped the young maiden. Nearby, Gushi crouched down, scooping up a piece of dusty meat and popping it into his mouth. Snowflakes drifted down, and the youth's small voice rang out amidst the crowd, "Delicious." Chapter 36. Mad Rabbit, truly fragrant. Simply delightful. A filthy, gnarled hand snatched the roast chicken from Gushi's grasp. Liu Jinjia and the onlookers were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this old beggar. "That's mine. Give it back." Gushi reached out to reclaim it, but the old beggar deftly evaded his grasp. "Hand it over." Gushi's hands darted out like lightning. Yet the old beggar, clutching the chicken, continued to evade him, their hands leaving trails in the air that dazzled Liu Jinjia. After a moment, Gushi ceased his attempts, while the old beggar retained one hand on the chicken, the other splayed open, with 3 fingers embedded in 3 lion heads. That Liu Jinjia gasped in astonishment. "Put it down!" Gushi's true energy surged forth, fury igniting within him. "That you're angry, aren't you?" The old beggar sprang to his feet and dashed away, crashing through a wall with a thunderous boom, then sprinting down the street. "Did you not flee?" Gushi leaped into pursuit, covering ground with remarkable speed. "If I snatched it, it belongs to me." The old beggar glanced back at Gushi before leaping into the air, seemingly treading upon the snow. "What, is this real?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Is he walking on snow? What manner of creature is this old man?" As the crowd erupted in exclamations, Gushi halted, watching the old beggar bound through the air. "Ha! Everything I possess is mine. What I have taken is mine." The old beggar cackled, landing amidst the crowd, who parted in astonishment. Yet he vanished like a wraith, slipping into the throng, disappearing from sight. Despite numerous eyes fixed upon him, none could discern when he had vanished. For he was simply too swift. Was that an 8th grade, a 9th grade, or perhaps a 10th grade? Liu Jinjia stared blankly into the distance. "That we must leave this place at once." The Jiushi spoke rarely, and for the first time, Liu Jinjia noted the gravity etched upon his face. "You two lack the confidence to confront that old man." Gushi shook his head. "That I cannot leave just yet." Lu Jinjiao retorted that as they spoke. A large group of guards had already surrounded them. You two, accompany me back to the Lu family to clarify matters. The young lady placed her hands on her hips, pointing at the two. Her demeanor transformed from earlier trepidation to one of arrogance. However, the guards around them trembled as the gaunt youth furrowed his brow, exuding an air of anger that he was a quintessential martial artist. The kind whose very head hung at his waist. The distinction between martial artists and mere guards was akin to that between a loyal dog and a wolf. They were fundamentally different. What is the matter? You refuse. The young lady's voice wavered. Not from fear of the youth's anger, nor from the terrifying visage of the elder. He had just slain that the daughter of the Lu family. She had long been accustomed to the sight of blood. Though the ghastly moment with the seemingly demonic elder had terrified her, she had cast that dreadful scene aside now. Her heart raced. Breaths quickened, torn between the urge to flee and the reluctance to depart. That I end this moment. She simply did not wish to hear a refusal from the young man before her. Wait until I finish eating. Can we leave afterward? He indicated the food on the ground. The young lady exhaled in relief, patting her chest. No need. I shall provide you with something even better. Gu Shi looked toward Lu Jinjia, who nodded in agreement. The young maiden's face lit up with a radiant smile, reminiscent of a joyful lark. That I am Lu Su. What is your name? Shi. Such a lovely name. How old are you? The guards exchanged glances, puzzled. Is she truly a pleasant name? What is appealing about it? Can it even be considered a proper name? In the distance, atop a tower, a gaunt man clad in disheveled attire, exposing his chest, embraced a curvaceous woman. Is this the one? He is a 7th-grade martial artist. En route, he dispatched the one wielding the knife, Yin Shan, as well as an elder from the Lu family. His strength is formidable. The man turned, gazing at a dapper young gentleman savoring a drink. Does the illustrious Gu gentleman require assistance to eliminate a single individual? I cannot intervene in this matter. Do not inquire further, or I shall have to send someone to eliminate you. The man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Understood. I only seek the head of the Lu family. Kill him, and you shall become the head of the Lu family. Ha! The man laughed heartily, narrowing his eyes. While slaying a 7th-grade martial artist may be challenging in other regions, in Qingsong City, I assure you that it is as simple as child's play. Clap, clap, clap. The Gu gentleman clapped thrice, and the door swung open, revealing a man clad in black, bearing a quiver of arrows on his back. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a black bow almost equal in size to him. Its surface dark as ink, gleaming ominously. This is Meng Fifan. The gaunt man's expression shifted, realizing it was the famed archer Meng Fifan, ranked 11th among the 10 perfect martial saints. The Gu gentleman chuckled lightly. Indeed, he has come to assist you. That I require no assistance, Meng Fifan stated coldly. The gaunt man raised his hands in surrender while the Gu gentleman gazed at Meng Fifan with a smile. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, not a whisper to be heard. Several accompanying women dared not even breathe. Very well. Do not forget the Gu family as profound martial arts as promised. Meng Fifan relented, crossing his arms as he retreated to a corner. Only then did the Gu gentleman rise, pushing open the door, glancing sideways. He is yours. Furthermore, I do not wish for anyone to know of my presence here. The gaunt man furrowed his brow, but the Gu gentleman merely smiled at him. Understood. Suddenly, the gaunt man chuckled, seizing the woman in his arms by the neck. Young master. The woman's complexion turned pale, with a crack. Her head tilted, and she collapsed to the ground. A murder! The remaining women shrieked in horror, but only for a moment, as silence enveloped them. The once vibrant women now lay sprawled upon the floor, the room saturated with blood and death. Lu Feng lounged carelessly in a chair, raising his wine cup, muttering to himself. Killing one is the same as killing 10 or 100. My life has long been forfeit in Qingsong City, in the Lu family. Since death is inevitable, I might as well take a gamble that a rabid rabbit can slay a wolf. From this point forward, this territory shall be dictated by the rabbit. The emaciated man laughed maniacally, akin to a madman, while Meng Fifan beside him furrowed his brow. This lunatic's eyes were filled solely with destruction. Even his parents would be subject to his wrath. Chapter 37. The meal portion. It turns out that the young lady hails from the illustrious Lu family, which explains her remarkable demeanor. Lu Su and Lu Jinjia strolled side by side, surrounded by a throng of guards that effectively isolated Gu Shi from their company. Lu Su covertly cast a glance at Gu Shi. Although his attire was tattered and filthy, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. "Why are you all so vigilant? Let him in if he truly wishes to do something. Can you not possibly hinder him?" Lu Su expressed her dissatisfaction, yet the guards exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to disperse, leaving Lu Su with no choice but to relent. "Sister Lu, this young man is your guard, isn't he?" Upon hearing the term young man, Gu Shi turned his head to regard the young lady from the Lu family in his current attire. He seemed far removed from the notion of a young man. Lu Jinjia pondered aloud. "It seems that the affairs of the Lu family have reached even your ears. Then you." The young lady smiled sweetly, interrupting. "The selection of heirs among the four great families invariably leads to a reshuffling of power within the martial world. Aligning oneself with the right faction will surely benefit the Lu family's strength, but if one aligns incorrectly, the cost can be dire. The Lu family could very well face annihilation. I am merely a flower sheltered within the Lu family's greenhouse. How my family decides is beyond my control. That if you wish to win over the family, you ought to converse with my father." Her forthright words caught Lu Jinjiao off guard. After all, being a young lady from a prominent family, she was far from the Navi image she projected. "We have arrived." Lu Jinjiao looked up to see the words Lu residence before her. "Miss, the family head has instructed you to bring this young lady directly to the sitting room." A limping Taoist with gray hair, holding a whisk, informed Lu Su. The surrounding guards stood like towering trees, ignoring Lu Jinjia, Gu Shi, and even Lu Xu. Lu Jinjia secretly admired the scene. It was no wonder the Lu family could maintain their foothold in Qingsong City. They indeed possessed their unique strengths. As Lu Su led Lu Jinjia away, Gu Shi attempted to follow but was halted by the whisk, which swept in front of him. "This guest, please wait in the garden," the limping Taoist stated. "Housekeeper Wang, please prepare fine food and wine for this guest," Lu Su instructed. The Jiu Shi glanced at Lu Jinjia, who nodded slightly, signaling that she was fine. In the Lu family's sitting room, 3 individuals were already present. "Father, this is Sister Lu from the Lu family. You may converse. I shall take my leave." Lu Su bowed respectfully before exiting. Lu Jinjia then boldly appraised the 3 individuals in the sitting room. First was Lu Qiong, who had reached a venerable age. Rather than sitting, he seemed to be slumped in his chair. His bald head was adorned with only a few strands of hair, and when he smiled, 2 yellowed teeth were revealed, directed at Lu Jinjia. Next to him was the eldest elder, Lu Tsong, with a head of white hair and a face etched with deep lines, appearing more youthful than Lu Qiong, though in reality, Lu Tsong was 2 years his senior. Following him was the second elder, Lu Shun, a robust figure with eyebrows resembling arrows and an air of arrogance. Lastly was the third elder, Lu Hong, who possessed a plump physique, smooth skin, and a cheerful countenance. None of the elders or the family head spoke, rendering the hall so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Jinjia gathered her thoughts, prepared her words to win them over, and the promises she intended to make, stating, "I trust you will provide me with a reason to believe you can become the heir." Lu Qiong spoke just as Lu Jinjia began, his murky eyes obscuring his intentions. Lu Jinjia furrowed her brows, her expression shifting as she remained silent for several breaths. Lu Qiong continued, "The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Hetian, has already entered the official sphere, garnering the support of several second-tier families, along with formidable allies from the first-tier forces, such as Jinwu sect and Yinluo sect. Lu Sanchuan, the second son, maintains close ties with the underworld. While the underworld is deemed a nefarious cult, it is also a first-tier sect, dispatching 2 ninth-grade martial artists to aid him. Lu Chensi, the third son, has recently gained the backing of the Fire Armor sect and the Water Array sect, both of which are second-tier sections. If you wish to vie for the position of family head, you must surpass them. Tell me, what do you possess as leverage, or rather, how confident are you in outshining them?" Silence fell again. Lu Jinjia remained mute. 17 years of age, a 7th-grade martial artist capable of slaying the likes of Chao Dao Run and Yin Shan was indeed extraordinary. Yet ultimately, they were still at the 7th grade. If it were an 8th grade, perhaps you would possess less than a 50% chance of victory, Lu Qiong remarked. The sitting room was once more engulfed in silence. In the Lu family's rear garden, A pile of bones stood half a man high. Ji Yushi sat on a stool, clutching a beef leg in his left hand and a bun in his right. The fist-sized bun vanished in mere bites, while he tore into the thick beef leg, savoring the long strips of meat and tendons until they were reduced to pulp and swallowed. But he had consumed an entire cow, a sheep, 13 buns, and several plates of meat dishes that a rich aroma surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and body to the garden's entrance. Lu Su and the housekeeper observed in astonishment. Indeed, a 7th-grade martial artist. Once martial artists generate true energy, their appetite surged out. A 5th-grade martial artist consumes 1 cow daily, while a 6th grade consumes 3 sheep. Having devoured both a cow and a sheep, he still showed no signs of stopping. It seems he has long been in a state of hunger, lacking true energy. Lu Su remarked that, and no wonder martial artists hunt those beasts to satiate their hunger. Ordinary cattle and sheep simply cannot suffice. At that moment, the gluttonous youth abruptly halted, that he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, that a whooshing sound emanated from him, causing his clothes to flutter, and droplets of sweat mixed with dark mud trickled from his skin. Lu Su furrowed her brow, gazing quizzically at the housekeeper. The housekeeper explained, he is refining his body with true energy, expelling impurities from within while replenishing his dantian. All 7th-grade martial artists undergo this step. Typically not. Only those at the 5th-grade level would engage in body refinement. Lu Su was taken aback, and the housekeeper beckoned, prompting several guards to bring a large basin of water and place it in the garden. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Gu Shi opened his eyes, covered in black mud. In a few swift movements, he stripped off his clothes, leaping into the basin for a refreshing wash before emerging to continue his feasting. Lu Su covered her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she peeked through her fingers. Time passed, and Gu Shi devoured 2 more cows and 1 sheep. Is this typical for 7th-grade martial artists? Lu Su inquired. The housekeeper, with an odd expression, replied, no, 7th-grade martial artists absolutely cannot consume this much cattle and sheep. Cattle and sheep are mundane. The speed at which they convert into true energy is slow, that he ought to be full by now. At that moment, Gu Shi stood up. Seems he has had his fill. The housekeeper sighed in relief. Ji Yushi glanced around, then punched the frozen surface of the pond, shattering it, before bending down to drink deeply. A plume of white steam billowed from him, sweat mingled with black muck once more seeping from his pores. The housekeeper exclaimed, I don't know, his voice trembled with excitement. This was beyond reason. He has drained the pond dry. I saw it. The housekeeper's voice quivered. Burp. Gu Shi lifted his head, letting out a hearty belch, a gust of wind issuing forth from his mouth, shaking the 2 small trees beside the pond. Frost and snow scattered into the air, only to fall back down again. He turned back to survey the mound of bones, rubbing his belly with satisfaction. Though it had been a complimentary meal, he had truly overindulged. He finally felt satiated. Lu Su smiled wryly. But this lad is peculiar. His appetite rivals that of a 9th-grade martial artist, yet he is merely 7th grade. There is something amiss. The housekeeper concurred. Chapter 38. The guardian spirit chirp, chirp, chirp. The little fox emitted strange sounds, and following the noise, Gu Shi ventured into the backyard. Miss. The housekeeper's expression tightened, but Lu Su waved her hand, signaling that all was well. Upon reaching the backyard, the little fox lay beneath a pine tree, where a young woman crouched, gently stroking the fox's head. The pine tree was not particularly tall, its leaves sharp and tender green, adorned with several long talismans, 2 of which were particularly eye-catching. 1 read, on June 28th, the Xianyin Jiazi Immortal grants the name, Lu Qing. The other yellow talisman bore the inscription, Edict of the Xianyin Jiazi Immortal. Before the tree stood an exquisite incense table, laden with various fruits and continuously burning incense. The young woman lifted the little fox and remarked, You are quite fierce. Ji Yushi observed the little fox. And the young woman suddenly smiled again, adding, But you are also very kind. Are you the guardian spirit of the Lu family? Powerful families and factions often raise spirits to suppress malevolent forces and consolidate their fortunes. Not only that, but the guardian spirit itself also represents formidable combat power, possessing various miraculous abilities. Some families with great fortune can even deify their spirits. In such cases, the guardian spirit could detach from the family and engage in battle independently. Guardian spirits can generally be categorized into 3 types. The first encompasses souls, malevolent spirits, and phantoms. The second type consists of corpses. Zombies and corpses are included in this category, while the third type consists of malevolent spirits. Some of these are represented by flora and fauna, others by furniture, and even mountains and rivers can become sentient. The woman before me is the guardian spirit of the Liu family. She gazes at Gu Shi for a moment before suddenly declaring, "You are a pitiable soul." The young man furrows his brow, revealing his displeasure. "Are you attempting to read my fortune?" "One might say that," she replies. All individuals yearn to resist their fates, yet the truth is that one can discern a person's experiences from the aura of their fortune. You possess a strong thread of golden luck, yet it is ensnared by terrifying karmic burdens. You are in trouble, and it is indeed a grave trouble that I do not practice fortune-telling, she continues, but I am aware that the Liu family is facing significant peril. The young man echoes her sentiments and gestures toward the roots of a pine tree, where a patch of dead bark lies. Lu Qing's expression darkens. She opens her mouth to speak, then suddenly falls silent. A chill creeping into her demeanor. "You are indeed a prodigy, young master. Your breadth of knowledge is impressive." A voice calls from the courtyard entrance. The Jiushi turns to see a man approaching, a gaunt figure, resembling a collection of slender sticks barely held together by clothing. His complexion is unnaturally pale, bordering on sickly, with dark rings around his eyes and lips tinged with a bluish hue. He offers a friendly smile. Yet Gu Shi perceives no warmth in it, as his eyes resemble murky waters, concealing monstrous depths beneath the sludge. The man strides forward, lighting several incense sticks and bowing thrice respectfully to the pine tree before placing the sticks in a censer. "You must be the renowned 17-year-old martial artist." Gu Shi nods, aware that news travels faster than the wind in the martial world. "May I have a word with you?" The man frowns slightly. Casting a glance at Lu Qing, the Jiushi follows him to a corner, leaving Lu Qing to hold the small fox in place. Upon reaching the secluded spot, the man places a hand on Gu Shi's shoulder, only to have it brushed aside with a sharp motion. "Speak plainly." The man chuckles awkwardly. "My apologies. Your reputation precedes you, young master, and I have come to regard you as a brother, unable to restrain my emotions." He glances around anxiously. "Young master, you should leave this place as swiftly as possible." Gu Shi regards him with a furrowed brow. "Why the urgency? Or else you may find yourself in mortal peril." "I have inquiries for Jinjia," Gu Shi replies. The man's expression grows more frantic. "You speak of that young lady from the Liu family? You would do best to steer clear of her." The Jiushi remains silent. Frowning, the man grits his teeth and continues, "In that case, allow me to inform you. Members of the Song family visited the Liu household 2 days ago." Jiushi raises an eyebrow. "Did I in truth?" "No one knows what they sought," the man whispers, "but one of them met with the family head and left in a fit of rage, heading straight for the city gates. Yet, I distinctly observed the elder of the Liu family intercepting him. They conversed amicably, and the elder personally escorted the Song family member out of the city. You understand what I am implying?" The man asks that Jiushi studies him. "I do not comprehend why you would divulge such information to a stranger." The man sighs deeply. "That I have been frail since childhood, yearning to become a martial artist and dream of making a name in the martial world. But fate has denied me that path." He pulls aside his clothing to reveal curious markings on his chest. "That I have long suffered from a weak heart, relying on alchemists for my survival, consuming more medicine daily than food." The Jiushi exhales a sympathetic sigh. The man continues, his expression torn. "Thus, I have always sought to befriend martial experts, a fact well known among the Liu family. Witnessing such a talented young master in peril within the Liu household compels me to act." Footsteps echo, and the man's countenance shifts as he turns to leave. Just then, Lu Su enters. Upon their encounter, Lu Su bows respectfully. "Brother Lu Feng, what brings you here?" "I have come to pay my respects to the guardian spirit." The man replies with a smile. Lu Su's expression turns reproachful. "Brother Lu Feng, during this harsh winter, your frail constitution should not be exposed to the elements. Father advises you to remain indoors." "Father is right. And I appreciate your concern, dear sister, that I shall return shortly." Lu Feng nods repeatedly with a smile. Once Lu Feng departs, the girl approaches Gu Shi. "Are you satisfied with the meal?" "Yes," he replies. "Jinjia has concluded her discussion with father and is waiting for you in the guest room." "Allow me to escort you. Has a member of the Song family visited?" Gu Shi inquires suddenly. The girl freezes, clearly taken aback by his directness. She smiles. I am uncertain. I did not witness their arrival. The small fox scurries over, settling on Gu Shi's shoulder as Lu Su leads the way. Why do you ask? Did Brother Lu Feng mention something? Indeed. What else did he say? That there are those within the Lu family who wish to harm me. The girl's steps falter, and after a moment's hesitation, she continues forward. Are you planning to flee? I can guide you to the back entrance, that I am rather curious as to how many within the Lu family wish to take my life. Once more, she halts in her tracks, turning to appraise Gu Shi with her captivating eyes, that a playful smile graces her lips, that if the entire clan truly intended to eliminate you, would they have sent me to host your visit? Perhaps it is you who should be concerned. She walks gracefully, hands clasped behind her back, that as you are aware, then that if the family truly desired your demise, they would not have allowed me to extend hospitality. With playful banter exchanged, they arrive at the martial training ground, where dozens of guards are engaged in practice. That in the distance, a one-eyed giant stands with his hands clasped behind his back, instructing the trainees on their techniques. The sound of wooden wheels creaking announces the arrival of the third elder, Lu Hong, who is pushing the family patriarch, Lu Qiong, in a wooden cart. Lu Su immediately bows in respect, but Lu Qiong waves her off, prompting her to stand quietly to the side. This is where the younger generation of the Lu family trains, Lu Qiong states, gesturing toward the young man practicing under the watchful eye of the one-eyed master. Young Hero Gu is a 17-year-old martial artist. I wonder if my son's skills would impress you. Lu Su watches intently as the boy displays an impressive stance, dust rising with each powerful kick. His balance unwavering. Indeed, his movements are fluid and precise, a testament to his training, she acknowledges. She observes Gu Shi with a sigh, reflecting on how her brother, at 14, has already achieved the rank of a fourth-tier martial artist, a rarity in the martial world. Yet, she knows that for him to reach the seventh tier by 17 is a distant hope. Dad. At that moment, the young boy rushes over, the one-eyed master shaking his head in exasperation as he follows the boy to Lu Qiong's side. Greetings, father, greetings, Aunt, he says, bowing, then glances at Gu Shi with curiosity. Who is this? He looks merely a few years older than me, yet stands beside father, while sister Lu Su can only stand to the side. This is the renowned 17-year-old martial artist, Gu Shi, the one-eyed master informs him, eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinizes Gu Shi. Upon hearing the name, the boy's eyes light up. This is Lu Chun, my fourth brother, that he usually instructs the Lu family's disciples. Lu Chun clasps his hands together and bows that I am Lu Chun, and though I have barely reached the seventh tier, I still consider myself a novice in the realm of martial arts. Rank does not define worth, Gu Shi replies. Lu Chun raises an eyebrow, contemplating Gu Shi with newfound respect. Indeed, you possess a refreshing perspective. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts, mocking, so rank does not matter. That is truly laughable. The boy's derisive tone draws the attention of the guards and other young Lu family members training nearby. Sensing the eyes upon him, the boy smirks, continuing, isn't it the case that the most celebrated martial artists are often those who, despite their youth, possess extraordinary ranks? Even you, famed Gu Shi, are renowned for your age and rank. How can you claim that rank is insignificant? He steps in front of Gu Shi, gazing up at him with disdain. Your rapid ascent in rank may seem impressive, but all martial artists know that true mastery comes from steady accumulation of experience, that a swift rise often leads to an unstable foundation. Who knows? A 7th-tier martial artist at 17 may remain stagnant at that level until 70, that his words provoke scornful glances from many onlookers, who toil daily to improve their skills. Some individuals, eager for the limelight, resort to shortcuts, consuming potions and disregarding the arduous path of gradual improvement. Such people are akin to hollow shells, visually appealing yet lacking substance. The reputation of the 17-year-old martial artist may elicit awe, but skepticism lingers, as few have witnessed such feats firsthand. Rumors abound in the world, and now that I have seen this youth with my own eyes, he appears to be dressed as if he were a beggar. Is he truly a 7th-rank martial artist? Surely, he cannot afford the daily meals of one at that level. Instantly, many in the crowd formed a judgment about Gu Shi. He is but a fraud, a charlatan seeking fame. You must not be rude. Even Gu Xiaoxia deserved a measure of respect, admonished Lu Qiong. I believe you have grown quite senile. Father, Lu Song whispered. Nonsense, Lu Hong scolded, her brows knitting in displeasure. Lu Song, still somewhat defiant, pointed at Gu Shi and proclaimed, If you are so formidable, dare you exchange a few moves with me? At this proclamation, the Lu family's guards and several young disciples immediately took interest. Lu Song is not only the youngest son of the clan leader Lu Qiong, but also has been nurtured with herbal remedies since childhood, exhibiting remarkable talent at the tender age of 14. He has already attained the 4th rank, manifesting true energy within him. With the presence of true energy, a martial artist's prowess sees a dramatic leap, rendering the other younger generation utterly incapable of matching him. Only Lu Chun, who also possesses true energy, could serve as a worthy sparring partner. Lu Chun, known for his strict demeanor, has accelerated Lu Song's progress significantly that if this continues, he may very well enter the 5th rank within a year. At least, this is the consensus among the younger generation and guards of the Lu family. Let it be. Gu Shi flatly declined and turned to leave. Lu Song was momentarily taken aback, crossing his arms and wearing an increasingly haughty expression. Afraid, are you, a coward? I see you are merely a fade. You are correct. Gu Shi had no intention of engaging with this brash youth that a true master would naturally regard Lu Song with disdain. Amidst the crowd, a guard's sharp voice pierced through to Lu Song's ears. Indeed, if I were a 7th-rank martial artist, I would certainly not lower myself to the level of a mere 4th or 3rd rank. Another caustic voice echoed, and the young man's face instantly morphed into a fierce expression that I shall see just how formidable you truly are. He reached for his waist and deftly produced 4 flying darts. These are the Lu family's unique willow leaf darts, lighter and thinner than ordinary projectiles, boasting greater speed, and most crucially, they are nearly silent upon release. This is the Lu family's secret weapon, often by the time an opponent reacts. The darts have already embedded themselves in their flesh. While these diminutive darts are notoriously difficult to use to kill, unless aimed at vital areas like the throat, they are typically poisoned to enhance their lethality. Moreover, the trajectories of these 4 darts were exceedingly cunning. One aimed at Gu Shi's nape, another at his back, a third at his rear, and the 4th directly at his heel, that I end the moment the darts were launched. Lu Chun and Lu Hong both turned their gazes towards Lu Qiong. Lu Qiong's murky eyes gleamed with insight, yet he made no move to intervene. Lu Song, what are you doing? Lu Su cried out, hastily drawing her sword. Yet Gu Shi, without glancing back, waved his hand and lifted his leg, causing 3 of the darts to vanish, while the 4th lodged itself into the ground at his feet. Lu Su's eyes sparkled with astonishment. What a graceful maneuver! It resembles a dance, with a series of thuds. The 3 darts struck firmly against the door. Clang, clang, Lu Song swiftly drew 2 knives, one long and one short, and lunged at Gu Shi's back. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Though Lu Song was young and impetuous, he possessed a diligent and earnest spirit. The voluminous leaf knife technique is an elite swordplay of the Lu family, with alternating strikes that are impenetrable. With one blade fast and the other slow, the rhythm constantly shifts. When an opponent has just parried the swift blade, they will instinctively rush to block the next strike. But following the quick blade comes the slow blade, allowing ample time to alter its trajectory. Rushing to defend only exposes vulnerabilities. Lu Song had already approached Gu Shi's rear, and the gazes of Lu Qiong, Lu Hong, and Lu Chun were fixed intently upon him that a 7th-rank martial artist could naturally withstand Lu Song's voluminous leaf knife technique. The simplest method would be to exert force, unleashing a powerful true energy to force Lu Song back. Yet resorting to such a tactic would imply that this so-called prodigy was nothing special that I in the blink of an eye. Lu Song's blade was less than a foot from Gu Shi's back. Yet he remained unmoving. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the 3 elders that it seems he must rely on true energy after all. Chapter 40. Not bad. The long knife was now within an inch of the youth. Lu Chen's expression changed. The individual before them was not only the bodyguard of the Lu family's young lady, but also a person of great importance in Yun's eyes, that if he were to perish here, how would the Lu family explain it? He stepped forward, true energy surging. Lu Song, have you lost your mind? Lu Su's slender sword lunged towards the dual blades that in that instant. Gu Shi finally moved. He leaned forward, evading the swift blade. Lu Song sneered, "The next strike will be the slow blade." The short knife swept forth, and to everyone's astonishment, Gu Shi hesitated momentarily as the short knife aimed for his waist. He finally began to act. Lu Song was taken aback, increasing his force by threefold. What a coincidence! Do not think you can evade the next strike. This time it was a rapid succession of swift blades. Gu Shi deftly dodged twice. This time it will be the slow blade. The psychological duel was immensely intricate, yet the actual execution of the blade occurred within the span of 2 breaths. In those 2 breaths, Gu Shi evaded all 19 of Lu Song's alternating strikes. How is this possible? Lu Song knelt in disbelief, gripping his blades with vacant eyes. The sound of Gu Shi's footsteps echoed in his mind like thunder. As the youth reached the courtyard's entrance, he suddenly turned and cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chun, who followed his gaze to see his own foot deeply embedded in the earth. His step infused with powerful true energy. Excellent swordplay, indeed. The youth offered praise before vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. The scene descended into silence, as the guards and numerous young members of the Lu family exchanged bewildered glances. Did I see that incorrectly? It seemed as if he never turned around. One young member of the Lu family voiced disbelief. Not only did he not look back, but his pace never faltered, remarked an older guard with a grave expression. I could not withstand even 3 strikes of the voluminous leaf knife technique. How did he accomplish that? One guard admitted with genuine admiration. Lu Hong proclaimed with conviction, there is nothing astonishing about it. Even if one cannot see the person behind them, the shadow cast in front will betray their movements. The opponent is a 7th-rank martial artist, no matter how impressive the voluminous leaf knife technique may be. If a 7th-rank martial artist observes the movements, they can easily evade. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, you must all be mindful of this in the future. When facing a powerful martial artist, one must strike unexpectedly. Clang, Lu Su's slender sword clattered to the ground. Datsuer, what ails you? But he was just now with his eyes closed. The candlelight flickered as Gu Shi and Lu Jinjia shared a meal in the guest room. Why do you not inquire about how my conversation went? Lu Jinjia remarked, placing a piece of pig's trotter in a Gu Shi's bowl. That it was unsuccessful. The maiden replied with a rueful smile. Lu Qiong asked me what my chances of success were. He was inquiring about your trump card. Gu Shi understood that I know, but aside from you, I have no substantial support. I am unaware of your true capabilities. The Ji Yushi lifted his gaze to her, and the maiden pouted. Even if I knew your abilities, I would certainly not disclose them to him. She playfully tapped the little fox's nose. During my time wandering the world with you, I have come to understand that one must not casually reveal the extent of their abilities. If others know your methods, they will inevitably devise countermeasures against you. Ji Yushi chuckled suddenly. The maiden giggled in response. Am I not a quick learner? Yet she soon sighed again. That being said, the Lu family is the first power I have encountered. If I fail, it will be even more challenging to rally others afterward. The Lu family has not cast me out, indicating that there is still hope. The Ji Yushi set down his utensils and regarded her earnestly. The Lu family does not wish to let this opportunity slip by. They appear to be in a state of harmony, yet the underlying issues are quite severe. The maiden paused, and Gu Shi proceeded to reveal the matter of the decayed roots of the guardian spirit tree. Lu Jinjia's expression brightened. The core of the guardian spirit has sustained damage. This is no trivial matter. The guardian spirit accumulates fortune and suppresses calamities, serving as a family's protective deity. Not only is damage to its core significant, but even if the guardian spirit is merely in low spirits, it becomes a grave issue. It seems the Lu family is concealing certain circumstances. I wonder what they are waiting for. In due time, we shall know, the youth stated as he devoured his meal with gusto, while the maiden sipped her clear broth before sitting cross-legged to meditate. Meditation, a form of cultivation practiced by practitioners, involves entering a state of profound tranquility to comprehend the heavenly way and enhance one's cultivation. Lu Jinjia stretched, her spirits considerably lifted after meditating. She glanced out the window. Night had deepened. She unfastened her garment, folded it neatly, and prepared to lie down awake. The maiden gasped, pressing her hands to her chest as she turned. Gu Shi reclined in the chair, with the little fox, its 2 tails curled, dozing in his embrace. What are you doing here? You requested that I protect you for a year. One must wonder why I would not be here. The young maiden suddenly perceived a flicker of evasion in the young man's gaze. Taken aback, she lowered her head and discovered that her undergarment was completely exposed, the recent motion of undressing revealing a glimmer of her delicate skin beneath the white fabric. Ah, startled, she dashed back to the bed like a fleeting shadow, hastily pulling the quilt over herself. What are you doing here at this late hour? To protect you. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? The best time to kill is when others are asleep. But this is the Liu residence. What assassin could possibly infiltrate here? Are the Liu family members incapable of killing you? The maiden froze momentarily. At such a late hour, it's just you, a man, and me, a woman, sharing the same room that if I had any ill intentions, you would have been bound long ago. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a furious glare at the distant young man, who merely yawned lazily in response. The maiden stammered, "You speak with some logic, but..." Suddenly, Liu Jinjia pondered something and gazed at Gu Shi. Could it be that we are to live together for an entire year? Her heart quivered at the thought of spending an entire year in close proximity with a man, sharing meals and living quarters. Heavens, how could this be permissible? Not merely meals and lodging, but even accompanying you during your most private moments. Her eyes widened in shock, her countenance a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Clenching her fists, she declared, "Dream on. Assassins do not show mercy just because you need to relieve yourself that I can't hear you." "I can't hear you," she exclaimed, covering her ears and raising her voice. Ji Yushi stood frozen, a sudden urge to pull her hands away, but he ultimately restrained himself. "After all, your words do not hold the final say." Liu Jinjiao lowered her hands, despair evident in her gaze as she looked at Gu Shi. She felt an overwhelming impulse to strike him down. Gu Shi, indifferent as an elder, chose silence instead. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Jinjia donned her clothing again, finding it utterly unacceptable to share a room in her undergarments with a male. Time passed, and unable to sleep, Liu Jinjia found herself too invigorated after her meditation, and the mere thought of a man being present in the room deterred her from resting. Curiously, she had often slept beside Gu Shi during their journey, yet now a sense of fear enveloped her. Perhaps it was the softness of the bedding that triggered such thoughts. After all, in those scandalous tales, such beds often led to untoward encounters. Blushing, she shook her head to dispel the indecent notions swirling in her mind and rose to the door. If sleep eluded her, she might as well enjoy the moonlight and contemplate the ways of the heavens. She opened the door and stepped outside. Chapter 41. The enigmatic painting as Liu Jinjia stepped out. She unexpectedly fell into the abyss. There was no earth or soil beyond the wooden door, only an expanse of darkness. The room floated suspended in the void, gripping the door with all her might. It creaked ominously as she swayed with it. Peering down, she saw an unfathomable chasm beneath her. Suddenly, she felt weightless and found herself landing beside the frail young man. "This is the work of a sorcerer," Gu Shi remarked, furrowing his brow. Liu Jinjia bit her lip and turned around. Yet I didn't even realize when I fell prey to it. Her gaze fell upon a peculiar painting hanging on the wall. It depicted the very room they occupied, yet the entire scene was shrouded in darkness. Upon entering the room earlier that afternoon, she had found it odd that the painting mirrored the room itself. Approaching the artwork, she scrutinized it closely. Initially, the painting had been white, but now, the surroundings were engulfed in black. Suddenly, the painting transformed. The door of the room swung open, and white ink cascaded down, outlining 3 ghostly figures outside. Liu Jinjia's complexion paled as Gu Shi turned sharply, confirming her fears. 3 malevolent spirits now hovered at the entrance, each brandishing a lethal blade. A sorcerer is manipulating this painting, seeking to end our lives. Liu Jinjia cried out as the specters roared and charged into the room with their weapons raised. "You break the formation, I will deal with them." The young man unleashed a punch, sending a shockwave that shattered 2 of the spirits into fragments. Yet in that fleeting moment, the 3rd spirit slipped inside the room, the Ji Yushi. Liu Jinjia shouted, "Focus on breaking the formation. Leave the rest to me." Gu Shi lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the white specter's form. Inside the brightly lit room, candles adorned every surface. Forming a strange symbol, at the center stood a wooden table, upon which lay a painting, surrounded by a variety of brushes and a palette of paints. "What exclaimed the limping steward Wang, his voice filled with shock as he stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor. What happened? Elder Lu Tsang inquired urgently. It's nothing. I just didn't expect that this brat would consume the evil spirit I painted. Lu Tsang glanced at the painting, astonished to see that the young man's mouth had transformed into a vortex, drawing the white demon into it. Weird creature, continue with the spell. They must perish here. Rest assured, Elder. Steward Wang picked up 2 brushes, dipping them into gold and white paints, preparing to embellish the artwork anew. Ji Yushi spat out a mouthful of the white paint, his face twisted in distaste. There's no spiritual energy. It's all just this wretched paint. Golden and white patterns began to manifest before him as he threw a powerful punch. The force sent the room's furniture scattering. Yet the ink suspended in air remained unfazed. This realm was his creation. Unless someone possessed the strength to obliterate the very fabric of this reality, nothing he had drawn could be undone before it took form. As Lu Jinjia spoke, the ink before her finally solidified into the image of a fierce golden tiger, baring its teeth menacingly. She exhaled in relief, grateful it was merely a tiger. Gushi could easily slay even the most formidable of beasts, rendering a common tiger no threat at all. But then, the white ink began to envelop the golden tiger. Lu Jinjia gasped in shock as the white ink sculpted a pair of snow-white blade-like wings around the tiger. A flying tiger, she exclaimed, recognizing it as an evolved form of a demon tiger, renowned for its formidable prowess even among demonic beasts. Yet the ink did not cease. From behind the tiger's head, 3 additional tiger heads materialized, 3-headed flying tiger. Lu Jinjia cried out as the tiger roared and lunged at Gushi's spiritual energy surged. A massive phantom of a tortoise enveloped the young man, spikes protruding from its back. Just as the 3-headed tiger was about to descend, it flapped its wings and soared above them, landing against the wall. It opened one of its mouths and unleashed a torrent of flames. Gushi scooped up Lu Jinjia and leaped high, the crimson flames incinerating the furniture into ashes. The 3-headed tiger fixated on Gushi, and the second head opened its mouth to unleash a bolt of lightning. How swift was the lightning! In an instant, it struck Gushi. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Ji Yushi is injured. Lu Jinjia gasped in horror. Throughout their journey, only the Wolf Demon King had managed to wound Gushi. And now this 3-headed tiger proved to be an even greater threat. As the 3-headed tiger opened its third mouth, Lu Jinjia warned, "Be careful. It can also unleash a gale." No sooner had she spoken than the third head released a cutting wind that ravaged the ceiling and walls, leaving deep scars in its wake. Yet Lu Jinjia's heart remained untroubled, for she knew Gushi would surely defend against it. Be careful. The young man's voice startled Lu Jinjia. "What do you mean?" Before she could comprehend, he forcefully tossed her to the ground. Blood sprayed forth. Lu Jinjia's eyes widened in disbelief. She witnessed the tiger's gale ripping through Gushi's flesh, exposing blood and bone. He crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Jinjia was stunned. How could this happen? Throughout this journey, he had effortlessly defeated 7th-tier martial artists, fox spirits, wolf demons, and even Wen Ziliang. How could he falter against a mere tiger conjured by a sorcerer? He shouldn't be like this. If only he could unleash the terrifying spiritual energy he had used against Wen Ziliang, he could easily crush this 3-headed tiger. The food was poisoned, suppressing my spiritual energy. I can't exert myself at all. The young man's voice echoed as he struggled to rise. His arm hanging limply at his side, he lunged forward, seizing the 3-headed tiger's head, and bit down fiercely. A powerful suction erupted from his mouth, as if he were a wild whirlpool. The immense beast rapidly transformed into ink, vanishing into his maw. Wow! Gushi turned, expelling a large puddle of paint, a mix of gold and white. "Are you all right?" Lu Jinjia cradled him in her arms, feeling the warmth of blood soaking through her hands. Looking down, she saw it was all blood. "The pain is toxic. Take care of yourself," Gushi managed to utter, his head tilting to the side. "The Ji Yushi. Gushi." Lu Jinjia hurriedly shook her body, disregarding everything else, and reached for the Qingquan ring. Retrieving several bottles of elixirs, she opened the hemostatic potion and carelessly sprinkled it over Gushi's wounds. Then opened another bottle and forced the healing elixir into his mouth. Her mind was in disarray. Gushi was gravely injured. What should she do? At that moment, another stroke of paint appeared in midair. Lu Jinjiao was taken aback. The opponent was intent on annihilation. Chapter 42. Array within array, painting within painting. The paint quickly sketched in midair, forming a sharp claw. Though not fully formed, it was evident that it was no benign entity. What to do? Lu Jinjiao was in a frenzy. Suddenly, Gu Shi began to gasp urgently in her embrace. Upon seeing the paint at the corner of his mouth, her expression changed. The paint was toxic. After consuming so much, it was surely causing the poison to take effect. She needed to find someone to heal him quickly. Before her, the ink began to multiply, revealing a mountain spirit with long, sharp claws and a robust body. With just a few more strokes, it would be fully formed. But what could she do? Lu Jinjiao's heart raced to her throat because this was how she had survived until now. The voice of a young man unexpectedly echoed in her mind. She recalled every moment of their journey. He killed, he vanquished demons, he battled sorcerers. This was his life that if she were to continue her family's trials, what awaited her would be the same dangers and hardships. That I am the lost son of the Gu family, that I in the depths of her memory. A small child grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile, extending his tender palm. Don't be afraid. They are merely some assassins. With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Jinjia suddenly opened her eyes wide and slapped her own face with great force. The impact reddened her fair and delicate cheek, causing it to swell slightly. Calm down. The paint before her was nearly complete. The fearsome mountain spirit was just an arm away from taking form. The IT was even more formidable than the 3 flying tigers. This was the opponent's strongest attack, meant to trap both her and Gu Shi within the painting, leaving no trace behind. What to do? Lu Jinjia glanced around in desperation and suddenly spotted the paint that Gu Shi had spat out on the ground. She swiped at the Qingquan ring, and a brush appeared in her hand. She bent down to dip it in the paint, and then, with all her might, flung the brush at the nearly formed mountain spirit. The paint traced a line in the air, landing directly on the mountain spirit. Wow! Butler Wong's face flushed, and he turned his head to spit out a mouthful of blood. What was happening? Hadn't that young man already been defeated? The Grand Elder stood up, his expression grave. He did not want to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a 7th-grade martial artist unless absolutely necessary. Butler Wong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sat back down at the table. The young lady from the Lu family was also a sorcerer, although her rank was low. She inadvertently disrupted my technique with my own paint. Can you resolve her? The Grand Elder asked sternly. Butler Wong nodded, saying, of course, but it will take some time. We need to exhaust the paint she acquired. Since we can't go big, let's go fast. Butler Wong picked up the brush and began to wave furiously. Seeing the mountain spirit frozen in midair, neither fully formed nor dissipated, Lu Jinjia breathed a sigh of relief. Using their spear to attack their shield proved effective. That in midair, a blood-red streak swiftly appeared, and an ominous feeling surged in Lu Jinjia's heart. That red light shot towards her with a whoosh. It was a sharp arrow. With just one stroke, the opponent could complete it. The speed of its formation was astonishing. The arrow reached the girl in an instant. Outside the painting, Butler Wong had already revealed a smile. This swift arrow might not pose much threat to a martial artist, but against a sorceress like her, it was undoubtedly the simplest and most effective method. With a bang, the flying arrow suddenly turned back, shooting towards the opposite wall. What? Butler Wong outside the painting was taken aback that a light sound attracted his attention, and as he focused, he realized that 3 unremarkable stones were positioned in front of the girl. These stones formed a triangular formation, and one had already shattered. Lu Jinjia wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling relieved that Jiu Shi had once said that when facing an enemy, one must strike while simultaneously launching an unseen attack. Otherwise, one would easily fall behind. She swiped at the Qingquan ring again, quickly retrieving 4 or 5 more stones. Humph. Let's see how many times your little array can withstand me. Butler Wong pinched 8 brushes between his fingers, dipping them in the paint on both sides and rapidly waving his arms, that in an instant, dozens of arrows had taken shape. Then let's do this. The girl's beautiful eyes brimmed with determination as she swiped at the Qingquan ring, discarding a pile of stones, spreading her 3 fingers wide, and swiftly forming a Qingquan array. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost simultaneously, several arrows shot in from all directions. The arrows were redirected, aiming at the ceiling, the floor, and the walls. The 3 stones on the ground exploded one after another. But as soon as one stone shattered, Lu Jianjia's fingers would swiftly maneuver another stone into place, forming a new Qinquan array. Butler Wang clutched the 8 brushes, remaining silent as he furiously waved them. The girl's slender fingers danced across the ground, resembling a blooming white flower. The arrows whizzed by, and the stones shattered with a cacophony. Various colored arrows painted the room in a kaleidoscope of hues. Merely defending was insufficient. One could not win by solely guarding. Only by attacking could one break the stalemate. With a deep breath, the girl relaxed her left hand to manipulate the stones while gripping the brush tightly in her right. Outside the painting, Butler Wang's eyes widened in realization. Could she be attempting to set up another array to break the deadlock while also defending? Indeed, the girl in the painting dipped her brush into the paint on the ground and began to draw with incredible speed. Left hand forming the array, right hand drawing the array. The arrows continued to fly, but the speed of the girl's array formation did not falter. In a matter of moments, the outlines of what Lu Jianjia was drawing began to take shape. Butler Wang's expression darkened. She was actually drawing a paint box. She defended with one hand while attacking with the other, multitasking with remarkable skill. Gritting his teeth, Butler Wang suddenly made a decisive stroke toward the paint box the girl was illustrating. As his brush tip descended, an invisible force unexpectedly emanated from the painting, causing his brush to deflect to the side, leaving a black mark on the wall of the painting. Indeed, this Qinquan array could also repel his strokes. Although it seemed that Lu Jianjia was within his array, it was not the case. She was in her own array, using one array to counter another, painting against painting. No wonder she was the young lady of the Lu family. A student of Mei Changong, her talent was indeed extraordinary. Humph! The girl in the painting suddenly let out a soft hum, a streak of crimson flowing from the corner of her mouth. Butler Wang's eyes reignited with hope. Simultaneously, maintaining the array while drawing was an immense burden on her. He still had a chance. Let's see whose spirit is stronger. Butler Wang's gaze sharpened as he frantically dipped his brush and waved it with abandon. In the painting, Lu Jianjia struggled to hold on, simultaneously forming and drawing arrays. Chapter 43. The True Leaf-Cutting Sword Technique. Inside the room, Grand Elder Lu Tsong watched as Butler Wang wielded 8 brushes, frantically dipping them in paint and waving them. The 8 colors of paint were flying everywhere. On the painting, the table, the floor. Was this a fit of madness? The Grand Elder couldn't help but chuckle. One by one, the 8 brushes fell to the ground. Butler Wang turned his head, his face pale as he looked at the Grand Elder. "It was over. Did I end the painting?" The girl had successfully formed a lifelike paint box. A terrifying suction force emanated from the paint box, drawing in the arrows that had been positioned in various directions, the still-forming mountain spirit, and even the room itself, all flowing toward the paint box. When the last stroke of paint was absorbed into the box, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the drawing on the table. Butler Wang was thrown back, crashing into the beam, spewing a mouthful of crimson blood, his face ashen as he collapsed on the ground. Inside the room, Lu Jianjia clutched Gu Shi, gasping for breath, her pale face reddening as she turned her head to spit out a mouthful of heart's blood. Clap, 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 the Grand Elder rose from his seat, continuously applauding. What a splendid victory! Truly worthy of being the young lady of the Lu family, a student of Mei Changong. Indeed, you possess remarkable skill. Why did you attack me? Lu Jianjia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong slowly approached Butler Wang and coldly replied, "In truth, my initial target was only that boy. Who told you to stick so close?" Lu Jianjia's heart stirred. Gu Shi had mentioned that the Song family had visited the Lu family. The Grand Elder sighed, saying, "You families are not something we can provoke. The Song family's orders are too powerful. What do you expect us to do?" Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked Butler Wang's chin. With a crack, Butler Wang's head twisted unnaturally and then fell silent. Lu Jianjia's expression changed. He intended to commit murder to silence him. The Great Elder's eyelids drooped, his gaze revealing a fierce glint. The 4th son of the Song family had personally come to the Lu family, making no promises of benefits, yet leaving behind a chilling ultimatum. Either Gu Shi dies, or the Lu family perishes. The Great Elder's figure flickered, arriving beside Lu Jianjia, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground. The girl dangled helplessly, struggling with all her might. You may not be aware, but beyond Qingqing lies a powerful faction that calls itself the Robbers Helping the Poor, comprised of vagrants and wanted rogues. They cloak their nefarious activities under the guise of aiding the impoverished, yet are nothing more than a band of petty thieves. This group is formidable, rivaling even the Liu family in strength. That it is rumored that the Song family had already made contact with them before arriving at the Liu residence. Tell me, should I end your life? The great elder's fingers slowly curled. The girl gasped for breath, her delicate face turning pale. The clan leader had lost his senses, audaciously defying the orders of the fourth son of the Song family. It was I who invited young Master Song Sheng. He agreed that if I eliminated Gu Shi, he would support my claim to the title of the Liu family head and reward me with various rare treasures, even formidable martial techniques. Suddenly, a small fox with two tails emerged from nowhere, sinking its teeth into the great elder's calf. The great elder did not kick the little fox away. Instead, he turned to glance at the boy lying on the ground, finding him with closed eyes, gasping heavily, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. That Liu Jinjia had already begun to roll her eyes in exasperation, that a sinister smile crept across the great elder's face as the weight on his heart finally lifted. Squeak, squeak, the little fox bit down again on the great elder. Get lost! The great elder frowned and kicked at the little fox. With a thunderous crack, the great elder's expression shifted as his internal energy surged forth in a powerful strike. Qilin punch, accompanied by the boy's indifferent voice. A mighty fist struck hard against the great elder's ribs. The great elder flew away like a meteor, crashing into a distant wall, collapsing amidst the rubble. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Jinjiao fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she coughed violently, clutching her snow-white neck, which bore the blood-red imprints of the great elder's grip. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, gazing at the boy with an arm dangling limply, her face filled with astonishment. That you're all right? Gu Shi darted forward, seizing two long knives from the wall and rushing out as the stones flew. The great elder stood up, clutching his ribs. Yet he felt utterly drained. Even breathing was a struggle. What a vicious punch! It struck directly beneath his ribs. Just as he regained his composure, he found the boy had already appeared before him. A blade swept forth. The great elder could only retreat, dodging the long knife, then sidestepping to evade the second strike. However, the second blow arrived a beat too late. After he evaded, the long knife followed its path, landing squarely on his shoulder. That quick slow knife, spiral leaf technique. The great elder was taken aback, a chill coursing through him. It's over. Once the spiral leaf technique hit, the quick slow knife would unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Liu Song could execute 19 strikes in the span of 2 breaths. Yet Gu Shi was not Liu Song. He was swifter, stronger, and possessed an abundance of internal energy. In the blink of an eye, he ceased his movements. The 19 strikes had already been delivered. Liu Jinjiao watched as the flashes of blades appeared simultaneously, coalescing into a silver blossom. Then, with a sharp sound, a crimson flower of blood engulfed the silver bloom. With a thud, the great elder collapsed to the ground, his form now unrecognizable, veins severed, muscles torn apart. His body convulsed, yet his eyes remained alight with clarity. No fear, only shock. How can your arm still move when it's been ripped apart by the violent winds? The boy leaned down, fingers grasping the great elder's flesh. Why should I reveal anything to a corpse? The great elder's body began to tremble, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at the boy. Above the Heart Lake, Gu Shi lifted his gaze. Thick dark clouds loomed in the clear sky, thunder rumbling as the clouds churned, and a flash of lightning illuminated the heavens, and a drop of rain fell into the parched pit below. Soon, rain poured down in torrents, filling the vast emptiness. The Heart Lake was now drenched. Liu Jinjiao observed Gu Shi clutching Liu Cong's bloodied flesh. Liu Cong's body began to writhe, his eyes clouding, his once vigorous arms aging rapidly. Gu Shi, what are you doing? The girl felt an ominous shiver run down her spine. That in the martial world, besides humanity, there existed demons. The so-called demons referred to those martial artists who had strayed into the path of evil. They practiced malevolent arts, ascending in strength at an alarming rate. Yet, without exception, such individuals ultimately lost their humanity, becoming bloodthirsty fiends. The Jiu Shi's current demeanor bore a striking resemblance to those demons that Liu Jinjia couldn't help but ponder. He had reached the 7th rank at such a young age, and his murderous intent ran deep. Was he practicing dark arts? Nothing of the sort. The boy had already risen, his expression unperturbed. Chapter 44. Blacksnake Archery. You're not practicing any dark arts. Are you? Lu Jinjia grasped Gu Shi's wrist, glaring fiercely at him, that if so, stop immediately. If you seek powerful martial techniques, I can help you obtain them. Gu Shi was taken aback that Lu Jinjia furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on him. If I find out you're practicing dark arts, you're as good as dead. You've gained quite the courage after battling with a sorcerer. Lu Jinjia's cheeks flushed slightly. I've always been like this. I was just timid due to our previous relationship that a smile graced her lips, a sense of clarity blossoming within her heart. This time, she fought alongside him, rather than simply relying on his protection. Suddenly, she wrinkled her delicate nose, gazing at Gu Shi with concern that if you're unscathed, why pretend to be on the verge of death? If I didn't feign it, you wouldn't even realize your own limitations. Those formations, while simple, are not as easily set up by ordinary low-tier cultivators as you might think. Your excessive timidity prevents you from unleashing your true potential, let alone making progress. Are you testing me? You're a sorcerer. Gu Shi tilted his head. Not at all. The girl placed her hands on her hips, her mood brightening. She surveyed the surroundings, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, with such a commotion, why hasn't the Lu family reacted at all? We must investigate. A cacophony of voices erupted from beyond the shattered wall, flames engulfing the scene. With a loud bang, a vertical flute hanging in the corner exploded. The chaos outside grew increasingly frantic. The family head has been stabbed. Find the assassin. What of the young lady? The young lady is missing. The young master is also gone. Hurry and search for him. Kill them. They're from the robbers helping the poor. Kill. Amidst the uproar, Lu Jinjia's expression shifted. Something significant has occurred. We must go see. She hurried to the door and pushed it open to In Qing Song City. Atop the drunken immortal pavilion, Meng Fifan grasped a colossal black bough. A dark arrow knocked upon it. Beside him stood 3 more identical ebony arrows. This was his exclusive ink fish arrow, the ink fish. A demon born of ink takes the form of a fish. When it swims, it makes no sound. If ground into ink and smeared on arrows, those arrows would fly noiselessly, regardless of their speed. Meng Fifan concentrated, his internal energy coursing through his meridians, his eyes transforming into a diamond shape. The eagle eye technique, his ultimate skill, allowed his vision to multiply several times and even provided night vision through the diamond-shaped pupils. The world was transformed. All color faded, leaving only black and white. His gaze pierced across hundreds of feet, landing upon the Lu family's courtyard. With a breath, Meng Fifan exhaled once more, magnifying his vision for the second time. Observing the remnants of shattered homes and the bloody corpse of Lu Tsang sprawled amidst the rubble. With another deep breath, he expelled all the air from his lungs, allowing only his internal energy to circulate. His heartbeat nearly ceased, and even his pulse slowed to a crawl. His sight expanded for the 3rd time. He discerned the wounds upon Lu Tsang's body, the droplets of blood oozing from his injuries. Meng Fifan slowly drew back the long bow, channeling his internal energy into the black bow, which flowed into his body. Initially, it was but a wisp of energy, akin to a crystal-clear stream, but it soon grew tempestuous, converging into a river. Ultimately, the man, the bow, and the arrow merged completely. More terrifyingly, the surging energy flowed seamlessly among the 3, with not a single ounce escaping his form. He was fully prepared, awaiting the moment the target appeared, poised to release his finger and shatter the equilibrium. This overwhelming internal energy would explode in an instant. The silent arrow would pierce through the target entirely, and the energy contained within would surge forth at that moment. The explosive arrow. This was the signature technique of the divine archer, Meng Fifan. The little fox leapt onto Lu Jinjia's shoulder as she pushed open the door, stating, "We must see what has transpired." In that fleeting moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from a distant rooftop, yet no one paid heed to such a sound, for the courtyard of the Lu family was engulfed in cacophony, filled with cries and roars. A long arrow blending into the night like a streak of black lightning, approached silently. Suddenly, the two-tailed fox emitted a piercing howl, its fur bristling in alarm. Its claws sank into Lu Jinjia's shoulder, leaving several bloody gashes. It appeared almost spherical, with its tail swollen to thrice its usual size. Lu Jinjia let out a cry of pain, and Gu Shi felt an overwhelming sense of crisis surge within him. The second Dantian was immediately activated, and a torrent of true energy erupted from his being. A colossal dragon turtle materialized beside the two, vividly lifelike, with even the barbs on its shell appearing strikingly clear. With a resounding bang, the dragon turtle's fearsome head was pierced through. Moments later, another thunderous blast resonated as a wave of terrifying true energy erupted from the turtle's back, obliterating the house entirely. Even shattering the turtle's shell, black fragments rained down as Gu Shi swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jinjia. He discerned that it was a pitch-black arrow, eerily silent, which even he had not perceived. The dark arrow had struck the dragon turtle's shell. This formidable shield of true energy could not withstand it entirely. The archer was exceedingly powerful. Boom! Another deafening sound reverberated in the distance. Capturing a pitch-black arrow in the darkness was an impossibility. Yet there was no need to see the arrow. One merely had to ascertain the source of the sound. Ji Yushi quickly pinpointed the direction of the rooftop in the distance. The dragon turtle shielded them. Threefold, 3 dragon turtles of varying sizes enveloped the pair, with Gu Shi deliberately reinforcing the portion, facing the towering building. Ji Yushi, this won't do. Lu Jinjia suddenly exclaimed that a tremendous roar echoed from above. He is the archer Meng Fifan. His arrows can curve, Lu Jinjia shouted, her gaze fixed on the distant rooftop where Meng Fifan wore a triumphant smile. They had just released 2 arrows simultaneously, and thus the true energy he unleashed was singular. The first arrow, imbued with true energy, was a genuine killing strike, while the second arrow contained merely a modicum of true energy at its tip. The second arrow detonated midair, creating a gust that altered the trajectory of the first arrow. This was his most formidable archery technique, the Black Serpent Arrow technique. Like a venomous snake striking from the shadows, it was ruthless and insidious, nearly impossible to defend against. Lu Jinjia hurriedly looked around, but could not catch a glimpse of the arrow. The arrow, infused with true energy, was not only as swift as lightning, but possessed the power to demolish an entire house. She had no time to ascertain from where the arrow might strike. Elder Yang once said that for a true martial artist, life and death hinge on a mere moment. At this instant, a singular thought resided in her heart. It was over. Chapter 45. Receiving the arrow. The path of martial arts knows no bounds. Every wanderer of the martial world possesses their own trump card. Some are malicious and treacherous, wielding charming smiles and silver tongues as their weapons. Others, bewitchingly alluring, use their enticing demeanor and voluptuous forms as their armaments. Certain swordsmen spend a decade honing a single blade, swift as lightning with their 3-foot-long sword, as their means. They're truly someone capable of countering the myriad skills of the martial world. Certainly not. Point 1 will inevitably encounter adversaries stronger than oneself. Blades too swift to perceive, fists too powerful to parry, shields too sturdy to breach. When faced with such predicaments, what recourse is there? There is no good solution. Apart from fighting to the last breath, surrender is the only option. Thus, the art of concealment becomes paramount. Hide is the first step for every martial wanderer. Point 1 must lead the swordsman to believe that they cannot see his blade. Convince the puncher that they cannot withstand his blow, and make the shield-bearer feel that they cannot penetrate his defense. When they feel assured of victory, believing they have the upper hand, one must suddenly reveal their true fangs. Like a lion lurking in the jungle, like a serpent concealed in the night, a fatal strike. While Lu Jinjia desperately searched for the arrow, she found nothing, yet Gu Shi had already located it. To be precise, it was not he who found the arrow. Rather, the arrow found him. The 2 arrows had not been aimed at him, but rather at the position behind him. The adversary had seen through his intentions, predicting that he would concentrate his true energy in the direction from which the arrow came, thereby weakening his defenses at the rear. Thus, the arrow approached from behind, easily piercing through the defenses of the 3 dragon turtles. He was indeed a master archer, revealing his fangs like a venomous serpent. Ji Yushi, too, like a fierce wolf, raised his true claws, The collapse of heaven technique. At 90% power, in an instant, a mist of blood erupted from his being. Countless meridians bulged visibly beneath his skin, as if they would burst forth at any moment. After reaching 70% power in the collapse of heaven technique, every additional increment doubles its potency. While also doubling the self-inflicted damage, 90% power, the collapse of heaven technique would unleash the full force of his body's meridians. This terrifying strength would cause all meridians to protrude beneath the skin. While the blood pooling within would spray forth from his pores, that was an excruciating agony and severe injury. Yet the rewards were immense. His strength and speed surged to 4 times their previous levels in an instant. He moved with a velocity surpassing that of the Black Arrow. Meng Fifan lowered his bow, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. His state could not be maintained for long. Otherwise, he would become dizzy. Even risking death, stopping his heartbeat and suppressing his pulse, was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Strangely, the arrow had yet to detonate. Meng Fifan suddenly felt an ominous premonition and activated his eagle-eye technique once more. Although he could not see far without exerting himself fully, his night vision remained intact. The moment the black and white vision appeared, Meng Fifan's expression changed dramatically. How could this be? He leaped high, diving from the rooftop, which was over a dozen zhang high. Almost simultaneously, the black arrow struck the building beneath him. Boom! A tremendous wave of true energy erupted from the rooftop, shattering it to pieces. In the distance, Lu Jinjia stood frozen, unable to move a single finger. Just moments ago, an arrow had flown from her shoulder, and then the rooftop in the distance exploded with a resounding bang. Had she so much as shifted her body slightly, she would have been the one to be blasted apart. Lu Jinjia turned, finding Gu Shi gasping for breath, blood seeping from his skin, surrounded by a pink mist of blood. "You caught the arrow and threw it back?" she inquired. Uncertain if it had struck him, she mused that although the arrow was silent, it was still his weapon, likely unable to truly harm him. Ji Yushi collapsed onto the ground, that Lu Jinjia rushed to his side. Gu Shi waved his hand, saying, "Do not wander off. Stay close to me, regardless of what transpires with the Lu family." "Are you injured?" "Yes, the 90% power of the collapse of heaven technique inflicted significant damage to my meridians. For the time being, my true energy cannot circulate. Otherwise, it would only exacerbate my injuries." That Lu Jinjia produced a pill and handed it to him. Ji Yushi accepted it and swallowed it whole. That Lu Jinjia's heart skipped a beat as she asked, "Aren't you going to inquire what this pill is? What if it were poison? Then I would have killed you before I succumbed to its effects." The youth shot her an exasperated glance. But speaking of which, you are truly formidable. I have witnessed Meng Fifan in action. His archery is terrifying. That he only lost to Wu Feng by a hair's breadth. That if you could defeat Meng Fifan, I dare say, even 10 martial saints would struggle against you. That if it weren't for the little fox's early warning, I would have perished to the first arrow. Lu Jinjia nodded slightly, acknowledging this fact. The silence of his arrow combined with its pitch-black hue rendered it invisible in the depths of night. Each individual has their own suitable environment. Arrows are best suited for ambushes. Had he survived, lurking in the shadows and occasionally shooting at them, they would eventually meet their demise by his hand. Surely not. He must not anticipate that you could catch his arrow bare-handed and throw it back at him. Moreover, the rooftop has collapsed. He should also... Lu Jinjia's expression soured as she too felt that Meng Fifan would likely not be dead. His arrows had an extensive range, were silent, and possessed immense power. If he had not perished, he would undoubtedly keep them in his thoughts. How could they possibly sleep soundly in the future? Even using the restroom would likely be fraught with anxiety. With a wry smile, Lu Jinjia sat beside Gu Shi, taking out a few stones to arrange into a simple formation. Since the family trials began, many had sought to kill her. At this point, she cared little. "You have a wound on your shoulder." It was only then that Lu Jinjia realized her shoulder ached, glancing down to see that several gashes had already scabbed over. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little fox scampered over, leaping into Gu Shi's embrace, gazing at her with pitiful eyes. Lu Jinjia reached out to gently rub the little fox's head, saying, "It's all right. You have helped both me and Gu Shi." She retrieved a piece of meat from the Qingquan ring and offered it to the little fox, then took out a vial of medicine, gritting her teeth as she pulled aside the fabric on her shoulder. The moonlight shimmered, illuminating her snow-white shoulder, which gleamed like porcelain. Ji Yushi gazed at her in a daze. His heart racing, as the powder from the medicine was sprinkled onto the wound. Lu Jinjia gasped in pain. She carefully adjusted her clothing, and upon turning around, met Gu Shi's gaze. Is it beautiful? Not bad. Lu Jinjia's delicate face flushed, and she playfully punched Gu Shi's chest. You are so annoying. In the distance, beneath the towering buildings, Meng Fifan limped against the wall, his face contorted in agony. He had dodged swiftly, yet the arrow had still caught him off guard. The explosive wooden fragment had lodged deeply into his leg. The immense power of the true energy was overwhelming. It appeared yet another martial artist had forcefully ascended to the 7th rank through true energy infusion. Meng Fifan nearly ground his silver teeth to dust. What nonsense about being a top-tier martial sage at 17. All these worthless individuals merely riding on the coattails of others' legacies. His defeat to Wu Feng was solely due to Wu Feng's infusion of powerful true energy, enabling a sudden surge of strength that I will eventually eradicate all of you shameless pretenders. Meng Fifan, with his longbow on his back, vanished into the alley to Jiu Shi. I will kill you. Chapter 46. The Lu family in crisis after an indeterminate amount of time. Lu Hong and Lu Su arrived with dozens of guards. Elder brother, uncle. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed over. Lu Jinjia stirred awake, groggy from the commotion. Uncle, Lu Su cried out in anguish, covering her face as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Lu Jinjia turned to look and was taken aback. Lu Cong's death was excruciatingly gruesome, his body shattered beyond recognition. She could hardly bear to look. Yet he had clearly been slain by Gu Shi's blade. How could it have come to this? It must have been Gu Shi. Why did he kill my uncle? Lu Su wiped her tears, drawing her long sword and pointing it directly at Gu Shi's neck, her expression fierce. Lu Hong, standing beside her, was equally furious, not preventing Lu Su from acting, while the surrounding guards drew their weapons in unison. It wasn't me who killed him. You're the only one here. If not you, then who else could it be? Lu Su retorted angrily. Are you deaf? Is your aunt deaf too? What did you say? Lu Su, enraged, swung her sword, but Lu Hong seized her wrist. Aunt, why are you stopping me? I want to kill him to avenge Uncle. Lu Su struggled fiercely, but Lu Hong shook her head solemnly. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Meng Fifan. Lu Hong's expression changed instantly. The archer Meng Fifan? Gu Shi pointed toward the dark fragments on the ground. Lu Hong stepped forward to pick up the black arrow shards, frowning. What is this? Meng Fifan's arrow could obliterate an entire house with a single shot, and it made no sound. Did you not hear that sound from afar earlier? That was Meng Fifan drawing his bow and shooting. Beside them, Lu Jinjia lowered her head, afraid to speak. Gu Shi's lie was utterly outrageous. Moreover, he spoke with such composure, as though what he said were the absolute truth. His cold demeanor could indeed deceive others. I did hear a sound from afar. Aunt, who is Meng Fifan? He is a young powerhouse who nearly defeated Wu Feng during the selection for the top-tier martial sage. Arguably the strongest beneath that rank. Lu Hong scoffed, fixing her gaze on Gu Shi. Do not presume that your fabrications will sway my belief. Why would Meng Fifan wish to kill the great elder? Believe it or not, I wish to inquire as well. Lu Hong's expression darkened. Lu Su once again raised her sword to Gu Shi's neck. Speak. Are you out of your mind? What am I supposed to say? Gu Shi raised a finger and forcefully flicked the long sword. With a resounding boom, the sword shattered into numerous fragments. Lu Su's face paled, and she stumbled back several steps. She had almost forgotten that this seemingly young boy was indeed a 7th-rank martial artist. A master on par with her father, Lu Qiong, and her aunt, Lu Hong. Do not let him escape. Dozens of guards immediately closed in around Gu Shi. Jiu Shi chuckled coldly. Very well. Let us see whether you will stab me to death, or if I will cleanse you all. His expression darkened as he unleashed his true energy, the overwhelming aura causing the encircling guards to pale and retreat in fear. Step back. Lu Hong commanded the guards, pointing at Steward Wang. Then how did he die? She locked her phoenix-like eyes on Gu Shi, seemingly having to do something. It was Lu Jinjia who killed him. What? Both Lu Su and Lu Hong gasped in shock, turning to stare at Lu Jinjia, who herself was taken aback. Upon meeting their gazes, Lu Jinjia's heart suddenly steadied. Her expression turned icy, her eyelids lowering as she exchanged a cold smile with Lu Hong. What great power the Liu family possesses. To send a steward to kill me. Is it that my Liu family is too insignificant to catch your eye, or is my status as a young lady of the Liu family worth so little that you think you can kill me at will? She suddenly shouted, exuding an imposing aura that rendered Lu Hong pale and silenced Lu Su. The Daxia has innumerable factions, countless first and second-tier families, yet only the four great families remain indomitable. The Liu family is one of them. On the night the Yin family's youngest son perished, the entire Liusu city ran red with blood. The Jianghu claimed that Yin Jiang was killing bounty hunters and wanderers. But could it be that not a single member of other factions was present? Of course not. There were, and it is said that even direct disciples of first-tier families were among them. Yet in the end, who dares to provoke Yin Jiang? He remains unscathed to this day. That Liu Jinjia is not some illegitimate child. She is a legitimate heir, a candidate for the position of the Liu family head. The trial for the Liu family's candidates has already commenced. That if you have allied with my siblings, then very well. Once we determine the victor, we shall settle this account slowly. If not, Liu Jinjia chuckled coldly, her fair face ablaze with fury. Then let me see just what capabilities the Liu family possesses to dare lay hands on me. Gu Shi, we must depart, with a flick of her sleeve. She strode boldly toward the crowd. The little fox leapt onto her shoulder, lifting its head, exuding a similarly formidable air. Hold on. Lu Hong hurriedly blocked Liu Jinjia's path. That Liu Jinjia's beautiful face was filled with frost. It seemed the Liu family was determined. Ji Yushi, you need not concern yourself with me. Focus on breaking through and alerting the Liu family that I have my own means of preserving my life. No, Miss Liu, you misunderstand. Lu Hong quickly forced a smile, her heart heavy with sorrow. Unable to genuinely smile, but could only awkwardly curve her lips to convey goodwill. They are not here to trouble you. They come seeking your assistance. That a harmonious voice resonated as golden light shimmered. Lu Qing descended in a divine glow before Liu Jinjia and Gu Shi. Her form flickered between light and darkness. Her expression weary, clearly having sustained injuries, she smiled at Gu Shi, who remained cold and unresponsive. Lu Qing sighed, then turned to Liu Jinjia. I am the spirit guardian of the Liu family. Lu Feng has conspired with outsiders, severely wounding our patriarch Liu Qiong, abducting Liu Song, and stealing the Liu family's superior mystical arts. That Liu Jinjia was taken aback. Such a significant event had transpired. No wonder tonight had been fraught with danger. Even Meng Fifan had relentlessly attacked us while you all remained unresponsive. That it's no wonder Meng Fifan managed to kill the Great Elder. He must be in cahoots with Lu Feng, Gu Shi suddenly interjected. Liu Jinjia nearly rolled her eyes at him. Lu Feng was someone Meng Fifan might not even know, and besides, could the young master of a second-tier family truly rally the first-tier martial sage? Regardless of whether Lu Su believed it or not, Lu Su had already been convinced. She lowered her head and wept, tears cascading down her cheeks. That it must be Lu Feng. He poisoned my father, stabbed him, and conspired with outsiders. That if Aunt hadn't arrived in time, my father would probably have. She wiped her tears and sorrowfully approached Gu Shi, grasping his sleeve. That I'm sorry. I wronged you with such a major incident. I was just anxious. Saying this, she began to weep once more. Ji Yushi merely maintained his cold demeanor, remaining silent. That Liu Jinjia felt he was overdoing it and stepped forward to wipe Lu Su's tears. Speaking gently, Miss Lu Su, I too did not anticipate such a grave occurrence within the Liu family. No wonder you were so agitated. Lu Su's heart surged with joy as she clutched Liu Jinjia's sleeve, exclaiming, Yes, yes, Jinjia's sister. It is precisely because of this incident that Aunt and I mistakenly blamed you. Please do not hold it against us. Steward Wang's actions were truly ruthless. He is indeed a formidable sorcerer. Gu Shi remarked, deliberately moving his injured arm. Lu Su hung her head, tears streaming down. Lu Feng must have been plotting this for a long time. Even my father had not foreseen it, let alone us. Steward Wang must have been swayed by him. Chapter 47. The benefit. So, after all you have said, what exactly does it mean? Gu Shi's words rendered both Lu Su and Lu Hong's expressions rather awkward. After a prolonged silence, it was ultimately Lu Qing who sighed and stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, The Liu family is in crisis. Lu Song has been abducted, and he is the sole heir of the Liu clan. The esteemed martial arts of the Liu family must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Thus we implore you to assist us in retrieving Lu Song and eliminating Lu Feng. Lu Hong nodded repeatedly, addressing Lu Jinjia. In return, the Lu family shall henceforth follow Miss Jinjia's lead and wholeheartedly assist you in overcoming the trials for the family inheritance. The Lu Jinjia felt a surge of joy. Aside from Gu Shi, she had no reliable ally. Gaining the support of the Lu family would indeed be a tremendous boon. What value does a family hold if it cannot safeguard its own? Allowing the heir to be seized by others, Gu Shi's remarks caused Lu Hong's complexion to darken, and the surrounding guards clenched their fists, glaring at him with indignation. However, the boy's mockery did not cease. I have encountered Lu Feng. He is frail and not even a martial master. Any one of these guards could easily dispatch him. Instead of trying to win over the Lu family, why not court Lu Feng instead? What did you say? A guard shouted in rage. You think just because you are a 7th-grade martial artist, you can speak so insolently? Lu Feng is nothing more than a traitor, a wolf in sheep's clothing. You would stoop to admire such a despicable creature who betrays his own family for personal gain. Elder, do not plead with them. Let us confront the robbers' guild, and surely we will rescue the young master. The guards clamored. Lu Su looked at Gu Shi, tears brimming in her eyes. Did I ask this how you perceive us? Gu Shi replied sternly, Am I mistaken? Can you not defeat Lu Feng? Lu Su was taken aback. Biting her lip tightly, that if anyone in the Lu family had any sense, we would not have fallen to such depths. This. The guards erupted in anger, some even shouting threats against Gu Shi. Yet, despite their loud protests, none dared to act, for a 7th-grade martial artist was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Young Master Gu, you have truly saddened me. I thought you cared. Lu Su lamented, tears streaming down her face. Lu Jinjiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this girl harbors feelings for Gu Shi? Miss Lu, we may be shameless, but Lu Hong beseeches you. If you can assist us, I promise to uphold my words. Lu Hong declared, raising her finger with conviction. I swear it upon my family's honor. Lu Jinjiao was increasingly tempted, yet Gu Shi's words rang true. She quickly glanced at him. The Ji Shi approached her. His expression dark. Let us leave. Lu Jinjiao felt a pang in her feet and looked at Gu Shi, who shot her a fierce glare. Suddenly, she understood. I shall assist. The surrounding guards were momentarily stunned. And Lu Hong and Lu Su were overjoyed. Lu Jinjiao furrowed her brows. Her face filled with anger. To betray one's family and poison one's father. Such treacherous scoundrels deserve to be eradicated. Indeed, several guards echoed, their faces alight with joy. Confucius said, without a father or ruler, one is akin to a beast, and the ancients proclaimed, if you witness injustice, draw your sword to assist. This matter shall be addressed by me. Lu Jinjia, the young woman declared, thumping her chest with righteous fervor. Very well, the guard shouted, tears glistening in their eyes. What an admirable young lady. Gu Shi frowned, stating, if you wish to intervene, do so. I shall not. Lu Jinjiao was taken aback. Could it be that she misinterpreted Gu Shi's intentions? She hastily signaled to him, but he stood with arms crossed, ignoring her. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinjia grasped Gu Shi's arm and led him aside. Whispering, what are you doing? Gu Shi was genuinely at a loss for words. This young lady of the Lu family had read so much, yet seemed oblivious to the need to negotiate for greater benefits. How could she expect him to divulge his thoughts now? Lu Hong was also a 7th-grade martial artist. With her true energy in play, she could easily overhear their conversation. With a stern expression, Gu Shi remarked, if Lu Feng could inflict such damage upon the Lu family, do you think it will be easy to handle? Moreover, there is also Meng Fei Fan, the do you think I am a martial saint? Invincible in battle? Lu Jinjia displayed a troubled look. Indeed, there is also Meng Feifan. He is a formidable opponent. After some contemplation, she sincerely added, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Regardless, I do not wish for you to be harmed. Her earnestness warmed Gu Shi's heart. Nearby, Lu Hong, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback. Clearly, Gu Shi held a significant place in Lu Jinjia's heart that if you genuinely wish to help, ensure that I receive ample benefits. Perhaps then I might consider it. To Lu Jinjia was momentarily stunned. The Ji Shi pointed to his own arm, saying, have you ever seen a martial artist so frail? My body is in dire need of nourishment, and I must prepare to elevate my realm. You too? While the resources available to the other side are limited, they are not entirely absent that I in such a vast Lu family. I refuse to believe they cannot procure something. Upon finishing, Gu Shi directly addressed Lu Hong. Would you not agree, elder? Lu Hong, no longer eavesdropping, approached directly that if you are willing to eliminate Lu Feng and retrieve Lu Song, the Lu family shall offer you the esteemed martial arts techniques of Lu Yiju and Fu Fengbu, along with 3,000-year-old ginseng, 10 6th-grade beast inner cores, and 2 7th-grade beast inner cores. Miss Lu, as a practitioner, we have a painting of the nine-tailed fox immortal that we would like to present to you for study. Lu Jinjia's heart leaped with joy. The Lu family indeed possessed a painting left by practitioners. Such artworks not only enhance cultivation, but could also be employed as formations in critical moments. Gu Shi shook his head that I have heard that the Lu family possesses a fragmentary technique known as Lu Xiang. Lu Hong's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Gu Shi. Lu Su looked perplexed. Lu Xiang? I have never heard of it, that I desire that. Lu Hong's countenance changed, and she immediately refused, absolutely not. Although Lu Xiang is incomplete, it is exceedingly profound. Historically, only the family head has been qualified to cultivate it. Then it is settled, the Ji Yushi declined to assist. Wait. Lu Hong gritted her teeth. To be frank, the technique stolen by Lu Feng is precisely Lu Xiang, that if you can retrieve it, I will implore my elder brother to impart it to you. Will you or will you not? The young man pressed her for an immediate decision. Lu Qing stepped forward, stating, if it cannot be retrieved, then nothing will hold meaning. You may proceed to learn, and I shall bear all consequences. Zhenling Lu Hong appeared troubled, while Lu Qing slightly shook his head. Ji Yushi declared, very well, the Robbers Guild is located there. East of the city, Ji Yushi approached Lu Jinjia, saying, take care of yourself. Let them protect you. Lu Jinjia was taken aback. What are you going to do? To kill Lu Feng. Now. Chapter 48. Little rascal Lu Jinjia glanced at Gu Shi. He still bore injuries, and the bloodstains were fresh. Surely he must prepare adequately. The longer they waited, the better prepared their adversaries would become. Today, while the foes were laden with spoils, was indeed the optimal moment to act. Yet Lu Jinjia remained anxious. But you are also gravely injured. You need to recuperate. They need it more. Elder, please escort me out of the city. I have another matter to discuss. Lu Hong nodded, and Lu Jinjia had no further objections. At that moment, Lu Chen arrived with his men, one arm heavily bandaged, clearly having sustained severe injuries. The Ji Yushi brushed past him, and Lu Hong followed suit. What are you doing? Lu Chen inquired. Leaving the city to kill Lu Feng. Now, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, but by the time he regained his senses, Gu Shi and Lu Hong had already dashed out. The cold moon hung half above, dawn was approaching, and the chill wind rustled through everyone's garments. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Watching Gu Shi's retreating figure, Lu Jinjia's heart twisted painfully. Suddenly, she took a few steps forward, calling out, be careful. If it becomes too dangerous, hurry back and do not injure yourself. Her voice carried against the wind, and it was uncertain whether he heard her. Lu Jinjia felt somewhat dazed. Since old Yang's departure, this was the first time she had been so far from Gu Shi. Lowering her gaze, she kicked a stone at her feet. Suddenly, she felt a wave of regret. Could the Lu family truly compare to Gu Shi? Of course not. A family burdened with dependence could never rival Gu Shi's relentless drive. What folly had she committed, agreeing to such terms? Gu Shi was right. A family reduced to such a state, severely weakened, held little value. What if he were to be injured? The more Lu Jinjia pondered, the more remorseful she became. When she lifted her gaze again, Gu Shi and Lu Hong had already vanished. That moment, the wind carried a voice. Take care of yourself. The voice was clear. Everyone heard it distinctly, as if it were infused with true energy. The young woman could not help but smile, a sense of inexplicable reassurance washing over her. Squeak, 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 the little fox leaped on a Lu Jinjia's shoulder. Chirping enthusiastically, Big brother, who killed my brother? Lu Chen exclaimed, turning to scan the surroundings, ultimately glaring at Lu Jinjia. Was it you, Miss Lu? Lu Jinjia rolled her eyes. Fourth uncle. That's not it. Let me explain. Lu Su hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. Lu Hong followed Gu Shi closely, not needing her to point the way. After exiting the Lu residence, there were clear tracks on the ground. After a distance, one could even see a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry. The bandits were numerous. Not only did they kill, but they also seized treasures. They were, after all, a group of robbers. Upon reaching the center of the city, the young man suddenly turned and ran towards the west. Not there, that's west. The east is on the other side. Lu Hong quickly reminded him, but the young man seemed not to hear and merely quickened his pace. Lu Hong glanced back and saw a ring drop on the road behind them. Its crystal gleaming brightly. Ji Yu Shi. You've taken a wrong turn. You went the wrong way. The path is behind you. Lu Hong called out again, but the young man continued to dash forward without looking back. Lu Hong's heart stirred. Could it be a ploy to draw a tiger away from its mountain lair? Indeed, there was that possibility that a group of bandits, intent on plundering, could hardly abandon their riches. However, it was also possible they had genuinely dropped something in their haste to escape after the fierce battle, prioritizing their lives over material possessions. Upon reaching the west of the city, the young man finally came to a halt. Lu Hong's chest heaved slightly, and she had even begun to break a sweat. The journey from the Lu family to the west was not short. Furrowing her brows, she felt a twinge of anger at the thought of needing to run to the east again. Do you think it's a ploy to draw a tiger away from its mountain lair? But it can't be. The bandit stronghold is in the east. What could they be doing in the west? They will surely return to the east. Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Then why are you running west? But there must be a swift way to reach their stronghold from the west. Lu Hong rolled her eyes. One is in the west, and the other in the east. How could they return from such a distance? If I am not mistaken, Lu Feng is a practitioner. Lu Hong remarked with an odd expression. How do you know? I heard it from my elder brother. She immediately fell silent as Gu Shi shot her a few strange glances and said, the spirit-warding talisman is damaged. It must have been the work of a practitioner. Are you saying? Lu Feng set up a formation to shift positions, allowing them to be teleported from the west to the east of the city. Lu Hong smiled wryly. It seems we have both underestimated this sickly individual. I did not expect him to be so well prepared. All right, help me. Gu Shi directly approached Lu Hong. She frowned and looked at him. What are you going to do? Replenish my vital energy. That I was struck by the formation of Steward Wang and took an arrow from Meng Fifan. The consumption has been significant that I have elixirs here, but there is no time to refine them. Lu Hong sighed in resignation, extending her hand. Then I can only transfer my energy to you. The loss is too great. Lu Hong regarded Gu Shi with confusion. What should we do? Suddenly, Gu Shi pressed his palm against her abdomen. Lu Hong's face flushed crimson. Her phoenix eyes filled with anger as she swung her hand towards Gu Shi's temple. Smack! Her arm was firmly grasped, shameless. At such a young age, I did not expect you to be such a lecher. If you think to use this matter to blackmail me, you are delusional. Gu Shi's expression darkened. A powerful suction emanating from his palm. Da-da! Lu Hong's expression changed as she stepped back in shock, staring at Gu Shi. You can absorb my vital energy? Yes, but forcibly extracting it would damage your meridians. Only close contact with the Dantian can prevent harm. The young man spoke indifferently. Lu Hong's face flushed slightly as she touched her abdomen, feeling that this was too inappropriate. Despite her considerable age, she was still unmarried. Gu Shi, growing impatient, rolled his eyes. Don't waste time, but if you extract from my hand, will the damage be severe? If you withdraw all your vital energy from one spot, what do you think? How about we switch spots? Gu Shi's face darkened. Stop wasting time. If you are unwilling, then leave. The sky was beginning to brighten. If they continued to dawdle, it would be problematic when dawn arrived. Lu Hong clenched her teeth and closed her eyes, balling her delicate fists. Come on. She had steeled herself, but when the young man's palm landed on her abdomen, she trembled involuntarily. Perhaps it was the vital energy's influence, but she found Gu Shi's palm exceedingly hot. As her vital energy was continuously drawn away, her heartbeat quickened. The Ji Yu Shi revealed a satisfied smile. The reservoir of his Dantian was rapidly filling. All right. Gu Shi retracted his hand, but Lu Hong's limbs felt weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. She glanced up, and the young man had already leaped over the city wall without looking back. Lowering her gaze to her abdomen, she noticed a dark handprint on her pristine clothing. Her entire face flushed bright red, and she closed her eyes, her ears gradually turning crimson as well. After a moment, she bit her teeth in frustration and muttered angrily, "Little brat." Chapter 49. The Robbery Gang in the Stronghold of the Robbery Gang. The courtyard was filled with heaps of gold and silver. Several burly men arrived one after another, reaching out to caress their spatial rings and tossing large amounts of wealth together. The flickering bonfire cast shadows as the crowd emitted howls akin to wailing ghosts. At the top sat the leader of the robbery gang, Shin Kuei. Shin Kuei had a face adorned with a scraggly beard, and both corners of his mouth bore fearsome scars that extended to his ears. As if someone had once torn his face apart, in his arms lay a slender woman, scantily clad, her snow-white shoulders exposed to the air. She was Shin Kuei's wife, Li Sanyang. Beside Shin Kuei was a chair where Lu Feng lay sprawled, one hand clutching his belly, which was wrapped in thick bandages soaked with blood. "Lu Feng, you did well." Shin Kuei smiled and gave Lu Feng a thumbs up, but Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "What is so good about it? That old man still managed to stab me. Damn it, Li Sanyang remarked. "Lu Qiong is an old hand. He's quite sinister. For you to deceive that old man is no small feat." "Humph." Lu Feng scoffed. "That old man is always arrogant. He never imagined I would poison him suddenly to be by the way. Where's my brother Lu Song? Bring him here." A burly man walked over, tossing a burlap sack onto the ground. "Ho ho ho." Voices emerged from the sack, and Lu Feng rolled his eyes, climbing off the chair to approach the sack, raising his leg to stomp it. Yell, 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 yell. He stomped, kicked, and pummeled the sack, appearing like a madman, causing those watching to feel a chill down their spines. Was this truly his biological brother inside? It seemed more like he was attacking the murderer of his father. Lu Feng, still not satisfied, picked up a thick burning stick from the bonfire and began to beat the sack furiously. "Let you yell! Let you yell! Damn it! How could such a thing be born from you? Why didn't you die in your mother's womb?" The stick struck the sack repeatedly, and due to excessive force, the flames were extinguished from the stick. With a crack, sparks flew, and the stick broke in two. Lu Feng, drenched in sweat, glanced down, noticing fresh blood seeping from beneath his bandages. Damn it, he gripped half of the stick and plunged it into the sack. "Ah!" A wail erupted from the sack, and Lu Feng turned and walked back to the chair. "Untie it." A burly man stepped forward to untie the sack, dumping Lu Song out. Lu Song was already in a wretched state, bloodied and battered, with blood oozing from his thigh. Lu Feng's blows had been brutally harsh. "Let him speak." The burly man yanked the cloth from Lu Song's mouth and tossed it aside. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Song coughed violently. Looking around with tears streaming down his face, he gazed at Lu Feng, his expression filled with sorrow and despair. "Brother, why?" Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "Why do you think?" I don't know to ensure your death." "Of course, but I have always respected you. I have never, cough, cough, never offended you. Your very existence offends me." Lu Song glared at Lu Feng, who immediately sneered. "I was born of an old man and a maid. Is that the reason?" Lu Feng's face was filled with disbelief. "After all, he was your biological father." "Haha." Lu Song laughed coldly. "Biological father? What kind of kinship is that? He raised me like a dog." Lu Song pointed at his emaciated frame. "Why am I like this? Because my mother gave birth to me in the woodshed. I nearly froze to death at birth. That old man never hoped for me to survive." Lu Feng fiddled with his hair and said, "When my mother was pregnant, she was locked in the woodshed. When I was born, she feared I would freeze to death, so she held me close. Later, I survived, and she died. Was it for revenge? But these are all rumors. Father could not have done such a thing. Moreover, all these years, he has not treated you poorly. That if he truly wanted to do something, how could you have survived until now?" Lu Feng paused, tilting his head to look at Shin Kuei. Shin Kuei nodded. "That makes sense." Lu Feng then turned to Lu Song. "But my desire to kill that old man is not solely because of that. It's also because of you." "Because of me?" Lu Song gazed at Lu Feng in disbelief. "Indeed, he has but 2 sons. You and I doubt if you do not perish. I could endure, yet it is impossible for me to seize control of the Lu family. He can sustain me now, but what will happen when he departs from this world? Will you provide for me?" Lu Song declared earnestly, "I will. I do not believe you, did I swear. Are you but a child?" Lu Feng chuckled heartily, prompting laughter from those around them. Li Sanyang, with her alluring charm, remarked, "If a father does not care for his own son, how can he be expected to support his younger brother?" "Little brother, once you have a wife and children of your own, Your tune will surely change. Humph, Shin Kuei sneered. There's no need for a wife or children. When he matures and begins to meddle in the Lu family's affairs, he will soon comprehend just how rich this territory truly is. Though Qingsong City may be small and remote, the wealth within is anything but trivial. Shin Kuei then turned to Lu Feng and stated, If I were in your position, the first act I would commit would be to eliminate this useless fool. That a hearty laughter erupted from Lu Feng and the surrounding crowd. Lu Song felt as though his heart were being sliced asunder. Tears streaming down his face, that he had come to realize that his brother Lu Feng was a complete madman. The meek demeanor he often displayed was nothing more than a fade. He was as wicked as the bandits, capable of any treachery for the sake of wealth. Not only could he scheme against their father, but given the chance, he might even slaughter the entire Lu clan. In truth, I had no intention of doing anything, Lu Feng suddenly said as he regarded Lu Song with a calm expression. For the old fool appears to have little time left, yet I never anticipated your arrival. Lu Feng rolled his eyes and continued, I am truly astounded. After administering so many potions to your mother, that foolish woman still managed to give birth to you. Are you some sort of immortal, impervious to poison? What did you say? Lu Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Feng. When the doctor announced that your mother was expecting a boy, I began to administer the potions. Would you not do the same? You. Lu Song stared at Lu Feng, his rage rendering him nearly speechless. However, the old fool was indeed as heartless as I imagined. He surely prioritized the younger over the elder. As at his age, he could no longer bear children. Truly, the head of the Lu family possesses remarkable prowess. Even at such an advanced age, he still has a son in his teens. Good heavens. How splendid it would be to have such abilities. I fear that by the time I reach his age, I will be bedridden. Hehehehe. Shin Kuei's mocking tone elicited laughter from Li Sanyang, causing the onlookers to join in the mirth. Lu Song, however, was left in shock. Having never heard any of this before, he forced himself to regain composure, remembering his father's teachings to remain calm in the face of adversity, to maintain composure even when faced with calamity, and to seek out the weaknesses of others in order to find a path to survival. With a clenched jaw, Lu Song mustered his courage and asked, Elder brother, after all this talk, what is it that you truly desire? Lu Feng stared blankly at Lu Song, seemingly taken aback that his younger brother could utter such words. Shin Kuei also expressed surprise, while Li Sanyang could not help but exclaim, Tsa, truly, Lu Qiong's offspring, the future head of the Lu family, so young yet so courageous. Well done, since you have not sought to take my life. It appears I still hold some value to you, does it not? If you desire something, feel free to discuss it with me. Perhaps I can assist you. Did I wish for your demise? Lu Feng replied. Yet I still possess some utility, do I not? A corpse is ultimately less useful than a living person. Seeing that those around him hesitated to act, Lu Song felt a bit more at ease. Moreover, if elder brother truly wished to kill me, he could have done so within the Lu household. Even during this journey, he has had numerous opportunities to end my life. Lu Song maintained a calm smile and remarked, Since you have had so many chances to slay me, it stands to reason that I still hold some significance. Burn him, Lu Feng suddenly commanded. Lu Song was momentarily stunned as two burly men approached and seized him. Anxiety coursed through Lu Song's heart, yet he feigned composure. The men lifted him, and fierce flames ignited beneath him. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, I know where the Lu family's treasure is. The two men halted, and even Shin Kuei and Li Sanyang turned to Lu Feng. Burn him, Lu Feng uttered, a single word. Elder brother? Lu Song gasped in horror as he was unceremoniously tossed into the flames. Elder brother? Within the inferno, Lu Song struggled desperately, emitting piercing cries of anguish. Many members of the bandit group were left horrified, their scalps tingling, yet Lu Feng laughed uproariously. You foolish creature, I did not slay you within the Lu household for fear that the old fool would see and retaliate. I brought you back to witness your demise firsthand. Only with your death can I find peace. Lu Feng's laughter abruptly ceased as he regained his composure, brushing his disheveled hair back and turning to Shin Kuei. Indeed, a living person is more useful than a dead one. Yet let us burn him. What if he escapes? That makes sense, Shin Kuei grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth that, oh dear, Burning another person, it absolutely stinks to the east of Beisizhen. A massive raven flapped its wings, soaring towards a distant mountain stronghold. Upon the raven stood two figures, a man and a woman. The man, clad in black, surveyed the surroundings while holding a wooden staff in his mouth. The woman, also dressed in black, carried a long black spear on her back, her long hair cascading over half of her face. From the view of her right cheek, she was an exceedingly beautiful woman. The cold wind whipped through the air, lifting her dark tresses and revealing her left cheek, marred by an ominous scar that extended from her cheek to just below her temple, that if we seek Gushi, we should not have come here. He departed Beisizhen several days ago and may already have reached Qingsong City. That I no need to rush. Wu Feng replied with a smile that T.O. understand a person requires time. Let us first gather information in Beisizhen and then follow the path he has taken. That Wu Feng snapped his fingers. Precisely. My junior sister is indeed astute. That Wu Mei's expression softened, her eyes shimmering with clarity. As a 10th-tier martial saint, Wu Feng was not as arrogant as others. His temperament was steady, and he never underestimated anyone. That he had a habit of thoroughly understanding those he needed to interact with or contend against. He would gather information in the places where these individuals resided, then follow the paths they had traversed. Initially, she found it troublesome and questioned its utility, but after experiencing it alongside Wu Feng, she realized it offered insights that others lacked. For instance, in the locations where a person had fought, one could discern their techniques and level of mastery. The marks left on trees and stones could reveal whether they were from swords or spears, whether the damaged stones were reduced to powder or torn apart, and if there were imprints left by footsteps that would last for days. The environment would indicate the density of the opponent's true energy, the ferocity of their strikes, and their actual level of prowess. Take, for example, the previous battle involving the 9th-ranked martial saint. Li Hao. Wu Feng had conducted extensive research, learning that although Li Hao appeared grand and unrestrained, he concealed a particularly vicious, hidden weapon. She and Wu Feng had once observed Li Hao in combat. She could only perceive his profound, true energy and formidable strikes, which had pulverized numerous stones. Yet Wu Feng had discovered an exceedingly minute pinhole on a stone located over 20 paces from the battlefield, with no fractures nearby. This indicated that Li Hao's hidden weapon had reached a terrifying level of mastery. Thus, when Li Hao displayed lethal intent during their confrontation, Wu Feng chose to surrender. At times, Wu Mei pondered that if Wu Feng truly exerted all his strength, he would not merely rank 10th. There it is. The Raven approached a mountain stronghold. That I've heard that the bandit troubles east of Beisizhen are quite severe. Do you wish to eliminate these bandits before heading to Beisizhen? As martial practitioners, it is only right to aid the common folk by vanquishing a few bandits along the way. Wu Mei smiled, knowing Wu Feng to be kind-hearted and often engaged in such benevolent acts. As the Raven drew closer to the stronghold, Wu Feng's brow furrowed. Something feels off. Indeed, it does. There are no guards at the stronghold. The Raven hovered above the stronghold, yet nothing was amiss, not even a shadow. We should descend. The two leaped from the Raven. Ouch! Wu Mei stumbled, nearly losing her footing. What is this? She had stepped on something. She kicked at the snow, and a corpse rolled over. Wu Mei's face paled. Raising her gaze, she observed the undulating expanse of snow, revealing the outlines of several lifeless bodies frozen in place within a nearby cabin. Its doors flung wide open. Bloodstains scattered throughout. Wu Mei's expression shifted as she turned to Wu Feng, who had never looked so grave. Look around, Wu Feng instructed, standing beside Wu Mei. They are all dead. Wu Mei's voice trembled slightly. Two of the corpses are headless. They must have been decapitated as a reward. Wu Feng kicked over a corpse lying on the ground, the assailant exhibiting remarkable strength, dispatching victims with almost every blow. Wu Mei's expression darkened as she remarked, who could have struck with such cruelty? Despite their status as bandits, not a single one was left alive. That I know who it is, came the reply. Who? Wu Mei inquired. Although Bai Ci town is remote, it is not devoid of 3rd or 4th-tier masters. The bandit problem has persisted for more than a day or two. At the very least, those with bounties are 4th tier, even 5th tier. To eradicate them along with these bandits, the adversary must be at least at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Or even 7th. Wu Mei's heart stirred. Wu Feng slowly uttered 3 words. Gushi. Chapter 51. Good and evil. What defines goodness? What constitutes evil? What are the criteria for judging a good person? If one who has never taken a life kills to protect their family, Are they then evil? Conversely, does a butcher notorious for slaughter, who dies to protect their beloved, not embody goodness? No one has ever perfectly assessed the dichotomy of good and evil. The simplest method of judgment is to observe whether the perpetrator would harm the innocent. Upon exiting the western side of Chengsong City, the ground was littered with footprints beyond counting. Although a few distinctive prints were found, they vanished upon entering the snow. The traces in the snow had been cleared. As the group fled, a seasoned veteran trailed behind, stirring up the snowflakes and erasing their tracks. Yet Gu Shi heard voices, excited shouts from men, and the wretched cries of women. Following the sounds, he discovered a dark cave. Inside, he perceived flickering firelight and shadows cast by its glow. One shadow loomed over another, while two others stood by. Approaching stealthily, he overheard their conversation. "Damn it, we are stuck guarding this wretched cave. Cut off from the outside world. Stop complaining. At least we have a woman left for us, along with food and drink. That it's a fair trade. Having just completed a lucrative job, if we endure these next few days, we shall enjoy better times that I in this frigid cold. Who has the luxury to set up formations in the cave? We merely need to hold out a bit longer, and soon others will come to relieve us." After listening for a time, Gu Shi estimated there were 4 individuals in total, including the woman. The 2 conversing exhibited weak voices, likely of second-tier caliber, while the remaining individual was presumably a 4th-tier martial artist. With this in mind, Gu Shi resolved to confront them directly. Turning a corner, he beheld several figures: a slender man, bare from the waist down, a portly fellow unfastening his garments, and a robust man, who, upon noticing Gu Shi, froze momentarily before reaching for a long knife nearby. The other 2 quickly reacted, grasping their weapons, while the woman lay on the ground, exposed and vacant. Gu Shi would not afford them an opportunity. He swiftly moved, crushing the robust man's wrist with a kick. "True Chi?" The robust man gasped, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. "Die." The slender man seized the long knife from the table and swung it at Gu Shi's head. Gu Shi flicked his finger against the blade, shattering it into fragments. The slender man stood bewildered, only to be struck by a sudden pain in his chest, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood, struggling yet unable to rise. "Who are you?" "We are the Robbery Guild." The portly man was already paralyzed with fear as Gu Shi casually discarded the knife he had grasped and shattered the portly man's shoulder with a kick. "Ah!" the man cried out, tears streaming down his face from the pain. The woman on the ground remained vacant-eyed, lying there in her nudity. Gu Shi frowned, picking up her torn clothing and draping it over her. The woman's vacant gaze finally flickered with a hint of awareness as she clutched the garment tightly. Gu Shi approached, delivering several slaps to the robust man, who awoke with a start, only to find a knife poised at his throat. "Does the formation lead to the Robbery Guild?" "You'll never extract that from me." Before he could finish, Gu Shi's blade plunged into his chest, penetrating deep enough to nearly pierce his heart. "Does the formation lead to the Robbery Guild?" "It does." The robust man's forehead glistened with sweat. This young man had not even blinked while stabbing him, and his strike was precise. Had he exerted a little more force, he would have met his end. "Is there someone guarding the other side of the formation?" "There generally is." "What tier are they?" "At most 4th tier." "How do you activate the formation?" The robust man looked up at Gu Shi and said, "Unless you release me, I won't speak." "Fine." The man's eyes flickered as he replied, "You agreed too quickly. I find it hard to trust. Unless you free me first, I won't tell you. Once I have made a promise, I will certainly fulfill it. Speak." "You must first let me go." With a swift thrust, Gu Shi's blood-red blade pierced the robust man's chest. Extracting the knife, the man collapsed, his light fading from his eyes. The woman clutched her clothing and recoiled in fear, gazing at the knife-wielding youth. Gu Shi then turned to the slender man, placing the blade against his throat. "Did I promise to let you go? Tell me how to activate the formation." In his Chinquan ring, there is a jade piece. Dripping blood onto it will activate the formation, and the return process is the same. Upon finishing, the slender man swallowed hard, cautiously asking, "Am I free to go?" "You are." The long knife swept through the air, blood spraying as the slender man fell to the ground. "Why?" he questioned in disbelief. Gu Shi approached the portly man, who suddenly erupted into laughter. "Huh? You never intended to let us go." Gu Shi, puzzled, retorted, "Why would I let you go? Are you a good person?" The portly man's expression twisted with rage. Facing death, he was no longer afraid. I am certainly no good person. There are no good people in the robbery guild. But you are not a good person either. Do you fancy yourself a hero saving the common folk? His derisive laughter echoed. You are merely a villain stronger than us. One day, you too shall perish by another's blade. Ha ha. As Gu Shi raised his knife to strike, the woman suddenly lunged forward, snatching the weapon from his grasp and fiercely aiming it at the portly man. Wretched scum. Do you wish to kill me too? The portly man, enraged, swung a powerful fist toward the woman's chest. She, frail and battered, stood no chance against his might. His fist was already upon her. If I cannot deal with this brat, can I not kill you? You wretched creature? I can shatter your jaw with a single blow. Gu Shi, acting swiftly, delivered a kick that shattered the portly man's arm. While the long knife in the woman's grasp plunged directly into his chest, the cave fell silent, devoid of sound. After a moment, the woman retreated repeatedly, staring at the crimson on her hands, utterly dazed. She was merely a merchant from Qingsong City, neither a martial artist nor a sorcerer, leading an unremarkable life day by day. Yet on a single venture outside the city, she had been captured and subjected to inhumane torment. She had never contemplated taking a life. She merely wished to survive. With a heart-wrenching wail, the woman cried, tears mingling with her anguish. Gu Shi stripped the men of their Qingquan rings, retrieving a large garment to drape over the woman, before stepping into the formation to collect the jade piece. Thank you. You are a good person. She suddenly looked up, her tear-streaked face directed at Gu Shi. He smiled, pondering the question. Is he truly a good person? To those three bandits, he was undoubtedly a villain. But to this woman, he was a savior. Thus, what truly defines goodness, and what constitutes evil? How does one determine a good person versus a bad one? Gu Shi remained uncertain. All he knew was that villains do not perish, only to bring further harm to the innocent. What is your name? The woman asked again. The formation glowed brightly. Gu Shi merely waved his hand, signaling her to leave quickly. Chapter 52. Into the trap as the surroundings spun and the light faded, Gu Shi found himself in a wooden cabin. Huh. What is happening? Isn't it still too early for the shift change? Damn it. Is someone craving wine again? A man yawned as he pushed the door open, and upon seeing the youth standing in the formation, his mind went blank. Just as he was about to speak, the youth suddenly lunged at him, in the blink of an eye. He was upon him, one hand covering the man's mouth while the other gently closed the door. The man's strength was akin to that of an ox. He could not move. With a soft click, the man's head tilted, and he fell lifeless. Gu Shi glanced down at the man, noting his thin frame, somewhat similar to his own, that he promptly stripped the man of his clothing and donned it before stepping out of the door. Hey, what were you doing in there? As soon as Gu Shi stepped outside, he beheld a dozen or so houses in the vicinity, all wide open, with dozens of individuals engaged in drinking and feasting. Several weapon racks stood at the entrance, brimming with arms. Within the courtyard, a bonfire blazed, above which sat two chairs. A robust man, cradling a woman in his arms, appeared to be the leader of the bandit gang. In the other chair, sprawled in a careless manner, lay Lu Feng to go. Add some of that firewood. I'm freezing to death, instructed Shen Ke, gesturing towards a pile of firewood in the corner. The Gu Shi turned to approach the wood pile, but paused mid-motion. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Shen Ke bellowed. The Gu Shi spun around, fixing Shen Ke with a piercing gaze. Stop pretending. Since you've recognized me, let us get to it. Ah. Lu Feng leapt from his seat, laughing heartily. You truly are remarkable, being able to injure Meng Fifen. That a stirring sensation coursed through Gu Shi. Do you still remember me? I warned you about the Song family when I was at the Lu residence. How is it? Did that old fool Lu Song lay a trap for you? Gu Shi remained silent, discreetly surveying his surroundings. Lu Feng spoke earnestly. I know your purpose here is to assist Miss Lu in seeking allies. Lu Qiong, that old man, is content in his comfort. He won't take risks. He'll only tuck his tail between his legs. And a mocking laughter erupted from Li Sanyang. Instead of seeking out Lu Qiong, why not ally with me? Help me take down the Lu family, and I shall lend my full support. That I cannot trust a promise from one who would betray their own family. Now, that's not the way to speak. Young brother, Li Sanyang rose, swaying her slender waist like a serpent. Historically, high positions are to be occupied by the capable. Lu Feng here has orchestrated matters to this extent. That is no small feat. You too are a skilled wanderer of the Jianghu. Surely you wouldn't utter something as foolish as despicable means. You are an upright individual? The speaker was Li Sanyang, the sister-in-law of the bandit gang. And this was my elder brother Shin Kuei, the gang's leader, a 7th-tier martial artist, just like yourself. What say you? Join forces with me to take down the Liu family, and we shall assist that Miss Liu. What do you think? Liu Feng chuckled. As fellow 7th-tier martial artist, my elder brother surely surpasses that old fool Liu Qiong. The Ji Yushi nodded. That makes sense. All right, I shall collaborate with you. Upon hearing the answer he desired, Liu Feng's expression did not brighten. Rather, he squinted his eyes. Suddenly, Gu Shi raised his hand and shot forth a stone. The stone, propelled by a fierce gust, hurtled straight towards Liu Feng's throat. Bang! Shin Kuei stepped aside and shattered the stone with a kick. The clash of true energy unleashed a gust of wind before Liu Feng. Attack! Li Sanyang shouted, and immediately, the individuals inside the houses surged out. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of 3 massive explosions echoed as the weapon racks exploded, sending blades and swords soaring through the air into the house. Screams erupted, yet many rushed out, brandishing their weapons towards Gu Shi. With a surge of energy, a torrent of true energy cascaded from Gu Shi, causing the crowd to stagger. You think we weren't prepared? The Qi suppression array. Liu Feng laughed heartily, tossing a cup filled with mercury into the bonfire, igniting an array that enveloped everyone present. Gu Shi then comprehended why these lower-tier martial artists rushed forward while the more formidable Shin Kuei and Li Sanyang remained seated, unmoving. What does it matter if you are a 7th-tier master? Within the Qi suppression array, all true energy is rendered ineffective. Without true energy, you are merely an ordinary martial artist. Liu Feng sneered, his face twisted with malice. I am no fool who will forget to guard against you after gaining an advantage. This place has long been your grave. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted from afar as Meng Fifan stood atop a stone, gripping a longbow, its string vibrating violently. Ha! Liu Feng laughed maniacally, and indeed he had reason to. From the very beginning, he had calculated every move. Even the array in the west of the city was his trap, that he'll be able to single-handedly cripple the esteemed Liu family, a second-rate sect. His intellect was truly terrifying. With true energy suppressed and a vast disparity in numbers, even a 7th-tier martial artist like Meng Fifan would meet his demise here. But that was for others. Third Dantian, open, with a whisper, true energy surged forth like a tempest, instantly blowing away the bonfire, the activated array bursting with a resounding crack. Even those charging towards Gu Shi were sent reeling. The fierce wind whipped up the falling snow. And the youth grinned, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. The Qi suppression array could indeed nullify a martial artist's true energy, but everything has its limits, that a bowl cannot contain a stream, nor can a barrel hold an entire lake. Once surpassed its threshold, the object will fail, and the same applies to the array. If the true energy becomes overwhelmingly potent, it will shatter on its own. True energy inheritance. You, like the 10th-grade martial saints, possess true energy inheritance? Shin Kuei leapt from his chair, and Li Sanyang beside him turned pale with shock. They were both 7th-tier martial artists, and what they feared most was the 10th-grade martial saints. It was not their realm they feared, nor their mystical techniques and means, but the terrifying true energy inheritance. True energy inheritance is when a 10th-rank martial artist or martial saint forsakes their cultivation, pouring all their true energy into another, allowing them to digest and utilize IT. IT is akin to a fierce tiger bestowing its strength upon a mouse. Even if the mouse is small, it could slay a cow. No one ever taught you that the same trick cannot be used twice. Gu Shi leapt up, reaching the side of the black arrow. What? Meng Fifan gasped in shock from afar. How did you know? Liu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The Ji Yushi not only failed to intercept the arrow, but instead concentrated his true energy and struck the tail end of the black arrow with a punch. The only reason you can see through my presence here is that since I left the city, Meng Fifan has been watching me from afar. With a whoosh, the long arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, piercing directly into Shin Kuei's chest. Li Sanyang gasped, leaping to the side. Almost simultaneously, the black arrow emitted a blinding brilliance. Boom! Chapter 53. The vermilion bird killing star. The terrifying true energy exploded, reducing the entire chair to splinters. while Lu Feng was sent flying like a leaf, crashing into a nearby house, spitting blood. The many figures rushing towards Gu Shi were left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, with some quick to react already fleeing. Yet Gu Shi would not afford them the opportunity. As true energy surged forth, a massive Qilin erupted within the crowd, shattering the bodies of dozens, leaving them lifeless amidst the true energy. Dragon Tortoise Shield. He leapt high, true energy forming a colossal dragon tortoise, its feet upward, the sharp spines of its shell descending upon the crowd. In an instant, blood erupted like beautiful red flowers, embodying despair and death. Sometimes the most powerful defense is indeed the most formidable offense to others. These bandits were ruthless demons, committing heinous acts of arson and pillaging. Yet now, before one stronger, they were but frail rabbits to Ji Yushi showed no mercy, dispatching them with the utmost speed and ferocity. After all, if evil persists, it will only bring harm to the good. In the distance, Meng Fifen's face contorted with rage that he had witnessed it all. The so-called leader had been blown apart, dead beyond salvation. Of course, it would turn out this way. That was his most powerful arrow. To have my divine arrow toyed with like this, you wretched cur. I will have you turned to dust. His triumph had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury. His secret weapon had become a tool for the enemy's amusement, and anyone would be enraged. Meng Fifen brushed his hand over the Chinquan ring, producing a crimson long arrow. This arrow was exceptionally long, even exceeding his own height, and far thicker than his fist. It was hollow, filled with gunpowder and the blood of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird, a type of phoenix, is a powerful creature bestowed with the ability to breathe fire by the heavens. The Vermilion Bird King, known for its meteor disasters, can ignite the true energy of martial artists with its flames, turning them into mere explosive barrels. The arrow was smeared with the blood of the Vermilion Bird King. Let us see how you defend yourself against this. Meng Fifen pressed his foot against the black bough, straining his arms to draw it back. Such an action was intensely taxing on his stamina and placed a significant burden on his injured leg. But at this moment, his wrath reached its peak. He wanted Gu Shi to vanish from this world entirely, that he summoned all his true energy, all his strength, even momentarily forfeiting the enhancement of his eagle eye technique. Yet this arrow required no aiming. Bang! The long arrow left the bowstring, and with a crack, Meng Fifen's leg snapped. He clutched his broken limb, collapsing to the ground, his gaze filled with fierce intent as he stared into the distance. I shall see how you receive my vermilion bird killing star. Lu resident Lu Jinjia, restless, decided to step outside, gazing into the distance. The morning sun had risen, its rays illuminating the earth. The shadows of worry and gloom in the girl's heart were largely dispelled by the morning light. She felt it was time to seek help for Gu Shi. Can we venture out of the city to assist him now? Lu Jinjia turned her gaze and inquired, while the second elder Lu Shen approached. Flanked by dozens of formidable-looking guards, Lu Hong hurried forward, asking, "How is my second brother?" "He is fine now. I have expelled the poison from him, using my true energy. Let the fourth elder guard here, and we shall go lend our aid." A wave of joy surged within Lu Jinjia. "Let us hurry." Her impatience was palpable. The skilled archer Meng Fifen had narrowly lost to the formidable warrior Wu Feng. The arrows he had loosed last night were not necessarily his most devastating techniques. Just as Gu Shi would never divulge his true capabilities, Meng Fifen would similarly refrain from revealing his utmost prowess unless absolutely compelled to do so. Gu Shi and he were akin to two ferocious beasts. Until they truly clashed, the question of who was stronger or who would emerge victorious remained unanswered. However, one certainty lingered. Whoever triumphed would undoubtedly unleash their full might. This was not merely a contest on a stage. It was a genuine life-and-death confrontation. Could Gu Shi truly overcome Meng Fifen? Lu Jinjia found herself at a loss. She had witnessed Meng Fifen in action and had seen Gu Shi return his arrows with bare hands. Yet that did not imply Meng Fifen was weak. Throughout her journey, she had observed this truth countless times. Warriors were akin to wild beasts. Such actions would only incite their wrath. She was terrified that Gu Shi might perish just like that. "What is that?" Lu Shen suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky. The crowd turned to gaze, and a fiery glow appeared in the dim light of dawn. The flames, like a shooting star, streaked across the heavens. And then the brilliance intensified, the crimson flames resembling a fire dragon soaring proudly through the sky. Images of Gu Shi flashed in Lu Jianjia's mind. Chirp, chirp. The little fox suddenly dashed away into the distance. Heavens, what is that? Could it be the Demon King? Lu Hong gasped, her expression filled with terror. The blazing flames erupted in the distance, their glaring light overshadowing the dawn and capturing everyone's attention. The flames transformed into a massive fire phoenix, its wings flapping in fury as it seemed to challenge the heavens. "It is in the direction of the robber's den," Lu Chen remarked. "Jiu Shi." Lu Jinjia cried out, as if a force surged from deep within her, propelling her to run with all her might. Only Gu Shi's parting words echoed in her mind. "Take good care of yourself." How time passed, she could not say. How she discerned the direction or reached the robber's den, she knew not. Whether she stumbled or fell, she remained oblivious. When she finally arrived near the flames, her mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The inferno raged, consuming the entire robber's den, creating two worlds that were irreconcilably separated. "Jiu Shi!" Lu Jinjia shouted at the flames, unable to see anything through the fiery blaze that had ignited the entire stronghold, resembling a scorching sun set upon a snowy landscape. Miss Lu, do not panic." Lu Hong rushed over to check Lu Jinjia's condition. Throughout their journey, Lu Jinjia had been utterly frantic. She had fallen countless times, her clothing torn and tattered, her thick cotton coat a mess, her knees bleeding, even her fair face marred with a wound, blood oozing from it. She kept running towards the flames, relentlessly, while those ranked as second- or third-tier warriors struggled to keep up. Yet she was not a warrior at all. How could a frail young girl exhibit such terrifying speed and stamina? Pat Lu Jinjiao wiped away her tears, yet they continued to flow, her vision remaining blurred. "Quickly extinguish the flames. Please help me find Gu Shi." She sobbed, struggling to articulate her words, wiping her tears as she scanned the surroundings. She had no idea where she was looking to be, why her feet, beside the stones, were places where one could not hide. Yet she yearned to scour every inch of land, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. "Quickly find someone! Hurry!" Lu Hong instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, a sense of unprecedented worry rising within her. "He cannot be dead, can he? Quickly, there's snow. Use the snow to extinguish the flames." The guards hurriedly scooped up the white snow and tossed it haphazardly into the fire. "Stand back," Lu Hong shouted angrily, her true energy surging as she conjured countless snowflakes to blanket the flames. Lu Shen also joined, directing the snowstorm towards the fire. Chapter 54. In memories, they ultimately unite. The warriors channeled their true energy. While the guards toiled with snow, Lu Jinjia grabbed the snow from the ground, running back and forth, throwing the snowflakes at the flames. Snowflakes the size of fists melted into droplets before they could even touch the fire. The blaze showed no signs of abating. Rather, it turned her delicate hands a bright red. The biting cold could not rival the turmoil within her heart, as her mind was filled with images of Gu Shi, him smearing his face with soot in the thatched hut, disheveling his hair, pretending to betray in the snowy field, only to suddenly behead an old man, battling the wolf demon in the temple, yet threatening the fox spirit, defeating the sorcerer Wen Ziliang, and whisking her into a cave. Despite his rough demeanor and cold exterior, he had always considered her well-being. The flames showed no signs of diminishing, and Lu Jinjia sank to the ground. "Don't die," she whispered through her tears, softly sobbing. "I beg you, don't die, please." She covered her face, her heart sinking into despair. This was no ordinary fire. True energy only intensified the blaze. Lu Shun, covered in ash and dirt, remarked grimly that after he had unleashed the snow into the flames, the fire had surged towards him like a vengeful tongue. What on earth is this? Lu Hong, equally disheveled, had burned a significant amount of her hair. Had she not acted swiftly to sever her own hair, she would have been engulfed in flames. Lu Su silently set down the snowball in her hands, her heart heavy with indescribable emotions as she gazed at Lu Jing. It was painfully obvious why she was in such a state. While the others continued to battle the flames, Lu Jinjia seemed to hear nothing, silently weeping as she hugged her knees. The little fox trotted back and forth, clutching a small snowball, then on a distant hillside. A figure clad in white, Gu Gongzi, gazed out. What a fierce fire! No wonder the arrow, Saint Mengbu's disciple, is so formidable. The Fire Phoenix is already so powerful, and that terrifying Fire Phoenix meteor could easily raise a city. He snorted, I have long severed ties with him. Meng Fifan held Shi Minfeng in his arms, while Gu Gongzi turned to assess Meng Fifan, whose leg was utterly ruined, bones shattered amidst flesh. Healing, it would take considerable time. But is he truly dead? What do you mean? Gu Gongzi waved his hand dismissively. Not misunderstand. I harbor no disdain for you, that I simply believe that a master who has remained dormant for so many years would not perish so easily upon re-emerging into the world. Meng Fifan's expression grew cold. The Fire Phoenix was crafted from the blood of the Phoenix, something no ordinary warrior could withstand. Under the Phoenix fire, all true energy would become fuel. The more powerful, the warrior. The more they were restrained by the flames. The Phoenix arrows were few in number, a last resort of mine, not say a mere seventh-tier warrior. Even you would perish if you encountered it. Ha ha ha, then let us wait for the flames to subside before we assess the outcomes of Meng's battle. The Gu Gongzi chuckled as he turned back. Meng Fifan frowned, with flames of this intensity, once they truly extinguish. He may very well be reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The Gu Gongzi cast a cold glance at him, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, fierce and resolute. Alive, we seek the living. Dead, we seek the dead. Where does this notion of leaving no trace come from? No matter how fierce the fire burns, remnants such as a hair, a scrap of clothing, or a bone will remain that I must confirm his demise. The surroundings fell silent once more, only the flames crackling and the wind howling. From sunrise to sunset, the fire finally ceased. Regardless of how many snowflakes were thrown in, it was futile. No amount of water could quench it. This was no ordinary fire but the Phoenix fire, burning fiercely, fueled by true energy. Unless the last vestige of true energy was consumed, it would not extinguish. All were parched, and Lu Jinjia's tears had dried up several times. Quickly find someone, but be cautious. Do not reveal your true energy. Even a spark could ignite it into a conflagration, Lu Hong commanded, her voice weak, reflecting the cold hearts of the crowd. Lu Jinjia rose and made her way towards the Lu family. After burning for so long, could there still be any survivors? Even if there had once been a glimmer of hope, it had surely been consumed by now. She staggered towards the Lu family, her hair disheveled and her clothes in tatters, resembling a beggar. She seemed numb, knowing only to move forward. Lu Su followed closely, glaring at the pointing fingers of onlookers, striving to preserve the dignity of this young lady from the Lu family. The night deepened. The moon hung high. Lu Jinjia stared blankly at the roof, a table laden with food before her, yet her appetite had long vanished. The sound of knocking echoed several times. She remained silent. The door creaked open, and Lu Hong entered. We only found a few charred bones. There were no survivors. That we do not know if it was him. The deal you wish to identify? Lu Jinjia glared fiercely at Lu Hong, who, with an ashen countenance, turned her face aside. She had witnessed the demeanor of this young lady from the Lu family during the day, and now, to identify someone was simply unbearable. Yet, aside from that, she had no alternative explanation to offer. Not a single footprint was to be found nearby. Escape was utterly impossible. Summoning her courage, Lu Hong spoke. He may already be dead. Ultimately, one must voice the truth. No matter how painful, acceptance is necessary. For the Lu family was counting on her. Lu Jinjia felt her vision darken. He is back. He is back. Suddenly, a voice outside rang out. What is back? Lu Hong turned around as Lu Su rushed in, her face alight with joy. Young Master Gu has returned. Lu Hong was overjoyed, but Lu Jinjia's mind inexplicably merged the figure of Gu Shi with the memory of a boy missing a front tooth. You are utterly useless, truly useless. Fortunately, I am here. She finally comprehended what had unsettled her. Gu Shi spoke in a manner reminiscent of young Master Gu, albeit with a chill that overshadowed warmth. Where is he? Lu Hong asked with delight. At the front gate, Lu Jinjia exclaimed, bolting outside. She ran swiftly from the side room to the entrance of the Lu residence. During this brief span, her previously dormant mind surged with activity as myriad thoughts flooded her consciousness. Gu Shi was a seasoned player in the game, astutely cunning that he was indeed formidable. being a sorcerer who, at the tender age of 7, had already ascended to the rank of a formidable middle-tier sorcerer. Gu Shi was strong enough to face a pack of wolf demons alone, and he was not the only one. At just 7 years old, he had deftly outmaneuvered a dozen petty thieves. While these traits may not seem like shared characteristics, the essence of their personalities resonated similarly. People change, appearances alter, yet human nature is notoriously resistant to transformation. That, as the saying goes, the mountains may change, but one's nature remains steadfast. That in her mind, Gu Shi's ordinary visage finally fused with the cherubic smile of a child. Liu Jinjia then spotted the figure at the entrance. That he leaned against a wooden stick, standing firmly on the ground. The Jiu Shi. She dashed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. With a clatter, the wooden stick fell to the ground as they tumbled together. Hiss! Gu Shi gasped sharply. Chapter 55. A veteran of the Jianghua. Liu Jinjiao wept profusely, her body trembling as she poured all her strength into melding with Gu Shi. In that moment, according to the narrative arc she had read, he would surely relax, gently return her embrace, and utter words of comfort such as "You needn't worry. You've suffered. I'm sorry," and similar sentiments. "Stop crying. You're crushing my leg." Gu Shi pushed her aside. That Liu Jinjiao pouted, her expression one of deep grievance. Gu Shi sat up cautiously, glancing at his left leg. The tattered cloth wrapped around it was stained crimson, and beneath the dark red fabric, blood seeped through. That he turned and pointed at Liu Jinjia's forehead. Smack! A sharp sound echoed. Ouch! Liu Jinjia clutched her head, her eyes glistening with tears. How did you survive? That flame could consume true energy. Lu Hong leaned down, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Gu Shi, shimmering with intrigue. She had first-hand experience with that terrifying flame, knowing it to be the bane of martial artists. Am I supposed to explain here? Gu Shi gestured around, gritting his teeth. Find someone to help me re-bandage my leg. Lu Hong surveyed the surroundings, then burst into rare laughter, scooping Gu Shi up and heading towards the inner room. Let third brother help him. Inside, Lu Xun unwrapped the cloth from Gu Shi's leg, his expression turning grave. The flesh resembled the scales of a fish that had burst open, standing up like jagged spikes, a horrifying sight. Lu Hong fetched clean water, delicately pouring it over the wound, washing away the grime from the raw flesh. Hiss! Gu Shi inhaled sharply, while Liu Jinjia dared not look. At a curious little fox approached, gently pressing its paw on the injury, causing the leg to twitch. Get lost! Gu Shi barked in anger. The little fox darted to Liu Jinjia's shoulder, who was shielding her eyes and peeking through her fingers. That you've returned, and you're already this fierce. Liu Jinjia pouted. Try feeling how much it hurts. Gu Shi gritted his teeth. What is this? Just as Lu Xun had painstakingly cleaned the wound, he was taken aback to discover something pulsating beneath the shredded flesh. Gently peeling back the meat, he revealed a long, slender object the thickness of a pinky finger. This is a tendon. What? Lu Xun exclaimed, while Lu Hong's face mirrored astonishment. Why is it so thick? Suddenly, a thought struck her. That is the crumbling heaven divine technique. Understanding dawned on Lu Xun. As the saying goes, a tendon that grows an inch adds 10 years to one's life. Training the skin, flesh, and bones ultimately serves to cultivate the tendons. Martial artists derive 3 parts of their strength from flesh and 7 parts from tendons. That no wonder Gu Shi appeared so frail, yet possessed formidable power. His tendons were thicker than an ox's. Truly, the renowned crumbling heaven divine technique had honed his tendons to an inhuman degree, remarkably impressive indeed. Jiu Shi remained silent, merely closing his eyes, though they marveled. No one dared to pry further. All were martial artists. None would divulge their secrets to others. How did you manage to escape? That flame consumes true energy. We could hardly extinguish it. Lu Hong inquired gently, her expression softening. Lu Xun cast a curious glance at her. It was unusual for her to speak so tenderly. Yes. I thought you were dead. Liu Jinjia sniffled, wiping away her tears. What is there to cry about? If that thing could kill me, I would have perished long ago. How could I still roam the Jianghu? Liu Jinjia pouted, feeling aggrieved at her tone. That I was engaged in a skirmish with the robbery gang when suddenly the sky ignited in flames. I looked up and knew something was amiss. What was amiss? Lu Su chimed in, as they had all witnessed the blazing fire. What kind of arrow burns like that? even if dozens of arrows were set aflame and shot together. It shouldn't burn that fiercely, Gu Shi replied, bemused. Did these people lack common sense? Even Lu Hong and Lu Shun's expressions turned slightly unnatural. They hadn't given it much thought at the time. I received Meng Fifin's arrow. I know what his arrows are like. Even if he filled them with oil, they wouldn't ignite with such ferocity. And then, Lu Jinjia asked, her breath caught in anticipation. All eyes glued to Gu Shi. Ji Yushi looked at them as if they were fools. Then I ran. What else was there to do? Should I have stayed to see what would happen? Lu Jinjia's cheeks flushed. Of course, one would run. Seeing such a massive fiery arrow shooting toward you, what was there to remain for? Alas, having grown accustomed to Gu Shi's reckless behavior, she had momentarily lost her normal reasoning. Lu Hong frowned. But I searched high and low and found no traces of your escape nearby. How did you manage to flee? What do you think? Gu Shi pointed at her with exasperation. Everyone followed his finger in confusion, their gazes landing on Lu Hong, who suddenly blushed and blurted out, "West of the city." The fire arrows traveled swiftly. Such a large inferno, upon impact, would surely shatter and explode. That flame was also peculiar. Even a slight touch could yield unpredictable results. The best course of action was to utilize a teleportation array to escape. The Ji Yushi indicated his leg. With the crumbling Heaven Divine technique in motion, I achieved remarkable speed. The teleportation array was not far from me, so I escaped into it. Moreover, that fire did not detonate on its own. The blaze was so intense that its landing point was unknowable. Had it exploded at the teleportation array, it would have surely destroyed the formation. Therefore, I unleashed a punch and shattered it as the arrow approached. Leaning against the wall, Gu Shi smirked. That arrow was indeed formidable. But Meng Fifin was too foolish. Rather than finding ways to restrain me, he simply aimed to shoot me dead. What a pipe dream. I am no wooden dummy. I know how to argument his words. The expressions of Lu Shun, Lu Hong, Lu Su, and Lu Jinjia were utterly captivating. The youth spoke simply, yet all these decisions and thoughts transpired in a fleeting moment. His judgment, reasoning, and actions were flawlessly executed. Only a veteran of the Jianghu, having traversed countless life and death situations, could reach such a level in an instant. A 17-year-old youth at the 7th rank of martial arts? No, he was a seasoned veteran with a decade of experience. Is Lu Song dead as well? Lu Su finally voiced the worry that weighed heavily on her heart. The robbery gang had been reduced to ashes, many bones turned to dust, and Lu Song's remains were nowhere to be found. Seeing the somber expressions of those around her, Lu Su stammered, but they didn't find Lu Song's bones. Perhaps he, like Gu Shi, is still alive. Maybe Lu Feng hid him elsewhere. When I arrived, there was a body in the bonfire. It was quite young, it should have been him. The youth's words struck like a heavy hammer against the heart of the girl, yet she refused to accept it, insisting, shouldn't we say maybe he's dead for sure? Don't be delusional, the Ji Yushi spoke without a hint of mercy, causing Lu Su to collapse to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Hong rushed forward to embrace her head, while Lu Jinjia cast a reproachful glance at Gu Shi. This person truly lacked the awareness to speak more delicately, did they not? The room fell silent once again, the only sound breaking the stillness being the heart-wrenching cries of the young girl. Chapter 56. Enchantment. Gu Shi furrowed his brow as he addressed Lu Jinjia. Meng Fifin shot Lu Feng. He is not one of Lu Feng's people at all. Why would the foremost martial saint of the Ten Zhuan exert himself so desperately? Who is he aiding? The others were momentarily taken aback. Their minds clouded with confusion. Lu Jinjia spoke gravely. Perhaps it is the other heirs of the Lu family. Impossible, Gu Shi interjected, closing his eyes in denial. Why not? Lu Jinjia hesitated to ask. Meng Fifin is not blind. He would not be confused about whom he has killed, he asserted. Then who could it be? Could it be the Song family? Lu Hong's suggestion instantly garnered Lu Shin's agreement. And even Lu Su began to nod in acknowledgement. After all, the entire martial world had heard of Gu Shi's actions against the Song family, which undoubtedly slapped their face. Humph, Gu Shi merely scoffed. Shutting his eyes in slumber, Lu Jinjia's heart raced with apprehension as another possibility struck her, the Ji Yu Gongzi. If Gu Shi is indeed the true Gu Gongzi, and the false Gu Gongzi has become aware of his existence, then everything falls into place. She stared at Gu Shi, bewildered. What did his half-finished sentence mean? Was he testing her? Or did he truly not know? Who exactly was he? Just another wanderer in the martial world? Or something far more profound? Once the wounds were tended to, only Gu Shi and Lu Jinjiao remained in the room. Night had fallen, and after partaking in a meal, Gu Shi had consumed an extraordinary amount, 3 full tables worth. His true energy was severely depleted, necessitating a substantial replenishment. Lu Jinjiao stole glances at him, hoping to glean something from his expression, that a series of knocks broke the silence, and Lu Hong entered. Miss Lu. Second brother requests your presence for a conversation. Lu Jinjiao nodded. With Lu Feng deceased, though she had previously agreed with Lu Hong that the Lu family would align with her should Gu Shi eliminate Lu Feng. The death of Lu Song necessitated a thorough discussion regarding their cooperation. As Lu Jinjiao stepped out, she noticed Lu Hong lingering in the room and asked in confusion, "Aren't you coming?" Lu Hong shook her head. "You may converse with second brother. Miss Lu, this way, please." Lu Su guided Lu Jinjiao away, leaving Gu Shi and Lu Hong alone in the room. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, neither daring to speak. Lu Hong brushed a stray hair behind her ear, her fair complexion tinged with a faint blush. "Have you consumed the spirit-replenishing elixir?" "Yes," came Gu Shi's reply. "That alone may not suffice to restore your energy," she remarked, aware that he had absorbed a substantial amount of her true energy. Though she could not fathom how he had managed to do so, she understood that his capacity far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. In addition, the food he consumed seemed inadequate. Then, Lu Hong's gaze wavered as she bit her lip, fiddling with the azure silk at her waist. "What if you absorbed a bit more?" Gu Shi regarded her with an odd expression. This voluptuous woman appeared shy and timid, reminiscent of a young girl. "Are you certain?" "Yes. I have consumed a considerable number of elixirs and refined them. My true energy is abundant." The Jiu Shi extended his hand. Lu Hong's cheeks flushed as she observed his long fingers, her heartbeat quickening. Taking a couple of steps forward, she suddenly remembered something and sprinted back to the door, locking it behind her as she turned back. She caught Gu Shi staring at her, causing her to feel bashful. She lowered her head, explaining, "I wouldn't want to cause any misunderstandings." With that, she approached him. Each careful step she took was deliberate, her posture elegant and poised. Resembling a graceful cat, the sound of her footsteps echoed distinctly within the room. She reached Gu Shi's side, closed her eyes, and leaned against his hand. The moment his warm palm rested on her abdomen, her ears flushed crimson. She scarcely dared to breathe, fearing any odd sounds that moment. His hand suddenly gripped her tightly. Lu Hong gasped, her eyes flying open as she instinctively attempted to flee. The youth grasped her collar and pulled her back forcefully. She promptly braced herself against him, their eyes locking, breaths mingling. His bright gaze sent her heart racing. Lu Qiong should have another son, likely the second son, a fact known to very FEW. To Jiu Shi's abrupt statement left Lu Hong startled, prompting her to rise immediately. Yet the weight of his leg pressed firmly against her, pinning her soft frame to his Why? "Let me go." Lu Hong's face flushed crimson. The lean boy's strength overwhelmed her, rendering her powerless. "The Grand Elder seeks my life. You are not unaware of this. The Song family has come with a strong attitude, and you must provide an explanation. Otherwise, the Song family will seek the robbery gang, bringing great trouble to the Lu family. You are aware that Lu Feng colluded with the robbery gang. It was merely discovered too late, and we do not know how many he has already turned to his side, or if the robbery gang is prepared. If they take forceful action, a great battle will ensue within the Lu family, leading only to mutual destruction." Lu Hong's heart surged with turmoil. The Jiu Shi leaned forward, resting his forehead against her delicate, pale one. As for Lu Song, from the very beginning, he was merely a decoy, a pawn to distract. Resolving the robbery gang, and Lu Feng was merely a ruse. I even suspect he is not Lu Qiong's true son. His talent is indeed impressive, but if my suspicions are correct, Lu Qiong's second son possesses even greater potential. He is the one chosen as the next head of the Lu family. Lu Hong struggled to break free, only to find that her energy had been sapped significantly. If Gu Shi were to unleash his true energy, she would stand no chance against him. "What are you saying? I do not understand. From the outset, you have used Lu Jinjiao and me as mere tools. Should Lu Jinjiao, as you anticipated, eliminate the robbery gang, you would naturally align with her. If I were to perish at their hands, Lu Jinjiao would not let it rest. The Lu family would send people to annihilate the robbery gang. Are you still withholding the truth? If I were to reveal this to Lu Jinjia, she would undoubtedly abandon the Lu family. Currently, if the Lu family does not attach itself to a more powerful force, it will certainly lose Qingsong City. Sighing, Lu Hong bit her lip tightly, her entire body suddenly going limp as if she had surrendered. Her soft, delicate form fell against Gu Shi, stirring an unusual feeling within him, leaving him somewhat unsettled, and no matter how many lives he had taken or how ruthless his methods, he was still just a youth. When did you notice? Even Lu Su remains oblivious to this. The head of the Lu family has defended Qingsong City for over 40 years. Would he lose to a mere boy like Lu Feng? Is this your only evidence? Lu Hong responded with an odd expression. When we left the city, I mentioned Lu Feng was a Fengshe. You said you only just learned of it from Lu Qiong. Should I recount every clue? Did I not already state that? Lu Hong fell silent for a moment before sighing. You have misjudged one thing. Lu Song is indeed my elder brother's child. But like Lu Feng, he was born of a maid. Having obtained the desired answer, Gu Shi sighed inwardly. The martial world is indeed a labyrinth. What one perceives as truth may not be the reality. There are not so many coincidences. Those seasoned in the martial realm calculate everything meticulously. These individuals are not only intelligent but also powerful and cunning. They may even lead you into their traps, making you believe everything unfolds according to your expectations. Yet, in truth, everything has been anticipated by them. Until the very end, you may remain oblivious to the fact that you are merely a pawn on the chessboard, subject to their whims. That if he could so readily discard his own son, it was no wonder Lu Tsong was willing to die for him. Was it you who killed my elder brother? Or was it merely by chance that Meng Fifen did? Lu Hong suddenly inquired that if it were not for Meng Fifen, I would have long since perished at your elder brother's hands. That's so. Lu Hong fixed her gaze intensely upon Gu Shi, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. The Ji Yushi met her gaze, affirming, indeed, it is true to this juncture. Even if I claimed to have slain Lu Tsong, it would alter nothing. You all would still cling to Lu Jinjia's powerful support. I have no reason to deceive you. Lu Hong released a sigh of relief. Gu Shi, why did you lock the door? Nothing. Gu Shi gestured for Lu Hong to unlock it. However, Lu Hong blinked, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. What are you doing? She cried out, and Gu Shi, taken aback, immediately loosened his grip. Yet Lu Hong leaned forward, embracing him. Ji Yushi, what are you doing? Annie. The two young girls outside grew anxious. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. Lu Hong struggled to extricate herself from Gu Shi's embrace. Stepping aside, her face flushed as she adjusted her clothing. You mustn't misunderstand. She bit her lip, casting a pitiful glance at Lu Jinjiao before adding, truly, nothing happened. With that, she dashed out, her fair complexion as red as an apple. You and my aunt. Lu Su pointed at Gu Shi. Her mind reeling. Ji Yushi was the one she had set her sights on. Yet Lu Hong was her aunt. She felt a deep sorrow in her heart, as if her first love had been cast aside like refuse. A tear trickled down her cheek, and she fled with a sob. That I never expected you to be such a person. Lu Jinjia exclaimed furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Shi. Do you believe I am? Gu Shi retorted. Indeed. Chapter 57. Do you have rouge? On a moonless night, with a gusty wind blowing, Gu Shi suddenly rose from his seat. Where are you going? Lu Jinjia glared at him, her expression far from amiable. Although Gu Shi had asserted that he had no ties to Lu Hong, her disbelief lingered. Why would a beautiful, young elder from a sect pursue you? Are you particularly handsome? Just average. Are you wealthy? A pauper. Your talent exceptional. Many are 7th grade martial masters, and you are hardly the one Lu Hong would chase after. Moreover, the more she interacted with him, the more she realized one thing. No matter how mature Gu Shi appeared in his actions or how formidable his methods, he was ultimately just a boy in his teens. When she occasionally appeared disheveled, he would sneak glances, his gaze lingering. Whenever they were close, his heart would race, betraying the calm facade he often maintained. I am off to relieve myself, Gu Shi stated crudely, causing Lu Jinjia's fair cheeks to flush. Yet she couldn't help but retort, You're not going to find Lu Hong, are you? Gu Shi, undeterred, leaned on his cane at the doorway. Shall we go together? Pa, who would go with you? Hurry back. Lu Jinjia shot him a frustrated glare before turning away. As she exited, Gu Shi lightly leaped onto the rooftop. Then on the roof sat another figure, Lu Qiong. There have been new rumors in the martial world, Lu Qiong remarked. What rumors? Old tales from over a decade ago have resurfaced. Lu Qiong tilted his head. His once dull eyes now sparkled with unusual brightness. The rumor is that the son of the Gu family is a fraud. Moreover, it has become even more outrageous. How so? Some say that the 17-year-old martial master Gu Shi might actually be the true son of the Gu family. Lu Qiong gazed at Gu Shi, who returned the look akin to a cunning old fox locking eyes with a scheming old wolf. Is that true? Lu Qiong inquired. Do you believe the current Gu son is a fraud? Gu Shi countered that I hope you are indeed genuine, and that the rumor holds truth. That Ji Yuxi chuckled, agreeing. The Lu family's alliance with Lu Jinjia was indeed a gamble. Should they succeed, they could secure a stable second-rate status. If Lu Jinjia were accompanied by a true Gu son, and that Gu son returned to the Gu family, the Lu family could truly ascend to prominence. Quite right, Lu Qiong nodded with a smile. Appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute mind, a mere hint sufficed for him to grasp the underlying meaning. Yet, Lu Jinjia's chances were already slim, and with a genuine Gu son in the mix, her defeat would be inevitable, leading the Lu family to a more devastating demise. Without the Gu son, if Lu Jinjia lost, the Lu family would still face dire consequences. Lu Qiong and Gu Shi exchanged knowing smiles. Like old wolves and old foxes forming an unspoken alliance, Lu Qiong extended a jade piece towards Gu Shi, who accepted it. What is this? The divine skill of Lu Xiong. Lu Feng hadn't stolen it after all. Unless I am dead, that it was said that the ancestors of the Lu family had transformed from a willow tree into humans, procreating and thriving from there. This Lu Xiong was a unique and profound skill born from the fusion of supernatural arts. That is indeed the case. The reason Lu Xiong's divine skill has not been passed down is that a significant portion of its content can only be cultivated by those with demon blood. The offspring of demons and humans typically faced various challenges, but perfection was not impossible. For instance, the 10 renowned martial saints, Wu Feng, could inherently control crows. So, your second son, Gu Shi interjected, astonished that he has ancestral blood. Allowing him to manipulate willow trees. Ji Yuxi was taken aback that a person's innate talent determined their starting point. A higher starting point made it easier to reach greater heights. Controlling a willow tree was no ordinary feat. What is his name? Lu Lan. Ji Yuxi nodded. I shall remember that. Do me a favor. News of your death will inevitably spread, but it cannot conceal the truth from everyone. Merely filter out the foolish and the self-important. Gu Shi leapt down from the rooftop, limping as he knocked on the door. Why did you take so long to return? I couldn't find the toilet and had to relieve myself in a corner. Gu Shi, don't be so outrageous. Their exchange was overheard clearly by Lu Qiong, who smiled as he gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, regardless of whether or not he is the Gu's son. Such talent cannot be dismissed. At dawn's first light, Lu Hong awoke to a sound. She abruptly opened her eyes, gripping the short dagger beneath her pillow. The only source of her unease was that her true energy had only recovered halfway. It was all that little rascal's fault for draining her energy so fiercely. Who is it? Remnants of the Robber Alliance? Or perhaps others coveting the Lu family? As she hesitated, a surge of true energy burst through the door crack. Pushing the door latch open, Lu Hong smirked. This was the Lu family. No matter who the intruder was, they would not leave unscathed. She carefully descended from her bed, gripping her short dagger in her right hand and retrieving 4 poisoned willow leaf darts from the wall with her left. Her calf muscles taut and ready to spring. The door opened. Lu Hong swiftly raised her arm, but upon recognizing the visitor, she abruptly tightened her grip on the dart, her foot faltering as she stumbled backward. Her head nearly colliding with the bed's edge, the figure darted in like a shadow, grasping her collar with one hand while supporting her head with the other, preventing her from striking the bedpost. How can it be you? Lu Hong gasped in shock. With a ripping sound, her nightgown, caught by the intruder's grip, tore apart, causing her to plummet to the ground, her chest exposed to the cool air. She widened her eyes, gasping sharply. The intruder immediately covered her mouth with one hand while using the other to shield her exposed skin. Lu Hong nearly fainted. While he meant well, his fingers had inadvertently touched places they should not have. Panic surged within her, and she bit down hard on his hand. Duh. Gu Shi inhaled sharply. Are you a dog? Lu Hong glared at him. Her phoenix eyes slightly reddened, betraying her embarrassment or anger. Ji Yushi raised his hand, gently releasing a wave of true energy to latch the door shut before finally letting go of Lu Hong. Let go, still biting. Lu Hong slowly released her grip, turning to tighten her clothing. She shot a glare at Gu Shi. What do you want? Why are you sneaking around here before dawn? Despite her outward composure, her heart raced, and her mind was flooded with chaotic thoughts. Ate tea that moment. Everyone else was still asleep, and he had crept in stealthily. Do you have any rouge? Huh. Lu Hong blinked in surprise. Chapter 58 The Alluring Third Elder. What do you need rouge and powder for? Lu Hong regarded Gu Shi with a peculiar expression. Are you trying to impress a lady from the Lu family to masquerade as a woman? Lu Hong paused, her expression shifting as she scrutinized Gu Shi from head to toe. Then suddenly comprehended. You wish to feign death. Exactly. Though you are slender, transforming into a woman is no simple task. It is not merely a matter of applying rouge and powder. That is precisely why I have come to seek your assistance. Lu Hong took a moment to assess Gu Shi before shaking her head. That it won't work. Your skin is too coarse, lacking care. Even a woman from the martial world would ensure proper skin maintenance. Anyone with a discerning eye would see through the disguise. The Ji Yushi reached toward Lu Hong's abdomen. At first, she was taken aback, but she swiftly slapped his hand away, her countenance darkening. What do you think you're doing? Do you take me for someone like that? Clenching her fists, a twinge of sadness welled up within her. After merely absorbing her true energy twice, he had become so bold, presuming her to be a woman of loose morals. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her eyes began to shimmer with unshed tears. Have you not noticed that my leg is already healed? Gu Shi pointed to his leg. Lu Hong, now disinterested in his claims, replied dismissively. So what? I possess a technique called the unforeseen skill, which allows me to absorb external forces to heal my body. Lu Hong's heart raced. Revealing her abilities to others was a grave taboo among martial artists. Unless, of course, it was someone she deeply trusted. She stared at Gu Shi, her earlier feelings of grievance now giving way to unexpected joy. Why are you telling me this? My skin was not always like this. Through the unforeseen skill, I can restore my original complexion. Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then rolled her eyes. Your skin is evidently the result of exposure to the elements, unless you revert it back to the state it was in at birth. Merely improving it a little is utterly futile. She spoke thus, yet leaned against Gu Shi, guiding his hand to rest upon her abdomen. Your clothing is far too thick. The Ji Yushi, undeterred, reached beneath her garment. Lu Hong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly swatted his arm aside, glaring at him. Wait until I change into something else. Having said this, she turned and retrieved several garments from the wardrobe, stepping behind the screen. Those of us in the martial world are not bound by trifles. As a senior elder of your sect, why do you concern yourself with such minutiae? If you wish to take advantage, just say so. Your frigid demeanor only serves to reveal the less savory aspects of your character the more one interacts with you. This was a candid observation from Lu Hong that a moment later. Lu Hong emerged, adorned in a long dress embroidered with the hues of a maple forest at dusk, accentuating her curvaceous figure to perfection. Though she wore no makeup, her natural allure radiated a mature and captivating charm. She approached Gu Shi with a hint of irritation, placing his hand back on her abdomen. Warmth radiated from him. Lu Hong felt a sudden shyness wash over her. She chastised herself internally for so readily acquiescing to his request. After all, such intimacy was improper between the sexes. Very well, just this once. But it shall not become a habit. That a delicate mist began to emanate from Gu Shi's skin, his rough exterior transforming into one of smoothness, delicacy, and softness. Initially, Lu Hong paid little heed, but soon her eyes widened in astonishment. The nape of Gu Shi's neck was as fair as that of a maiden. She pushed aside the fabric of his shoulder, and upon gently pressing her hand against his skin, she found it remarkably smooth and elastic. How is this possible? A glimmer of yearning appeared in Lu Hong's eyes. What a marvelous art, to think a man's skin could achieve such beauty. If only I could master it as well, would I not possess eternal youth? My skin would remain forever delicate and smooth. That is merely the skin I was born with, Gu Shi replied. Skeptical, Lu Hong retorted, do not jest. No man possesses skin of such perfection. That is precisely why I endure the elements, striving to present myself as a man. His tone was laced with resignation, as if he had faced many troubles because of it. If this art can also enhance one's complexion, would you be willing to teach me? The words slipped from Lu Hong's lips before she could reconsider, a wave of self-reproach washing over her. What had come over her today? To speak so casually. The techniques of a martial artist were not to be shared lightly. Furthermore, her tone had been oddly flirtatious. With this realization, her cheeks flushed anew. If it is merely for skincare, I could teach you a bit to Tio Lu Hong's surprise. Gu Shi made an unexpected offer. She bit her lip, her gaze softening as she looked at this young man, and reached out to pinch his ear playfully. Only after the gesture did she realize her own shyness. She had always enjoyed teasing the younger members of the Lu family. After a brief moment, Gu Shi ceased his ministrations, and his skin now appeared remarkably tender and fair, evoking a sense of envy in Lu Hong. Were one to declare him a woman, few would dispute it, upon glancing up. She was taken aback. Why is your face still dark? While Gu Shi's body had become radiant, beneath his neck lay a stark contrast, a clear demarcation between his pale skin and his darker face. I was born with a dark complexion, hence the need for cosmetics. You must assist me in finding several outfits so that I might appear more feminine. Then I shall prepare to go out immediately. Lu Hong seated herself at the table, applying makeup and tying up her hair, completing a simple yet elegant transformation. Turning around, she found Gu Shi reclining on the bed, swinging his legs. Embarrassed and slightly annoyed, she shot him a furtive glare, then pulled him up, measuring his dimensions with her hands. All right, I've noted the measurements that I'll go out to purchase them. Wait, what is it? This matter must remain confidential. Understood. Ensure you procure a complete set of clothing. Inside and out, of course, by several pieces. All right, you are to remain here and do not venture anywhere. With a push, Lu Hong opened the door, hesitating briefly before retrieving a lock from her Qingquan ring, securing the door with a decisive click. Exiting the courtyard, Lu Hong spotted Lu Jinxia, who seemed to be searching for someone. Miss Lu, what are you looking for? Lu Hong greeted her with a smile. Lu Jinxia couldn't help but glance at Lu Hong, the third elder of the Lu family, blossoming like a flower in her prime. Not only was her figure exquisite, but her phoenix-like eyes, oval face, and skin as smooth as cream were captivating to AT this moment. She exuded a warm smile, radiating maturity, grace, and charm that it was no wonder even the aloof Gu Shi was taken by her. You are early. I am naturally searching for Gu Shi, but he seems to have vanished this morning. Have you seen him? He is conversing with my second brother. Lu Jinxiao regarded her with skepticism. Really? Indeed, Lu Hong replied amiably, linking her arm with Lu Jinxia's as she smiled. Do not fret about him. The Lu family is large enough that he cannot truly be lost. Come, let us go shopping. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jinxiao realized she had not indulged in leisurely shopping for quite some time. Do we not need to bring Gu Shi along? Not at all. Let Lu Chen accompany us, as two seventh-grade martial artists. We can protect you should any danger arise. Very well. Let us go shopping. Lu Jinxiao smiled, genuinely pleased at the prospect of a day out in a bustling area. Chapter 59. Two Jean of Rouge on the bustling streets. Lu Hong and Lu Jinxiao walked arm in arm, occasionally pausing to admire this or that Lu Chen trailed behind the two women. His mood soured as he contemplated the absurdity of the situation. The Lu family had just endured a fierce battle with the Robbers Guild, leaving their expansive courtyard in shambles, necessitating reconstruction, and the need to soothe the spirits of the younger generation and capable guards. With a mountain of tasks at hand, he found himself trailing two women on a shopping spree. Was this not a waste of time? Sir, would you care for a freshly steamed bun? The vendor offered a steaming bun. And it was only then that Lu Chen realized he had yet to eat. Grabbing one, he took a bite. Quite delicious. I'll take 20, that's certainly. The vendor filled a bag with plump buns, and Lu Chen followed behind Lu Hong and Lu Jinxia, munching as he walked. After a while, they arrived at a rouge shop. Lu Chen stood at the entrance, bored, observing the scene. Women. Always either rouge or powder. Suddenly, the sound of hooves drew his attention as 7 horsewomen approached, captivating his gaze. Each horse bore a distinct scar upon its face, adorned with bright red silk embroidered with golden peonies. These were members of the second-rate martial faction, the Peony Hall, though the Lu family was also a second-rate faction. They could not compare to Peony Hall, whose 6 hall masters included 5 8th-grade martial artists, while the remaining hall master had been in the 9th-grade ranks for years, with rumors suggesting he was on the brink of reaching the 10th grade. In the hierarchy of martial forces, it was not merely numbers that mattered, but the rank of the martial artists, should the Grand Hall Master break through to the 10th grade and become a martial sage. Peony Hall would ascend to the ranks of a first-rate power. Given the arrival of such a notable group, it was hard for Lu Chen not to take notice. The 7 women, each wearing a wide-brimmed hat, were led by a figure clad in yellow and white. Her features obscured, yet her gait was bold and unrestrained, reminiscent of a man, though her graceful figure betrayed no masculine traits, instead exuding an air of heroism. "You all wait here. I am going to purchase some rouge and powder." "Understood." The woman strode confidently into the rouge shop, and Lu Chen discreetly followed suit. The young lady of the Lu family was out shopping for cosmetics. And coincidentally, so were the Peony Hall members at the same establishment. What a curious coincidence. Inside the shop, Lu Jinxiao was selecting rouge alongside Lu Hong. Lu Hong had heard the voices from outside and glanced back to see Lu Chen signaling her. Maintaining her composure, she positioned herself beside Lu Jinxia, gently nudging her against the wall. "Make way." The woman reached for Lu Jinxia's shoulder, but Lu Hong swiftly pulled her aside. "Duh." The woman chuckled, the breeze lifting the veil of her hat, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Not unlike Lu Jinxia, that a tear mole at the corner of her eye drew attention. She smiled at Lu Jinxia, who returned the gesture with a graceful wave of her hand. She brushed across the rouge on display and declared, "I want 2 jean of each." "Excuse me." Not only Lu Hong was taken aback, Lu Jinxiao was equally astonished, and even the vendor paused, unable to resist interjecting. "Miss, our rouge and powder are not sold by weight, but by the box. Even 10 people would not use that much." The woman chuckled lightly, slamming her sword down onto the table with a resounding thud. "You, shopkeeper, are being unreasonable. I am not refusing to pay. How I choose to use it is none of your concern, that if I desire, I could apply it to my legs, my feet, or even to trees. Does it matter as long as I enjoy it?" Her voice was exceptionally crisp, her speech forthright, lacking the gentle demeanor typically associated with women, instead exuding a certain masculine bravado. "I don't care if you sell it by the box or by the pound. I want 2 jean. Weigh it out and hand it over," she declared. With that, the woman reached for her Qingquan ring, and with a sharp clap, placed a gold ingot on the table. "Did I ask this enough?" The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, hurriedly stashing the gold away, beaming as he replied, Yes, it's more than enough. I'll throw in the extra for you, wait." The woman raised her hand, signaling the shopkeeper to pause, then extended 2 fingers. "I only want 2 jean." All right, just 2 jean, no more, no less." The shopkeeper hastily gathered the items, and moments later, all the cosmetics were neatly packaged. That a bit unsettled, the shopkeeper said. It was originally sold by the box. Combined, it doesn't even weigh 2 jean, just a little over 1. That the woman swiftly stowed away all the cosmetics in her Qingquan ring, then snatched the small box of rouge from Lu Hong's hands, casting a half-smile at her and Lu Jinjia before striding away without a backward glance. She mounted her horse and galloped off with 7 steeds in tow. Lu Hong felt a surge of indignation. Who buys 2 jean of cosmetics in such a flurry? Lu Jinjia sighed. "We can only move on to the next vendor." After selling the cosmetics, the 2 made their way to the Divine Armory Pavilion. The Gu family was the wealthiest among the 4 great families. Owning not only a pawn shop but also an armory and a silk shop, it suddenly occurred to Lu Hong that Gu Shi rarely used weapons. His greatest prowess lay in the formidable fists wrought from the bending heaven divine art. However, that did not preclude him from donning weaponry. The array of weapons in the martial world was vast and varied, with many craftsmen forging peculiar shapes. Thus, any martial artist would find a suitable weapon. Moreover, the enhancement a weapon provided to a martial artist was monumental. Wielding a wooden stick versus a precious sword resulted in vastly different destructive capabilities. "What can I do for you two?" The young shop attendant bowed with a smile, inviting Lu Jinjia and Lu Hong inside. As they crossed the threshold, Lu Jinjia's expression suddenly shifted by sheer coincidence. She spotted a man in white descending the staircase. The man in white also noticed her, his face reflecting surprise. Jinjia, what brings you here?" Lu Hong turned in response, her heart leaping in alarm. The man was extraordinarily handsome, possessing the grace of a man combined with a touch of feminine charm. A white crescent moon adorning his brow, and his fingers, holding a fan, appeared to have 6 digits. Young Master Gu. In such a remote place as Chingsong City, how could young Master Gu be present? Lu Jinjia's demeanor turned frosty as she retorted, "Stop pretending. What business do you have in a place like Chingsong City?" Hee. Young Master Gu chuckled gently, gazing at Lu Jinjia. "Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you. I heard news of you and came specifically to find you. What do you want with me?" "Naturally, I came to assist you in reclaiming the position of the family head, having heard of the troubles within the Lu family." Ignoring Lu Hong, young Master Gu stepped closer to Lu Jinjia. "That I don't need your help," that Lu Jinjia crossed her arms defiantly, her tone icy. "Why do you say that? We are betrothed after all. Seeking my assistance is far better than anyone else's. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Hong was taken aback. Lu Jinjia and young Master Gu were engaged. Young Master Gu smiled faintly, his handsome features exuding warmth and charm, truly resembling a tall and elegant tree. He reached out, lightly brushing his finger against Lu Jinjia's alabaster chin. Lu Jinjia's delicate face was shrouded in frost as she coldly laughed. "You know very well that you are not the one I am engaged to." Young Master Gu's hand halted midair, his smile freezing into a stiff mask. Lu Jinjia's lips moved silently, forming 2 words, "Imposter." Young Master Gu's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. "That I have already informed my aunt that when the day comes that I truly do not wish to proceed, we shall discreetly annul this ridiculous engagement." That Lu Jinjia, like a victorious general, strode with long strides toward the door. "You should avoid lingering around me in the future. You must know that Yun Jiang is rather displeased with your presence beside me. After all, your brotherly relationship is quite poor." The word brother was emphasized with particular weight. Lu Hong hurried after her as they vanished from sight. Footsteps echoed as Shimin Feng and Meng Fifan, leaning on a cane, descended from the upper floor. Young Master Gu turned to glare at Meng Fifan, a murderous glint in his eyes. "You are truly a waste." Meng Fifan's expression darkened before realization struck him. Jiu Shi is not dead? If he were, she would not be strutting about with such arrogance. Chapter 60. Gu Shi's sister. Upon exiting the Divine Armory Pavilion, Lu Jinjia's expression remained grim. Yin Jiang had mentioned that the impostor was quite capable, not only possessing remarkable talent but also being astute and diligent, which allowed him to ascend to the 3rd position among the top martial saints. He always worked quietly in the shadows. Many actions, upon first glance, seemed unfavorable, but once discovered, they revealed a different narrative. Even the head of the Gu family and the matriarch had misjudged him several times, later feeling guilty and growing increasingly trusting of him. Yet in truth, it was all part of his machinations. That Lu Jinjia kicked a stone far away, her heart swelling with indignation. But what of the real one? Although he had only made one appearance years ago and had since vanished, no one besides her had ever seen him. But he was the genuine article. Now the impostor thrived, with everyone striving to treat him as the real deal. What of the true young Master Gu? Lu Jinjia felt a deep ache in her heart. Was Gu Shi really the true young Master Gu? He appeared nothing like the real one. Why then did she always associate him with the genuine young Master Gu? She felt an overwhelming urge to confront him directly. Yet she could already envision Gu Shi's response. He would undoubtedly deny it, and perhaps even question her sanity. "Miss Lu, I fail to understand why you refuse young Master Gu's assistance. After all, he is ranked 3rd among the top martial saints." Lu Hong interjected at an inopportune moment. That Lu Jinjia immediately shot her a glare. That "I would rather die than accept his help." Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. With that, she huffed and turned her head away. Lu Hong was at a loss for words. The two walked in silence until they arrived at Lu's residence. "That I'm starving. It took all afternoon just to buy a few garments and accessories." As Lu Jinjia spoke, she headed toward the side courtyard. Lu Hong's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no. I left Gu Shi locked in the room without food." Although he was a 7th-rank martial artist and could survive a day or 2 without sustenance, he was still a patient. "Go, hasten to the kitchen and prepare something to eat. Bring it to my room." Right away, 3rd Elder, a nearby guard, promptly dashed toward the kitchen. "Wait." Lu Hong pondered for a moment. "Also prepare 2 roasted pigs. Point 2. The guard was momentarily bewildered. Lu Hong's face flushed crimson. Although she was a 7th-rank martial artist, she was mindful of her figure and wouldn't consume that much at once. The rumors would be outrageous, but that little rascal's dantian was like an ocean. Her entire chi would hardly suffice for him. Let him transform it himself. I wouldn't want him to siphon off my energy again. All right, two it is, no, one whole pig. Lu Hong's cheeks reddened as she thought to herself. Food is limited, but my true chi is far more potent than mere food. Understood. The guard hurried off, and Lu Hong finally let out a sigh of relief as she made her way to her room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an empty room. Lu Hong turned and locked the door, saying, "Come out. It's me." The wardrobe opened, and Gu Shi stepped out. Lu Hong's face turned beet red. He was wearing her pristine white apron. Gu Shi casually tossed the garment back into the wardrobe, remarking, "Why did it take so long? It was just a few pieces of clothing." Watching him clutching her apron, Lu Hong felt as if blood might drip from her face. "A gentleman does not hold grudges against a petty person," she silently chanted. "Just you wait." With a creak, the wardrobe door opened again, and Gu Shi grabbed the pristine apron, saying, "Since I'm to dress as a woman, I might as well see how it fits. You little rascal, don't push your luck." Lu Hong was infuriated, dashing forward to snatch it back. She then removed her ring and shoved it into his arms. "I bought this for you." Gu Shi immediately stepped back, grinning widely. Lu Hong glared at him, but suddenly froze. "You can smile? I'm not ill, so of course I can smile." The Jiu Shi walked aside and began to remove his clothing. "There's a screen over there," Lu Hong shouted, and he then moved behind the screen to change. Lu Hong rolled her eyes in exasperation, convinced this little rascal was doing it on purpose. Moments later, Gu Shi emerged. Pfft. Lu Hong burst into laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. Although Gu Shi was quite slender and his skin had paled, his prominent Adam's apple and dark complexion remained that he appeared nothing like a woman. A man's head with a woman's waist, fair skin against a dark face. What a combination! A eunuch. Gu Shi cleared his throat and spoke. "Good sister, what are you laughing at?" Lu Hong was taken aback. Gu Shi's voice was unexpectedly melodious and enchanting, akin to a youthful maiden, but he stepped closer to Lu Hong, lifting her chin with his hand, and added, "What is so amusing?" This time, the sound was as crisp as the shattering of ice and jade, akin to a cold and aloof woman rebuking from afar. "Do you harbor some peculiar proclivities?" Lu Hong's expression was exceedingly strange, and Gu Shi, rendered speechless, retorted, "Have you never disguised yourself as a man while traversing the Jianghu?" "I have, but never truly assumed the role." With a peal of laughter, Lu Hong emitted a sound reminiscent of silver bells. The youth, incensed, pressed her down upon the table. She swiftly turned the tables, pinning the youth beneath her. "Stay still. Allow me to adorn you properly, so you may resemble a true woman." The darkness enveloped the night, and the wind howled. Lu Jianjia grew increasingly vexed. She had not seen Gu Shi for an entire day. Just days prior, he had proclaimed an unwavering companionship, even accompanying her to meals, sleep, and even to the restroom. Where had he vanished for an entire day? Lu Jianjia inquired of the Lu family members. Discovering he was engaged in discussions with Lu Qiong, she was not naive. What could possibly occupy them for an entire day? It was not as if they were old lovers reminiscing. Had the Lu family concocted some scheme? As she pondered this, the possibility loomed large, especially considering the elder's intent to eliminate both herself and Gu Shi. But if something had befallen Gu Shi, why was there not a single sound? Poisoning was not out of the realm of possibility. The more she contemplated, the more chaotic her thoughts became. No, I must inquire further. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, and Lu Jianjia's heart leaped. Surely, it must be him returning. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty. Her delicate features and skin like cream were perfectly accentuated by her elegant attire, which showcased her statuesque figure, with arms crossed and a silent demeanor. She coldly regarded Lu Jianjia. "Sister, do you require something?" Lu Jianjia inquired, bewildered by the icy beauty before her. This was Lu's abode. Could she be a member of the Lu family? The ice princess approached slowly, step by step, until she stood directly before Lu Jianjia. Her frigid demeanor prompted Lu Jianjia to instinctively retreat. "Are you a member of the Lu family, or something else entirely?" Lu Jianjia queried, summoning her Qingquan ring to produce 3 stones, arranging them before her. Hey, is anyone there? The woman halted, standing before her, hands on her hips, her downcast gaze fixated on Lu Jianjia. You are Lu Jianjia? Her voice matched her appearance, icy and laden with an air of superiority that kept others at bay. Who are you? Lu Jianjia caught a whiff of the woman's fragrance, blinking in surprise as she lifted her gaze. The woman's eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance, too bright, too piercing, almost reminiscent of Gu Shiyi. A realization struck Lu Jianjia. Are you Gu Shiyi's sister? Chapter 61. Jade Willow. A peal of laughter erupted from the doorway as Lu Hong leaned against it, doubled over with mirth. The Gu Shiyi's sister. Ha ha. Tears streamed from her eyes as she laughed, leaving Lu Jianjia utterly perplexed. I am Gu Shiyi, the Ice Princess suddenly declared, her voice familiar. That Lu Jianjia's eyes widened in astonishment as she circled Gu Shiyi, scrutinizing him from top to bottom, left to right multiple times, and no wonder the fragrance felt familiar. Had they not chosen it together earlier that afternoon? The cosmetics were the same as well. She seized Gu Shiyi's hand, noting the polished nails. But what about this chest of yours? She exclaimed, poking Gu Shiyi's well-endowed torso. Lu Hong interjected with a laugh. I helped him fill it out. And this attire was also purchased today. Could it be that all the clothes selected today were for Gu Shiyi? Lu Hong chuckled. Turns out he is such a splendid foundation, with skin both fair and tender. He excels at embodying femininity. The most remarkable part is his voice. Who would mistake him for a man? Lu Jianjia nodded in agreement. Gu Shiyi had transformed into a stunning beauty. Had he not confessed, she would have scarcely recognized him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. But Gu Shiyi was absent this morning. Does that mean he spent the entire day with you? Lu Jianjia's curiosity piqued, akin to a cat catching a whiff of something intriguing, as she gazed at Lu Hong, seeking some clue. Not at all. I merely helped him get dressed ashore while it is getting late. You both should rest, and I must return, she hastily explained, her words trailing off as she turned to exit. Where did you go today? To her room. Her room. Lu Jianjia's voice suddenly escalated. The Gu Shiyi regarded her, as if she were a fool. Do you really think I would spend an entire day conversing with that old man from the Lu family? Then why did she deceive me? Who knows? Gu Shiyi reclined on the bench, pondering, then shifted his position to showcase his curves, resting his head on his arms to doze off. A complete performance. The little fox leaped onto the bench, sniffing at Gu Shiyi's head and body intermittently. Gu Shiyi scooped it into his embrace, restraining its movements. The little fox clamped its mouth around his pinky finger. Eyes closed, this habit had developed since its mother passed away. It cherished sucking on fingers, and if alone, it would gnaw on the tip of its own tail. It seemed the only way it could find peace in slumber. Lu Jianjia gazed at the Ice Princess reclining on the bench, a pang of sorrow welling within her. When initially asked to portray a beggar, she had vehemently resisted, yet now, tasked with masquerading as a woman, he embraced the role without hesitation. For those wandering the Jianghu, reputation was paramount. Two travelers could easily come to blows over a mere insult. But Gu Shiyi seemed utterly unconcerned that Lu Jianjia lay by the bed, quietly observing Gu Shiyi. What trials have you endured to cultivate such a disposition? If only you were not him, that if you truly were him, it would be utterly heart-wrenching, the girl murmured, falling into a deep slumber. Gu Shiyi's tightly shut eyes flickered open, clarity shining within, like a solitary light in the darkness, that he cast a sidelong glance at the girl on the bed, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Gu Shiyi was dead. The news of his demise spread like wildfire throughout the Jianghu, its origins unknown in mere days. It had permeated the entire realm of martial arts, such was the nature of rumors. Regardless of their veracity, once they took flight, they spread faster than the wind. Those who heard the news were not only skeptical, but some even sought to verify its truth. Recently, Qingsong City had seen an influx of unfamiliar martial artists. Before long, further news emerged. The fate of Gu Shiyi remained uncertain, yet it was confirmed that the one responsible was none other than the foremost archer of the 10-grade martial saints, Meng Fei Fan, that he wielded the legendary secret technique of the Arrow Saint, Zhu Ke Killing Star. This technique could ignite the true energy of any martial artist. None below the 10th grade had ever survived its onslaught. Meng Fei Fan's arrow obliterated an entire second-tier force. With this revelation, the rumor of Gu Shiyi's demise became almost irrefutable, stirring up a tempest within the Jianghu. While some sought to uncover the truth behind the 17-year-old martial artist Gu Shiyi, others began to mock and unveil various scandals, branding him merely a beggar who subsisted by begging. Amidst the swirling rumors, Lu Jianjia had already departed Qingsong City alongside Gu Shiyi. On the official road, throngs of people bustled about that an extraordinarily beautiful woman guided her carriage, capturing the attention of passers-by. Her allure was undeniable, from her striking, captivating eyes to her slender, snow-white fingers gripping the reins, emanating an irresistible charm. Yet, despite her ethereal beauty, none dared approach her near Qingsong City. That it was not merely because of the exquisite sword at her side, but rather because her carriage bore the emblem of the Lu family. As the curtain lifted, Lu Jianjia cradled the little fox, her expression complex as she spoke, so everything was part of Lu Qiong's scheme: the deaths of Lu Cong and Lu Feng, the downfall of the robbers' alliance, and even the demise of his own flesh and blood, Lu Song, were all orchestrated by him. No one can plan so meticulously. The lives of Lu Song and Lu Feng matter not to Lu Qiong. Even if they survive, he would still eliminate Lu Feng, that he neither offended the Song family nor failed to address the family's pressing concerns, all while seamlessly bringing me under his wing. This Lu family patriarch truly knows how to plot. Lu Jianjia buried her head in the fluffy tail of the little fox, muttering, "Yet such methods are exceedingly ruthless. One is his own brother, the other his son's. Those in positions of power often become callous, disregarding even their own children." Lu Jianjia's heart quivered. Was he alluding to the Gu family? Yet Gu Shiyi's expression remained unchanged, revealing no hint of his thoughts. "You mentioned that Lu Cong was killed by us. How many know of this?" "Only Lu Qiong, if he is astute enough." "What of Lu Hong?" "She presided over the funeral, and Lu Cong was her second brother." Lu Jianjia's lips curled in a hint of jealousy. "I see your relationship is quite close. When she left the city, she pulled you aside for a secretive conversation. Should she discover that Lu Qiong was killed by you, she would surely be heartbroken." The last few words were uttered with deliberate volume. The Ice Princess turned her head and smiled. Even knowing it was Gu Shiyi in disguise, her smile was truly captivating, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain vase shattering. Lu Qiong would prevent her from learning the truth. Why? To protect his unforeseen, subsequent investment. What? I do not comprehend. Please elucidate. The Jiyu Shi merely smiled, offering no explanation. Lu Jianjia gazed at the fresh green nestled within Gu Shi's dark hair, momentarily lost in thought that it was a striking jade willow hairpin she wore, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This third elder is indeed a person of delicate and cunning thoughts." The willow symbolizes retention. Her gift of the jade willow signified, "To remain for you." Chapter 62. The bitterness swallowed with gritted teeth. The Lu family today displayed white silk, marking the 7th day. It was the day of mourning for elder brother Lu Cong, the young Lu Song, and the loyal guards who had perished. The third elder had completed his arrangements, awaiting nightfall to commence the proceedings. Several guards carried in the coffin and addressed Lu Hong, who was clad in white mourning attire, saying, "And do we truly not need to open the coffin once more to ascertain how Uncle met his end?" Lu Su, with swollen eyes, tugged at Lu Hong's sleeve. Lu Hong bit her lip, her heart wavering. Should she look or not? Perhaps Lu Cong was not killed by Meng Fifan, but by someone else? The mere thought of Gu Shi sent her heart racing, and she was reluctant to open the coffin, even more so to ponder the matter. Yet, he was her elder brother. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Open the coffin, let us have another look at." "No, do not open it," a weary voice interjected from behind. Lu Qiong approached, his murky eyes filled with fatigue. "Brother, if we do not examine it closely, I will forever feel unsettled. What if that person truly is the murderer of elder brother?" Lu Hong lowered her head, even hesitant to utter that person's name at this moment, fearing it might be him. "Sister, do you not trust us?" Lu Shen stepped forward with a sigh. "Brother, have you personally examined it?" Lu Shen nodded, and Lu Chen moved closer, his eyes also red-rimmed. Yet he still advised, "Lu Hong, perhaps you should refrain from examining it. Second brother and the others have already done so. Besides, tonight is the final night. Opening the coffin now is inauspicious." Lu Hong bit her lip, saying, "But the more you prevent me from opening the coffin, the more suspicious I become." She lifted her head, her gaze resolute that if that is the case, then let us open the coffin and examine it. Lu Qiong waved his hand, appearing exceedingly weary, unwilling to say more. Sister, come. Lu Shen moved to the coffin and lifted the lid. You may look for yourself that I am sorry, elder brother. Lu Hong bowed her head in respect, then reached to pull aside Lu Tsong's burial robe. Her expression changed dramatically, and she turned away, retching violently. The penetrating force was overwhelming. His entire chest had been pierced through, the flesh and blood in a state of decay, caused by an explosion of true energy. Upon close inspection that day, I noticed that although elder brother's body appeared intact, he bore many wounds. After several days, the small injuries had festered, naturally resulting in a pile of mangled flesh. Tears streamed down Lu Hong's face. Elder brother had died, so tragically. Cursed Meng Fifan. Elder brother, Lu Chun, nearby, also grieved, collapsing onto the coffin and weeping. Lu Su joined in the lament, and soon the air was filled with the cries of the Lu family. Lu Hong lifted her gaze to the coffin, feeling a chill in her heart. They had plotted to send elder brother to kill Gu Shi, never anticipating that Meng Fifan would emerge and disrupt their plans. As the saying goes, one must harbor no malice. Perhaps good begets good, and evil begets evil, that Jiu Shi was resilient. Surely this was elder brother's retribution. 2 days later, after burying many of the Lu family's dead. The atmosphere remained bleak. People came and went, the air heavy with despair. To In Lu Qiong's room, there was a knock. Come in. The door opened, and Lu Shen entered, finding Lu Chun propped up on a stool. Staring at a painting on the wall, that it depicted Lu Tsong, Lu Shen, Lu Hong, and Lu Chun in their youth. Lu Tsong stood with one hand behind him, exuding maturity, while Lu Qiong crossed his arms. Looking quite pleased, Lu Shen held a medical book, and Lu Hong stood with her hands behind her back, her cheeks slightly flushed. Those were truly happy times, free from worries. How I wish we could return to our childhood. Lu Shen sighed. Second brother, do not be too sorrowful. This was all part of our plan, Lu Qiong revealed, displaying a yellowed grin, tears streaming from his aged eyes. Was it also part of our plan to desecrate elder brother's remains? Lu Shen lowered his head, falling silent. The room fell into a heavy silence, akin to the deadness of their hearts. Lu Qiong waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. You should rest early. Lu Shen opened the door. Glancing back, this elder brother, who had supported the Lu family for over 40 years, now appeared frail and aged, as if his life were but a flickering candle in the wind. Lu Shen, second brother. Lu Shen felt a pang of sorrow, wanting to say something but unsure of what to express. Fear not, the Lu family still needs me. Regardless of what happens, I shall endure it if one day I am no more. It will be a release. Lu Shen choked on his words. Second brother will surely be blessed with longevity. Lu Qiong waved his hand, and the door closed. Outside, Lu Shen could no longer contain his tears. They flowed like rain. Though he had reached an age of understanding, he sobbed like a child, afraid to make a sound. Those who bear the pain of parting suffer indeed, yet those who bear the truth alone endure even greater anguish. 7 days later, Lu Hong pushed open the door to the conference hall, keenly sensing something amiss. Second brother, did you urgently need to see me? Lu Qiong nodded, saying, the Xiaofeng sect has come to propose a marriage. Lu Hong's heart tightened immediately. The Xiaofeng sect was a third-rate sect, with its leader merely a 6th-grade martial artist. Yet his son, now 25, had reached the pinnacle of 6th grade and was said to be on the verge of breaking into 7th grade. Once he entered 7th grade, the Xiaofeng sect would officially ascend to second-rate status. Although they would be among the weakest of the second-rate sects, they would swiftly consume the territories of surrounding third-rate sects, solidifying their position and rapidly enhancing their power. Just as the Lu family once did, quickly establishing dominance in Qingsong City after ascending to second-rate status, leading to their current standing. The young lord of the Xiaofeng sect had long admired her and proposed marriage multiple times. Previously, the Lu family had been strong and looked down upon them. Now, having encountered great misfortune and weakened, they desperately needed a new force to bolster their ranks. Lu Shen added, moreover, the young lord of the Xiaofeng sect has already broken through to 7th-grade martial artist. This time, he comes with sincere intentions. Lu Hong's complexion grew increasingly grim. The young lord could not be described as handsome, But he was not unattractive either. His personality was somewhat reckless, yet he treated her well. She could neither say she liked him nor that she disliked him, that it should have been thus. But for some reason, Lu Hong suddenly found herself disliking him, just as Lu Hong was about to speak. Memories of the young man who had pressed against her abdomen flooded her mind, followed by the image of Lu Jinjia, who had thought he was dead. In a state of panic, she sighed inwardly. Lu Hong, he is of that age, surrounded by the illustrious young lady of the Lu family. Why are you still harboring foolish fantasies? The Lu family needs you. Why must you betray your family and indulge in daydreams? I will marry, Lu Hong declared, raising her head and gritting her teeth. Huh. Lu Chen's eyes widened, his cup crashing onto the table. Lu Shen's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, "You fancy that young man?" Lu Hong was somewhat bewildered. Aren't you asking me to marry into the Xiaofeng sect for their assistance? Lu Chen sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "No, elder brother has already declined. We are discussing whether to take advantage of the Xiaofeng sect's instability to consume them." He chuckled, "Sister, do not jest. If you fancy the young lord, you should have said so earlier. Is this a matter of whether he should be punished or not? You are the one who likes the young lord." Lu Hong shot him a fierce glare, then burst into laughter. Lu Shen scratched his head, confused. Her expression had been grim just moments ago, yet now she was laughing. Lu Shen, with his hands behind his back, stated, "Though we have allied with Lu Jinjia, elder brother said we cannot sit idly by. We must swiftly develop our strength that we need to consume the Xiaofeng sect and all nearby, third-rate territories." The others turned their gaze to Lu Qiong, whose murky eyes now sparkled with a captivating brilliance. "Outsiders believe our strength has diminished. This is the perfect opportunity. As for the marriage alliance you mentioned," Lu Qiong narrowed his eyes. Looking at Lu Hong, "I believe my sister already has someone in mind, so we shall not consider it further." Lu Hong's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She suddenly recalled the scene when she had sent that young rascal away. Her face heating up at the memory of how she had pulled him aside and asked if he wanted to absorb her inner strength again. To her surprise, that young rascal nodded, reaching for her abdomen, then whispered in her ear, "Are you addicted to absorbing?" Now, recalling it, Lu Hong felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Which scoundrel do you fancy? It better not be from another third-rate sect." Lu Chun stood up, raising his voice. Lu Hong truly wished to knock him down with a punch. Chapter 63. Within the alluring form lies Peril Lao Mountain, renowned as the martial artist forbidden zone of the Great Xia dynasty. Features uniquely shaped mountains surrounded by dense forests and a massive river. The river, only 20 zhang wide, flows with crystal-clear waters that as one traverses a certain stretch of the river, the depths beneath the surface become alarmingly profound. The inky waters seem to descend into the very bowels of hell itself. The river encircles a colossal landmass, shrouded in thick mist that envelopes the entire terrain, revealing only a few towering trees that pierce the clouds. There are but two types of individuals who dare approach the prison mountain. Those driven by insatiable curiosity, seeking to uncover its mysteries and ultimately meet their demise, and those who, overestimating their own prowess, have unwittingly sealed their fate. Those who venture into the prison mountain rarely emerge alive, hence its ominous moniker, the Zone of Extinction. Not even the martial saints have dared to penetrate the core of this forbidding land. For it is home to the Demon King. Yunin Jun, the Great Xia dynasty, is plagued by 7 demon kings, among them the northern chariot beast, the southern vermilion bird, the eastern Yunin, and the western whale saint, who stubbornly remain in their territories, unwilling to depart to safeguard the populace. The Great Xia has no choice but to dispatch 4 formidable martial saints to confront them, the Ice Sword City of the north, the Star Shooting Hall of the south, the Huyan clan of the east, and the Luo clan of the west. These 4 eminent factions serve as the bulwark against the 4 demon kings. Demons, though they possess a semblance of humanity, adhere to the primal law of survival of the fittest. The 4 illustrious clans have been embroiled in constant battles against the 4 demon kings in recent years. The Yunin Jun has grown increasingly irritable, launching sporadic assaults on Huyan City. The venerable martial saint Huyan Lai, now advanced in years and having engaged in frequent skirmishes with the Yunin Jun, finds his health deteriorating. It is rumored that the Great Xia dynasty has begun to seek a worthy successor to safeguard Huyan City in his stead. Today, a woman has ventured into the prison mountain. Yin Wangxi, entwined with a serpent demon, navigates a small boat along the river, boldly entering the depths of the prison mountain. She gazes around, her serpent-like patterns gliding across her visage. Her pupils transforming into diamonds, absorbing the myriad sights within the mountains. For instance, lurking behind the dense foliage is a man-eating beast, resembling a black bear, yet emaciated, its head adorned with a human visage. Its claws scratching the tree trunks, seemingly intrigued by her presence. Furthermore, suspended among the trees is a human-faced eagle, its corpulent body and spiny wings resembling human bones, its furry head turning slightly, its gaze piercing through the trees. Fixating upon her. Additionally, beneath her boat, a water python, measuring dozens of feet in girth, silently follows her in the depths below. Yan Wangxi smiles, her enchanting demeanor captivating all who behold her. Yet in such a perilous environment, her radiant smile would only evoke a sense of dread and unease. Devoid of any sympathy, Tio claimed the young master. She must first contend with the prison guards, despite the presence of 2 martial saints and 1 half-saint. She does not regard them with any trepidation. Considering the safety of Yunjun and the young master, a cautious approach would be prudent. The small boat glides forward, the oars creating a gentle splash. As the beauty's smile grows ever more alluring, within the fog-laden expanse of the so-called zone of extinction, a cacophony of sounds begins to emerge, the rustling of leaves, distant eerie growls, and the rhythmic thumping of the earth itself. These restless beings are merely the most basic hunters within the prison mountain, yet they remain hesitant to strike. They have acquired the wisdom to conceal themselves, waiting patiently for their prey to unwittingly wander into their trap before they spring into action. At last, the boat reaches a pivotal point in the river. What should have been crystal clear waters now conceal a deep chasm, an abyss darker than night, leading down into the depths of hell. Suddenly, 3 massive trees on the riverbank explode as the man-eating beast, unable to restrain itself, lets out a roar and leaps forward. The alluring scent emanating from the woman has long since ensnared its senses, driving it to a frenzied state that it yearns to savor this exquisite delicacy, aiming to seize at least a leg. Other hunters, too, seize upon the moment, launching their assault. With a resounding splash, the waves rise several feet. As the water python, having shadowed her for some time, reveals itself, its enormous jaws glistening with venomous fangs. Its mind is simple, driven by the singular desire to swallow both the woman and her boat whole. A piercing shriek pierces the air as a golden lightning eagle descends from the heavens. The speed granted by the lightning enables it to unfurl its wings and extend its sharp talons with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it covers a distance of dozens of feet, poised to shred its prey to bits. The hunters are not limited to these creatures alone. A 2-headed flying tiger, iron-winged bats, and mesmerizing butterflies join the fray. Even herbivorous creatures, typically non-aggressive, now join the onslaught. The enchanting woman remains utterly unperturbed, even chuckling softly. For she is not the prey, she is the hunter. True hunters often assume the guise of prey. These demon beasts, unable to resist temptation, have been ensnared by the unique fragrance that has been emanating from her since she stepped into the prison mountain. This scent drives all demons and beasts into a frenzy, rendering them devoid of reason, that in the untamed wilderness, nothing has yet proven capable of resisting such an aroma. Come forth, and you shall be mine to command, she murmurs softly, her serpent patterns shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The serpent patterns blaze forth, as if alive, instantly multiplying into countless flying shadows, cascading in all directions like vibrant fabrics. One serpent pattern lands upon the water python, slithering across its skin before suddenly constricting. Bound tightly, the water python emits a wail, collapsing upon the surface of the water. Another serpent pattern strikes the man-eating beast. Though it had leapt into the air, the serpent pattern bursts forth from its leg, entwining itself around dozens of trees. The man-eating beast is yanked to a halt, the constricting serpent pattern embedding itself deeply, nearly severing its neck. A serpent pattern pierces the lightning eagle's body, yet its speed is too great. Before the binding can take full effect, it has already soared above Yan Wangxi's head. Its talons, sharp as daggers, could easily crush stone. Should they land upon Yan Wangxi's head, it would shatter like a watermelon. In a sudden moment, her gaze sharpens, and with a swift motion, she seizes the lightning eagle's talons, hurling it away. Her hand moves faster than lightning itself, more powerful than thunder. The lightning eagle schemes across the water, bouncing several times before crashing into a cluster of trees, toppling them before finally coming to a stop. The myriad serpent patterns bind the attacking demons, rendering them motionless, sprawled across the ground, that they're not a single worthy opponent. Yen Wangshi sighs in disappointment, plucking a hairpin adorned with a small gourd from her hair. Removing the gourd's cap, she utters a single word, gather. All the demons ensnared by her serpent patterns are drawn into the gourd, which expands to the size of a bowl. She secures the gourd at her waist, resumes her rowing, and continues deeper into the prison mountain, in the midst of the swirling sands and the fierce beasts. Amidst the roaring bonfires and the valiant men, as warriors tread bloodied paths, the shamaness sings for her beloved, proclaiming that among all the noble men of the world, only her savage child prevails. In the fog-shrouded zone of extinction, the enchanting woman's song reverberates, drawing in more demons, who stir restlessly in the shadows. The smile upon her lips grows ever more radiant. Who is the prey, and who is the hunter? Chapter 64. The strange woman. 7 days after departing from the Lu family, Lu Jinjia and Gu Shi ride a single horse along a narrow path leading into a thicket. Since leaving by Ci town, an entire month has slipped by unnoticed. The last spring snow that fell upon Qingsong City marks today as final snowfall. The warm sun shines brightly, melting the ice and snow, heralding the arrival of early spring. Lu Jinjia gently pats Gu Shi, her cheeks flushed, and says, "Stop for a moment." "What for?" Gu Shi, fully embodying the persona of the icy beauty, replies in a cold tone, his face like frost, "that I need to relieve myself." Lu Jinjia responds, her face growing redder, secretly lamenting that regardless of her background, she must find a secluded spot in the wilderness. Lazy people tend to have more bodily needs. That Lu Jinjia promptly gives him a playful thump on the back. Gu Shi reluctantly brings the horse to a halt. The horse stops. His expression shifts slightly. Lu Jinjia dismounts and glances around, eager to find a spot to relieve herself. Wait. Jiu Shi grabs her wrist, his voice icy. "Come out." The surroundings fall silent, save for the rustling wind. The horse droppings are still warm. The icy beauty points toward the nearby tree, where a steaming pile of horse manure lies. "Alas, Z, what have you been feeding this wretched horse? Is it defecating as we walk? I knew this horse manure would be a nuisance," she grumbles. Suddenly, a woman wielding a sword appears atop a tree, clad in yellow and white, holding a gleaming blade. "Liang I apologize, but I truly do not wish to clean this up," she says. Behind her emerges another woman wearing a conical hat, followed by 4 others on either side, totaling Six.ITSU. Lu Jinjia exclaims, astonished, pointing at the woman in the tree. She recalls vividly the girl who had purchased 2 pounds of rouge. "It's been a while." The woman greets her with a smile. Lu Jinjia feels a flicker of relief in her heart. It seems they harbor no ill intentions towards her. "Weren't you going to urinate? Go ahead, go ahead." The woman waves her hand, allowing one of the girls encircling them to step back and create space. Lu Jinjia grits her teeth, glancing at the icy beauty beside her. "Hurry up and go. She has left us here. I can no longer contain myself," Lu Jinjia softly explained, her cheeks flushed, and she hurried outside. The woman crossed her arms, remaining silent. Yet her peripheral gaze was fixed intently upon Gu Shi, while the others also scrutinized the graceful figure. What could the people from Yuden Hall possibly seek here? The ice-cold beauty inquired, yet it was evident that the other party had no intention of responding to her question. Moments later, Lu Jinjia returned, gazing at the woman perched in the tree, her fondness for her growing significantly. This young lady acted decisively, her personality appearing carefree, suggesting she was not of malevolent intent. "Did you relieve yourself?" The woman suddenly spoke, causing Lu Jinjia's face to redden as she covertly glanced at the ice-cold beauty beside her. "Considering I facilitated your relief, would you be inclined to answer a few questions?" Lu Jinjia felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, the woman had no intentions of harming her. However, a tinge of curiosity welled within her. What could they have been waiting here for? "How did Gu Shi die?" The woman's voice abruptly turned frigid. Lu Jinjia was taken aback, instinctively glancing toward the ice-cold beauty beside her. Noticing Gu Shi's lack of reaction, she could not help but ask, "Why do you inquire about such matters? To decide whether or not to kill you?" As the woman's words fell, the surrounding women swiftly drew their swords to Liu Jinjia's expression shifted. Could they be friends of Gu Shi? She looked again at Gu Shi, who remained unperturbed. "Speak," the woman commanded, her tone sharp, and the women surrounding her advanced in unison that it was Meng Fifan who killed him. Meng Fifan? Ah, indeed, he is the foremost among the 10 proficient martial saints. A former disciple of the arrow Saint Zhuobu. That day, he unleashed the vermilion bird killing star. Even the mightiest of martial artists would perish beneath that arrow. The woman sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy. An indescribable sentiment lacing her words that Liu Jinjia's confusion deepened. What was the nature of her relationship with Gu Shi? "Who are you?" Gu Shi, feigning the demeanor of an ice-cold beauty, suddenly spoke, leaving Liu Jinjia momentarily astonished. Did he truly not know who this woman was? Yet, the woman paid him no heed, her expression darkening as she shifted her focus back to Liu Jinjia. Teeth gritted, declaring, "The vermilion bird-killing star can slay others. But it shall never slay Gu Shi. If he employs the breaking heaven divine art, even if the vermilion bird-killing star stands before him, he can still escape." Liu Jinjia's heart raced. She was well acquainted with the breaking heaven divine art. Who was this woman? Did Gu Shi truly not recognize her? What is your connection to him? The simplicity of the question momentarily rendered the woman speechless. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, her expression complex. Before she revealed the unexpected 2 words, "Foed," Liu Jinjia furrowed her brows. An enemy? It hardly seems so. Did I have one final question? Is he alive or dead? The woman drew her sword, gripping the scabbard with her other hand. Liu Jinjia glanced at the ice-cold beauty beside her, who remained impassive, neither speaking nor contesting that Jiu Shi had gone to great lengths to disguise himself, concealing his identity. She could not jeopardize his intentions so easily. Thus, she replied, "Dead. Truly dead." The woman momentarily lost her composure, murmuring softly, almost swaying as if about to topple. "You claim to be his enemy, yet I see instead a woman intertwined with him." That Liu Jinjia felt a surge of anger. Upon their initial encounter, Gu Shi was but a beggar, and at the Liu family estate, he had shared glances with Liu Hong that hinted at something more. How had this woman suddenly appeared in the picture? What manner of person was he? Was everything merely a facade? The woman inhaled deeply, closing her eyes, and slowly drew her sword. "I am not his woman. He has never laid eyes upon me." Liu Jinjia's brows knitted in confusion. He was born to a lowly fate, ever restless, always placing himself in danger. It would be no surprise if he were to meet his end. Her tone was laced with sorrow and pity, tinged with a hint of animosity. As the sword was drawn slowly, the woman's eyes opened fully. "However, if you were to die, it should never be by your hands, you, the esteemed young lady of the Liu family. Living a life of comfort, why must you seek conflict with a wretched soul? Do you truly believe that if he were dead, no one would seek vengeance on his behalf? I did not kill him. It was Meng Fifan. Moreover, I fail to comprehend. Are you not his enemy? Why seek revenge for him? It was you who took his life. Had you not appeared in Baitzi town seeking his aid, how would he have perished? If he had not been tainted by your curse, how many in the martial world could have slain him? I do not lie. I am indeed his enemy, but this is a matter between us. If I do not avenge him, then no one else in this world would care for that pitiful wretch." With her words, the sword was drawn fully. Chapter 65. The mountain is beautiful, the ground is cold. The hands are also cold. The fierce sword energy surged forth, and the 5 surrounding women lunged simultaneously. Another 7ter. Liu Jinjia gasped in shock. How could this seemingly youthful woman possess such mastery? Was the martial world truly as unfathomable as Yang Lao claimed? A deep lake concealing unknown monsters. The icy moon the sword energy barely deflected the attacks of the other 5 women. The sword of the woman in yellow struck against Gu Shi's blade, bending it under pressure, her gaze icy. The women behind her instinctively reached for several darts. "Do not act yet. I shall take care of this." The woman vaulted into the air, weaving 3 sword flowers which floated in the air, both beautiful and peculiar. Yet a sense of apprehension gripped Liu Jinjia's heart. These sword flowers, splendid as they were composed of true energy and wielded considerable might. "Be cautious," Liu Jinjia warned, But the woman in yellow merely chuckled and uttered a single word, "Go." The sword flowers scattered like petals, each petal transforming into a blade of sword energy, dozens of them hurtling toward Gu Shi. The woman in yellow simultaneously launched her attack, her lithe form navigating through the fierce sword energy. Like a specter of death, her sharp sword akin to the pen of a judge, Ji Yushi twisted his wrist. Conjuring 3 sword flowers of his own, the assailing women were taken aback. The Chihua sword technique. How could you also wield it? As the sword flowers withered, they collided with the descending sword energy. The 2 swords met with a resounding clash, the true energy swirling, sending strands of hair cascading from the forehead of the woman in yellow. Her expression shifted as she seemed to recall something. Retreating in haste while simultaneously unleashing her sword toward Lu Jianqiu, she slashed diagonally, deflecting the flying sword. The woman in yellow's veins pulsed visibly, and with a powerful thrust, an explosive wave erupted from her, shattering the ground as she leaped toward Gu Shi, her slender fingers poised like blades, aimed at Lu Jinjia's neck. The breaking heaven divine art. Lu Jinjia gasped, having witnessed Gu Shi employ this signature technique countless times. She could not be mistaken. The yellow-clad woman was indeed utilizing the breaking heaven divine art. Though her blade was aimed at Lu Jinjia's throat, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Gu Shi. A tremendous sound erupted from Gu Shi as he sidestepped to deflect the woman's strike while simultaneously pushing her aside. The woman landed with a thud, leaving 5 transparent holes in a distant tree where her energy had pierced through. Oof! She huffed in displeasure, straightening up, retrieving her sword sheath, and turning to leave. The surrounding women exchanged glances, perplexed. "Sister Yu, shall we continue fighting?" "No more fighting." Her words were brisk, and though the others were uncertain of the reason, they hurriedly followed her lead. After taking a few steps, the woman in yellow suddenly halted, glancing back, the spring breeze tousling her hair, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a gentle wave. "Next time we meet, I will surely kill you." With that, she departed, and moments later, several swift horses emerged from the forest and galloped away. Who was she? Lu Jinjiao voiced her curiosity, while Gu Shi gazed thoughtfully into the distance. "She seems to know you quite well, even being aware of your breaking heaven divine art, that I have never encountered her before." Lu Jinjiao furrowed her brows, and Gu Shi continued, "But I know who she is." "Who?" "The daughter of the Thousand-Man Slayer." Shun Jue's Lu Jinjia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "The daughter of Shin Juezhou? No wonder she could wield the breaking heaven divine art, and she claimed you were her enemy. But why would she seek vengeance for you?" Lu Jinjia's expression turned peculiar. "No one ever avenged a father's murderer. Did they?" "Shin Juezhou was my master." Lu Jinjiao was left stunned. Shin Juezhou was Gu Shi's master? Did he not kill Shin Juezhou? He killed his own master. Could you share with me the details? No. Gu Shi's voice was frigid, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to his deep immersion in the role or the frost that now filled his heart. In the mountains, time lost its meaning. 3 days had swiftly passed. The mountains stretched endlessly, one ridge following another, some standing shoulder to shoulder, others capped with white frost, and solitary peaks rising defiantly against the sky. A tapestry of dense and sparse foliage woven together. Amidst the mountain mist, hazy and indistinct, the beauty was undeniable. Lu Jinjia, clad in white like frost, embraced her shoulders, her body trembling slightly, though spring had arrived. The cold wind lingered, leaving the young maiden's fair face reddened from the chill. "Having summoned a swift horse for your journey, why do you linger here instead of leaving?" Gu Shi approached, graceful and ethereal. While Lu Jinjia had grown accustomed to Gu Shi's current demeanor, she could not discern whether he had developed a penchant for masquerading as a woman or if he truly believed his assertion that one must fully commit to their role. Huyan City lay adjacent to Lao Mountain, a perilous realm where malevolent creatures thrived and local sorcerers were plentiful. If you do not deepen your cultivation, venturing there could render our situation exceedingly precarious. Lu Jinjia was momentarily taken aback, then reiterated her earlier sentiments, pointing at Gu Shi and declaring, "Indeed, you are a sorcerer." She had once aspired to that path, hence her understanding, yet lacked the innate talent to be considered one herself. Martial artists emphasize innate gifts, and sorcerers even more so. His words were not without merit, yet Lu Jinjiao remained unconvinced. Had he spoken a modicum of truth, she would not now be oblivious to his capabilities. So, how do you intend to train me? Have you ever heard of absorbing the wind and drinking the dew? Of course, that is a technique reserved for high-ranking sorcerers. At my level, it is simply unattainable. Even the sword saint, who traverses the skies on a blade, began with the simple act of wielding a sword that a master artist, too, commences with sketching. Whether it be absorbing the wind and drinking the dew, or inhaling clouds and exhaling mist, all require gradual practice. Once a sorcerer attains a high level, these abilities will manifest naturally, but commencing your practice now will yield immeasurable benefits. That Liu Jinjia nodded, a sly smile gracing her lips as she replied. You truly are a sorcerer. Gu Shi cast her a sidelong glance, seemingly disinclined to waste further breath on her. What precisely should I do? Liu Jinjia queried in confusion. Am I to simply observe the mountain and inhale? Gu Shi pointed to the icy ground, instructing her to sit there. Liu Jinjia complied, seating herself upon the stone. Despite her thick clothing, the chill of the stone penetrated her layers. How cold! And then what? Become one with the mountain, become one with the heavens and the earth. How does one achieve that? Liu Jinjia blinked her enchanting eyes, finding such ethereal instructions devoid of practical application to be quite challenging. It was akin to someone asserting that hard work leads to success. Though it sounds reasonable, it ultimately conveys little. Just sit. With that, Gu Shi departed, leaving Liu Jinjia in a state of bewilderment. Cannot you provide me with specific guidance? She called out, yet he had vanished without a trace. Before long, her backside had grown quite cold, prompting her to shift her position, only to find the other side equally frosty. She resorted to placing her hands beneath her. Liu Jinjia gazed at the distant mountains, her mind drifting slightly. The mountains were beautiful, her backside cold, and her hands chilled. Chapter 66. Their youthful encounter was destined to shape their lives. Although the sun had risen, casting its warm rays upon her and alleviating some of the chill, the ice beneath her was intolerable. Can I rise? This seems ineffective. Hello, Liu Jinjia shouted several times, but met with no response. Instead, her voice echoed through the mountains, reverberating far and wide. The mist-laden peaks appeared to mock her. The young woman sniffled, scrutinizing the distant ranges. As a talented array artist, capturing the essence of mountains and rivers was greatly beneficial to her. Thus, she surveyed her surroundings, picked up a stone, and began to sketch beside her. The stone glided gently, the curves depicting the landscape. The radiant sun and swirling clouds emerged under her diligent hand, and she painted with utmost seriousness. Her mentor had once remarked that her talent in painting was exceptional. Yet for reasons unknown, her juniors, who possessed lesser artistic gifts, had surpassed her to become sorcerers before she could. Upon concluding her drawing, she noticed the stone had warmed in her grasp, and even her cold backside was no longer frigid. Huffed at Liu Jinjia tucked the stone away, examining her artwork before glancing at the scenery before her. What a wretched piece! The Jiu Shi, unbeknownst to what he was consuming, merely cast a fleeting glance at Liu Jinjia's laboriously crafted artwork before carelessly scattering it. What are you doing? Liu Jinjia glared at him in irritation. How could he so casually destroy her prized creation? What of that nine-tailed fox immortal painting? Gu Shi retorted, moving a large stone beside her. Liu Jinjia reached for her Qinquan ring, handing him the drawing. What do you intend to do? Gu Shi unfurled the scroll, procured a twig, and with a forceful thrust, drove it into the stone, securing the nine-tailed fox immortal painting in place. Little one, come here, Gu Shi called. And a small fox quickly darted from the nearby woods. The Jiu Shi tied a rope around the small fox's neck, securing it to the stone. You watch the mountain, it watches the painting. When the night grows cold, hold it close for warmth. Liu Jinjia was taken aback. Night? What do you mean by night? Do you intend for me to remain here until then? This was the mountain peak, where the biting winds could chill one to the bone. How could she endure? Gu Shi placed a hand on her shoulder, a warm current flowing in her body. I have suppressed your body's energy. You will find it difficult to relieve yourself. Should you dare to rise, I will break your legs until you successfully merge with the mountain. His words were cold and intimidating, yet Liu Jinjia retorted. I do not believe you. You may test that belief. I have vowed to protect you, but I also do not wish to perish. The demon still awaits me. Though I harbor doubt, I sense your intentions are for my benefit. Thus I shall not rise. Liu Jinjia spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and Gu Shi, taken aback for a moment, walked away, leaving her uncertain of his destination. Liu Jinjia surmised he would not stray far, but would keep watch from a distance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The small fox tugged at its leash with a sense of grievance. Liu Jinjia cradled it in her arms, softly murmuring, "You must also strive to grow stronger so as not to repeat your mother's fate. We must all endeavor." The small fox seemed to comprehend, ceasing its whimpering and gazing at the nine-tailed fox immortal painting alongside her. The painting depicted a vivid nine-tailed fox standing amidst the mountains. Clouds drifting at its chest, rivers flowing beneath its feet, and its snowy tail draped over the majestic peaks. Its head held high, with a slender mouth reaching toward the sun. It seemed poised to swallow the red sun that overlooked the mortal realm with just a slight parting of its lips. Beautiful, majestic, divine. Liu Jinjia regarded the painting, then the splendid mountains, struggling to associate the two. How could such a creature, trampling rivers and plucking the sun from the sky, be considered one with the mountain? Frustration welled within her. Yet she could only settle her mind and ponder silently. The path to advancement as a sorcerer is invariably arduous. The road ahead remains long. Time flows like a breeze, caressing all without sound. Liu Jinjia was roused from her reverie by the biting wind. Upon opening her eyes, she found the bright moon suspended amidst the mountains, the surrounding peaks cloaked in darkness, obscuring her vision. Thankfully, the mist had dissipated, revealing the long, winding river, glimmering like a mirror. She turned to look behind her, finding no one there. Jiushi, are you present? Focus. The voice seemed to drift from nowhere, yet it brought her solace. She felt the cold tightening her embrace around the small fox, an inexplicable sense of grievance swelling within her. Yes, a distinguished young lady of the Liu family. Why must she endure such suffering? The heir to the Liu family head. Yet she cared little for that. For what purpose? For him. In her childhood, she had been abducted by nefarious individuals that in the martial world. It was not uncommon for women from affluent families to be seized for ransom. Many skilled fighters had gathered that day. The old shepherd and Liu family guards engaged in a fierce battle, blood flowing like rivers. The clash was brutal, yet the young Liu Jinjia was ultimately taken. Her captors had prepared meticulously, transporting her to a unique space devoid of sound and light. She knew not where she was, only that it was a terrifying place. When light finally returned, it was in the form of a boy clad in coarse garments, roughly her age, with a missing front tooth, who extended his pale, delicate hand to pull her out. They stood in a courtyard surrounded by adults wielding swords and shouting loudly. Overwhelmed with fear, she witnessed the boy, appearing similar in age, unveil astonishing abilities. He conjured fire with a gesture, summoning fireballs, and with a flick of his fingers, lightning would strike that a gentle, warm wind enveloped her, lifting her above the fray. That was her first experience soaring on the wind. And to date, her sole instance. They flew above the heads of the adults, over the city, and into the clouds. That was an unforgettable joy, an endlessly recalled memory that he set her down not far from the Liu family's branch house, revealing he had long known her name and identity. Curious, she asked, "What is your name? Did the old shepherd send you to rescue me?" He flashed a toothy grin. "Me? I am Gu Songsheng, the lost son of the Gu family. You are mine. Yes, your future husband." Memories flowed like wine, intoxicating the senses. Liu Jinjia snapped back to the present, glancing into the pitch-black woods, where nothing was visible, save for the distant, unknown roars of beasts. "Are you there?" "I am." A warm current coursed through Liu Jinjia's heart. She sat up, attempting once more, though she remained uncertain how to merge with the mountain. However, she was willing to persevere, striving to gain sufficient influence within the Liu family, so that she could mobilize the family's resources to search for the one she had lost. Why endure such suffering? Perhaps it was to repay his life-saving grace, or perhaps it was simply because she could not bear the thought of his disappearance. Her youthful encounter with him had already destined their lives to be intertwined. Chapter 67. Are you there? People often find that the more fervently they wish to achieve something, the more elusive that goal becomes. Liu Jinjia had not anticipated that Gu Shi would not only prevent her from leaving the mountain peak and subject her to the biting cold, but would also deny her food and restrict her movements. It had already been 3 days. Her backside grew numb from sitting, her stomach grumbled with hunger, and her mouth felt parched. She had not managed to simply drink in the fresh air. Instead, she found herself drinking the wind and licking the dew. In her desperation, she had resorted to sipping the frigid air and licking the dew on the stones. Yet, she had to be cautious while doing so, for her tongue would stick to the stone, which still bore remnants of a thin skin, causing her tongue to throb with pain. The indignities did not end there. While he denied her sustenance, he would untie the little fox and feed it meat, offering it water, even taking it for strolls nearby. She had been unable to rise for 3 days. Each time she thought Gu Shi had left and attempted to stealthily rise, a stone would come flying from behind, striking her joints. Not only did it inflict pain, but it also drained her of all strength, forcing her to sit heavily upon the stone. Aside from these tribulations, she felt an overall discomfort. The clothing on her backside became wet and dry, then wet again. The shoes and socks on her feet were equally uncomfortable. She could hardly bear to imagine the foul odor that would emanate should she remove them. She wished to take them off. But Gu Shi had warned her that if she did, she would not be able to wear them again. Without shoes or socks on such a high mountain at night, her feet would surely freeze. She felt despondent and contemplated surrendering. The resolve to succeed or perish was easily shattered amidst this prolonged torment. Why should she persist? How much advantage could this slight progress yield her? With the time spent here, she could have potentially garnered support from more clans and stronger allies. What she truly desired was greater influence within the Lu family, not the alchemical pursuits of a Taoist master. She collapsed onto the stone, devoid of both strength and spirit. Squeak, squeak, squeaked at Lu Jinjia, without turning, knew the little fox's feeding had ended, and that Gu Shi had brought it back. She no longer wished to look at him, fearing the loss of the fondness she secretly harbored for him. This torment was simply too painful. Squeak, squeak, squeaked at a warm sensation coursed through her forehead. Her skin ached slightly and felt a bit sore. The little fox with the double tails licked her forehead. Gazing up at Gu Shi with yearning eyes, Lu Jinjiao extended her hand to cradle the little fox. Are you going to give up? Can I give up? No, a trace of bitterness graced Lu Jinjiao's lips. He was tormenting himself. She could not fathom how, in her current state of depletion, she could comprehend the heavenly way or achieve what he termed unity with the mountain. Will you let me die? No, Lu Jinjia smiled. After a moment, the warmth in her arms lulled her into drowsiness. Strangely, this time Gu Shi did not awaken her. She was reluctant to hold on any longer. A brief slumber would suffice. Perhaps upon waking, she would understand how to unite with the mountain. Day for Lu Jinjiao awoke to warmth. Upon opening her eyes, she felt a cozy sensation beside her. Turning her head, she saw the little fox with 2 tails staring blankly into the distance. One of its tails had turned a vibrant red, emanating warmth that Lu Jinjia was utterly exhausted. She wished to summon her energy. But it was futile that in her blurred vision, she caught sight of a round red sun. Had the little fox perceived the rising sun? Truly, it was a spirit gifted by the heavens, possessing extraordinary talent. Unlike her mundane self, the Jiu Shi arrived, untying the little fox's rope and taking away a painting that painting was not meant for her viewing. This realization deepened Lu Jinjia's sorrow. The Jiu Shi. Are you there? Yes. Will you let me die? She posed the same question once more. No, as always. His response lulled Lu Jinjia into a drowsy state. Day 5 footsteps echoed above her, but Lu Jinjia could not open her eyes. She had not eaten for 5 days, and the mere thought of anything beyond sleep was too taxing. The Jiu Shi. Are you there? Yes. Will you let me die? Even speaking had become a daunting task. No, but I feel as if I am dying. This time, she sank into a deep slumber. Deep, deep, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, never to awaken again. Lu Jinjia opened her eyes once more. It was sunlight. The weather was exceptionally pleasant that day. The red sun had just risen, casting warmth. The morning's chill no longer bit at her. I truly cannot continue. Lu Jinjia voiced but received no response. Had he left? She struggled to rise, but her body refused to cooperate. Hey, she strained to call out. Her throat felt as if it were being sliced by a knife. A sudden wave of unease surged within her. Her sluggish mind began to churn. Had he left? No, it couldn't be. That if he intended to leave, she could never have stopped him. He would not abandon her now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. She heard the little fox's terrified cries. Lu Jinjia shook her head, straining to listen closely. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This time she understood, but her heart sank further into terror. The sound was coming from below the cliff. She struggled to rise, but her lower body had grown nearly numb from disuse. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength and managed to inch forward slightly. Blood oozed from her already frozen fingers, the pain jolting her back to clarity. With great effort, she crawled to the edge of the cliff. She dared not go further. One more inch, and she would plunge down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The voice echoed from below the cliff. She looked down, but the swirling mist obscured her view. Suddenly, she spotted blood. There were large streaks of it near the cliff's edge. Not far from her, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her mind, jolting her into alertness. The Jiushi had fallen? Hey! She exerted every ounce of strength to emit a hoarse, raspy cry, her voice barely recognizable even to herself. She picked up a stone and hurled it towards the direction of the little fox's frantic cries. Squeak, 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 squeak. The little fox's cries grew, increasingly urgent, as if it were in a state of panic. Suddenly, Lu Jinjiao awoke to the realization that Gushi must have fallen. What had happened? The little fox was so distressed. Perhaps he was still clinging to a tree or a peculiar rock halfway down the mountain. But why was he silent? Could he not utter a sound? Who could have harmed him? Perhaps a venomous snake or insect lurked in this deep wilderness, where one could never predict what strange creatures they might encounter. Squeak! The little fox suddenly cried out, then fell silent. Lu Jinjia's throat burned. She could not utter another word. Desperately, she sought clarity, yet everything remained obscured. Instinctively, she reached out, gently pushing through the myriad clouds enveloping the mountain. The mist remained, but unbeknownst to her, the thick fog in the distance had split into two layers, one retreating with her movement while the other remained still. Chapter 68. Drinking the wind and licking the dew. Lu Jinjia strained to recall what the mountains looked like without fog. She had gazed upon countless landscapes, their beauty etched deeply in her memory. Yet, she had never seen the scene at the cliff's edge, rendering her unable to envision whether trees or protruding rocks existed. This mist was truly vexing. With frustration, she waved her hand through it, and images of mountains and rivers flashed in her mind. From sunrise to sunset, from misty vales to clear skies, that a miraculous event unfolded as the heavy white fog at the cliff parted. Lu Jinjiao beheld a crooked tree at the cliff's edge. The Jiushi stood upon it, holding a rope, one end tethered to the little fox, who swung precariously in the air, clearly frightened and panting. Upon seeing Lu Jinjia, he leaped down beside her, placing the little fox aside before lifting her into his arms. That a breath of relief escaped Lu Jinjia. She realized she had finally fulfilled his request. His palm supported her back, a torrent of warmth radiating from his hand, flowing into her body and rushing towards her unresponsive lower half. As the warmth coursed through her, Lu Jinjia felt her lower body gradually regain movement. To achieve unity with the mountain, one must immerse oneself in this realm. Humans are living beings while mountains and rivers are lifeless. How could one truly merge with them? Lu Jinjia's heart brimmed with resentment. She did not wish to ponder the answers to these questions now. Only at the brink of death could one genuinely feel at one with the mountains, rivers, and the heavens, she mused, recalling where he had just gestured. Lu Jinjia shifted her gaze, surrounded by the swirling mists of the mountains. However, the cloud she had just stirred with her hand rolled unnaturally. Remember that sensation. Now, you attempt to inhale the fog enveloping the mountains into your very being. Your body feels frail, your spirit nearly shattered. Yet within this ethereal mist lies spiritual essence, immensely beneficial to your current state. Jiushi lowered his gaze, fixated on her eyes, his voice softer than it had ever been before. This is your singular opportunity as a practitioner. It shall not come again. Breathe deeply. Lu Jinjia nodded slightly, though she had little desire to engage in this act of inhaling the wind and drinking the dew. Yet she understood that all her efforts were directed towards this moment. It was of utmost importance. She leaned forward, her parched lips slightly parted, and gently inhaled the hiss that in her mind's eye. Mountains stretched endlessly, rivers mirrored the sky. The blazing sun hung high, and the atmosphere was serene. The swirling fog of the mountains converged into a river, a surging sea of mist ultimately transforming into formless vapor, which slipped into her mouth. Lu Jinjia felt her tongue moisten, a sweetness she could not articulate filling her mouth, as if a drop of divine nectar had graced her lips. But that nectar was scarce, merely a solitary drop dispersing within her. She furrowed her brows, inhaling repeatedly, yearning for more moisture and sweetness. That IT had been far too long since she had tasted water. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, with each droplet that fell upon her throat. Her body radiated light, as countless beams surged into her being from the mountains and rivers above. Once, twice, thrice, 3 times, mysterious patterns flickered across her form that I can no longer draw in, she managed to voice. Though her words remained hoarse, her throat ablaze with pain. She opened her eyes to find a gaze filled with profound tenderness. She paused, taken aback, as Gu Shi blinked rapidly, his expression brightening once more. Pouting slightly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head against his chest. She felt no anger, no reproach. She merely dampened his chest with her silent tears. That I'm sorry, Gu Shi suddenly spoke. Lu Jinjiao was taken aback. Was he apologizing? It seemed he had never offered an apology before. Yet inexplicably, she felt even more aggrieved, pouting as she raised her head, her tear-filled eyes a heartbreaking sight. Are you Gu Songsheng? She managed to articulate, her raspy voice a final bastion of her soul's defenses. The Ji Yushi's body stiffened. This time, he did not respond with his usual resolute certainty. Instead, he hesitated, his cold gaze gradually softening. His lips parted slightly as he uttered, I. Suddenly, Gu Shi's expression sharpened as he turned away. What a remarkable skill. You have managed to draw in a third of the mountain mist. Is this still a lowly practitioner? A woman holding a red oiled paper umbrella smiled at the two, while the heavily dark-circled ghost cultivator, Wang Su, approached from a distance, the bells at his waist jingling like a battle horn. Sighing, Lu Jinjia tilted her head and fainted completely. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Su incessantly coughed, addressing the icy beauty before him. Where is Gu Shi? Why have you taken his place? Did Meng Fifan truly kill him? Haha, Wang Su. Do not be deceived. This delicate beauty before you is none other than that impolite little brat we encountered the other day. The woman laughed heartily, her eyes narrowing, turning a blood-red hue. You put on a splendid act. Your appearance, voice, and movements all mimic a woman. Yet I am a ghost cultivator and can see your bones, your veins, your blood. You cannot disguise what lies beneath this flesh. Wang Su held a banner inscribed with golden, red, black, and white colors reading, Nani Ghost Catcher Wang Su. Done on either side, 2 red cloth strips bore inscriptions, Kuei Ding Hai Wu Wu Ren Zi, while the other read, Maisie City, Zhen's eldest daughter. Chu. This was a soul-calling banner, also known as a spirit-drawing banner, a prized possession of ghost cultivators, capable of enhancing the abilities of ghostly beings and intensifying their resentment. That if I were to mimic her, could I also inhale the wind and drink the dew? Wang Su retrieved a banner from his Qinquan ring, planting it into the ground. Dense black mist billowed forth from the banner, spreading outward. The once clear sun was shrouded by this leaden fog, the piercing sunlight unable to penetrate the oppressive aura of resentment. The wind turned cold, the air grew heavy, and the red of her eyes deepened, her beautiful nails elongating inch by inch. Each individual possesses a cultivation method suited to them, which is intrinsically linked to their state of mind. Inhale the wind and drink the dew. One must see the mountain not as a mountain, see the water not as water. You likely cannot achieve this. You seem quite at ease. That if I were to say that we sought you out 4 days ago, merely waiting for her to become a burden before revealing ourselves, what would you think? Hong Xiao scoffed. Wang Su discarded a small pocket from his waist, tossing it to the ground, which contained something wriggling inside. Jingle, jingle, jingle. The bells rattled as Wang Su formed a hand seal before the pocket, commanding it to open. With a loud bang, the pocket exploded, revealing 2 ghostly figures, half their bodies decayed, leaving only bones, with wriggling maggots still feasting upon their remains. They howled and lunged toward Gu Shi. Hong Xiao drew a slender sword from her oiled paper umbrella, discarding the umbrella, and lunged at Lu Jinjia, nestled in Gu Shi's embrace. Did you not wish to bury me? Let us see who buries whom. Chapter 69. True Qi like the sea. Though the 2 ghostly figures had lost their flesh, their speed was unnerving. One suddenly lunged forward, thrusting its 10 fingers into the ground. Gu Shi leaped high, as dozens of sharp, white bone spikes erupted from the earth. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been pierced through. The other ghostly figure opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of blue flames. The fire a mesmerizing sight. Second Dantian, activate. Gu Shi inhaled deeply and blew forcefully, his true chi akin to a tempest, scattering the vast blue, ghostly flames. Impressive skill, Hong Xiao remarked as she approached beneath him, her slender sword carving out several arcs of crimson sword energy. Just as Gu Shi lifted his head, his expression shifted dramatically as his true chi transformed before him into a modest-sized black tortoise. The sword energy struck the tortoise, igniting it in a burst of red flames that the sun-eating Yin Shi. Gu Shi's countenance turned grave. What remarkable skill, keen sight. It is indeed the sun-eating Yin Shi. Hong Xiao placed one hand on her hip, her red lips parting as she inhaled forcefully. The burning tortoise vanished into her mouth, and the Yin energy surrounding her intensified significantly. All things exist in mutual creation and destruction. Many strange entities defy logic. While martial artists possess vigorous chi, their refined true chi exerts significant restraint on demons and ghosts, yet the sun-eating Yin Shi is an exception. Though it is a form of Yin energy, it thrives on Yang energy, making it a nemesis of Yang. The true chi of martial artists pales in comparison to my sun-eating Yin Shi, akin to fuel against fierce flames. Meng Fifin's Zhuke killing star, as formidable as it may be, is not his own ability. It merely blends the blood of the Zhuke king that I, however, possess the sun-eating Yin Shi, a bane to all Yang energies. The stronger your true chi, the mightier my techniques become. The denser your true chi, the heavier the Yin energy I absorb. That I am the nemesis of all martial artists. Hong Xiao's fingers spread wide as she slashed downward in midair, sending 5 crimson claw marks slicing through the air. Simultaneously, the two ghostly figures, one inserting a finger into the ground while the other leaped high, unleashed several blue fireballs from their mouths that Jiu Shi could only hold on to Lu Jinjia and evade desperately. Jingle, jingle, jingle. The sound of the bells caught his attention. He noticed Wang Su shaking the bells not far away, a sense of crisis surging within him. Scanning the ground, he indeed found an empty pocket lying there. Rustle, rustle, rustle that a sound emerged from behind, and Gu Shi turned his head, catching a glimpse of a white skeleton racing towards him with blinding speed that in the blink of an eye, it appeared directly behind him. The skeletal hand reached out, ensnaring both Gu Shi and Lu Jinjia in an embrace. This was a shadow-chasing skeleton, lacking offensive power but renowned for its incredible speed, capable of ensnaring individuals and suffocating them, subsequently feasting upon their blood and essence. Its stealthy ambush was remarkably effective.